And welcome back to Snetterton, the 300 circuit for day 2 of the Airtec Motorsport opening weekend here for the BRSCC Championships. Now, before we get started, I feel it's only right that with the news that came from Germany overnight, that everyone from the BRSCC, marshals, officials, everyone involved here at Snetterton send out our heartfelt condolences to the driver that was sadly killed at the Nürburgring qualifiers overnight. And in this tribute, we are going to race on in his honour. And we start off this morning with the Fiesta Junior Championship. Now, they did have quite an action-packed pair of races yesterday, and they kick off the festivities this morning with Darragh McInerney on pole. So to take you through the grid and through the rest of the day is our dynamic duo in the commentary box, Scott Woodwis and John Ratcliffe.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 here at Snetterton for the BRSCC season opener on this beautiful spring morning. Beautiful blue skies, it's sunshine, bit of a breeze. I think we call it just about perfect conditions for motorsport. Scott Woodwis and John Ratcliffe in the commentary box. And as Rob rightly said, we have to acknowledge, being racers and motorsport fans at heart, the tragic news that happened yesterday at the Nürburgring during the 24-hour qualifiers. And as we get ready for this one, it is a bit of reflection to pause for the heartbreaking news that came out of it, because the racing world did indeed lose one of its own. 66-year-old Juha Mettelin from Finland, who was racing in a BMW and was a former class champion in the Nürburgring Endurance Series. And it's never easy when you hear the news that one of the motorsport family passes. And even though we all know that motorsport is dangerous, it's a risk that every driver accepts the moment they strap in. It never makes a loss like this any easier to process. There was even footage of Juha when he was heading down the pit lane and giving high fives to people in the pit wall going down. And he enjoyed motorsport. He was a true racer and a true motorsport family member at heart right until his very last lap. And he loved this sport dearly. And today we send our deepest thoughts to his family, his friends, and the entire team and everybody affected from the events at Nürburgring yesterday. We race today with heavy hearts, but we race in his honour. Juha Mettelin, who we very sadly lost yesterday at the age of 66 at the Nürburgring. Rest in peace, and fingers crossed we can move on in power and in tribute to him today as we race at Snetterton for BRSCC. So, sad news from the Nürburgring yesterday, John, but hopefully today we can put that right and at least race in his memory and put a smile on his face, because I'd like to think he'd be looking down as a racing fan to watching on anything that's going on around the world. But let's do what we do best in motorsport. Let's put on a show here. Let's put on some good racing, and fingers crossed we get a day that was matches yesterday, but also a day that's fitting in his memory. There's true racers go racing in the only way we know how.
100%. Yes, good morning, everyone. As you say, Scott, sad news from last night, but we're going to crack on with the racing from here today at Snetterton, of course. Yesterday, absolutely brilliant racing. I think one of the best bills that we could have from BRSCC, with Caterhams and Mazdas and Fiestas and all sorts. Lots of action that we were treated to yesterday, and it's going to be more of the same here today. 14 races ahead of us here today at Snetterton, and as you say, lovely weather for it. It was beautiful yesterday, 15, 16 degrees, a little bit cloudy. Today, those clouds seem to have dissipated, and we are being treated to bright blue skies and lovely sunshine here today in Norfolk. But we kick it off then with the BRSCC Fiesta Junior. Some very exciting racing yesterday. Of course, sadly, it was a little bit curtailed in race number 2 at the end of yesterday. Quite a sizable accident for Callie Clifford. I hope she is all okay. I was checking her social media this morning and she's not given any official update just yet, but hopefully Callie all okay, as that was quite the sizable off. Not surprising that we're not seeing her on the grid here for today's racing, but these drivers, one more to go then from their first event of the season, and already standout star seems to be Darragh McInerney. He was impressive last year in 2025, well, he seems to have kicked it up a gear for 2026. 2 wins from 2 for Darragh McInerney. Well, he'll start this one once again from pole position. Let's see if he can convert another one here, Scott. 3 from 3 is potentially on.
It could be. We'll see if he can make it the hat-trick. And here's the grid for race number 3, set by the results of race 2. So Darragh McInerney going for the hat-trick from pole again. Oliver Heron this time on the front row alongside him. Lewis Islin, who's racing for the first of the Speedworks Motorsport talent pool. starts third alongside Bobby Holmes, having one of his best weekends in a Fiesta ever in from the second row of the grid. Then row 3 sees Jensen Pritchard and Thomas Simpson for BC Racing, Hayden Gray and Josh Watts, who made a last-minute deal to come racing on Friday. He starts as a guest in 8th. Then it's Oscar Homerstone and Max Fenton rounding out the top 10. Max Haller and Rhys Owen come next from Thomas Potter and Nathaniel Darcy. Then Daniel Hartley and Harry Lindley, followed by Benji Douglas, who recovered well after his incident in race 1 when he clipped the tyre stack at Hamilton. He is now starting from 17th, he after coming from the back of the grid. Daniel Tackey, who had a tough day yesterday as our 2026 scholarship winner. He starts 18th in the Goodyear-sponsored car. Neil Hampson and Lewis Turkington, and yes, it is that Turkington, as in four-time British touring car champion Colin Turkington. His son starts 20th. Joe Wood and Charlie Burnett come next to Leo Mosley and Kieran Stewart. Jessica Jefferson and Barnaby Brewer come next. Then Luke Broadbent and Sava Salenchenko, who tangled at the Wilson hairpin yesterday in the opening laps, and they will start at the back of the grid. 2 cars missing, of course, Callie Clifford, and also no driver we lost yesterday who was disqualified from race 1 yesterday and isn't back. So 28 of our originally 31 entered Fiestas, which is a record entry for the championship. And this championship, as a reminder, is for 14 to 17-year-old drivers on a junior licence. All of them race identically built to spec. Mark 7 4 Fiesta ZTEC S Junior race cars. They are pretty much, if you want to sum these cars up in 3 words, baby touring cars, because they are sitting nice and low. They've got a front splitter, they've got a rear wing, they look like little tin tops, and they really are a perfect proving ground for the GT and touring car, and even single-seater stars in the future to move forward. So there's an important car in the field as well, which is Barnaby Brewer. He's racing for Young Minds, a very important charity for young drivers and for young people in not in motorsport but in life, of course, to help them with mental health and any trauma issues. So do be sure to go and support Young Minds if you can. Thought ironically as well, he's got a classic "How's my driving" message on the back bumper as well. So I'm sure if anyone wants to try and tell him, they'll message him in the paddock. But good to see that Barnaby is supporting a very important charity for young people. And he's racing, of course, for them, racing for Young Minds. He starts this race from 26th on the grid in car 26, which should be key to see. So Darryl McInerney, who was last year's Independence champion, certainly now running with 2010, so he's now running one of the many teams that run in this championship. And teams tend to run lots of cars in particular. I didn't even count on the entry list, Ratters. Race car consultants have no less than 10 Fiesta Juniors on the grid, which is quite extraordinary. So they do come in numbers, but the good thing is it means that we've got such a good entry. And of course, we've got 35 registered for the championship so far from the off, and there are even more in the works, I think, coming forwards as the championship goes on. So by the end of the season, could you even fathom it? We could even have as many as 40 drivers registered for Fiesta Juniors. That's cementing it right now amongst the junior racing landscape. It is quite simply, in numbers, undeniable, the biggest in numbers junior championship in the country. Sensational.
Absolutely amazing, isn't it? So great to have, well, 30 very fast 14 to 17-year-olds out here in Fiesta Juniors, the perfect proving ground for these young racers, as we've seen plenty of them already use it as a lovely stepping stone onto and through their motorsport career, moving on to Formula racing and things like that, and of course into GTs and whatnot as well. So plenty of names to watch on this grid who we could potentially be seeing moving up the motorsport ladder in years to come. Championship's already been a proving ground for that. I'm sure plenty of the names on the bill today will be seeing moving on through in those years to come. As we were saying there with Barnaby Brewer, you mentioned about the How's My Driving on the back of his car. I've spotted as well that it's the same QR code as the donate link. That is perfect. That is absolutely perfect. How's My Driving? If you don't like it, go and donate.
So essentially, you almost automatically have to support Young Minds, because if you hit the QR code, you have to donate. Exactly. So that's actually quite a genius move. I quite like that. Excellent stuff from Barnaby Brewer. And the great thing is also we can talk about the fact that this year we've got so many rookie drivers in the field, which is absolutely magnificent. I think I counted on the entry list, about 18 drivers of the 31 that were entered are rookies. That's over half the field are in their first full season of racing, because you have to be a rookie. You have to have done less than 4 races in junior racing in total. So a couple of drivers would have come in at the end of the season to kind of fulfill that quota, or at least not go over that quota, in order to then be classed as a rookie and to go for the rookie cup. And that's quite a hotly contested battle in the last couple of years with rookies to try and get through, because you want to prove that you are the fastest driver in the mix that are getting there for the first time. Some drivers, of course, have moved up mostly from karting, which is a world you're very familiar with, of course, Rattis. Of course, some even come through from the world of sim racing, particularly likes Thomas Potter and others who use it quite regularly to race in many cases too. I know there's a few Fiesta Juniors that were a part of the BRSCC Winter Esports Series that happened over the off-season. which there are also other drivers that raced as well. That was a really good kind of melting pot of different BRSCC drivers and personalities who were racing together in a way which you don't normally get to see, because usually they are part of the same paddock but not part of the same grids. Therefore, you get to see Mazda drivers against BMW drivers, Fiesta Juniors against C1 drivers, and everyone else in the mix who might be a different personality, whether they race or take photos or commentate or anything else. A great way to get involved in that sense, and I'm sure if they happen to do it again, it'll be another success as it was for the 25-26 off-season. So, cars forming up onto the grid. Quick colour check. It is in orange and blue, the Dara McInerney 507 machine. Oliver Heron, who is on the front row alongside him in white and orange. The first of the red, white and black Speedworks Talent Pool Development Rising Stars machines of Lewis Islin, who was last year's scholarship winner, starts third, and Bobby Holmes' car, you can't really miss. He's just peeking out from behind Oliver Heron in the bright green machine from fourth on the grid. So 28 Fiesta Juniors all set to go for their final race of the weekend. They get an early finish, but they get to enjoy plenty of racing here, including their bigger brethren, car-wise, in the Fiesta ST240s later on this afternoon and this morning. So McInerney going for the hat-trick from the front row of the grid. Oliver Heron looking for one of his best starts, having taken a podium yesterday. The 5-second board is up, and we are all set to go for day 2 of Snetterton for BRSCC on the spring season opener. The Fiesta Juniors are ready to go. The red lights are on. They go out pretty quickly, and we are Fiesta Junior racing for the third and final time in 2026 at Snetterton this weekend. And straight away, McInerney straight to the racing line. Heron goes to try and move across from Islin and keeps on moving across. Good start in the second phase for Islin, but he slots in with Bobby Holmes to his outside. Hayden Grayles moving up to try and get past Jensen Pritchard, who tags the back end of Pritchard's car. He's sideways and gets tagged by the 22 of Josh Watts. Round goes Pritchard off onto the grass at Ritchie's. Watts rejoins with not too many more dramas. Into the hairpin they go for the first time. Holmes looking to the outside of Islin for third place. They're 3 abreast behind as more of the Speedworks cars getting in amongst the pack. They're all in the top 10. And Hayden Gray getting further run out wide. But no, that's the 5 of Leo Mosley, who's running out wide at Wilson Hairpin. Leaders back through Palmer's for the first time, and McInerney trying to escape up the road with Heron in second place. Islin has held third after the initial attack from Bobby Holmes, up into 5th place from 6th on the grid after Pritchard fell backwards due to the contact he had with Hayden Gray and then with Josh Watts is Thomas Simpson, and that was Bobby Holmes going back up the inside to try and reclaim third place. So then Max Hall are battling away with I think Max Fenton, who are around each other on the grid, and all 4 of those the Speedworks cars are pretty much in around the top 10, top 12, so once again a strong start for them. But Dara McInerney literally picking up where he left off yesterday, even though it wasn't much of a race in terms of the red flag, basically putting that right immediately in the opening laps here as the pack filters its way through the opening lap. McInerney commanding from the front and putting quite a lead as they head onto the Bentley Straight for the first time.
Yeah, he's already trying to break away, isn't he, at the sharp end? We don't often see it in Fiesta Juniors, but Dara's doing the best that he can here on lap number 1. Try and break that toe, which, as we say, is easier said than done here at Snetterton. Yeah, what an unfortunate first lap there, or first corner really, for Jensen Pritchard. Just squeezed the driver to the apex there, driver trying to thread the needle, but that door was always going to close. A shame. Pritchard spun across the nose, fires across the track, and then spun across the nose of another driver. It couldn't have been more unlucky. The only luck in his incident there was that his car didn't dig in. He spun all the way across the exit and should be able to rejoin, but he's lost a lot of time, and that's almost race 3 done and dusted for him before it even really gets underway. Drivers flying through the bomb hole then for the first time in this race as we cut back to your race leader of Dara McInerney, and still through sector 3 there, he's continued to extend that gap. And I think Oliver Heron here going to start being more focused on the drivers chasing him down behind. As we get to the end of lap number 1 then, what is the lead looking like for McInerney? As they come across the line then, it is 2.3 seconds on the first lap. What a first lap then for the number 507, scampering off already. Looks as though Bobby Holmes, though, he was a bit slidey through the last corner, slidey through the first corner again. He might be under a bit of pressure here. Down through into Wilson as well, comes back across the circuit there. What a save from the driver behind. I couldn't quite spot who that was, but impressive hold.
It's Harry Lindley who managed to hold on to that one and holds on to his 16th position as a result of someone getting very sideways on the exit at Ritchie's too. Couldn't quite catch who that was. It might have been possibly Luke Broadbent. It was certainly a white Fiesta. I'll figure out who it is later on. That is Nathaniel Darcy, who had his own share of action yesterday. He's battling with Josh Watts, who has got quite a famous racing family because his father is Danny Watts and his mother is Fiona Leggett. So at least I think it's Fiona Watts now. Was Leggett, but I'll get that right. I'll probably get a slap on the wrist for that later, but we'll move on in that sense. Heron and that is Bobby Holmes going for second place. Holmes already going for P2, so he's caught Heron and actually passed him up at Agostini Hairpin, which is impressive to see. So Bobby Holmes really coming on strong in his third season of a championship. There goes Josh Watts battling with Harry Lindley. Lewis Turkington behind, so a bit of touring car dynasty behind him. And as they come up through Hamilton's, this time everyone keeping clear of the tyre snap, which I think has been moved possibly ever so slightly in, I think, after yesterday when we saw the Benji Douglas number 70 machine clip the inside curb. That's Sava Solonchenko, number 13. Unlucky for some, and he did get caught up in an incident yesterday, so slightly, but some drivers do choose to use number 13 if they wish to. Others try to avoid it, but it's obviously a lucky number for him in many cases. And behind him is 51, which is 51's Luke Broadbent, who started back in 27th. He's actually risen a few places up the order in here as he goes side by side between Islin and Thomas Simpson into Brundle Nelson. Islin holds his ground and the inside line. Simpson goes over the curb, and sideways there was one of the Speedworks cars. That was 287 that was going. Max Fenton, he got sideways, possibly due to some contact. Still 10.5 minutes to go, but they're getting feisty out there this morning.
They are indeed, yeah. Fiesta Junior drivers getting feisty. It's not even 10 a.m. I didn't think 14 to 17-year-olds could be this fired up before 10 a.m., but here we go. They continue to battle side by side through Coram, a very challenging corner on your own, let alone when you're going 2x2. That is Thomas Potter on the inside line and getting the place, then forces his way back through on the 287 of Max Fanton, gaining a position. Good showing from him, but yet again, another fastest lap for Dara McInerney. And with Holmes, Heron, Islin all still squabbling, he's going to continue to extend that gap at the front. Well, fair play to Bobby Holmes. He made me eat my words. I thought he was all sorts of slidey, having to defend, but he immediately attacked down to the next couple of corners and made up a position. Well done to him, as there is the 63 of Daniel Hartley now thinking about a move on his teammate, trying to shuffle Max Fenton even further back, and he'll think about it up the inside here very late on the brakes. Gets it stopped though behind Thomas Potter's car, and I have to say, a beautiful move that was. Perfect from Daniel Hartley. He gets past Max Fenton and gains another place.
There's some inter-team rivalry going on between the Speedworks machines. Of course, this is Speedworks as in the touring car team that's also competing today in the BTCC season opener. Of course, with Josh Cook, who got a strong result yesterday, third place in the qualifying race in the Toyota Corolla. But now, of course, we see the Speedworks squad with 4 of their future stars battling in Fiesta Juniors. Up the inside there was a move that was, I think that was Hayden Gray losing a spot to Oscar Homerstone, I think, in the 555. So that was a move for 6th position. As Thomas Potter trying to move forward. Thomas is the top 10 now. He was quite pleased yesterday with his progress. Qualified about 22nd yesterday and managed to get his way up into the top 10. And Thomas has been getting stronger and stronger. He's been learning his craft a lot in sim racing the last couple of years. That you recognise him from karting also. So lots of seat time both in real life and in the sim. So he knows Snetterton in terms of the sim, but of course he's been getting used to racing in a Fiesta Junior for the first time. He's got his sister Catherine and his family here also giving him plenty of support, I saw on social media. And he's doing a grand job on his first weekend racing car. So good effort for him so far. Speaking of good efforts, Darryl McInerney just simply sailing away here, spread eagle in the field. Not quite the same for the battle for third. We've got Islin Heron back into 4th and Thomas Simpson shuffled back to 5th position, but Bobby Holmes has escaped in the bright green machine in 2nd place. Just behind them there is Homerstone in 6th position, 7th for Gray, 8th for Max Haller, and then we've got the Speedworks cars in the mix here. We've got now Potter with side by side getting a bit of an elbow wide by 287 Max Fenton. Also in there as well, right behind them, is the 99 of Reese Owen in the black car just behind them. That's just a scrap that's going on for the last top 10 spots. Wheel hiking there as you see Heron just lifting the inside rear wheel as he pitched the car through the left-hander at Murray's. That very tight left-hander after what you rightly described as a very, very complex corner. It's probably one of the toughest corners in the UK because Corum's such a long right-hander that comes straight into a tight left. To get the line in the braking zone so you're not losing the back end is pretty tricky. What might be tricky here is if Izzy can try and hold on to 3rd place. He's got Heron swarming around him. Simpson throws to the outside to try and make the pass for 4th position because Heron's so focused on Islin, he's not really watching the white, black and gold car now to his left. Now he can see him. He's got no choice but to recognise him on the outside line of the brakes. Heron goes that little bit later, holds the inside line, squeezes him out wide and holds him over the curb. But as whilst this is happening, Homerstone and Gray might as well get the popcorn out of this rate because they're going to watch this happening and think, you two keep on scrapping, we're going to benefit all day long.
Yeah, they're thoroughly enjoying this, watching behind, aren't they? Will finally gets the move done through the left of Oggies and shuffles the 306 of Heron backwards then. Heron nearly locked up that front right right heading down to Wilson. I thought it was going to be straight into the side of the 179, but managed to get it stopped impressively so. And again, locks up and goes a little bit further wide this time. A little bit of contact then with the 555. That was of Oscar Homerston. Did well to keep it on the black stuff though. Will slot back in, loses the place to Homerston, and potentially another one as well then as they head through the left. Hayden Gray there looking to thread the needle on the inside line. I think it is, as they continue on side by side. Homerston with the inside line now through the right-hander. As no, it's not. It's the 36, apologies, that he is batting with a Max Horler. Horler now ends up losing a place because of all of that. And we've seen that so many times in Fiesta Juniors because of the close-knit pack racing in this. It just means that you try and make a move, you end up going offline, you lose that momentum, and suddenly you've got one or two drivers driving past you. So there was the 16 of that of Hayden Gray involved. He's the one that's now made up the place on the 36 of Max Horler. So those three continuing to reshuffle around, but just as we've seen in the previous two races, of course race 2 a little bit curtailed, but race 1 just the same as this, really close pack racing, and exactly summing up why this is the perfect proving ground for these young drivers. Absolute door-to-door racing for 15 minutes. We wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely not. Particularly when you've got teams like Speedworks and even driving talent with surnames like Turkington. It certainly does make a lot that this championship has made its mark. And you consider where it was several years ago when they had cars in single digits and people were wondering if it would even survive the winter of 2019. But thankfully the BRSCC worked hard. They managed to rally the troops and managed to get plenty more interested. It's the investment from the teams and the drivers and everyone involved that's really helped this championship escalate to where it is right now, and it elevated to the level that it is right now. It is, in numbers wise, undisputably the biggest junior championship in the UK. There really is no denying it. 31 drivers entered for this weekend at the beginning of the weekend, 35 registered. It really is a proving ground for young talents to sharpen their skills and get quicker towards touring car GT and even single-seater stardom. Is back through, having completed 4 laps, less than 5 minutes to go. Still McInerney leads now by 3.6 seconds, so a really strong run for McInerney. Is up the inside to try and repass for position on Nathaniel Darcy. Goes Harry Lindy, that's to get into the top 15. He's just about made it, but Darcy grabs the gear and manages to get a better run on the inside line towards Palmer. The two of them go side by side. You can go wheel to wheel here through Palmer. Got to be accepting that if you do take the outside line, you might be edged out onto the grass. And Turkington thinks, I fancy a piece of that too. He's in 17th place. Trying to move up a few orders up the inside there. Oh, that was contact between Hartley and Gray. Gray gets tagged around sideways and Hartley's carried on, but he's got damage to the right front. He might well be out of it. Yeah, the right front rubbing against it. That's either a wheel arch rubbing against the car or suspension problems. And unfortunately, on that one, Ratters, one of the Speedworks cars out on the spot with 4 minutes to go.
What a shame there for Daniel. Was trying to go for one move, just a little bit too late on the brakes, and suddenly there was a car on his racing line, and contact there was inevitable. A real shame there for Hartley, battling his way through the order really nicely. We'd already seen him put a couple of great moves on the likes of Thomas Potter and Max Fenton, and moved his way up through into the top 10, but sadly that's race over a little bit early for Daniel Hartley. But things learnt. We've all done a silly move like that, Daniel. Don't worry about it. Move on and see how you crack on at round number 2 later on in the season. But anyway, lots of positives taken on the weekend for Daniel, and lots for plenty of drivers. Yeah, you mentioned about the gap there. We just saw McInerney heading through your shot. On the previous lap, it was the first time that Bobby Holmes had actually closed the gap to the race leader. It was pushing on towards 5 seconds, but he's dropped it to 3.6 on the previous lap. It was about half a second gain on the last lap for Bobby Holmes. But as we say, time ticking down. I'm not quite sure, even at that kind of pace for Bobby Holmes, half a second quicker, it's not quite going to be enough here to close the gap back down to Dara McInerney. I think he's just done enough here in the opening few laps to extend that gap enough to not be worried about the likes of Holmes behind. But the checkered flag is out. Checkered flag is out outside our commentary box window, and that brings our race to a close then. Dara McInerney wins, and he did extend the gap on the last lap as well there to just over 4 seconds once again. So even if there was going to be a late charge there for Holmes, I don't think it's going to quite be enough. But there you go then, 3 races from 3 for Dara McInerney. Definitely still said about 2.5, 3 minutes left to go on the clock there when the checkered flag came out, so not sure what was going on there, but either way, McInerney wins.
It might have been to do with the fact Daniel Hartley's car was stranded on the exit of Agostini, so therefore they want the time to recover it so it doesn't disrupt anything else, and it might have been not as simple as just pulling it out of the way. So sadly it ends quite prematurely, 3 minutes from the end, but it is a hat-trick for Dara McInerney, which means he should take just about perfect score from the opening salvo at Snetterton. So that's 3 from 3 for Dara, excellent stuff for him, and he will leave Snetterton very happy indeed, as will Bobby Holmes. That's genuinely his best performance I've ever seen him put in a Fiesta Junior race car. Really good effort from him. And Lewis Islin, of course, putting a Speedworks car on the podium as well. Speedworks would be delighted with that, having put one of their cars on the podium. I don't think he got on the podium yesterday, if I'm correct. I'm sure Rat is about to ratify that, if that was correct or not. No, yes, he did. He got 3rd place yesterday, so that's 2 podiums for Speedworks. For a touring car team, you'd expect them to go well, but pretty decent on their first effort as a Fiesta Junior team. Really good effort for them. So there's the result provisionally. It is McInerney who takes the hat-trick. Bobby Holmes, his best ever result in Fiesta Juniors, taking 2nd. Lewis Isdin giving Speedworks a 2nd podium of the weekend in their Fiesta Junior debut. Thomas Simpson 4th from Oscar Homerstone in the top 5, and Oliver Heron, who couldn't convert a front row to a podium finish. That's followed then by Hayden Gray, Max Haller, Max Fenton. Thomas Potter gets a top 10 on his Fiesta Junior debut. Well done to Thomas. Excellent. He might be one of the unsung heroes of the weekend, given he's come from karting to sims and to cars on his first weekend and getting P10. Then it's Rhys Owen from Benji Douglas. Josh Watts on his guest appearance gets 13th after a late entry. Then it's Nathaniel Darcy, Harry Lindley, Lewis Turkington finishes 16th to round off his first weekend of Season 2 in Fiesta Juniors. Then Luke Broadbent, it's then Barnaby Brewer, Sava Solonchenko and Joe Wood. Then it's Jessica Jefferson, and followed by Kieran Stewart. Neil Hampson comes next in 23rd position, followed by Leo Mosley, Charlie Burnett, Daniel Hartley and Jensen Pritchard. Only non-finisher that we had. Well, Hartley was the non-finisher, as was Jensen Pritchard after he went out and lost it in the back end. But of course, the entire field covered by 35 seconds. So actually, that's not too bad in terms of competitiveness. Not too many that far back in the few laps we did. So impressive stuff for the juniors all round. One race down from today. That's the end of Fiesta Juniors for the weekend. Of course, they'll be out next month for their next rounds. But to see how Dara McInerney feels like being a hat-trick hero at Snetterton to begin day 2 here on the BRSCC Spring Season Opener, let's head down for the first time in Parc Fermé to our roving reporter, Rob Lewis, who has a chat to our top 3 for the 3rd and final race of the weekend for our Fiesta Juniors.
Quite understandably, Dara McInerney is celebrating with his team. He's had a mega weekend so far. I will just let him get his kit off there. Charlie providing our Goodyear caps. They're tricky things, these helmets, to get off, especially when you need to get them off quickly. But Dara, fantastic weekend.
Couldn't be much more perfect, could it?
It was a great start. You got yourself in the lead and just sort of settled down and got on with the job.
Yeah, just got a good start and then managed it from there. Just keeping the tyres in a good window.
It's basically on you to go and get that championship now, surely, this year.
I'll give it a go. There's plenty of other fast people, though, so there's still time.
Any work to do before the next round?
Oh, plenty as always.
Fantastic, Dara. Not a man of many words, but very impressive out there on the circuit. There's Dara. Now, Master Holmes, great result, 2nd place in the Jam Sport car, and you look thrilled when you came in.
Yeah, I mean it's my first podium full stop. So I did last year, didn't have a podium unfortunately. This is my 2nd year racing in total, and to come out on at the first round of the season and put it 2nd place is it's not bad.
And now you've broken that duck. Surely there's more to come.
Oh yeah, of course. There's one more step, and then yeah, I'll be happy.
Dara has been very impressive this weekend. What's it got to take to beat him?
Turbo. that car was down the road. That car is, yeah, the driver as well, and yeah, he's just amazing. The boy, he's been doing mini stock since he was yay high. I mean, yeah, kid's got talent.
Definitely has got talent, and so have yourself. Congratulations on a maiden podium, young man. Lewis Iceland. Let's get Lewis here. As you see in the Speedworks Motorsports overalls, part of the junior programme. Lewis, fantastic race.
Oh yeah, I love this year. Is like so good for racing. Everyone at the front was all behaving, and yeah, it is fun. It's loads of fun. Like Speedworks have given me a really good package for this year. Getting involved with the team is really good, and I'm excited for the rest of the season.
You look excited for the rest of the season. You've got a podium, 3rd race of the weekend. The others are a bit truncated. What do you need to do to move on from here?
It's all about points, really. That's the mindset you've got to take into this. So as long as we get them podiums, top 5 finishes, it will add up in the long run, you know. But yeah, I mean, decent result for me. Of course, the others did have a bit of a shaky start, but then again, it will all be smoothing out at the end. But honestly, the team is so good, the car's good. I'm really excited for the rest of this season.
And just a quick word, what does it mean to you to be on the Rising Stars programme for Speedworks Motorsport?
Oh, I couldn't believe it. Oh, when I first found out that they asked me to be part of it, I was speechless. But honestly, you can tell they're making an effort. Everything is absolutely spot on, and it's so cool being involved with British touring car as well as the GT as well. And yeah, learning from really good drivers, learning from really good mechanics and coaches and team managers. Yeah, is brilliant. I love it.
I could see it in your face, you are beaming. Congratulations on a superb podium there. That rounds out our top 3 for the Fiesta Juniors. We've got cars just about to head out onto the circuit. So to take you through the grid will be Scott and Sue John Ratcliffe.
Thank you very much, Rob. Good to hear from our top 3 in the Fiesta Juniors. But now we move straight on to our second race of the day and our second race of the weekend for a championship and a group of cars which we very much had plenty of entertainment from yesterday and are back for more today. Of course, 2 of their races in both their categories. It's time for the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship. First of all, the Sigma 135 category. 2 categories racing today, Sigma 135 and Sigma 150, different specifications of Caterham race car. I've always been an advocate for Caterham racing. They are fantastic to watch. They always put on an incredible show, and given the show we gave us yesterday with 2 races both in each category was absolutely spellbinding. It reminded me just how good Caterham racing really is. It's made me almost fall in love with it once again. And the Caterham graduates, again, a great mix of drivers who have come through the Caterham Motorsport ranks, but also those who are experiencing Caterham racing in their own way or for the first time. And given that Caterham racing, I like it, it's almost like the Formula Ford of sports cars. There's a lot of similarities, given they are Ford engine, they are open wheel, they are open top, they are lightweight, skinny tyres, no aerodynamics, plenty of pack racing, lots of very aerodynamic, means they can follow in packs and create great slipstreaming, lots of side-by-side action. It's very much akin to Formula Fords, of course, but it's sports car equivalent, and it means you can learn a lot in these cars and develop even as a driver, just if you want to have some fun racing in a car that is just all out, an incredible racing machine. And I think if they're anything like they were yesterday, well, once again, if you missed it yesterday, you're in for an absolute treat.
It's going to be awesome. Caterham's always have a special place in my heart. I mean, I was 2 weeks old beside a racetrack watching Caterham racing. Big shout out to Peter Ratcliffe on that one. But yeah, I've always been involved in Caterham racing from a very early age, and the racing never disappoints. It's always exciting. And when there's 42 of them on a grid, that makes it even more exciting, doesn't it? Let's see how we go then for their second race of the weekend. 42 on the grid. The guys at the back can't even possibly see the lights, but they'll have to get going at some point when we do get this one underway. Well, speaking of 42, Scott, do you want to take us through the grid for this one?
I'd be delighted to. So, based on the results of yesterday, it is Jamie Winrow who starts on pole position with James Hapgood alongside him on the front row of the grid. It's James Elwood and Jonathan Emery coming next on row 2 from Steve Merritt and David Rook, then followed by Luke Waitman and Henry Morris, then Nick Bryant, and the P10 starting will be Richard Groom. Followed by row 6, which is Giles Hanson and Lee James, followed by James Newman and Neil Warnock. No, not that one. Then Ben Snape and Thomas Gunter, then by Orlando Morris and Louise Deason, then Simon Martin and Mark Soden, who rounds out the top 20. That's only half the field. Deep breath. Neville Sykes and Oscar McCall come next on row 11 from Michael Munns and Anthony Nichols. Russell, Mark Gunter and Kevin Turner come next on the 13th row. Adam Waitman and Dean Pollan come next on row 14 from Andrew Bergbaum and Guy Crossman. Then Norman Jeeves and Neil Bell, followed by Ian Hapgood and Stephen Trinder. David Poulter and Alan Bateman start on row 18, followed by Chris Griffith and Aki Hussein, who came together yesterday in a collision, followed by Gary Fry, and I think he was tangled with Aki Hussein, in fact, actually. He starts 39th from Merton Wood, and then the 2 cars who should start at the back, Mark Stanton starts at the back with a 41st position, and then Michael Koo right at the back in 42nd will start with a 10-second penalty for having moved to the back of the grid. So he will start right back there and will be to get away from the line 10 seconds after everybody else due to infringements from yesterday. You can see the weather conditions are a little cooler than yesterday, 10 degrees as the sun is out. He's got bright blue skies, a little bit of cloud around in the air, 9 mile an hour winds and 76% humidity, so almost getting towards summer, but should be quite perfect conditions. You can see a little bit of heat haze rippling on the circuit as we get ready to set the cars off on their green flag lap of the Snetterton 300 circuit, and away go all 42 for this long formation lap. So Caterham Graduates, which is an amazing platform for anyone that wants to go Caterham racing. Plenty of drivers here have either bought these cars and or raced these cars through the Caterham Motorsport system. They would have started as academy drivers, and in that system you could then take the academy car and in different upgrades go to Road Sport 270R and 310R before you'd have to switch cars for the top level 7 UK Championship. But the Sigma 135s, these cars are based on the Caterham Motorsport 270R specification with the 1600cc Ford Sigma TI VCT engine, approximately about 135 brake horsepower, and they run with optional wide track suspension and Toyo 185/60 R13 AAA R tyres. This class includes a mixture of Caterham Road Sport, modified road sport cars that have the lights removed and a windscreen replaced by the aero screen you can just see there on the 711 car on the front, and Caterham Academy cars, which can be fully upgraded to Sigma 135 spec, and many of the upgrades are optional, so things like wide track suspension, quick steering rack, a brake bias valve, and race dampers and springs. You don't have to do everything at once, because it means that you've got all cars of slightly different specifications and different ages and different formats in there, but it means you get a great chance to really experience one of these cars to their fullest. And of course what you can then do is then, because the whole system allows you to upgrade the same car going forwards, you can then turn a Sigma 135 car into a Sigma 150 and move into the faster class if you wish to move up and ready to do so. So it gives lots of flexibility in this one, John. You get a chance to race two different specifications, but you get to upgrade the car at your own pace and effectively race against other cars wherever you might be in the field, and not just in car spec but in driver experience and skill level. It is genuinely one of those championships and forms of racing where, whether you're towards the front, in the middle or towards the rear, you have always, and I mean always, have somebody to race with, at least one or two cars, and they will go off into packs of 2, 3 and 4. It's genuine pack racing at club level at its absolute best.
Yeah, the optionality to get involved is amazing, and I mean that's why we have 42 drivers on this grid, and then it's over 30 as well on the Sigma 150s, which we'll be saying later on today. Looks like lap times between the two of them, I think Sigma 150s are around about 4 seconds a lap quicker here around Snetterton. Interestingly enough, looking at the lap record in the Sigma 135s, back in May 2023, that was set at 2 minute 12.2. Well, the pole time on this grid was a 2 minute 10.6. So we've absolutely smashed that lap record. We've blew that out of the water, haven't we? As Jamie Winrow, very, very quick, and that's why he's up on pole position in this one for race number 2. Well, as we said, it does take a little bit of extra time to get these drivers around back to the grid because we have so many of them. But they get this extra lap then to press on through, get a bit of extra heat in those tyres. And again, another little bit of an extra frustration for the drivers at the front row of the grid. They can't complain, they're on the front row. But with so many drivers heading round to the grid, all that work they've done to get heat in the tyres and heat in the brakes and whatnot pretty much dissipates, because they'll be sat on the grid for a good 20 or 30 seconds waiting for the rest of the drivers to join them before we go to lights out. So let's see how we go for this race start then. But as you were saying, Scott, so many drivers on the grid, you're going to be involved in the battle. Doesn't matter where you are, we're going to be treated here. Pros
and cons to having a massive grid. Pros, you get a better spectacle. Con is, if you start at the front of the grid, you've got to wait for 41 others to line up behind you, and you might lose your heat in your brakes and tyres. Swings and roundabouts, we'll work with that. Now, you mentioned about lap records. Just checked on the results from yesterday. Unless it's been broken further on, I don't doubt your research, of course, Rattus, at all. We do believe have a new lap record in Sigma 135, because Luke Waitman's lap yesterday, which is the fastest lap of the race of, drum roll, 2 minutes 11.551, I believe, has smashed the existing lap record set by Gwyn Jones by about 3/4 of a second. So if that is correct, and again, don't doubt your research, but according to your notes here, and we've got on the system here, we do have a brand new lap record, so we should say in the trophy class, no less, not the championship one, trophy category driver, 2 minutes 11.551, an average speed of 81.24 miles an hour, or 130.75 kilometres an hour. Have to say what it's worth. Congratulations to Luke Waitman, new lap record in Sigma 135.
I'm 99% sure I got those times from their website, so I'd hope that they're correct.
Okay, in that case, we can slightly blame Caterham graduates not having their own lap records. We don't mean that, we're just being jovial. So a 3-year-long, almost 3-year standing lap record has been broken yesterday, and we'll see if someone can even better it by getting a better lap time, particularly as the toe is so strong in these cars, because they have quite a rather sort of blunted front end. You perfectly said it's like a bullet, but with the tip of it taken off. It's quite a good analogy to think. I didn't think of that before. That's really good news. I might use that going forwards. But the last few cars get into position. Of course, we mentioned this is the first full season of BRSCC have had Caterham graduates under their wing. It's their brand new organising club for 2026 and beyond. So, as we said yesterday, welcome to the club, Caterham graduates, and they're all set to put on more entertainment in the only way they know how, with 42 cars for 20 minutes here around the Snetterton 300 circuit, waiting for the 5-second board, which they'll get after the green flag signal at the back of the field. Once they do, we're all set to go. So, from pole position, Jamie Winrow, alongside him, James Hapgood, followed by Elwood, Emery, Merritt, Rook, Waitman, Morris, Bryant and Groom. That's the top 10. All set to go then for our second Sigma 135 race for the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship here at Snetterton. You can hear the hum of the engines, the 1.6 litre Sigma 135 engines, as they get ready to go. And getting set to unleash plenty of horsepower in this one. There's a bit of a delay in terms of getting underway, but we'll wait for the 5-second board to go up when we are good to go. It has gone up now, and so we get set to hear some almost 5,500 horsepower combined to shake the ground here at Snetterton in Norfolk as we get set for our second Sigma 135 race. The red lights are up and they are out. And again, as we thought from yesterday, the outside of the circuit that's cleaner gets the better start, and it's Hapgood who gets the better run off the line. Jamie Winrow, watch for the car from 4th on the grid, which is Jonathan Emery trying to move up the inside line. They're 3 abreast, almost 4 wide in towards Richie's corner, and they will just about hold on to it. There's a bit of lock up in the midfield. That was possibly 44 losing it, which is Oscar McCall, but he gathers it up neatly as they all pack their way through Richie's corner towards Wilson for the first time. All 44, fingers crossed, are through pretty much trouble-free. They're now 2x2 hurrah like Noah's Ark through the 180-degree hairpin. They're all getting through just about safely. Fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed. And just about gets through cleanly. Also going through the left-hander now of Palmer's. Let's see who comes out on top as they head down towards Agostini for the first time. It's now side-by-side for the lead and for 3rd place and possibly for 5th as they head down to the hairpin. Almost 3 abreast. That looks like that was Winrow from pole going down the outside, but it is into the lead of the race. Up the inside has gone 145 David Rook. So good start for the red and black Caterham. Through the hairpin they go into the infield section, which is brought in about 2010, 2011. So this is make it one of the longest circuits in the country. And so far so good, touch wood. It looks as though all the 135s are through pretty much cleanly as they come towards Oggy for the first time. There's a lock up from Winrow, so I almost spoke too soon. He's got Elwood around him as for company too. But as they head their way out towards the Bentley straight for the first time so far, he says tentatively, all good in the 135s heading onto the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, I did think it was bold when we only had about 6 or 7 of them through the first braking zone that you called them all getting through safety. But they did, to be fair, so a perfect call this morning from you, Scott. Well, they all continue on then down the Bentley straight for the first time here in the Caterhams. And once more, as we always see, they fan out down to the braking zone as we head into Brundle and Nelson's then just about sorting themselves out. But as you can see how strong that slipstream is down the back straight, because it was David Rook in the lead. And he's down to 3rd once they're into the braking zone, and 2 other drivers have scampered on by. But yes, clearly the pole side of the grid still struggling here today on the Sunday. They were yesterday on Saturday. But Jamie Winrow struggling off the start there. It was lovely from James Hapgood and Jonathan Emery. Lovely starts from them as they side their way round the outside line. As we pick our way through then down through Coram and into Murray's then end of lap number 1. And let's count them through as they come under the gantry and we head on to lap number 2. The beautiful purple car of Emery leads us down to T1 then, and we're side by side for 2nd place again. Waitman's thinking about the inside line here. I think more to try and cover it off. Well, it hasn't worked. Rook goes through round the outside. And he's got a lovely run here, and Emery knows it. Covers the inside line as we head down into Wilson's for the 2nd time, and it's chaos in the background as well.
Yeah, plenty of scraps in the midfield, as you'd expect from Caterham Racing, as now they go wheel to wheel again. It's now Emery and Rook going at it. I think Waitman's been shuffled back to 3rd place because Rook is now back into that fight for the lead with Emery, and it is now Rook into the back in position. There in P10 is car number 10. That's James Hapgood in purple and yellow. As they head down back towards Agostini. The cars are that way. Move. That's it. Good to see the marshals in the greenery, but what do we see the cars? That a bit more exciting. On the roads, we see 2x2 again. Let's want some more. Looks like Rook and Emery going wheel to wheel. Little twitch there from looks like Elwood in the white Caterham in the mix. The rest of the pack goes streaming through the shot. And still, it is Rook who's doing a fine job in 6th position. Who started 6th and has done well to move up 5 spots into the lead. In terms of the biggest movers on the opening lap, if I look at the timing, the biggest movers was 5 places gained for Waitman, up from 7th to 2nd. And the biggest loser from that one, unfortunately, was the number 12, which was Simon Martin. Started in 19th place and ended the first lap down in 33rd. So the 14 places lost for him. As we go 3 wide, as we see Elwood Winrow trying to shoot the gap between the 2 leaders. Can't make that stick. And Emery in purple and orange turning his way through the right-hander. I approve of the fact there are more purple race cars in this field. I do think there should be more purple race cars in general. Got 2 of them at the front, so I'm quite happy. There goes James Elwood squeezing past the inside of 96 with Luke Waitman, who was as high as 2nd at one point, who got shuffled back down the order. And that's, of course, the catalyst for being in a Caterham race. Yes, you get a tow, but also you can be towed pretty quickly down the straight, and you can even be leading by exit out the final corner onto the pit straight to start with next lap. By the time you get towards Richie, you could be down to 6th.
Yeah, it's not unusual, is it, to lose 5, 6, 7 places in one lap in a Caterham race. But equally, as you say, luck can go the other way and you can gain those places. So it's just picking your way through and trying to play those tactics through to the end of the race. Well, again, we're using the slipstream up the front straight into the first couple of corners. Hanging around the outside then and holding on to the lead there is Rook. We do switch around though. Emery's dropping back at least 1 place, holding the inside line there to look to hold on to 3rd as Hapgood's getting involved as well. So Winrow Winrow back through into second, I believe. Or is it Rook down to second and Winrow through into the lead? Either way, they're all continuing to reshuffle here as we press on through this race. Slightly longer than the Fiestas we saw previously, 20 minutes rather than 15, so a little bit more time for drivers to sort themselves out. But you never really see someone breaking away at the sharp end. Of course, McInerney doing a lovely job in the Fiestas earlier on. Well, that's certainly not happening here in the Caterhams as we continue to switch around through lap number 3. And we've still got, that's got to be the top 10, maybe even more, still in this leading pack. And with them all shuffling round on pretty much every bit of straight, it's not going to change at any point soon in this race. We press on through the middle section then, as you say, opened back in 2011, the 300 layout, or as I said yesterday, brand new. Yeah, it's a little bit old now, but still a lovely section of circuit and really adds something to the whole layout here at Snetterton. You get those tight and twisty middle sections, and then you still carry on back onto the usual 200 layout, and you fly down these long straightaways, which for the Caterhams are very beneficial for the racing. I'm sure it makes it very exciting for them out on circuit, makes it very exciting for us in the commentary box too, which we're thoroughly enjoying, as again battling down into the braking zone through lap number 3 we go, and again we've reshuffled at the sharp end of these top 6. They're getting very friendly, aren't they, here today in race number 2, and I'm sure they'll continue that on through the rest of the season. They're going to be besties by the end of 2026.
They've been besties for years, of course, Kim and Cage Race. That's exactly how it works. It's besties for life in these Caterham championships, particularly with how well this club gets on. And it's a real community feel with Caterham graduates. We had a couple of good interviews yesterday, and Rob had a couple of drivers and even people past the community saying that this is a group where it really does feel like a proper family. It's sometimes a cliche thing to say, but it's one of those grids that really does feel like it in many cases with so many people that gets involved, because you've got some 70 drivers taking part across the two grids. It's always impressive to see. The years are sweeping through us now to complete 3 laps of the race. And Luke Waitman has set a 2-minute 11.479. Is that another new lap record, I wonder? Let's look at what we had yesterday. He did a 2:11.4 yesterday, I think, but no, it's quicker. So 2:11.479 for Luke Waitman. That is him beating his own new lap record by half a tenth. So congratulations to Luke, setting a new fast lap of the race and a new lap record in the process. 2:11.479 on lap 3 of this race for Luke Waitman in car number 96. This is now another battle further back. This is 174. That's way down the order. It's out of the top 20 of that. This is for 35th and 36th. That's been, I think, Poulter and Bateman battling amongst each other for somewhere towards the bottom of the field. But as we said, someone to race with, no matter where you are on the field. Speaking of which, around the outside goes Jamie Winrow with a really classy move down the outside at Agassi. That's not always an easy thing to do, to go around the outside, but he has managed to make it stick. So they head down towards Hamilton once again, still with Hapgood in the lead, followed by Winrow in second place. Then it's Rook in third place. Embry's been shuffled down to, where's he gone? 6th, 7th, 8th. He's gone right down. He's 6th or 7th now, behind Luke Waitman, as he was 4th going on to that lap. He's there down to 6th. He's also lost out, I think, possibly to Steve Merritt as well as they come down. One driver that has dropped back is... Oh, Elwood is there. I wondered where Elwood had gone, but he's disappeared and he's down to 5th place. So plenty of action going on up at the front. Here's more of our midfielders. 42 in grey and yellow is the Caterham of inside the top 20. 42 is Neil Warnock. And he started in 14th place. He's a couple places down from where a couple places up from where he started, because he was 14th on the grid into 12th. And then goes Emery round the outside, trying to make a move on Waitman, who's just taken the new lap record and improved it by half a tenth. Looks to the outside of the bomb hole, can't make that one stick, and there's more straps going on. This is the difficulty I think we find with Caterham graduates, is that yes, it's fantastic racing, but also it's confusing for us and for the director and the cameraman, because where do you look for racing? Because everywhere you do go, there's a battle to look for, and it's always quite entertaining because you've got 2, 3, 4 plus cars going forwards. And one thing we talked about yesterday with Caterham racing, John, is that you do find a pack of 2 or 3 cars. If they start to scrap, the next group comes along, which makes it a 7-car group. Then we're next to make it 11. Then we're next to make it 15. Then you get half the field battling for the lead places, and it becomes such a train of cars, it's almost impossible to know where to look. The second place change. You see Hapgood now loses the lead and also second, because both goes Winrow and Rook through on him. It's now Elwood to 4th. They're running over the curb wide, but he holds on to it, and Waitman sees that opportunity, looks to the outside line. I didn't think I'd say it, but almost running out of words and places to look in terms of what's happening, as, again, Elwood and Waitman go to combat for 4th position. Literally, everywhere you look in this field, doesn't matter where it might be, somebody's racing somebody, and it's actually quite a healthy battle. Indeed. Yeah, when they start squabbling at the front, it's like a lovely list of ingredients, isn't it? Add 2 more Caterhams, and then add 2 more Caterhams, and now add 2 more Caterhams. And suddenly, we've got a pack of 20, all squabbling for the lead. We continue on, down into Agassini once again, side by side for the lead, as Rook looks to send it up the inside, but the 97 hanging it round the outside, and Winrow will keep the lead. But again,
again just showing. We saw him move around the outside there on the last lap. Doesn't work up the inside this time, but the respect between these drivers is amazing. They're leading on each other, barely giving enough room, but just giving enough room, and that's exactly what we want to see. So much respect amongst the field here in the Caterhams, and as you say, it is one big family. They're loving the racing, but they all want each other to be involved. There's no issue having a silly accident. They all want everyone involved, and the more the merrier in the battle at the front, and that definitely proved by the racing we're seeing. Well, we're only just ticking over half race distance here, and we're still going 3 wide down the back straight.
That's just typical Caterham. Why are you surprised? They do this all the time, constantly every single time. And it's now Winrow to the lead now, but that will change in about 5 seconds. Hapgood going side by side with Waitman, who's now pushed himself to the front because Winrow, Elwood's been shuffled right back to about 10th. Look, he's battling with Emery, who was up in that front group. They're also having a scrap with 2 cars in that mix, which I think, I couldn't quite tell who they were, but maybe Snape and Soden, one of the 2 in that mix, or somewhere further back. But we'll keep tabs on them as they come across the line in whatever order they manage to shuffle themselves into by the time they get to the pit straight. This is further back. Next group being led by 104, which is car 21st, which is Sykes, and Sykes started in, where did he start? 21st position, and currently racing in 21st, so he hasn't really moved anywhere else in that point. Across the line come the leaders, and Winrow has the lead from Rook, then Hapgood, then Waitman, then Bryant up to 5th position, Merritt in 6th, Elwood down to 7th, and Emery and Co. is up the inside. Goes a couple more drivers. That was Bryant being passed by Merritt in the 111. Almost, because Bryant powered his way back around the outside. Elwood also going wheel to wheel with Rook, and they're going to go again side by side for the lead and for 3rd. It's again 2 by 2 like Noah's Ark. In towards the hairpin they go, and Rook's slotted back to 2nd. Hapgood still 3rd, and Waitman down to 4th. So the top 4 together trying to pull away. And what you might find here, John, is even though they're in this lead group, these 4 might decide to, inverted commas, work together, although that's loosely work together. Of course, it's never going to happen properly. Particularly Bright get involved, and that was Jono who was getting sideways there. Who that was? I think it might have been Merritt. No, not Merritt. So someone whose first name is John. I think John, as we go through, we'll come back to that in a second, because rightfully so, you pointed back to the screen, and it is Hapgood to the lead now. He's got back past Elwood and also Rook, and the camera swing back around because something may have happened in the background. And yes, there goes 198. He's been tagged. That is the number 9. And also there's Emery. So Emery and Morris came together, or at least were tangled in separate incidents, or one went off in sympathy of the other. So 198 or 196 was Orlando Morris by the look of it. No, Henry Morris that went off. And Jonathan Emery sort of went off in sympathy.
Indeed. Yeah, what happened there down at Agostini with the leaders there, it was Rook up the inside of Winrow. Both went a little bit too late on the brakes, and that was Rook shuffling Winrow wide. And then up and under from Hapgood. Saw him take the lead, but of course, as we see down the Bentley straight as usual, we continue on the slipstream. 3 wide, 3 totally different lines into the corner, which is going to work. It's Winrow all the way around the outside and back into the lead. Then Hapgood into 2nd place. And I think Rook losing 3rd as well. Yes, he has. So the one of the other drivers slipping on by then. It's the 96 of Waitman it is, back up into 3rd place. Well, momentarily trying to hang it around the outside of Coram. And I think Luke has just about been able to do that. Yes, he has. So Waitman back through into the top 3 then. It was only a couple of laps ago we were speaking about how that momentum has shuffled it back into the pack. But it's only taken a couple of laps. He's back up into the top 3 and well and truly involved in the leading scrap once more.
We said Luke Waitman set a new lap record. It's been beaten now by, of all people, the number 5th position, which is 28 of Nick Bryant. He's now lowered it to a 2 minutes 11.1, so that's a new lap record once again. He's lowered it by another, that's 4 tenths. That would have been number 2 11.119. So good effort from Nick to get himself the lap record lower even further. Down towards the Wilson hairpin they come. It's still now Winrow and Hapgood have been a bit more civilised in the first couple of the corners, still battling hard for this 4-pack going through Wilson for 3rd, between Waitman, Rook, Bryant, the new lap record holder, and Merritt. And Elwood in that last lap lost 4 places. He went down from 3rd to 7th. The biggest mover on that place was up 6 from Thomas Gunter, who actually it might be where they started, because he started 16th and is up to 10th. So the biggest mover so far is that one. Also up there too from to 16th from 27th on the grid, Adam Waitman, who started back on the 14th row of the grid and now moving up quite highly. Winrow from Hapgood turn their way through Hamilton now with 5.5 minutes to go. Then the 5-car train through for 3rd place, headed by David Rook. To the right hand they go, and for once in a corner it's Oggy's there, John. Occasions not making a move trying to pass each other. That's a rarity in Caterham race. They usually try and pass each other every corner, every lap, but they're probably saving their their gunpowder, shall we say, for this run down the back straight, because Bryant certainly has got the toe. He's now latched onto the back end of Rook's car, looks to the outside line. He might get a loose toe from the two cars in front in the lead, but once again, in typical Caterham fashion, going side by side, and there's no guaranteeing who's going to be in front by the time they get to the complex.
No, there certainly isn't. We'll continue on side by side into the braking zone, but once again, Winrow slipping back then, and it is Hapgood back into the lead of the race. A little bit slidey over that exit curb in the background for Bryant, but he's made the place into the braking zone. He's through on Rook then as well, so up into the top three he goes once more. Waitman down into 5th place, but as we say, battles galore up and down the order. Almost the door closed in the face there of one of the drivers, but again, lovely respect given through into the braking zone of Brundle and Nelson, and these 4 or 5 continue to scamper on through and continue to battle down through the bomb hole and into Coram once again. Just over 4 minutes left to go in this race then, and we are still only a couple of seconds now separating, what is it, the top 7, about 1.5, 2 seconds separating the top 7, which is ridiculous. Side by side again into the first corner, but this time it's the turn of Rook all the way around the outside and back into the top 3.
We're pushing hard. He's also on roughly that record pace as well. He did a 2:11.355 on the last lap, so he's motoring well in 6th position. Through the hairpin they go. Waitman now with to his inside the 111 of Steve Merritt in black and orange. So watch for him as he tries to make his way back into the top 5. Through the left-hander again at Palmer. Nose the tail for the moment. You just know with the huge punch off the corner that you get from the toe in these politely unaerodynamic cars, you get down towards the hairpin and the toe is so massive. And of course, when you get into a pack of these cars, if you've got 4 or 5 in a row, if you're the car that's 6th in that queue and the 5 cars in front are all on the toe, the amount of slipstream you get and almost the turbo boost you get from the toe is immense in that sense. So think about being at the back of the queue and getting a huge slingshot past everybody. Here goes the next battle. This is further back in the order. This is, I think, 8 and 45 in the battle. This is... yeah, this is for, it might be for 39 to 40th place. That's Fry and Michael Koo. It was Michael Koo who started both of races from the back of the grid with a 10-second penalty. There might be an idea possibly why he got that, maybe looking at the original qualifying results on TSL. But he did start both races from the back of the grid with a 10-second penalty. But Michael did manage to make his way through quite well in the first race as to why that happened. And it was a post-practice scrutineering was the reason why he was excluded from the session. And he had to start for the back of the grid. Hapgood with a twitch as he tried to turn him through Brundle. Clips the curb at Nelson. Now with Rook trying to squeeze to his inside, looking one way then the other, but no way through on the run towards the bomb hole. The top 6 going through pretty much all together. Oh, and one goes around. That is the 1-2-2. It's gone around. 1-2-3. It's gone around. 1-2-3 is 1-2-2. I think is Louise Deason who made the spin. Either that or Alan Bateman, one of the two. It might be Deason because Deason is quite far up the order inside the top 20. Louise across the line was 11th, so that she was in that little leading group there. So I think it was Louise. So 1-2-2 goes for a spin, but she rotates and carries on. We are now on to, I think, maybe penultimate lap of the race, because we came across the line with about 2 minutes 12 to go, so they might just get to the flag before they get there. And also, yet again, another new lap record, because the 111 set the slightly fast lap of the race. Steve Merritt at 2:11.121, so he snatched the lap record back from who had it before, which was Bryant, who's currently into 4th position, or he was in fact. I don't know where he is right now, because he's lost 1, 2, 3, 4 positions, then getting them all back in the same corner. That's the beauty of Caterham racing. You can start one corner in one position, down the straight, be down 3 more spots, and get it back again by the time you get to the next one. It's absolutely immense and exciting all the way through. That is Caterham racing, in particular with this case, Caterham graduates, all the way from start to finish.
Yeah, continued reshuffling in the leading pack, and we've seen that now looking back as well. From 8th place backwards, there's another squabble just like this. Massive move up the inside there into Agostini. What a send from Merritt there. Almost makes up 2, but does make up 1 for now anyway. They're going to go 3 wide here into Hamilton's. It's not the widest of corners. Let's see if they can make it through without making contact. They can. Lovely racing once again from the Caterhams here in the Sigma 135s. But yes, as you say, this is going to be close, isn't it? It was about the lap times that they're doing that was what was left on the clock when we came across the line. So let's wait and see. Drivers heading through the right then onto the back straight once more.
Well, the timer says 17 minutes 45 across the line when the leader came across. That would suggest there's 5 seconds to go at this rate, 5 or 6 by the time they come across the line. So they might just get away with it, but we'll wait and see how that plays out. Look at the toes. They're weaving around. Hapgood tries to break the toe, and everyone tries to go with him to catch it with him. As now out in front, Winrow's got a very un-Caterham-like lead of about, a couple of seconds, which is like the Grand Canyon in Caterham terms. He's absolutely sailed away because everyone else is scrapping amongst each other. Hapgood gets away because everyone was battling over third. It's now new lap record holder Merritt into P3, Bryant's fourth, Wakeman fifth, and around the outside he goes of Rook at the bomb hole, which is not an easy thing to do whatsoever. Elwood now trying to go around the outside to pick up the move. Now the lead's coming across towards with about roughly 15 seconds to go. They might just get one more lap. But yeah, last lap boy is being held, so they're going to get one more time around. Brilliant, excellent, good to see. One more lap is never a bad thing, particularly in Caterham racing. But it also means that Winrow doesn't see the checkered flag, and he will have to come through as the timer goes 3, 2. Oh, he just got across with 2 seconds to go. It was just there, but they timed it just right. I think they might have taken it purely from the timer on the timing screen, which is 2:15. So we'll go with that. One more time around the 300 circuit. Hapgood in second, Merritt into third. Battle for fourth on between Bryant and Wakeman in towards the right-hander of Richie's corner. Bryant runs out white. Wakeman gets the run off the corner. Also watch out for Rook and Elwood behind. Rook in red, Elwood in white. But now down towards the Wilson hairpin. 1, 2, 3. Everyone trying to be fourth, and Wakeman gets the nose in front, number 96. Edges Bryant out wide. This gives Rook the opportunity to get the toe with the slipstream from behind Wakeman to put himself alongside Bryant if he can. But Bryant retaliates by his best form of defence is attack up the inside of Wakeman. He goes past him. Elwood passes Rook. He's getting a run on Wakeman. Time has gone to 0, and I'm not quite sure what's about to happen next because it's all going off in one space. That was about 7 position changes in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, the best form of defence is attack, I think, should be the tagline of Caterham racing,
yes.
isn't it? That's exactly what it is. Bit slidey off of Agostini there. That is Bryant there, just trying to get the power down on corner exit, but he does hold 4th place. It's worked out well. Wakeman still chasing them down behind, with Rook and Elwood going forward as well then. But yeah, for the first time this weekend, there's fresh air between our top 3. Very weird to see in Caterham's, but Winrow, Hapgood and Merritt doing really well there as all the drivers around them all continue to squabble. They were able to just make that little breakaway, gap them ever so slightly and break that toe, which is what you got to do in Caterham's here to try and pull away. Easier said than done, but they managed to do it in the sharp end. These 3 continuing to squabble here as they head through their final lap of the race. Slightly further down the order in that battle, down in the mid-teen places, but we look back to the leaders. Big lock up here as they go side by side off onto the grass. They'll go. They'll rejoin in right in front of the rest of the traffic. They've just about got it stopped. Wow, that was mightily close. Nearly a huge accident there on the last lap, but fair play to the number 25 for holding on to that one and not sliding into the rest of the traffic.
Yeah, that was James Elwood with a bit of a fright as he went through the final couple of corners, but now Jamie Winrow's heading out through Coram and Murray for the final time to come across the line and pick up a victory, because after he's had to pick his way through, he's going to take possibly one of his easiest victories in Caterham graduates he's probably ever had. Up to the checkered flag for the second time this weekend in Sigma 135. Jamie Winrow will pick up race 2 victory in the JMRG Caterham Graduate Sigma 135 class. It is victory to him by a absolute chasm of a margin of 2.2 seconds, which is very un-Caterham-like. It is then Hapgood in second place, and Steve Merritt with a brand new lap record, 2:11.1121. He has smashed that even further from yesterday when it was a 2:11.5 for Luke Wakeman yesterday. Yeah, 2:11.5 was the lap record yesterday. It's been lowered now a couple of times, down to 0.4 lower than it was yesterday. So I'm sure that will be something for Rob Lewis to discuss with Steve at the end when they come into Parc Ferme. It is Bryant who finishes 4th, so Nick Bryant picks up P4. It's Luke Wakeman, who at one point had the lap record twice at one point, is 5th. Rookie 6th, and Elwood, who had the excursion over the grass at the Brundle-Nelson complex on the final lap. He picks up 7th place, and it's Hansen, Gunter and Newman across the line to finish off the top 10. And the rest of the pack in their own little battles and individual squabbles are going to come across and settle those by the checkered flag. And we've still got one more Caterham race to go with the Sigma 150s, and that was epic enough in itself, and that was just as good. But the Sigma 135s certainly kicking off their season for 2026 here at Snetterton, and their first race officially as a BRSEC championship. I think it's safe to say, as long as Sigma 150 also lives up to it, I think it's safe to say Caterham graduates, I think as the Beatles would say, I think they're past the audition.
Yeah, welcome back, Caterhams. Welcome back to BRSEC. You can stick around for a bit longer. I think so. Absolutely class. We've got, the 150s. We've got another race with them in the morning. And then we've got the 135 and the 150s returning again this afternoon.
Oh,
so
2 more.
Plenty more Caterham races to come this afternoon.
I should have seen that, looking at the timetable. That's a faux pas on my part.
We've got loads of Caterhams to come. Don't you worry, Scott. But just to highlight as well, that leading gap there in the Caterhams, so how odd that is for Caterhams. I've just done the maths quickly. Compared to the leading gap across the line yesterday, that leading gap was 39 times greater. That just shows you quite how big of a chasm that gap at the front was for Jamie Winrow.
See, that's the insights we give you in club racing, that how big a gap was in terms of percentage of how much multiplied it big it is. So that's something that you don't get probably anywhere else. Anyway, not in F1 at least anyway. James Winrow takes the victory. I'll stop talking. Oh, I shouldn't, it's my job. So Jamie Winrow takes victory in race number 2 of Caterham Graduates. He wins by a very un-Caterham-like 2.2 seconds from James Hapgood and Steve Merritt, new lap record holder. One to talk about with Rob in a moment in Parc Fermé in 3rd place. Then it's Nick Bryant 4th, Luke Waitman 5th position. It's then David Rook in 5th position, from Elwood in 7th place. Then Hansen, Gunter and New in the top 10. Then Warnock, Snape, McCall, Waitman, Soden, James, Morris, Emery, Deason and Sykes in the top 20. Then Munns, Morris, Bergbaum. And then going down the rest of the order from 23rd downwards, it's then Nichols, Turner, Martin, Crossman, Hapgood, Groom, Gunter, Pollen, Griffith, Bell, Trinder, Poulter, Bateman, Koo, Hussein. And then we also have in there too Fry, Wood and Starts. I wanted to also give to Rob as well, the new lap record set by Steve Merritt was 4/10 under the new lap record set yesterday by Luke Waitman, so one to watch out for there. But our top 3 from our second of 3 Sigma 135 races is down in the Parc Fermé area. Let's have a chat to our winner James Winrow, and our top 3 is our reporter Rob Lewis.
And a very happy Jamie Winrow. That's probably the biggest gap we've seen in Caterham, probably ever.
Yeah, I managed to get away. The first about half of it was really close racing. I got a terrible start and then kind of got squeezed, so I had to back out of the throttle. Must have been down in about 6th. Eventually managed to get back up to the front, and I just couldn't shake James. He was clinging onto me, and I'd get half a gap and then we'd close back up again. But I think he went deep into one corner. They gave me probably half a second, and I was like kind of quali mode, put in 3 really good laps, break the toe, and then from there it was a little bit easier. But yeah, really, really close racing. But yeah, happy with my lap times as well in clear air, because it felt really good.
That was the key bit, though, breaking the toe, especially around here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even if you qualify further down, you know, in the top 10, if you're in that leading pack on the last lap, then you've got a chance of winning it. So, yeah, breaking the toe is key. Once you've broken the toe, as long as you put in faster lap times, then you're all right.
No problem at all. Fantastic effort there. A great win. I'll let you speak to John Ward now, and we'll swap over with James Hapgood after a fantastic 2nd place. Good Caterham racing.
Yeah, that was exhausting, really. Oh my word, that was frenetic from like the start right up to the end.
It's a hard workout in these cars, and as soon as the toe got broken away, you just couldn't quite get into him in the end.
We kind of broke the toe, the two of us, and I thought, okay, there's our chance to get away, and then we're pointing at each other, you know, work together, and then I go and mess up a corner, and everyone else starts descending upon me. So at one point I was looking at like finishing 6th with a big pack that was coming up to me, then luckily they managed to squabble a bit, and then I managed to hang on to 2nd.
Well, congratulations on a superb 2nd place there, James Hapgood. We look forward to see what he does in their final race of the day. There is a Steve Merritt here somewhere. We might have to go over to him because he's too busy gas bagging. So I'll just grab this man here for a chat. Steve Merritt, fantastic 3rd place.
Yeah, really happy with that. Didn't get a great start, dropped back several more positions when I managed to put it completely into the wrong... I actually ended up changing into the wrong gear on turn 1 and losing more spaces. Yeah, I'm really happy with 3rd place, and the pace these guys were setting at the front was just super. So I had some serious catching up to do.
You're in quite the battle pack, though. Lots of cars around you, so to even get on the podium is quite an achievement.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like the level has gone a step higher this year. You know, I mean, we're all the same guys from last year, with a few extra really quick guys in as well, and it's really pushed everybody up. So we're having to work really hard for it. So I'm really pleased with 3rd place. That's awesome, and especially given the competition that's around me. So.
Some fantastic racing from the 135s. Congratulations on 3rd place, and it's time to go back to the track for more action. I'll be honest, I've got a soft spot for these. It's where I started my racing career, and for the first time on the BRSCC package, it's time for 2 CVs.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Rob. And as you mentioned, it's not just the only... Caterham Graduates not the only championship that came across the BRSCC, because like a good football club, not the only signing they made over the winter, because for the first time in its history, and a very warm Bienvenue dans le club, comes to the very Gallic and French, but wonderfully charming classic 2CV Racing Club. Welcome to BRSCC for the very first time. Of course, they are very used to being around Snetterton, as they usually run the classic 2CV 24 hours. And for their very first race under BRSCC, this is the grid and how they line up after qualifying yesterday. So Nick Crispin, defending champion, starts on pole position alongside Ethan Sparrow on the front row of the grid, followed by Simon Clark and Brian Heary come next, from Andrew Bull and Julie Walford in P6. Martin Ryman and George Broadhurst then come next from Sebastian Jones-White and Simon Turner to round out the top 10. Howard Wright and David O'Keefe come next on row 6 from Chris Yates and Glenn Oswin. Shirley Hennessy and Nick Clark come on the 8th row of the grid from Matthew Hollis and Roy Eastwood. And then Chris Hall and Sam Archer round out a very solid 20-car entry for the first race of the season. Now, classic 2CVs. They are, as you see here, of course, a very classic, iconic car in motoring history all around. People who know the 2CVs know, of course, they have a regular 2CV 24 hours that happens. And, of course, looking back at the history, the 2CV Racing Club was formed basically back around in 1988, looking at the history, and it was where a handful of motorsport-loving 2CV drivers went to see the Belgian 24-hour race course for 2CVs at Spa-Francorchamps. So this has existed quite long before when 2CVs were racing for a while. I've also seen them racing like a one-make off-road one, or in some sort of boggy swamp land, which is quite fun to see, given that they are quite good on suspension. But they're keen to they came back amazed and keen to start racing in the UK. I'm quoting directly from the 2CVRacing.org.uk website. So the 2CV Racing Club was formed, and using modified regulations from 2CV Cross, which must be the 2CV Rallycross regulations, I imagine. They've got a 4-race championship. If I put 3 fingers up, 4-race championship were up and running in 1989. And the first race got 22 cars at Mallory Park, which is excellent to see. And the first winner was former club chairman Royce Gray. And since then, it's continued on. And racing today means you can find it very much alive and cooking as it shows here. But the basic principles are still clear to see. Close and fair racing, lots of pack racing, of course. And in 1990, they ran the very first 24-hour race, which I think was featured on Top Gear back in the day in 1990. People like David Kennedy were involved in that, who's a great Irish driver in the mix as well. And the only thing I can describe these cars in this series is it's charming in the best possible way. They're fantastic cars. They're a great long-standing club, a great bunch of people. I've been involved in the 2CV 24 hours a couple of times previously before. It's a wonderful paddock full of great drivers. Lots of history here, lots of long-standing drivers. And to have them now pass the BRACC package, another brilliant signing. So as we say, welcome to the club and welcome to the BRACC for their first ever meeting with the club on that side. And hopefully they can give us a show exactly why they came across and why they're past the portfolio now.
Indeed, yeah. Big welcome to BRSEC. Hopefully they treat us to a cracking first race of the weekend. Of course, you look at them, you probably wouldn't immediately think race car, would you? But they do make the most amazing race cars, and the battles that you get, as we've seen across so many different classes already this weekend, the slipstreaming here at Snetterton is serious, and that's why they have the 24 hours here. Of course, the year will be capped off later in August with said 24-hour race. But I love that across the season they have a mix between sprint racing and endurance racing as well. There's very few championships where you get that kind of mix. It, of course, takes a very different driving style to win in a sprint versus an enduro. So it really puts the drivers to a test here to get good results consistently across the whole season and put together a championship. You've got to be a very impressive driver across both types of racing to do just that. But let's see who can get the first spoils here from race number 1 of the year.
And of course, now you think about it, there's also an entire ecosystem of Citroën cars that exist within racing and BRSEC, because you now have the 2CVs, which kind of started it all. You have technically, in some cases, I say technically, very loosely, the spirited successor to this championship, which is, or the modern day equivalent, which is the C1 Endurance Series. And of course, you have also the City Car Cup on top of that. And of course, don't forget, of course, last year got introduced the Citroën DS, the Silverlet DS3 Cup on top of it as well. So you have the 2CV, the C1, and the DS3 all involved on BRSEC circles. So can be a bit of a hub for Citroën racing or DS racing as a whole, which is good for BRSEC. But these cars are quite colourful. As you say, quite a lot can be done to the engine of these cars. You have to, the crank has to remain the same. Camshaft can be a Club 1 available from Kent Cams. They can replace the pistons with 9.1 9-to-1 ratio cars as parts as well. You can pick up the cars that even at MOT phase with as little as £500 or so on eBay or Gumtree or other online sites where you can buy cars on auction. You might have to do some welding for some of these cars because they are quite old. But Nick Crispin, looking at the championship, it was last year's champion by almost about 70-odd, 80-odd points, which is pretty impressive. He wants to start the season with the brand new club in the best possible fashion. So he starts, of course, in the best possible way from pole position on the left-hand side in blue and fluorescent red. So for the first time, welcome to the club, the 2CV Racing Club for 2026. The first race of the season under the BRSEC, all set to go. The red lights are on for the first time in its history with the BRSEC. We are classic 2CV racing. Excellent start from Crispin, gets a good jump, also a good start as well from the third or fourth row from Andrew Bull in bright blue. One car that hasn't quite got away is 55, which is Julie Walford. Her car struggling from the line, but down towards turn 1 for the first time. It is going to be Nick Crispin in car number 1, the defending champion, who will turn in through Ritchie's for the first time. It is then Sparrow in second place. They're going to pack through, and even just doing Ritchie's corner, look at the spectacle, it's side by side through Ritchie's. Just through one corner, and I'm sold already. It's brilliant to see. Down towards Wilson Hairpin, and it's going to be, I think, still Crispin in the lead. Going down the outside goes the fast starting 76 of Andrew Bull. He goes wheel to wheel with Ethan Sparrow, and there's a little bit of contact between the two cars behind. I think that might have been Simon Clark and Brian Heary going into each other. The ECAS car number 33 trying to pick up 3 or 4 places. That's a very fast-moving Glenn Oswin, who's picked up several spots in the opening couple of corners. But through with left-hander. Also there, too, as I said, is Brian Heary in blue and green. And just behind him there is the kind of gold and blue machine just behind. That must be of Simon Clark in number 18. And I was told by Rob Lewis to expect kind of like City Car Cup racing, just almost like a classic version. And already we're getting that here, because there's going to be plenty of NASCAR-style bump drafting, particularly down the straights, in towards Agostini hairpin. And you'd think, being 2CV cars, they would lean on their suspension. But looking at the information we've got on the cars here in terms of suspension, if I find the information on what they've got here for suspension, it's normally lowered by a considerable amount. The approximate ride height for these cars is about 170, 175 on the front and slightly higher on the rear for a bit of rake. And they have standard springs that are uprated, and the racing springs are about 2,500 to 4,000 pounds. They're stiffer springs, and they're replaced by off-the-shelf Gaz or Avo units for the dampers. But you can run adjustable dampers with thicker oil, or non-adjustable ones with thicker oil if you want to. So these cars don't exactly lean like a typical 2CV would. They're quite firm and flat, and because of that, they corner quite well, quite surprisingly well. And even look at this, already through Williams, they're already 2x2 on the opening lap of the race, giving us entertainment literally 2 minutes into life with BRSCC racing here. Fantastic. Almost 3x3 down the back straight. Bring this on. This is brilliant.
Fantastic, isn't it? I mean, we expected to see that, didn't we? With 3 of them absolutely bump drafting there down the Bentley straight. Classic 2CV racing at its best. And we've seen how much that slipstream has assisted our leading batter. It looked as though your reigning champion, Nick Crispin, had just broken away there in the opening parts of the first lap. But nope, he's been reeled straight back in then by Ethan Sparrow. And we continue on. Those drivers that were going 3 abreast in a straight line are now going 3 abreast side by side through corner exit. We will make it through the bomb hole. The 97 will just have to drop back in. That's David O'Keefe on the outside line there. You have to be careful through Coram, though. I can imagine we can make it at least 2, if not 3 abreast through Coram, and let's see how they continue to reshuffle themselves. So, if you mentioned earlier on, Glenn Oswin, what a beautiful first lap of the race for him, making some lovely moves, slingshotting his way round the outside at Wilson. I would imagine he's going to be one of our biggest movers here on that number 1, but we will see as they bring us to the end of it then. 20 minutes on the clock for the 2CVs here. The top 2 come past our window, and sadly the driver who struggled to get away from the line is not making it any further. Judy Wolford there pulling over to the side.
Yeah, sadly not a great start for her season. One car I need to point out as well, because it has probably one of the best team names ever, purely for just what it is the number, I think it's number 40 car, which is, where's it gone for? It was Trish Yates. Oh, that's 18 off the road. That was getting sideways there. That was the Simon Clark number 18 car that started in 3rd position off the exit of Ritchie. I didn't quite catch exactly how that started, because I was too busy looking at the entries to find out what number that Chris Yates was. But number 40 I should mention, because it has one of the best names I've seen in this championship and in club racing. It's simply quite called Blueberry Muffins. Yes, they do provide blue muffins, because they have done that once or twice at Anglesey before. I remember that ages ago when they were doing the 2CVs back in the early days of my commentary career, back in 2015, 16, I think it was, no, earlier than that in fact, up at Anglesey in the wet. I remember that.
Do they make blueberry muffins, or they just really like blueberry muffins?
I'm guessing both. or they provide blueberry muffins probably by buying a load from, I'm guessing, Costco or someplace like that. Or someplace that sells a lot of blueberry muffins in one place, like a bakery. I'm getting hungry. Anyway, before I get too hungry, let's move on back to more pressing matters, which is racing here. And there's the Liquid Wine number 42 car that's in the field. That is Howard Wright. The 2CV Parts.com sponsored car. I was also mentioning here is that in terms of information on the cars, is that I love the fact on the brakes it says here, and I quote, the standard 2CV braking system is usually good enough for racing. Considering they're about 70 years old. Interesting, but impressive. I'll take their word for it. It says some teams use uprated disc pads, and it is permitted to fit heat sinks to the calipers to aid cooling. So I'm just giving you a bit of a rundown of some of the specs here of some of the things they can do to a 2CV. It looks like you can do more than you think to make it a proper race car. And again, you might look at it and think 2CVs, are they pretty much race cars? But you look at the shape of them, they are pretty, to be fair, not a bad drag coefficient on these cars. They're pretty slippery, and they've got quite a sloping back end, which is like a ducktail or a dovetail back end on them. So they are quite aerodynamic, more than you may think, which is quite interesting to see. Now, top 2 are trying to break away here, because Ethan Sparrow has got onto the tail of Nick Crispin. Also, Simon Clark is being chased by Andrew Bull. In fact, I think it's been a change. I think Andrew Bull's gone to 3rd place. He's passed Simon Clark now, so that's up into 3rd has gone the teal-coloured number 92. Diving up the inside there, that was for 7th position. Goes the orange 2CV. Trying to look at the number if it comes past a bit. It is number 41, which is Martin Ryman. And also in there too was the fast-starting Glenn Oswin, who was up the inside to try and make a move on possibly the 13 of Sebastian Jones-White, who was in there too as well. Sebastian Jones-White, actually, if I'm right, if we go back to the points table, I believe he was second in the points last year. Yes, he was. He beat back down in, at the moment, in the order, 7th place. So this man's second in the championship, back by about some 70, 80 points. Not quite as high as he wants to be, but trying to battle his way through. And now you can see there, that's the fast starting number 33, battling with the 21. And that is also Nick Clark has come up the order quite well, as Nick Clark started back in, 16th place up to 10th place in the top 10 after just 2 laps.
Yeah, as you were mentioning there with Jones White, surprising to have second in the championship, starting down on 9th on the grid. It's not been the ideal start to the season for him, battling well throughout this one, now makes his way up into P6 as we continue to see drivers squabbling down through into riches once again. We were speaking about liveries all through yesterday. Well, there's some lovely liveries here in the 2CVs, aren't there? Very bright and colourful, which is lovely to see across a grid. And to your delight, Scott, as well, some purple ones too.
Yes, ECAS is a affiliate. I am a bit of a soft spot for purple-coloured race cars. One of my favourites has been the Simtech from 1994. Even though there's some tragedy ties to that with Roland Ratzenberg, it's my favourite-looking cars of the 90s, just because of the fact it's purple. And I think we do need more purple race cars. Another of my favourite mine, if you can technically call it purple, is the Raybrig liveries on the NSXs in Super GT and JGTC, if you can count that. It's either purpley blue or I'm not going to get into debates. If Chris Dawes was here, I'd make him laugh by telling what kind of blue it was. But that's a story for it's the years ago back in 2014, which if he's listening, if I made him corpse, if he happens to be watching, I'm sorry about that. Anyway, 3 wide for the position. That's up the inside goes the number 42, the Liquid Wally card, Howard Wright, going past both the 41 of Martin Ryman and also the 33 ECAS car as well. So that was both Ryman and Oswin that were passed, and Oswin goes back up the inside of Ryman, and Martin then just exit stage left off the road, so he thinks, I want no part of this. He either had a problem or decides he's run out of road and continues on, and I think he's just run out of road and ran wide. He's continued on, but with an issue, but he simply just thought, he doesn't want to go will to will with Glenn Oswin. Thought, right, no, you have the corner, I'm going off this way, and I'll come back on the circuit when it's much safer. Speaking of much safer, not quite here, because there's all going at once trying to be put into position, and all I'm saying to Simon Turner, don't look behind you. You've got about 7 2CV snapping at your heels, trying to pick up what should be. Where's he at the moment? Simon Turner was in about 11th or 12th place. So he's got them battling for the second half of that kind of group of cars in the 20 that started the race. As we look back to our race leaders, still Crispin, the defending champion, from Sparrow leading the way. They've got a 2-second gap. And then right behind them, here comes the cavalry, because all of them go around the outside of everybody. That's 97 trying to make a move. That is David O'Keefe leading on the red and grey machine of 81. They're still leading each other. Literally, they're touching front wings in towards the bomb hole for what will be the 3rd time of asking. On the tail now, almost going wheel to wheel, a 79.33. That is going to be 79 being Sam Archer from the back of the grid. So Sam Archer has come up into top 10 from starting back in 20th. I have to say, the decision to sign Classic 2CVs to BRCC, all involved in that one, good decision, because right now, from literally only 3 laps in, what a sign they were for the club. This is fantastic.
This is brilliant, isn't it? Amazing racing, but it just showed as well, because Jones White, as we mentioned, second in the championship last year, got ahead of this battle for 7th place backwards and cleared off by 3 seconds in 1 lap. That just shows how much the slipstream helps things, and also the hitting your usual lines and carrying the momentum that you should through the corners can gain you so much time in this. Whilst these drivers continue on battling side by side, it's just losing them heaps of time to the groups ahead. But hey, I'm not complaining. The racing in it is awesome, and you can see how quickly you can gain a few positions, but also lose them as well. The 33 there of Oswin dropping back into 13th now. At one point, only about half a lap or so ago, was at the front of this train, up in 7th or 8th place. It can quickly change. We'll be straight back up the inside there, gaining 1, maybe even 2 positions there down at Wilson. Lovely move from the 33, and Glenn Oswin moves his way back ahead a few positions in that big squabble from 7th place backwards. Well, here are your 2 leaders. We have a little look back to them then. At least to the eye, it seems as though Bull and Heary in 3rd and 4th are closing in on your 2 leaders. Well, I say that, I'll eat those words, because on the last lap, all 4 of them nearly doing identical times, but it was Crispin in the lead, the fastest of the 4 of them by a few hundredths of a second. New fastest lap of the race, a 2:49.4 for Crispin, and your championship victor from 2025, starting off the season as he means to go on. Issue for him, though, he doesn't have quite a sizable gap at the front, does he? Only a couple of tenths, and Ethan Sparrow just waiting in the wings, biding his time, waiting to see where he can maybe go for that move on Nick Crispin later on in the race, because as we've seen amongst lots of the disciplines racing here today at Snetterton, it's often a big game of chess, as that's a bit of a slidey moment there for the 21 on corner exit. going for a slide all the way to the exit, there was Nick Clark. I think he's lost a position because of all of that as well, sadly for Nick. But yeah, as I was saying, continuing to press on through this race then, a big game of chess to the finish here between Crispin and Sparrow. If they start battling with a couple of laps to go, even a couple of minutes to go, it's only 2 or 3 seconds, then back to Bull and Heary in 3rd and 4th. And hopefully those two coming to a bit of a truce here, as there's still a potential for a race win on the cards if Crispin and Sparrow start to battle later on, as teammates continuing side by side there. We've got 3 very similar liveried cars there. As apologies, not teammates. The teammate is behind, as again they smashed. I almost said side pods there. There's no side pods in this one as we go 3 wide into bomb hole. The 79 almost threading the needle there up the inside. And that was Archer, I think. Yeah, Sam Archer getting involved. So the driver you mentioned earlier on from the back of the grid, looking to make up more positions is Archer now as they head through the right-hander down through Coram.
Yeah, almost 3 abreast again through Coram. You should never really do that. But the 2 Lion teammates are trying to go wheel to wheel with the 81, as you mentioned, of Simon Turner. Fantastic battling going on here, and Simon Turner doesn't quite get the drive for the corner he wants. That's both of the Lion team cars squeeze past into position. And they come across the line, almost pulling away quite well here, with a bit of a gap has gone. The 18 of Simon Clark in blue and gold. So Crispin leads the way. Oh, off the road and out of the race, sadly. He's on 21. That is 21 being Nick Clark, who started 16th and was running at one point about 14th and 15th, but he's now slipped down the order just outside the top 10. But unfortunately, his race has come to a premature end. And we'll see if he can come back in race number 2 later on. Leaders now onto the 5th lap of what is currently a 20-minute race. So plenty of track time for the 2 CVs. The 2 Lion teammates, I think it might be the Lion or Sea Lion teammates, one of the 2. I'm trying to figure out their name. I remember there being a Team Sea Lion before, but these are possibly maybe just Team Lion, plus they've changed it from one to the other. I think Ratter's going to have a quick look across to see if there was a team there on those ones. Yeah, just Lion. There was a Team Sea Lion before, but they've been called Lion now. Just taking the sea bit off, so they're staying on land rather than sea. I'll stop rambling and carry on with the commentary. Leaders go through, or leading cars go through into Agostini once again. The 2 teammates are nose to tail. 97 ahead of 79. And 97, 79. That's O'Keefe ahead of Archer. Turner back in the mix. This is now for the final spots on the top 10. All 3 of them are now starting to catch the 42, which is Howard Wright, the Liquid Moly sponsored car. Nick Crispin, though, with a bit of a wayward exit through the right-hander at Williams. This now puts Ethan Sparrow in grey with the yellow fluorescent stripe on the side, right onto his rear bumper, not that there really is one, but onto his rear tail, down the back straight. But again, in typical 2CV fashion, they're both just tandeming, drafting each other down the back straight to pull away even further. The gap they had across the line was about 3.5 seconds over the 3rd place battle between Bull and Heary. Bull with the sort of cyan-coloured machine in number 8076, and Heary's car being green and blue in the background as they come out of the Randall Nelson. There goes the fight for 3rd place. Battle for 5th is in the background somewhere as we move across, and yellow flags are being out, so something happened possibly for 3rd. Something's happened for yellow flag somewhere, because yellow flag has been called and the light panels are off as well. It might be for the 21 that's gone off the road. Yeah, I just remembered that. I saw at the corner of my eye and I was thinking, it might be a car that's gone off the road, and I remembered instantly the 21 was off there too, so no overtaking in that complex. Here comes the fight that's going on. In fact, the Liquid Moly cars dropped behind both the Team Lion cars, so both 79 and 97 have got through. That's both O'Keefe and Archer have gone through. Yes, O'Keefe and Archer. Sam Archer, of course, is doing a fantastic drive. Starts at the back of the grid. He's up into the top 10, battling with his teammates. So good effort from both the Lion cars to move forwards. The leaders have gone past the pits with 5.5 minutes to go and change. And lapping pretty similarly. In fact, Bull's lap time was a 2:51.2. So they're lapping, in fact, about a second quicker than the battle behind for 3rd place. And that's the pace they've got. And I spoke too soon for Sam Archer. What do you call that? Curse the commentator, because I thought he was doing well in the top 10 from the back of the grid, but Sam Archer's car now cruising into the pit lane, so unfortunately his race, I'm afraid, John, is rather prematurely at an end with 5 and a bit minutes to go.
To be fair, we've gone pretty far through this weekend without our first commentator's curse, so we've done well there, but a shame there for Sam Archer from the back all the way through up to P9, but car decides it doesn't want to go on any further, and sadly, the rear gunner now for O'Keefe, those 2 teammates for Team Lion were working together very nicely. Sadly, he's lost his rear gunner now, and he'll drop back into battling with some other drivers, and that battle will immediately kick off. Thinking about the inside line there, late under brakes there for Wright. They're in 9th place, and he looks to move back through into 8th. That's exactly what he's going to do in the Liquid Moly car, but he gives the room on the exit, which is lovely to see, but that allows for O'Keefe to pull back alongside. Inside line then as they'll head through Palmer. through the left-hander they go, back to the inside line goes the 97, and back into 8th place he goes as well. Well, as we saw, it's all big over the curve there to the exit, as now we look ahead, the 18 now battling as we drop back into that squabble we were looking at earlier on as well. Again, similarly to we've seen across the Caterhams, the Mazdas, the Fiestas, all sorts, it doesn't matter where you look here in 2CBs, there's battles going on, which is great to see as well. No matter where you are in the order, you're getting a squabble with someone, which is awesome to see. This is the 18 and the 13, so Clark and Jones-White battling here. Jones-White's now dropped behind Clark, so I think potentially now down into P7 for your championship runner-up in 2025. So I think Broadhurster into 5th then, Clark into 6th, and Jones-White down into 7th place. You might be wondering, we saw the 2 leaders there on the previous lap. Crispin got all sorts of sideways out through Williams, and you might have thought, well, why did Ethan Sparrow not go for the move? It was too early. We still had over 6 minutes on the clock. A move like that simply would have caused a re-overtake further down the line. It would have lost them time, and they know that Bull and Heary, these 2 just behind, aren't too far off of your race leaders. Okay, they've been dropping back lap on lap. They're just not quite as quick consistently as the 2 ahead, but the 2 ahead know that earlier that they break out from formation and do battle, the more likely that Bull and Heary will close in. It's classic kart racing really here in the 2CBs. All those tactics going on through to the checkered flag, but awesome to have the 2CBs out. Brilliant to have them on the BRSCC package, and here they come then round the last couple of corners to start a new lap of this race. They're doing 2-minute 50-second lap times. It's going to be close here as to whether it's 1 or 2 more laps. Here come the leaders under the gantry, almost bang on schedule.
That'll be close again, like it was in the Caterham, whether they get one more lap or not. It was a 2:49.5, and the time across the line was 17 minutes and 9.45 seconds. So that might well be checkered flag right on the money, or they might well give them one more. But we'll wait and see if the board does come out or not. We'll keep an eye. There's nothing out just yet, so they haven't put a last lap board out, so they might be giving them possibly one more, which might be, in that case, might mean they'll allow them to have one more lap, which actually, given the fact that they get 20 minutes of racing plus possibly an extra cheeky lap to go with it, for a first race, not bad treatment for them, which is pretty good. So leaders come out of the Wilson Hairpin the second to last time, we presume. It was side by side between the sole remaining Lion car, which is going David O'Keefe in 97, and it was Howard Wright in the 42 in the Liquid Moly sponsored car. That was the battle that was going on for 8th and 9th position. The gap between them across the line was 0.167, so very close as they came across together. Fastest lap of the race is held by Nick Crispin, which is interesting. Clear A, he's done that, 2:49.432. We're given that the toe is quite strong between these cars, but they've all everyone's kind of paired off into their own little individual battles here as Sparrow keeps up the pressure. I'd imagine he's biding his time here in this one, John, because as you said, you can pull out and try and make a move at some point, but of course they're trying to get enough of a gap so that if something does happen, they do start battling, they don't actually lose too much time to the cars behind. They've got an advantage now of some 5.5 seconds. He's 6 seconds out in front is the gap between Andrew Bull in 3rd place and the leader Nick Crispin with Ethan Sparrow on his tail. Through goes Clark. Jones-White in 6th position now. He's lost a couple of spots. So Clark is up into the top 5. Considering he started in 3rd, he's back into a couple more places after he lost them, after he had that moment exiting Ritchie's earlier on in the race. And as for Crispin, he's still putting under big pressure here from the 46 of Sparrow, and I wonder if he's just, again, biding his time thinking, when do I make the move? If we do get one more lap, he stayed there all the time, put the pressure on, and try to force a mistake. But of course, at the same time, Nick Crispin isn't defending champion for no reason. He's, of course, got the number 1 because he's that good in a 2CV. He's proving it once again here with Sparrow right on his tail. Just maybe check and see where Sparrow ended up in the points last year. If he was racing, I presume he was racing last year. 4th in the points. Andrew Bull was 3rd. So 3rd place man in points now in 3rd. But Ethan Sparrow, who finished about 140 odd points off Nick Crispin in the end, doing quite well to make a bid here to maybe his main challenger for 2026, if he can keep this pace up for the rest of the weekend and the rest of the season.
Indeed, it's been an impressive first race to say the least for both the 2 at the sharp end. But again, this continued working together between Andrew Bull and Brian Heary, not quite working out well enough here to scamper back up to the top 2, but surely this time around it'll be the last lap board out on the gantry. And drivers will be heading round for one more lap here of Snetterton, and surely the gloves have got to come off now between Nick Crispin and Ethan Sparrow. They use the slipstream once again up the start, finish straight. I'm just watching for our fantastic Orange Army to see what goes out here on the gantry. I still didn't see a last lap board, I can't lie, but maybe it's getting put out somewhere where we can't quite see from our commentary box. Either way, timer has certainly hit 0 there as they cross the line, and we crack on then for the final lap of this first race of the year here in the Classic 2CV Racing Championship. Can Nick Crispin hold on here across the final lap? Well, he doesn't feel the need to defend, and maybe he should have here. Looking at the inside line is Sparrow. He's got the nose ahead. He'll squeeze the number 1 to the exit, but just about gives enough room for them to continue running side by side. Now as we head down through to Palmer, again, just enough room given. Lovely racing here between the two at the sharp end here in the 2CVs. But the outside line then becomes the inside line for Palmer, and back through goes Crispin. Well, good to see then. Plenty of working together throughout the race between these two, but gloves are off here on the final lap. Nice exit from Palmer for Ethan Sparrow. He'll now have the inside line for Agostini. We've seen across the different racing championships here today, inside or outside can both work here at Agostini, but Crispin's going for the up and under. We've not seen that one work out. Will it work out for him? No. Sparrow chops across, and Sparrow genuinely has the race lead here, but you've got to remember, we've still got the Bentley Straight coming up, Scott, haven't we? So it's going to be Slipstream City between these two as always.
And Crispin surely will have one final bullet in the chamber if he's got a chance to do so. Sparrow with a big sideways moment heading through Oggies. That sees him run wide, and through goes instantly up the inside line goes Nick Crispin. He was going to take that all day long, whether it was pressure or just missing his braking point and running wide. The evidence is clear. Sparrow went way too deep on the exit of the corner, ran across onto the grass on the edge, kicked up the dirt, and through back goes Crispin. So all that hard work chasing for the entire race, undone in one mistake in one corner.
Yeah, one little mistake and it all goes wrong then. We didn't even need to wait for the Bentley Straight there for Crispin to fire his way back through. Sparrow just a little bit wide, kicks up the dust, and back through goes your defending champion into the lead of the race. Well, we maybe turn our attention now to the battle for third place as well. We've still got Brian Heary hounding the rear end of Andrew Bull, but can he find a way through here on the final lap? Let's wait and see as they come through into your camera shot. There are the leading two continuing to press on. Sparrow doing his best to re-chase down Crispin, but I'm not quite sure it's going to be enough here. No massive overtaking zones here in the final sector at Snetterton, and these two just enough of a breakaway here for the 76 of Andrew Bull. Again, looking as though he's done just enough as well. Well, through Coram we go then for the final time here in this first race of the season for the Classic 2CV Championship, and I think Nick Crispin has done enough here. Out the final corner they go. Just that little mistake from Ethan Sparrow means he can't grab the win at the first race of the year, but it will be your defending champion then. Welcome to the BRSEC 2CVs. What a race we've been treated to there for the first race of the weekend, and your defending champion takes the number 1 spot, and he's very happy about that one. Celebrates out the window, and as he should then. Nick Crispin wins from Ethan Sparrow in second, and Andrew Bull does hold on just ahead then of Brian Heary. Those four, your top 4 there in the 2CVs, and thankfully they're not all said and done, because we will be seeing them out later on this afternoon. They are scheduled to be out at about 3:45 p.m. today, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you mark your diaries and don't miss that one. Drivers continuing on then across the line as we bring this one to a close. As we mentioned earlier on in that race, battles throughout the order as well, which is lovely to see. Again, 2CVs, as we mentioned, not particularly aerodynamic, so it means we split off into big battle packs like this one, and still a group of 5 squabbling all the way to the line there, and this will be the battle for about 12th or 13th place, I think it is. Battles throughout the order, a really exciting race there, and the first one for the 2CVs there. As I say, welcome to BRSEC.
Again, as we say in France, bienvenue dans le club. As we say, excellent stuff from them so far. All 20, well, almost all 20, 18 of the 20 cars home, and what a way to announce themselves as part of the club. So excellent job all round for them. A pleasure to have already in the paddock. I'm sure the second race will be just as entertaining as the first one. So Nick Crispin picking up where he left off from last year. Car number 1 started from P1. Takes P1 for just about leads every single lap, apart from a little bit of a last lap, and goes on and takes P1. So all the ones around for Nick Crispin in the end. The champion once again kicking off his title defence in the perfect fashion from pole position, and he even took the fastest lap of the race as well, only just with a 2:49.432. In actual fact, the top 3 all set 2:49.4s, in fact, separated back roughly half a tenth or so. Impressive stuff in terms of pace. So Nick Crispin is the winner of the first Classic 2CV Racing Championship race under the BRSEC, ahead of Ethan Sparrow and Andrew Bull on the podium. Brian Heary comes next in 4th, and Simon Clark. Sebastian Jones-White, the runner-up from last year in the championship, finishes 6th. From George Broadhurst, Howard Wright, David O'Keefe and Simon Turner, and Glenn Oswin and Chris Yates, followed by Martin Ryman, Chris Hall, Oliver Grantham, Roy Eastwood, Matthew Hollis and Shirley Hennessy, and we sadly lost Sam Archer to the pits. Nick Clark pulled off the road with mechanical issues. Julie Walford was out on the first lap after she had mechanical issues trying to get off the line and pulled off at Agostini hairpin as well. So that's a sight we've never seen before, but get used to it because Classic 2CVs are announced themselves with a bang here at the Snetterton season opening with BRSCC, and have a chat to them with someone who, as you mentioned, has a bit of a history with these cars because he started racing career in these 2CVs, and so to kind of reunite himself with his first love in motorsport is Rob Lewis with the top 3 for the first time with BRSCC for our Classic 2CV Racing Club.
3 very happy race drivers. It's so good to see 2CVs on the BRSCC package, and I want to grab Mr. Nick Crispin for a chat. He's a very happy Nick Crispin. First of all, I'm so glad you managed to find us here in Parc Fermé. You did go for a little detour. Great race from yourselves. That's proper 2CV racing.
Normally there's someone sort of guiding you around, and I was sort of looking around where we went earlier, and then I thought, oh no. So I thought, but no, do you know what? Typical 2CV racing, that. It's close. I mean, I could see coming through, is it Agostini's, how close everyone else was, and they were all having their own battles, everything like that. Ethan and myself, clean racing, we knew that we could work together, and then when we came to the final lap, final 2 laps, he was obviously a lot better than me in the corners. I'm struggling a bit with the jetting to get the draw out of the corner, so I was trying to slow him down as much as I could. But yeah, even when he went down the inside of me, I knew where he was. He gave me enough racing room and everything like that, and it's lovely to see.
Good, hard but fair 2CV racing. Congratulations on a wonderful win. That's our winner, Nick Crispin. Second place is currently being spoken to at the moment, and third place, but certainly not too distant third place. Again, you were in a bit of a battle pack yourself, but a great podium.
Yeah, pretty good. Pleased with that, really. Cars dropped off the pace towards the end, but I got my teammate behind me pushing us along, and I had a little incident with the bollard under the bridge, so I'm missing a bit of body weight, but you know, these boys got away, and then off the start, Clarkey had a little moment in the first corner, and we dropped away from them, so they'd gone, but we were in our own little fight there.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a wonderful overall podium. Our second place man's gone for a wander, so pulling back in Mr. Sparrow. Brilliant second place. Couldn't quite get to Nick Crispin.
No, I mean, I tried my best. We sort of work together best we can just to break away, because that's the main thing, is just try and get away from the rest of the pack. Otherwise there's a whole lot more people in the fight. I made my move, which was fine, and then where I lost it on the corner, my brake pedal just went to the floor, so off in the greenery I went. So no, he deserved that 100%, but I messed that one up.
Well, congratulations. That's second place overall and a great addition to the BRSCC package for the 2CV Racing Club. Now, I spy some Mazdas potentially out on circuit. Should we go to the commentary box to find out? Scott, John, over to you.
From Classic 2CVs, we go to rear-wheel drive Mazda MX5s in the second race of the weekend for the AD Modular and Thermal Road Mazda MX5 Championship, the second race of the weekend. And off onto the formation lap go our Mark 1s after an excellent race yesterday. Saw twice vice-champion Adam Sparrow pick up the victory to kick off what should be, hopefully, a season for him that could see him finally pick up the title he'd missed out on 3 times. He was vice-champion twice in 23 and 24, and he did a part season last year due to lack of finance. But he's back on the front row of the grid after winning yesterday, and he starts on pole for race 2 alongside Neil Chisnell, who starts on the front row, hoping to finally get a victory after coming so close in the 3 races he ran yesterday in Clubman and in Championship yesterday. Steve Foden, former champion himself, starts on the second row of the grid alongside Michael Taylor. Then Michael Green and Jason Greatrex then come next on row 3, from Richard Wooten and one of the Mazda youth development drivers. Philip Rawson had an impressive run yesterday in the ex-Ali Bray Championship winning car from last year. He starts 8th. But it's Matthew McCluskey and Dev Singhal with an impressive run yesterday, one of the rookies in P10, from Chris Thelwell and MX5 Clubman veteran Paul Bateman starting P12. Daniel Langiel and Des Pilamonkin starting on row 7, alongside Tim Storer and Peter Williams behind them on row 8. Then it's Simon Privet, Harry Storer, Bradley McLagan and Richard Bartlett on the top 20, followed by David Scowler, for Andrew Gilligan, Josh Pato, and then Chris Wright and Paul Simard should be at the back of the grid as well to make it a 26-car entry. I think there's one car we're also missing, I think, from the entry that didn't start or didn't do anything. Adam Craig should be back there as well. He starts right at the back of the grid in P6. And he should be pretty quick given he didn't start yesterday, but he has been a podium finisher before, so he could be one to watch for in car 29 from the back of the grid. If he's on good form and the pace is decent, he will be one to watch right from the back of the field.
The last of first challenge at Snet for Adam Craig. Let's see how he gets on.
Well, we've seen that before in Clubman. I spoke about yesterday, of course, Jordan Pimley, who won both races to set off his title defence of the MX5 Clubman title, which is sponsored by Kumho tyres this year. He came in the wet here from the back of the grid, about 27th on the grid, basically from the back of the grid, all the way to the front and won the race, which is genuinely one of the best drives you see. I think Richard John Neal was here that day as well, and it was an incredible drive from start to finish. I think that happened when I was possibly maybe at Knock Hill or somewhere else. It was a different circuit, but it was genuinely a fantastic thing to see. The weather is still looking pretty fair. It's a little bit cooler than yesterday. It was about 15, 16 degrees topping out today, but now it's at a high at the moment about 10 or 11 degrees, a bit more breeze in the mix and slightly more humid, 71 degrees as well, but it is quite blue skies and fairly sunny with some scattered cloud around, and that's the end of my career as a weather reporter. So back into our formation lap for the Mazda MX-5s. Again, the established front runners are, we think, for the top three. It's going to be between, we think, this year, between Sparrow, Chisnell and Foden. But, of course, some other surprises in the mix as well. Woodlands was quite strong last year and yesterday too. Jason Greatrex getting back to some of his good pace as well. We're looking at 52 on the screen, which is the 52 of... Why can I not find him on the actual screen here for some reason? 52. I think he must have come out of the race. Paul Simard, that's it. And he's moved up from the MX5 Clubman Championship, where he was one of the top drivers in the rookie field last year. But good to see Paul in the mix. He was getting some podiums and pole positions last year in Clubman, stepping up to the championship. And for those who wonder, because there are two Mark 1 MX5 championships, if you weren't watching yesterday, we've never seen this championship before, the AD Modular Thermal Road Championship is a 3-race, 2-day format. The Kumho Tyre MX5 Clubman Championship, same exact car, so you can use the same car in both championships, and some are, because there are some who are running the red windscreen banner of Kumho Tyres that you run in Clubmans. It's the yellow windscreen banner of AD Modular and Thermal Road for the MX5 Championship. But the Clubman cars and Championship can run in both championships if they wish to do so. Only difference is it's a separate championship and it's 2 races over a single day if you choose to have better logistics that way rather than 3 races over 2. But this has been a longer standing championship, been around since roughly around about its current format 2013 or so. Club has been around since 2021, but it was an offset of the fact at one point we used to have about 60 to 70 Mazdas, or at least 50 to 70 Mazdas entering per weekend, and they used to split them up into 2 groups, and it had a promotion relegation system to kind of go up from Group A to B and back again, and you'd score points. So if you won Group B race, so let's say it's 40 cars in the field, if you came top in Group B, you'd score the points equivalent of you in an entire grid scoring 21st place. So you wouldn't score the same points as being Group A because those are the front-running cars and the faster group. Following? No? Good, we'll carry on. Anyway, we're all set to go in a moment's time, waiting for the right second ball, which is up now. And so, Neil Chisnell looking for 2 from 2, but from Aaron Sparrow looking for 2 from 2. Can Chisnell, Foden, or anybody else stop him from getting another victory here today? Lights are out, and race 2 for the AD Modular Thermal Road MX5 Championship is go here at Snetterton in the sunshine. It's a clean start from the front row. Chisnell tries to go with Sparrow, but slots in behind him. Foden also locking in for third as they come down towards Ritchie's for the first time. And there's 2 cars off. One is Rawson. Also in the barriers go Greatrex. And also in there too is one of the AB Motorsport cars. 94 was in that as well. I think that is Dennis Pelamonkin. But both Rawson and Greatrex into the barriers, and there might well be at the very least a safety car because both are unable to move, I don't think. Into Wilson Hairpin. In fact, red flag immediately. Not really surprising, just to be safe. Race has been stopped. I think we might have some time to play with anyway, which means we've got some chance to quickly recover the cars and get them forward. So not always what we want to see at all when it comes to racing, but thankfully Jason Greatrex is out of the car and he's out of the race. Now, Philip Rawson's car wasn't moving either, and I think he's been stopped by the marshals and the rescue units saying, look, you weren't running at the time of the red flag. We need to make sure you're okay because you have both hit the barriers. So therefore, unfortunately, that is the race over. Only lasted 25 seconds before we got to the red flag. It's a shame to see. We never want to see incidents in motorsport. Of course, it is a non-contact sport, we have to remind you. But nonetheless, both drivers appear to be moving around, and in any incident, big or small, John, they will go to the medical centre and be checked over by the CMO, the Chief Medical Officer, to make sure they are all okay. But the main thing is, of course, the main concern for the drivers is both hopefully getting out of the cars unscathed and all okay, because you can repair cars, you can't necessarily repair humans. So hopefully they're all okay. That's the main concern. But red flag from our second race of the weekend already for the AD Modular Thermal Road Mazda MX5 Championship. So the drivers will come back around onto the grid, reform into the exact same grid positions, and then go for take 2 once they've cleared up the incident down towards Ritchie's corner.
Yeah, never how we want to see a race kicking off, but yeah, good to see the drivers seemingly all okay from that incident, but an immediate red flag then to kick off their second race of the weekend. Looked to be a good breakaway start at the sharp end, again settling back into the usual order that we got used to in their race yesterday. But yeah, shame, a couple of drivers there finding the barriers, one just able to scamper out of the grass and rejoin at the back of the pack, but those 2 Mazdas a little bit worse for wear, a bit of repair job needed in preparation preparation for their next race later on today, which will be around 20 minutes past 4. Of course, we've got a bit of time to play with here, hence this red flag coming out to get everything sorted nice and speedily. So, but those times that I'm giving you are also very provisional, so just make sure you're sticking around and keeping your eyes peeled for the racing action you want to see today. But equally, stick around for the whole live stream. Why not? There's amazing action throughout all the championships on the bill here today. But drivers all pressing on round then, down the back straight they go, all just staying in nice, slow, single file as they'll head on round. And as Scott said, get regridded in their original positions. We had previously red flag end of yesterday where we got regridded, but they completed those 2 necessary laps, so they got gridded up in the order that they'd got into. So the drivers who had a great start were able to then regrid in those slightly improved positions and carry on. But for this one, we've only completed a couple of corners, so it will be back to original grid positions. So sadly, for any drivers that had a fantastic scampering getaway, they're going to have to try and do it all again here as we go for the restart. Well, Rawson also out of the car then. Good to see him standing up on both 2 feet and looks all okay, but getting those provisional check-overs just trackside before they head to the medical centre just to get that final sign-off. And hopefully, we'll see them both out for race number 2 later on. But there we go then, drivers all heading round back to the start-finish straight. And we've got a bit of time. Maybe Scott wants to continue his weather report. We'll see if we can get you a green screen for the next one, Scott.
I need one of those clickers where I can just move it. So look on the western front, it's much more warm around here compared to anything else. But only place for racing today is Snetterton. So if we go even more western, it's going to circuits that have nothing to do with us. So anyway, there's the weather report. Director's listening. So, update weather report. It's currently 10.2 degrees at the moment, a wind speed of 10 miles an hour, 71 degrees humidity, set to go as high as around about almost 12 degrees. There's the weather report sponsored by PowerGen.
We spoke about going any further west, but if you go any further east, you'll be in Norwich and then you'll be in the sea, so that'll be less than ideal.
And then in France / Belgium / Netherlands. So, that's completely different realm of racing altogether. We just had French with the 2CV, so sacre bleu. Anyway.
I was hoping you weren't going to lead on to me trying to speak French, because my B at GCSE level is not going to stand well.
I did French at GCSE, but apart from that, that's the only French I ever did. So remembering any of it is kind of, apart from the useful stuff when ordering, I don't know, food or a beer in a restaurant, it's probably, it's lost on me in that sense. I did Spanish and German at one, and I also did a 20-week Italian course and forgotten almost all of it. So that was a great investment, well spent.
The only French I know is mon petit poisson, c'est mort, which is my little fish, it is dead, which is absolutely useless. But if I ever happen to find myself in France with a small fish that has passed away, I'll be absolutely set.
So this stream is now sponsored by Duolingo. As we move on to the red flag here, what's the time? It's now, what is it? 11:15. We've gone mad already. There you go. Motorsport does that to you. Anyway, moving on to more sane matters, which is this red flag here with the second AD modular Thermal Road Mazda MX5 Championship race. As you see, that's the reason why. But Philip Rawson's car, which is the white car, the AB Motorsport machine, and Jason Greytrex's red and white red line racing machine, both coming together. Also involved with Dennis Pillamonkin briefly, but he managed to drive away from that. There are quite a few recovery trucks, but only because to make sure both drivers are okay. You can see the Jaguar safety car is holding the pack down at the top end of the pit straight. The Jaguar safety car that was supplied by BRCC's very good friends and partners at Run Your Fleet. So good thank you to them. RunYourFleet.com, go and check them out. And the safety car, I think he's probably in the process of getting a new livery, because it's got a very simple safety car decals on the side and front of it, so it's not anything too fancy. So it's almost going in incognito mode slightly, with the safety car lights on the top as well. Cars are making their way, have been given the clear to go back towards the grid. Of course, to remind you, as we didn't even complete a single lap, the rule is within the first 2 laps, if the race is stopped, it has to be restarted. It does so from the original grid positions. And of course, the grid positions were set by the finishing results of race 1 yesterday. So it means that Adam Sparrow and Neil Chisnell will go back on the front row of the grid. Should mention also, Neil Chisnell actually a guest this weekend. So it looks like his main run is going to be in the Clubman Championship rather than in the MX5 Championship. But it's a shame if he is a guest, because that means that collectively he won't score any points. And that means that if Foden comes second, it means he'll be able to pick up points as if Chisnell wasn't there, which he will be visible for scoring, but he'll still get a trophy for his efforts as well. So Adam Sparrow is now lined back up again in orange, in silver and orange. I should correct myself, because whilst I was waiting to go back to my Airbnb yesterday, Adam Sparrow sort of drove up and he sort of lightly chastised with that I called his car silver and red. I was like, that's how it looked on the screen. So it's silver and orange for Adam Sparrow. And further visual confirmation, it is orange. So with the purple BC Cars Motorsport emblazoned on the side. Of course, that's the team run by 2015 Mazda MX5 champion in this championship, Brian Chandler. I remember there was an occasion before where he was quite dominant, and his car was of all colours purple, as is his brand on top of that. So I approved of that too. Big silver stripe down the middle. And there was a moment I remember a couple of times at Croft where he, not once but twice, he had quite a long lead and then came out to the final corner, and twice, but once you think, okay, that's just him playing around, but twice he seemed to either do it purposely or by accident. He spun both times on the exit at the final corner on the last lap when he had a few seconds and still won both races. I remember the interview where he simply just went, whoops, and then just carried on. So that was his all he had to say about that. But Brian, of course, a successful team boss. Of course, he's now running his own squad in Mazda MX5s, and he has run in other championships before as well. I think he's raced a Porsche in GT Cup before, amongst other things he's raced. He's raced the MX5 SuperCup, and he's done other things on top of that. He's also run a Lotus Elise a couple of times, Rick Siege, in, I think, ClubSport Trophy, which had a couple of his drivers who have raced in with him before in Mazdas, so he usually jumps into that car sometimes whenever he feels to do so. He's also raced the Mazda MX5 Mark IV in more recent times when there was the Mark IV Trophy and in ClubSport and other championships where it permits him to race. So Brian likes to still race as much as he can, a lot on top of being a team boss and running his cars, and he runs cars in both MX5 Championship and Clubman. Of course, his main charge in MX5 Championship, arguably, is Adam Sparrow, given that he took a victory yesterday, and he's almost run into the championship in two occasions, 23 and 24, but he missed out on both occasions. Once to Steve Foden, I think in 23, if I'm right, and 24 was Thomas Langford, because then last year was Ali Bray. So he's come close. He not he pedals a good Mazda, but he can set a good one up as well. So he's a pretty handy driver and team boss, is Brian, and looking to try and hopefully add a title as a team boss alongside him being a champion himself as a driver. So we'll see if we can manage that. Should mention also, as we can see them, massive thank you to all of our marshals, officials, volunteers, our circuit members as well, the staff members who are working hard as well. Also the medics, everyone involved, the rescue crews, everyone who gives up their free time to come and make sure that events like this happen for BRSCC, because genuinely, even without the marshals, or not at least them, but everyone else who gives their time, quite simply, genuinely, legitimately, events like this cannot happen full stop. So without them, we can't go racing. So thank you to all of them for all their hard efforts, and for the marshals in particular, who literally come rain or shine, whatever weather, whatever season, whatever circuit, whatever event, they will come out there. They are hardy souls who do this for the sport they love, and they do it because they enjoy it deep down and want to be an integral part. And they are an integral part. And remember, they do this essentially in their own free time. They do it because they want to be part of it and to be involved in and have an impact. And so the marshals are a vital part of motorsport in general, so massive thank you to them. If you're watching in the comments, I know there's plenty of you who are watching on the stream, about some 250, 300 of you. Do drop some thanks marshals or some orange hearts or icons in the chat if you're watching, because they do deserve the praise that they should have, given all the hard work they put in to make these events happen. And again, of course, thank you, of course, to BRSCC and all the sponsors and all the championships involved, everyone here to make these events possible. And of course, thank you, of course, to our live stream crew as well, to Barry Welch and Digitex for bringing this all to your screens here on YouTube as well, on that side. And we are pleased to bring you some club racing at its absolute finest. And of course, he's even blown me a kiss in the as well. I'm not sure if you're flattered or scared. Moving on, but anyway, it's it's a long day ahead. Haven't started yet. It's 11:15, and we're still waiting for the clear-out to be finalised and for the barriers to be checked that they are all good. It was a light impact between both cars and the barriers, so it shouldn't be too much effort to make sure they're all good to go. And as we said, both drivers will get at the very least a mandatory precautionary check over, just to visit the medical centre, just to be absolutely sure, because a driver can walk out of the car and seem absolutely fine, and then if they keel over 2 hours later, then it shows there was something not quite right. So go to the Chief Medical Officer to at least get a sign-off from them that they are all A-OK. It looks as though the scene of the incident has been completely cleared up, marshals are back in place, and all the recovery vehicles and support vehicles are back. You can see the tyre marks of where the incident happened as the cars went off the road. As we now focus once again on the front row of the grid, Adam Sparrow on the left in silver and orange, compared to Neil Chisel's all-blue car. You can see it's got the Kumo tyre MX5 Clubman windscreen banner on top. As I mentioned, you can race a Mark 1 in both championships because they are identical specifications, eligible for both, and you can do so in that sense. So Marshall's getting back off the circuit, and I think we could be, in a few moments' time, Mr. Ratcliffe, all of us getting set to go racing once more in MX5s to carry on this very sunny second day of racing for BRSCC at Snetterton in this season opener here in spring.
Indeed, yeah, hopefully not too long until we go back to aggressive racing action here once again in the MX5s. Everyone doing a great job to get that incident cleared up. Yeah, thankfully, only more of a glancing blow of the barrier that was from the two drivers. They sort of went into it and then sort of slid down it, but luckily not too much fixing needing to be done. And as you mentioned, it seemed as though we've cleared the scene of the incident anyway, and everyone getting back to post. So I think we will be going back to green flag conditions in a few moments' time. It was nice to see as Sparrow and Chisnell pulled up on the grid. There was a big wave from Chisnell to Sparrow saying, "Hello, let's go back racing. Let's have good fun." Nice to see the camaraderie between the two drivers on the front row as well. But you're mentioning about team manager. I think he's going to be telling Adam Sparrow, "Do as I say, not as I do. No spinning at the final corner, please."
I think that's as civil as both Sparrow and Chisnell are going to be on circuit.
This is true.
I've heard of saying before, off track they're friends, but on track they're just another rival. So that's how they're going to treat it. And as they go off on the formation lap, of course, these first generation Mazda MX5s are arguably one of the best small sports cars of all time. It's been the blueprint for things like other cars that have come through. I think there's been many sports cars that have come close to being better than a Mazda MX5, arguably. I think if I'm right, when they built this car, it was originally inspired, I think, by the original MGB, if I'm correct. I think, or either that or one of the Triumphs, one of the two, but it was inspired by something that was BMC created, and the Japanese simply went, we'll make it like them, be inspired, but we'll just make it better. And so the MX5 has got particularly the NA variant, the Mark 1, which is also known in other places in the world as either a Miata or a Yunus Roadster in Japan, which is a lesser known name, but of course Miata if you're more North American inclined, but also Yunus Roadster is one that I only know from playing Gran Turismo, of course, from the times when it's been known by that over in Japan. But it's typically known, of course, as simply the Mazda MX-5. 1.6 litre engine, manual gearbox, of course, rear-wheel drive. And again, another car like, in many cases, I think like a Caterham or a Lotus Elise, where they're very good at teaching you car control, teaching you how to race with mechanical grip only and to race with limited setup parameters. And there's a reason why a lot of people love racing an MX-5, whether it's a Mark 1, or any given weekend a Mark 1. There is, of course, places around the world for the, I think, the lesser known, I think lesser appreciated Mark 2, which is basically a slightly rebodied and tweaked Mark 1 chassis, but just modernised with a new body on that side. Then, of course, there's the Mark 3, which I think wrongly gets criticised as being, for some people, as being the worst MX-5 made, which I disagree with. The SuperCup cars look fantastic, they sound great, and they make good cars, and of course it formed the basis for what we now know as the Global MX-5 Cup, and then you go on top of that, everyone loves the Mark 4 ND Global MX-5 Cup over in the US, which always gets fantastic action, particularly when they go and race on the ovals. They race always at Martinsville, and also they always have a support spot on the Daytona 24 Hours, and usually on the IMSA package on top of that, and they bring brilliant racing wherever they go. And it's any given weekend you'll find a Mazda MX-5 racing or competing somewhere. There's a reason why it's one of those cars that simply just, you get into it and it just is a car that gives you pure driving joy and excitement. Regardless of how much power it's got, no matter what generation, it's always a car that puts a massive smile on your face, and it's such a pleasure to drive, whether you race it solo on a track, in a sprint or a hill climb, or doing track days, or competing against, in this case, some 25 other cars in front of you around you on the grid on a race event like this.
Yeah, as you say, it's the perfect proving ground for drivers to learn their craft and learn how to drive a car quickly, but learn also how to race door-to-door respectfully with your fellow drivers. Not only is it perfect for drivers learning, it's also perfect for the likes of mechanics as well. I've been told, I'm not a mechanic myself, but I've been told it's a great baseline to learn the basics of mechanicking and get yourself stepping up into proper circuit racing mechanicking. So not only is it a great proving ground on the track, it's also a great proving ground off the track as well for everyone in and amongst the team to learn their craft and continue to press on through their motorsport careers, which is great to see. But plenty of drivers on the grid then for this one, 25 MX-5s in total, about to take to the race start for the second time. Let's hope we make it all through the first corner on this second time of asking. Let's wait and see. Sparrow and Chisnell on the front row of the grid yet again then. They both got a pretty even getaway first time of asking. Let's see if either one of them is able to master it on this second attempt and pull away and steal away the race lead first time of asking. The 77 and the 11, Steve Foden and Michael Taylor waiting on the second row of the grid as well, just as we get the last of the few drivers into grid position here then, and we get ready for a second attempt at this race start. Looks as though the 5-second board is getting readied. Not quite up yet. There we go. It's up. Race. Second attempt at the race start. About to get underway then, Scott.
So, Mazda MX-5's take two here at Snetterton for the AD Modular Thermal Road Mazda MX-5 Championship. Second race of the weekend, and as they get away from the line, this time it's a much more even start this time. And again, it looks like Chisnell might go wheel to wheel with Sparrow down towards Ritchie's corner. Let's see if we can get through with fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed we get through without any dramas. Side by side in towards Ritchie's, and Chisnell tries to sweep around the outside with Foden trying to split between the middle of them. He doesn't quite do. Pack goes through this time, and they've got through just about safely. A little bit of bumping and boring, but they've gone through just fine. And it's Sparrow who leads now with Foden to the inside of Chisnell for second place. Also in there too is Michael Taylor in the black and orange number 11. Out through Wilson Hairpin, back up through the gears again towards Palmer's for the first time on this second start. Chisnell fights back on the inside to defend from Foden. And Steve starts to work the wheel of the 77 car, former champion. And to come out of the left-hander, down into the infield section of Agostini Hairpin, that 180-degree turn under the brakes again. Sparrow leading into the apex. Chisnell, Foden, Taylor, then it's Wootton from green. Up there too as well, it looks like I think the possibly McLagan, I think, in car 21. There's Matthew McCluckey in car 2 in the blue car for NHA Motorsport. There's a bit of moving around in the midfield there somewhere as they headed towards Hamilton's for the first time on this restart. Oh, and there's one car off against it's the other AB Motorsport car. It's 88's off the road this time, and 88 is Dev Singhal in another AB Motorsport car. It's the same sort of livery as the car from last year. Now, is that going to prompt at least a safety car or another red flag? We'll wait and see what the move is on the pit wall. No movement just yet, and Dev Singhal's car I don't think has moved yet, so his car might well be causing an issue if he can't get it going. It might be a safety car, but we'll have to wait and see. Nothing moving yet. As you can see there, that was a move there from in the pack saying, come on, go with me. Let's push and try and catch forward to the front. With the front runners, it is Sparrow from Chisnell from Foden. That's the top three. No movement for the marshals or from race control just yet with Dev Singhal's car, unless he's got away again. Still Taylor in 4th. Safety car deployed. So there's the instant reaction from the BRSCC officials, and out goes the Jaguar safety car to pick up the field when it comes past the pits at the end of lap number 1. I think they've done that because it's probably an easier car to move out of the way than it was with the incident we had in the barriers down at Ritchie's corner. So I imagine they're doing that so they can keep the race running, also because I imagine possibly it's the easiest thing to do straight away because they can't immediately stop the race again and possibly cause even more delay. So safety car's been deployed, and that means that Adam Sparrow gets a chance to preserve his lead with Chisnell and Foden in tow as we go neutralised barely a lap into this second restart in this AD Modular Thermal Road Mazda MX5 Championship race, and there I'm afraid is the aftermath of Dev Singhal's car with some rather crumpled front end as a result of that. Unfortunately, it means that Ali Bray Squad has got some work to do with 2 of their cars over the break between races, because race 3 comes up later on this afternoon. Timetabled at around about originally 20 past 4, but that can, depending on their ahead or behind time based on how things go for the rest of the afternoon and how much time we might into for lunch, if anything else happens before then with the next couple of races coming up after that.
A shame then, already neutralised once again. We made it a little bit further around the lap that time, but sadly once again we're neutralised, and that's end of the race for Dev Singhal. Yeah, hopefully the team can get to work then. They've got a few hours to try and get that car prepared again, ready for race number 3, and hopefully we do see the cars that have fallen by the wayside in this one so far making it back out in race number 3 later on today. Yeah, interesting to see there down the Bentley straight, the classic karting pointing forward. Don't overtake me, don't use the slipstream, give me a push, let's work together and try and close back up to the drivers ahead of us. Now, often you don't really get to do that in car racing because you've got 4 walls around you, so it's difficult to see your fellow drivers. But in these Mazdas, you're so open to the elements that you can communicate with the drivers through hand gestures in car racing. Never something you usually see once you move past karts, but clearly drivers using it very nicely there, working together, and as we've seen across all the racing, particularly here at somewhere like Snetterton where you can use the slipstream very well, those tactics really do come into play across a race like this. So interesting that we get to see on the live stream that communication between the drivers while they're out there racing absolutely door to door.
It's also quite fun to watch and quite amusing to watch, giving the signal that don't race me, you want to go towards the front, let's work together. But that truce never really lasts very long. It's a case of they'll start to work together, and all of a sudden when it gets to the end of the race, when they're far enough in front, they're like, forget it, I'm going to battle you now because you've got enough time to do so. But sometimes people will have a chat about it before the race. They'll think, right, don't battle me if we're in a backpack together. Don't battle for the first 15 minutes. And we've got far enough in front, then start to fight when we get towards the last lap. Or they'll say, go to the last lap, then go for it. So it means you do get, it's not, I wouldn't call it false racing, but it's more biding their time to make sure they can battle safely without having other cars in the mix. And drivers talk about it more than you think. Of course, I'm sure you've had it in terms before when you've raced in Fun Cup or anything else, where you do tend to have conversations with other drivers, not just because you're being friendly, but also because you think of tactics in terms of you might try and find a drafting partner or somebody out on track who you can trust in terms of giving you a push or a tow or something else that you can race enough to kind of move forward if you find yourself in that same area in the pack. And you tend to talk to, I'm sure, the drivers around you to think, right, if we find ourselves in a battle here or nose to tail, at what point do we actually call a truce, work together to try and catch the cars in front or give a signal to whatever that might be, and then once we get in the mix and we're clear enough to do so, then we can kind of say, right, gloves are off now, we can start battling properly like we were, because we're not going to lose too much time. So given you've raced, of course, what goes through your mind when you're kind of talking to a driver to work that out, or when you're in a situation where you are battling, you have to try and signal to them? What sort of process or what thought process are you going through to figure that out?
It's difficult because in Fun Cup, there's not usually a huge amount of that. The only thing we might chat about is for the first lap of the race, because of course in Fun Cup it's all mixed up grid, so everyone's very out of position. So you might just have a chat with some drivers around you just to say, yeah, let's not battle in the opening part, let's just work together and try and press on through. But once you get into racing action, all of that pretty much goes out the window, and it's every man and woman for themselves. But yeah, you try and maybe have a little conflict before, especially if it's a driver that you know, a driver that you trust. You can then work together very nicely. But as we say, once the helmet's on, everything pretty much goes out the window. There can be a little bit of working together and a bit of confab once you're out there on the racetrack, but really it's just get out of my way. I'm trying to get as far up the grid as possible. So let's see. Often you can see in karting, which I think you would see less so in club racing, but in karting you sometimes see it where there'll be drivers in a train. The driver at the front looks back, the driver behind points forward, and then immediately goes for the overtake at the next corner. Just to lull them into a false sense of security that they don't need to defend, when actually they did. So don't trust anyone around you. But that's particularly in junior kart racing, which you can never trust anyone out there on the black stuff. Here in club racing, though, a lot more camaraderie amongst the grid of drivers, and maybe a bit more understanding between them of pressing through the race and working together, and ultimately trying to lose as least amount of time as possible. Safety car continuing on round then. Of course, unlike the red flag we had earlier, the timer continuing to tick down in this one. So sadly for the drivers, losing a bit of racing time, but that's what happens when there's incidents. And of course, Sparrow, he's going to want to have raced for this race win, but at the moment he's sitting pretty sweet there, up in the lead of the race. And with the time ticking down, when we do go back to green flag conditions, it's just going to be less and less time that the likes of Chisnell, Foden, Taylor can find a way back through and steal away the race win. So for the moment, Adam Sparrow looking to make it 2 from 2 from this weekend, which would be a lovely start to this season. Of course, I realised yesterday that I have spoken with Adam before. He used to race in TKMs back in karting in the British Car Championships a few years ago, but he's taken to cars like a duck to water over the last couple of years, and while still leading this race, he won yesterday's race. So Adam, very impressive behind the wheel of that number 19. But with the safety car, of course, we'd only had, that time it was maybe about 3/4 of a lap, but gaps were already starting to open up amongst the field, not by huge chasms, but still ever so slightly. So let's close them all back up again. We go back into single file formation, and as you've just seen there, the car of Dev Singal up on the low loader. As there it is, in the middle of your shot now. We'll be heading back across the circuit and back out of harm's way in a couple of moments' time, and that leads me to believe that this safety car will be coming in pretty sharpish as well, and we should hopefully maybe get about 5 minutes of racing here to cap off the second race of the weekend here in the Ad Modular Mazda MX5 Championship. The drivers heading on round then, still behind the safety car. Also a big thank you to Thermal Road for sponsoring the championship for this year as well, and great to see so many drivers behind the wheel and getting stuck in Mazda MX5 racing. It treated us throughout yesterday, and it's treating us here again today. Snetterton, clearly a good circuit for these Mazdas, but I will say, across this championship, and across all the championships to be fair that are racing this weekend, the circuits on the bill are just fantastic for drivers, not only to be treated to some great racing, but also continue to improve their racecraft and their racing ability. And we're able to take you along for the fun here with the live stream as well. Myself, John Ratcliffe, and Scott Woodwis here in the commentary box. Rod Lewis, of course, over on interviewing duties here this weekend, and we will be hearing from him in a few minutes' time once this race is completed. Safety car lights sadly still on at the moment. I'd hope maybe they'd be going out at the end of this lap, but there's still a little bit of time for the safety car lights on top of that Jaguar to go out. Let's see if they do, or if we head on round for another lap behind the Jaguar safety car. Let's wait and see. We tick down towards 5 minutes left to go now in this race. Sadly, it's been neutralised for quite a while. We had that initial crash down at the first corner on our first race start, and we made it round to the infield section on the second time of asking. Lights are out though, Scott. I think we're about to go back to racing then. Drivers lining up in single file formation, all held by Adam Sparrow, and he'll be the one who decides when we go back to full racing speed.
I will say, he's probably the only person that he does like a good race. The only person who's actually happy the safety car was going out long, because it means he preserves his lead. He now has to do it all himself now as he comes out of Murray's corner. He's already put his foot down, which means as the pace quickens, as the to come out of the final turn and back onto the centre straight to get the race back underway with just about 4.5 minutes left to go. Green flag back in the air, and the AD Modular Thermal Road Mazda MX5 Championship is back underway and racing. And Neil Chisnell immediately putting Sparrow under pressure. Foden sits back in third and watches on as Chisnell has to go on the attack around the outside, moving around and getting sideways and running out wide slightly. A little too hot into the right-hander. This now gives Foden the chance to try and retaliate. He might well pull alongside if he gets under brakes. Has track position. Chisnell can't do anything about it but try and defend on the outside line. Tries to stick on Foden's door, which he does. Has just about enough grip on those Kumo tyres to put himself level. And now put himself wide level on the run towards the left-hander. Side by side into Palmer's, and again Chisnell sweeps across and cuts back into second place. But all that is only given the momentum to Sparrow to try and pull away with the clear air that he has. Down towards Agostino they come. Sparrow who leads. Foden looking back again for second, darting out and having a look. He's got the track position, slightly light, it looked slightly later on the brakes, but he's now going to run wheel to wheel as Chisnell's got enough confidence on the outside line to hold on in the number 8 machine. And doing well also is Michael Taylor in car number 11. He is not a rookie in this championship, but he is certainly putting in quite a fine performance in P4. And also so too, once again, is Richard Wootton, who's found some pace last year and certainly improved in leaps and bounds in the last couple of seasons. To come out of Oggies once again. Adam Sparrow, as we said before, 2-time vice champion in MX5 Championship. Looking to try and go for the title this time. If he keeps up performances like this, especially if Chisnell starts to keep battling with him, I'd imagine Chisnell wasn't there because he was a guest. Foden will be straight back onto Sparrow's tail, and that might be the story for the rest of the year. This is Dennis Pilamonkin being chased down by Paul Simard. Remember, he started at the back of the grid in 25th position after he DNF'd yesterday. They come underneath the Hyundai Bridge and back in towards Brundon Nelson. And so far it seems as though, John, Adam Sparrow treating that restart perfectly, despite the initial pressure from Neil Chisnell. In fact, he's made mistakes and been battling with Foden. He's been so preoccupied that, again, the harder those two fought each other, easier it has been on this restart for Sparrow to continue making a break.
Yeah, Neil Chisnell took the Caterham tagline to heart there, didn't he, on that opening restart? The best form of defence is attack, going for it round the outside, but lost that bit of apex speed, got all sorts of slidey, and that opened up the opportunity for Steve Foden to get stuck in. It took him a couple of attempts, but finally getting it done through the left-hander of Hamilton's, and up to second place he goes. Was it enough of a break of the slipstream there on this opening restart lap from Adam Sparrow? Well, for the moment, he still holds the lead of the race, but now that the 77 of Steve Foden has been released, it's his turn to look to chase down your race leader. And what kind of lap times are they doing on full chat in these? 2:20. We were close there as to whether we did go on to the final lap or not. I can't see a board out, but there is potential that this is the final lap of the race, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the full time of this race curtailed there by the incidents earlier on. A shame, but either way, we get treated to a little 5-minute dash here to cap this one off. Well, to answer my earlier question, if Sparrow had broken the toe well enough, no is the answer to that, as he now has to defend from Steve Foden, and Chisnell is going with them as well. Covering that inside line heavily there is Adam Sparrow. He's defending hard as round the outside now tries Chisnell. He's going to try and do it on one, tries to hang it round the outside of Sparrow as well. It's not quite going to work though.
No, impressive stuff, and I figured Foden might do that once he got clear air, because Foden is formidable, of course, being in MX5, always has been. Of course, he was battling for the title last year with Ali Bray. Did beat him a couple of times on the road, but it was penalties that pushed him back behind Ali, which helped the AB Motorsport team boss have that dominant, completely unbeaten 100% win record. 23 races in last year's championship, 23 wins. It's been one so far for Adam Sparrow. Foden would quite like one himself, because he actually has literally won this championship literally now for over a year, which is quite extraordinary. Down the back straight they go, and look at Michael Taylor. Watch for him in black and red in number 11. He might get the double toe from both lead cars battling for second place. There he goes to the outside line, trying to make it 3 abreast. Wootton's in there as well. Watching the background for the white car with the blue and green stripe. That's Michael Green trying to get involved. He's in P6. And there goes Taylor, not just for third, but for second. He's past Chisnell, up the inside in towards Foden, in towards second place. Brilliant stuff from Michael Taylor. Now, there is an AB Motorsport car. Shouldn't be surprising given he does put quite a good car together. Meanwhile, further back, that's Michael McCluckey trying to hold back Paul Bateman, who's looking pretty racy. And we are on the last lap of the race, so the checker flag is coming out this time by. So if you're going to make a move, do it now. Michael Taylor might have just pulled the ultimate move to get second place, unless Foden picks his way past on the run towards the flag. But out of the Murray's corner for the final time. The sprint for second is going to be the one to watch for, but to make it 2 from 2, hoping to make a hat-trick later on this afternoon. Adam Sparrow again making a firm bid to be a favourite for the title already in the first weekend. Across the line comes Sparrow, and he takes victory. Race number 2, and Foden gets the second place on the line from Taylor. The run up the pit straight was so strong from Foden. He pulled out on the run to the line and managed to beat him to the flag by 64 thousandths of a second to steal second place. But that will still be an excellent third place and a first podium for Michael Taylor. Brilliant stuff for the AB Motorsport driver. And it's 4th for Neil Chisnell, 5th for Richard Woodson, then Green, McCluskey, Bateman up to P8. Remember, he started back in 12th on the grid. The former MX5 Club and title contender and race winner up there in P8. Good to see him back in the MX5 Championship. And then Harry Storer, and it was the 1-2-1 of Lengyel who picked up a top 10 also. So congratulations to him for getting into the top 10 as a result of that. But Adam Sparrow, again, making it a perfect record so far. 2 races in the AD Modular Thermal Road Mazda MX5 Championship for 2026 here at Snetterton. 2 race victories taken, 1 more still to go if he can make it the hat-trick. And of course, again, given the results of the grid for race 3 is again set by the results of race 2, he could well make that happen. We'll have Steve Foden right alongside him on the front row of the grid. So, Adam Sparrow with the fast snap of the race takes the victory. Steve Foden in 2nd place. Michael Taylor gets the first podium in 3rd, followed by Neil Chisnell, Richard Woodson, Michael Green, Matthew McCluskey, Paul Bateman, Harry Storer and Daniel Lengyel, with Paul Simard from the back of the grid to 11th. That's a great drive from Paul Simard, possibly one of the drives of the weekend so far. Dennis Pillamonkin gets 12th ahead of Adam Craig. He again, for the back of the grid from 27th on the grid up to, or 26th on the grid, up to 13th, so past half the field in that race, even with the safety car. Might have got higher had that not come out. Chris Wright, Tim Storer, Chris Thelwell, Privet, Williams, McLagan, Bartlett, Pater, Gilligan, Scala, and we lost Def Singal, and also we lost both Philip Rawson and Jason Greatrex from that race after an incident at the first corner at Ritchie's on the first start. So another great MX5 race all round from the BRSCC. Hugs all round from the top 3 from both Adam Sparrow and indeed from Steve Foden and our race winner, Adam Sparrow and Michael Taylor. All 3 are going to be down there chatting to our roving reporter Rob Lewis to catch up all the action and see how Adam Sparrow found about making 2 from 2 here at Snetterton so far.
And once again, they've disappeared from me, but that's what I love about the MX5 Championship. Adam, I'm really sorry. I know you want to thank your team and all your sponsors and everything, but you have had a magnificent motor race. You all had a nice wave at me under the safety car. You didn't under greens, though, did you?
No, you got to concentrate on the green, but you got to always stay nice and relax and have a bit of a wave and hello. Yeah, it's how I stay relaxed. If you tighten up, you're going to make mistakes. But shame it was a bit short. I hope Jason's doing all right.
As far as I'm aware, all the drivers are okay.
Okay, that's good to hear, because I was a bit worried considering how quickly the red flag come out. First thing I forgot to say last time, I'd like to say a massive thank you to Ali Bray for lending us a diff. We had a bit of a diff failure on Friday, so massive thank you. Just shows the community in the paddock. And yeah, car's amazing. Shame it's a bit short, but a good little battle at the end.
Great battle. And to be fair, Ali Bray is actually over there sort of looking in, and he gave everyone a congratulations. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. But yeah, of course, massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport. Massive thank you to Brian, Cars Mega. Let's make it 3 out of 3.
That's the plan later. Good man. A fantastic win there for Adam Sparrow. I've got to chase some drivers. They still haven't got the memo. Come on, Steve, come on. First of all, cracking rate, a bit truncated with the safety car and the red flag. Is it difficult to concentrate in that situation, or have you got to reset the mind?
Yeah, it's quite difficult, to be fair, especially around here, because it's such a long lap. I think, 2 laps under safety cars, half the race gone, and obviously with the red flag at the start, I think we only had 2 racing laps, but I think we certainly made them count.
It's so good to see you once again back behind the wheel of a Mark 1 with Adam Sparrows, but part of the old guard sort of battling out at the front. What is it about this championship?
I think it's the racing. I think for a kick-off, Mazda racing, the tow, it just makes it so exciting no matter where you are on the grid. And the people, Adam, I've known him for God knows how many years now, and, we never have, it's always a fair fight, and we always enjoy ourselves and come out with a smile on the face at the end.
Definitely got a smile on your face, Steve. It's wonderful to see you back there in 2nd place. And what's your plans this year with the youth development racing? You're kind of involved in that, aren't you?
Yeah, so I just want to say a big thanks to Thermal Road, AD Modular, and also to the other guys and the sponsors and Paul Sheard Racing for what they're doing. I think it's a scholarship scheme that Mark Jones has launched from Thermal Road with Andy. Andy's been involved in British motocross for a very long time, and owns tracks and teams and stuff like that. And I think their goal is to bring kids out of karting, young kids into Mazda racing, because I think there's a little bit of a gap there where you've got really good scholarship in the Fiesta Juniors for the guys who want to go into front wheel drive, but I think there is lacking something in rear wheel drive. So I think that's his kind of plan with the youth development, to be able to bring some people into these Mark 1 cars where we know the racing's fantastic, and give them the equipment to go and have a good time and hopefully move up the motorsport ladder. and I'm just really, really proud to be a part of it, and I just want to say thanks to Mark for giving me the opportunity to be here.
Fabulous, congratulations on a second place. Very quickly, I know we have got cars out on circuit, but they do quite a long warm-up lap. Mike Taylor, great third place.
I'm over the moon, absolutely over the moon. I've just come to the sport this weekend, new to the team and new to the vehicle in itself, sort of thing, and to be treated so nicely by all the paddock and then get this result, it's just like, it's what motorsport must be all about.
Congratulations. Hopefully we will see you back up here later on for a chat. But while I try and get the hair out of my face, the wind has picked up. We've got Fiestas out on circuit for the Fiesta ST240s. Back to the commentary team to take you through the grid.
Excellent, thank you very much, Rob. And indeed, we have Fiestas back out on the circuit for the second race of the weekend and of the season for the Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. It is the Airtec Motorsport Snetterton season opener, and of course, it's fitting that we have one of the championships, of course, being sponsored by Airtec on the bill as well. Of course, the support as well with the BRSC Fiesta Junior Championship. This is the bigger brethren of the same generation Mark 7 Fiestas. This is starts as the ST180, but of course they have uprated engine ECUs and engine parts, so it brings the power up to, have a guess, that's right, 240 brake horsepower, hence being called ST240s. So after yesterday's race, setting the grid for race 2, it's Graham Colfer with the first ST240 win that puts him on pole alongside defending champion Aston Kellett. That's Gary Miller in his Dick Johnson Racing Shell-inspired livery in P3, alongside Jack Sant, who had a great start from the front row of the grid, and in his first race, senior race from juniors, up there in P4 on the grid after finishing 4th yesterday. Fellow graduates from Fiesta Juniors, George Foxo and Kasper Tomolewski, start 5th and 6th on the grid, followed by David Nye, former champion, and Maggie Webster, another Fiesta Junior graduate, starting P8. Then Sean Reynolds and Marco Ricci, her JRW teammates, are back alongside on the 5th row, as is also James Pope with JRW, another Fiesta Junior driver from a couple of years ago. Then it's Harry Hayes and Simon Waugh. John Cooper, who had his door come out early in the race after, we think, some contact on the pit straight at the start of race 1 yesterday. But he starts 14th with a point to prove, as will also be Matt Chambers. Then the 3 cars didn't finish yesterday were Luke Waugh, Brady Pollock, who was in his first weekend in Fiestas, out of racing a couple of years in City Car Cup, so pretty much more than double the power and a turbo on these cars, and slicks compared to the City Car that he was used to a couple of seasons. And Simon Horrobin, veteran of the championship, didn't quite have the best of luck yesterday, and he had contact with Luke Waugh up at the Wilson Hairpin. Because of that, he will start back in 18th on the grid. So if we're all being well, we should have all 18 Fiestas ready to go and race. And I think we do. Only thing I think I'm seeing is that we've got Simon Horrobin, and I also do see Luke Waugh, but he's, for some reason, Simon Horrobin is ahead of Luke Waugh, and also we are missing Brady Pollock, who retired from yesterday's race as well. So why Luke Waugh is ahead of Simon Horrobin, as we can see another grid, there's been a switch around for some reason, but which is what going off our results from yesterday. But we'll figure that one out in a moment. Yeah, Simon Horrobin is starting ahead of Luke Waugh. And he's been moved to the back because of a back of the grid penalty for a race penalty from yesterday. That's the reason why. There we go. Cleared that one up. Brilliant. Thank you for finding that one, John. And as we said, no Brady Pollock. He should be there if he's a little further up the order. It's the black and red machine somewhere. You can also see that John Cooper's car has had a new door fitted to it. And I can see Brady Pollock as well. I think it's a bit further up the field as well, if I'm correct. There goes John Cooper. Is that Brady Pollock behind? Yes, I think it is. So we'll look out for him. So, yesterday was pretty much an Irish domination yesterday. We had Irish drivers first, second and third. Graham Colfer with his first Fiesta ST240 win. Aston Kellett, of course, taking a second place from starting on pole. And Graham Miller's always been quick in the last couple of seasons with that new livery, looking pretty strong. Should also remind you there are 3 of Aston Kellett's current and former cars on the grid. It's his 2026 car that he races from the front row of the grid. The second row features his 2025 car from last year that he won the title in the hands of Jack Sant. And to further confuse things, George Foxo in his 2024 machine is also on the grid as well. So you've got 3 of those cars in there. If they all finish on the podium, it'll be almost a technical celebration for all 3. But we'll wait and see how that plays out. There's Pro and Am classes to watch out for, and plenty of action to come up as well. So, lights are up for the second Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship race of the weekend and the season here at Snetterton. We are lights out and away we go. And again, from the outside the front row of the grid, where the cleanest part of the track is, it's a decent start for Aston Kellett. He goes level with Colfer on the sprint down towards Ritchie's, almost touching wing mirrors, but he slots in behind his fellow Irishman and also in front of Miller. Jack Sant looks to the outside for third. There's also side-by-side between Tomolewski and the pink and white machine of Maggie Webster. John Cooper's made a quick start in these now black-doored number 88 Fiesta, down towards Wilson for the first time under brakes. David Nice made a clean start also with the sort of dark blue Ford-coloured Fiesta with the pink stripe on the nose. That's currently up into the top 5 already. And everyone appears to, touch wood, got through the first couple of corners pretty much unscathed in Palmas for the first time. As we anticipated, John, it is the Irish drivers now currently first, second and third, so they might be from the Emerald Isle, but they're dominating here on UK shores right now, particularly with Kellett with the number 1. In towards Agostini Hairpin is an Irish 1-2-3, with the rest of the pack headed by young gun Jack Sand.
Indeed, a good start this time from Alistair Kellett. He dropped back into the pack ever so slightly yesterday, but this time holds firm there in second place, and he's set himself up well for the rest of the race. Crucial part now is not allowing for Graham Colfer to escape at the sharp end. Race win for him yesterday, not by a massive margin though, to Alistair Kellett. Just less than 0.2 of a second it was between Colfer and Kellett across the line yesterday. And this time we've got a couple more drivers going with them as well. Gary Miller and Jack Sand now breaking away at the sharp end with them. We're side by side there through the right onto the back straight. The 12 and the 47 there going side by side. That is James Pope on the 47 and the 12 of Brady Pollock. So Pollock with a good start then, moving his way up and through the order and looking to make another place as they head down the back straight. Drivers going side by side. That'll be Tomoleski there, just pulling back ahead and retaking 6th place then as they continue to scamper on. Well, one driver scampering off there, Pollock again, and it is Pollock. Well, we saw him making moves. There you go, there's my commentator's curse that they kicked off. Apologies there to the driver of the number 12. But either way, Brady Pollock rejoins the action, which is good to see, but he's got a bit of time to catch up now, courtesy of that off-track excursion.
It's a fishy one, or you owe me 50 quid. Right. Not really. Anyway, back to the end of lap number 1. We have fun in this commentary box. Right, end of lap 1 in the Fiesta SCT40s. Colfer and Kellett nose to tail. And now with Miller in 3rd place, Sant in 4th, and it's Nye, Tomolewski. Cooper up to 7th. He started what was back in 14th place on the grid, up 7 spots already. He's one of the biggest movers in the field. Horrobin's also moved up pretty decently for the back of the field, up 5 spots to 12, and Wars up to 13th from 18th on the grid. But Cooper is the biggest mover. The driver with the biggest loss, it is equally Marco Ricci from 10th to 15th, and Harry Hayes from 12th down to 17th. And then outside the top 6, you have Cooper 7th, Foxo down to 8th. So Foxo started in 5th. He's lost 3 spots from where he started. Maggie Webster 9th and James Pope in 10th. So quite a few of the Fiesta Junior drivers are from 4th downwards. There is Jack Sant, doing quite well in last year's title-winning Fiesta, driven by Alistair Kellett, who's now in this year's car in 2nd position. You can see his car's got new sponsorship on the side from, I think that says Smart Parts, so good to see some new sponsorship, and of course a similarly coloured Fiesta. So they're not teammates, they are just simply running a very similar same car. Jack Sam, his car sponsor will run by at least Blitz MOT, whereas Airtec Motorsport, of course, Kellett's own team, runs his car and I think a couple of others, just at least him, so he's only one car he runs in this championship. But he has run more than one before. He's run Barry John McHenry, who is doing a park campaign in TCR UK, if I'm correct, in an Audi, if I'm correct in saying so. I'm sure someone will correct me in the comments, who's much more knowledgeable on TCR UK than I am currently right now. Out of Williams onto the Bentley straight for the second time. The Foxo tried to make moves. He's been passed off the start by John Cooper, and he's going to move across, and Cooper's going to be wary because last time he tried to move across on somebody to defend a position, that was back at Alton Park, and let's not remind you what happened there. You can go back and watch the live stream if you really want to go and see what happened from that far back if you really want to. Irish 1-2-3 as they are now stacked up so close you can throw a blanket over them. Then Sant in 4th, Tomoleski 5th, so the juniors are running well, up in 4th and 5th. And Tomoleski started lap in P6, so he's past David Nye, who's quite much more experienced than Tomoleski is in his first weekend of senior racing, as is Jack Sant. More shuffling around as the recovering Brady Pollock, who's now to try and rebound all the way through the field after he went off the road and went out of the race late in race 1 yesterday. So they're back up the order after his mistake at Brundle and Nelson a lap ago. And that battle going on there is between 2 of the JRW teammates, run by Jamie White, former Fiesta champion himself multiple times. Of course, runs a good squirrel, and there's Brady Pollock's car bouncing around under brakes. And you absolutely cements the fact that that is probably the most difficult corner in British motorsport, because particularly in a Fiesta that's going to be stiffly sprung and on slick tyres, trying to stop while the car's hopping around like a rabbit, that's not exactly what you want to do.
Indeed, but he managed to get it stopped, fair play, and that's more positions gained as he tries to fight his way back through the order, does Brady Pollock, and already looking to size up some more moves of the drivers behind. Yeah, sadly it was Harry Hayes losing a couple of more places, sadly for Harry, just settling back into the rhythm now and joining back up to the back of this pack once more. Yeah, as you said, Foxlow did get back through on Cooper. Nye followed through as well, so John Cooper's back down to 8th then. It was a great first lap of the race for John Cooper. I think he's going to have to use a black door for the rest of the season. The lucky black door there on lap number 1 saw him scythe up through the order. But yeah, it was good to chat with John when he returned after, of course, that big crash at Alton Park. When he returned, he was on the podium at the first race weekend that he returned at, and I had a chat with him after the race. I said, "Oh, does that kind of accident knock your confidence at all?" And he just went, "No." And that was it. That was it from John. Thanks for the insight, John. But John certainly not worried at all, and has proven there on the first lap, scything his way through the order. He's a very experienced, a very accomplished driver, particularly in these kind of cars, is John Cooper. And again, having a good race in this one, but dropping back into that secondary pack now, continuing to battle there, you see, with Foxlow and Nye over 6th place. Tomaszewski now closing up back to the rear bumper of Jack Sant, as here might be the move for the lead. Kellett pulls out of the slipstream, not quite close enough to think about a move on Graham Colfer just yet, but also don't count out Gary Miller, still waiting in the wings there in 3rd place. And really, if these three start chopping and changing position, Jack Sant and Kasper Tomaszewski will be straight on the scene. And then it's only a couple of seconds then back to this group. Foxlow, Nye, Cooper, and now Maggie Webster getting involved as well. She's having a good race in this one at the moment, holding on to the coattails of John Cooper ahead. But here can continue your race leaders then down through Murray's once more. And it's a slightly better exit for Kellett, not so great for Gary Miller though. So maybe this is the opportunity for Kellett to get through and not have Gary Miller joining the party as well. They'll continue on, line astern then up the front straight, and hey, Kellett might just make what I've said true. Can't quite though, doesn't quite pull alongside, and Graham Colfer holds the lead.
And that the new fastest lap of the race changed hands 4 times. It went, I think, to Colfer, then to Miller, then to Sant, then to Tomaszewski. 2 minute 10.507 for Kasper, who's fresh out of Fiesta Juniors. I politely say this, didn't have the highest of results at times because he was in his first proper season of car race, but he's now into seniors, of course, and taking to these ST240s like the proverbial duck to water. He really is getting into it, and that can be the case sometimes. When you find a car like the Fiesta Junior car, which doesn't have as much power, is on the mandatory treaded tyres, the junior tyre that you have to run on top of that as well, that's supplied by Goodyear. Sometimes some drivers take to it quicker than others, whereas likes of Jack Sant and Kasper Tomaszewski, you've got double the power, you've also got slick tyres, you've got slightly more stiffly sprung cars, but it's so stiff that you can see them three-wheeling and wheel hiking their way through the corners as they go through, and almost hopping around under brakes at how stiffly sprung they are. And it's interesting to watch that happen, and the fact that the young drivers like Jack and also Kasper Tomaszewski, and George was also someone who was decent in Fiesta Juniors, but there's start to find his feet now on maybe on grippier tyres or simply just on a higher level in the senior ranks. He's been able to just take to these cars much better, and they're up there towards the front, showing pretty well. That just shows the talent they've got, but maybe the junior spec car for them wasn't the fastest car for them in terms of their driving style, but these ST240s with more grip, more power, it suits the best to be able to put the pad down the road, to use the turbo and to use the straight line speed they have and the grip from the slick tyres to really maximise their potential. So both Jack Sant and Kasper Tomaszewski, both drivers in the top 5, particularly both are making their first senior starts ahead of George Foxlow, of course, who was also a front runner and also a podium finisher as well in the champion last year, and more experienced drivers. Good effort from both, I'm impressed.
Indeed, they've been very impressive, haven't they, all weekend so far, particularly in this one. Sant and Tomaszewski moving forward well and continuing to just stay within a couple of seconds of that leading battle. It's been interesting to watch the pendulum swinging back and forward in terms of momentum amongst those top 3. At the start of that previous lap, Kellett all over the back of Colfer thinking about moves, but then lost a bit of time through the rest of the lap, and suddenly Gary Miller was back involved looking for moves as well. Those two just continued on, Colfer and Kellett battling down into T1, but there's battles throughout the field. It's got to be the 5th or 6th time I've said that this weekend, but it's awesome to see in these classes. Battles galore, makes it more exciting for us to enjoy on the live stream. Here is Luke Ward looking to make a move, and he will get it. Past Reynolds he goes in the 777, and that's Luke Ward almost up into the top 10. It's 11th there for Ward, but as you can see there up ahead, 10th. It's a little bit of a distance away, a good few seconds, almost 4.5 seconds now for Ward to catch up with the top 10. And I think with how these cars race, it's more going to be a battle for 11th here between these 3 or 4 drivers that they continue to press on. But we do still have just over 10 minutes left of this race, so not even at half race distance then. Plenty of time for things to change, but continuing on, the top 3 really close together, and I will say Sant and Tomaszewski have closed that gap a little bit more as well. I don't think it's going to be too long until we have the top 5 all in a train here in a battle for the race win. Let's see. Well, the 777 now, he's been passed by Luke Ward, and he's now under a bit of pressure from the number 12. Of course, Brady Pollock looking to make up time that he lost earlier in the race. Here are the top 3 then, onto the back straight they go.
Jack Sant sets the new fastest lap of the race again, 2:10.450, trying to close the gap, and he's bringing Tomaszewski with him, so it could be possibly a 5-car battle here. This is the Irish trio versus the pair of junior graduates, which could be quite an interesting 5-way scrap if they get involved. In towards Brundle and Nelson. Colfer still leading. Of course, Colfer I say was and is an AM driver in the AM class. There are 2 classes in here, Pro and AM. And it is actually AM drivers in 4 of which in the top 5. No, 3 in the top 5 because Kellett Miller are the pros. The AM drivers certainly showing quite a lot of pace. And usually the AM drivers are newer drivers, or what you call more the... I don't like using the word amateur. I think it's almost like a bit disrespectful to quick drivers who are classified as non-pros. I like to call them enthusiasts because they like going racing, enjoy it for the fun of it. And if they're quick, that's a much more polite term, I think, rather than just saying they're amateur. It sounds a bit sort of harsh and a bit sort of like final, saying that they're not implies they're not skilled, which is there definitely are some very good, in quotation marks, AM drivers. But the pro drivers are more the quickest drivers in the field, and also ones that are likely to go for the championship. But Graham Colford, I mean, if he puts in this kind of performance, do we even dare say that for the first time ever we could have an AM class driver contending for the overall championship? Because how it works in this championship is that, yes, there are 2 classes, but you don't score points within your class. You score points based on where you finish overall in the race. So, for example, if Graham Colford wins, he's taken the maximum 50 points plus any bonus points for fastest lap or even for pole position, which you can get in this championship. And that will mean that where he scores is good well. Whereas before, if the pros were usually the quick drivers, but if you have an AM driver finishing in 7th place, yes, they would win the AM class, but they would score the points of being 7th overall. So there's no separate points scoring for classes. It's all based on where you place overall in the final result. So if Colper stays where he is, like he did yesterday, he'll gain another 50 points on top of the 50 he scored yesterday for winning the race outright. So that's quite crucial, particularly when you've got, in particular, of course, when you've got the pro class drivers here, when you've got Kellett and Miller being up towards the front, but the AM class drivers are technically stealing points away from the pro drivers, who are perceptively should be quicker than them, but in actual fact are proven to be quite well skilled, particularly Sant and Tomaszewski in their first seasons of racing. But you can understand why, because they're straight out of it. So if they go straight to pros, there's no guarantee they'll be right towards the pace. But now they're actually in the front. It's looking pretty strong, I think. So I think both Sant and Tomaszewski are putting a good case here to be good AM class contenders, along with Colfer, of course, who's had a season's worth of racing on and off in 2025 as well.
Yeah, indeed. All 3 of them looking very impressive here, as still Alistair Kellett struggles to find a way through on Graham Colfer. Could this be it? Round the outside they go, down through Brundle, has the inside for Nelson, and the race lead for Alistair Kellett. It's been a few laps in the making, that move, hasn't it? He was trying it previously down into the first corner of Richards, couldn't quite get the run. Well, this time out of Williams, gets a slightly better run than Colfer, and into the race lead he goes. So potentially then the next 7 minutes it's gloves off between these drivers at the sharp end, and Jack Sant and Kasper Tomaszewski have just been working hard over the last couple of laps, keeping them in with a shout of this leading battle, and they are very much there to get amongst it as well. We saw as well in the background the battle for 6th. John Cooper's back through on George Foxlow, so that's a change for P6, and they're only a few seconds off this leading battle as well. Don't count them out with only a few minutes left to go. And also, how you were highlighting the pro and the AM drivers as well, there's also a Masters class here in the ST240s. Only driver in the top 5 at the moment is Alistair Kellett in the Masters. He's your leading Master. John Cooper 2nd in the Masters at the moment, and David Knight 3rd in the Masters, 8th place overall for now. Well, Kellett overshoots ever so slightly there down into Wilson. It's not going to hamper his exit speed though. He pulls out ahead once more, but we are nose to tail here. Kellett, Colfer, Miller, and then Sant and Tomaszewski joining the party as well. This is surely going to start to kick off in the next few moments, Scott.
You'd hope so, given it's been such... They've been one of the stars of the show this weekend, yesterday, ST40. So I really enjoyed the first race yesterday, and the second one's going pretty well, as Miller up to his old antics again. He usually gets to get... He likes to get in there and make his point in terms of, I am coming through, give me the room, otherwise you might have to deal with what happens next. Not implying, of course, he's a bad driver at all. He isn't. Of course, he was runner-up in the championship last year and picked up several races to justify that, of course. But he is someone who kind of makes his point to make an overtake. If he's going for it, he will go and commit to it, and it's almost like a Senna style. He goes for the move and decides to let you decide if something happens or not. So, but that's just his driving style, and of course it's worked for him, and he's definitely come on leaps and bounds. When I first saw him in the championship, as he thumps the curve exiting Williams' corner onto the Bentley straight, which might kill his momentum into the clutches of both Sant and Tomaszewski, as it is now a 5-car group for the lead. Miller was sort of getting up there and doing okay, but he found some real good pace in the second half of 2024, then became a title contender from the offset in last year, and it's become one of those drivers that's just gotten quicker and quicker as he's got more experience and more used to the UK circuit. So good to see that Gary's continuing that pace from this year. Colfer was another one where he had a couple of moments where he was decent last year, but found something over the winter, which has really helped him out. So good to see he's doing pretty well. There's Maggie Webster, who's the sister of former ST240 champion Albert Webster, who's racing, I think, in Ipswich, if I'm correct, in some short oval racing this weekend. I think, if I'm correct, I have to look at his social media to confirm that. He's doing some racing this weekend on some sort of short oval format, so best of luck to him. And, of course, Maggie, of course, in the rather potent white and pink machine, running hard in 9th place, part of the JRW squad. And Maggie was also out last weekend at ST150 in the Vinyl Detail ST150 Challenge. Did a decent job as well to get herself some pre-season running. Black and white flag has gone out for car 22, which is Luke Waugh. The 22 is Simon Waugh. And that's for track limits, so being careful. Miller's up to, I thought Miller was up to second there for a second. He's not. He's, in fact, but no, Kellett's got past Colfer anyway, so Colfer's now defending for Miller for second place. But Sant and Tomilewski have now reeled them both in because they've been battling so hard. So with 4 minutes to go, the 5-way dance for the lead continues to go on. But Kellett now's got some clear air now, it seems, John. And again, a phrase we said so many times as Cooper gets very sideways on the exit. Huge tank slapper as he came out of Palmer. But it's a phrase I've said so many times, and I'll say it again. The harder these four fight each other, the easier it is for Kellett to make a break out in front with 3 3/4 minutes to go.
Yeah, Graham Colfer was a little bit slidey out of Murray's there at the end of that previous lap. Killed his momentum up the front straight. Miller wasn't able to do anything with it, though. He was aggressive down through those first few corners of the circuit, but couldn't get the move done. You're mentioning Gary finding even more pace over Winter. Surely that brand new livery is going to be worth a few tenths at least for Gary Miller, and he's making it work for the moment, but still can't quite find a way through on Colfer. Nice battling between these two there, the 22 and the 60 still going at it. That is Simon Horobin and Luke Waugh battling away. Horobin drops back behind, position gain once again. Of course, no, it's not Luke Waugh, apologies. It is Simon Waugh that he's battling with, and Simon is able to make up the position there. Lovely battling between those two down through Agostini in the middle part of the circuit. Then we look back to the 777 and the 26 of Reynolds and Hayes as well. They continue to battle through this one. Well, leaders then, 2.5 minutes just over left to go. And as you were saying, that little moment for Colfer lost them a bit of time, and Kellett, perfect opportunity to scamper off ahead, and this will mean, if it stays like this, a win and a second place apiece for both Kellett and Colfer. They'll be down to race 3 later on this afternoon. Make sure you're sticking around for that. Here is the other Waugh, and it's Luke Waugh. This time his turn to attack as they head down through Coram once again. But Alistair Kellett starts lap number 9 of this race with the biggest leading margin so far, 1.2 seconds, and it's surely only going to grow if these two continue scrapping like that.
Yeah, that was Miller trying to get past Colfer to make a move for second place in towards Ritchie's on this 9th lap of the race with just over 2 minutes to go. So I think we're going to get, we'll get one more lap after this. They're on the penultimate lap of the race, considering they crossed the line at basically about 2 minutes 25 to go. My lap times are 2:10, so they're going to get one more time around the 300 circuit after this one. So 2 more chances for Miller to grab second place, 2 more chances for Colfer to defend it. And look at Jack Santa Claus up there in 3rd place, in 4th, or challenging for 3rd. And that not so successful attempt from Miller, as he goes almost very deep into the corner to get right onto Colfer's back bumper again, hasn't really worked out. And Sant, you can see, of course, in last year's title-winning Fiesta, driven by Alistair Kellett and sold on to Jack to race this year, has got an opportunity to get a podium. He missed out yesterday. He took an excellent result in qualifying on yesterday morning, where he could put the car on the front row of the grid and didn't quite get to the point where he was able to be there. I can't remember if he actually took the lead yesterday at one point. He might well have done briefly, but it was then Kellett managed to get back past, and then he sort of slipped backwards a little further. Sant did also go off the road a couple of times, particularly one, I think, in the last lap of the race. He went off the road at the complex at Brundle Nelson and kind of ambled back on. I remember he was right here. He came back into the shot and just appeared stage left back on the road. I'm like, where's he come from? But in terms of where he's going, Alistair Kellett right now is looking to make it 2 from 2 as the defending title winner. And Miller's running very wide on the exit. He was right again, pressuring Colfer for second place. Slips back again into Sant's clutches. A quick check on where we are with the Pro and Am classes. Kellett leads the Pro class from Miller in second place. And John Cooper's currently 3rd in that category, followed by George Foxlow and David Knight. There is Maggie Webster. She's currently on course for a top 5 in the Am class, because it is, at the moment, Colfer leading that Am class from Sant and Tomilewski. It's 4th, in fact, actually, for Webster, so it'll be 4th for her. And then Luke Waugh up into the top 5. But Luke actually has done a quite good job, considering he started back in 16th into 10th, and a top 10 finish overall will be very exciting as we go across the line to start the last lap of the race. About 10 seconds on the clock as we did. And as they go through Richie's corner, the timer ticks down to 0 now, so it will be officially the last lap of the race. We could be seeing here, John, a 3-way scrap. Here comes Miller looking to the inside, forcing Colfer to defend. He can only make one move to try and hold on to that place. as Kellett goes away in blissful ignorance. These four are going to go at it now for the final podium places on the last lap of the race.
Yeah, sadly they've had to settle for second place, haven't they? That breakaway from Kellett, absolutely perfectly timed a few laps ago as they all squabbled in his rear-view mirror. He was like, cheers lads, I'm going to drive away with this one. That's exactly what he is doing then. Big lead, over 1.3 seconds now then as we head through the final lap. Well, Gary Miller was looking to attack a few moments ago on Graham Colfer, and now having to turn his attention to Jack Sant behind us. Sant looking feisty here as we head through the final lap. Gets a nice exit off of Agostini. Always a difficult one to make a move here at Hamilton's, and it's not a good enough exit to put alongside of Gary Miller. Slots back into fourth, but Miller is a little bit wide there on the exit of Hamilton's, but again, gathers it up and presses on there in third place. So it is the battle for second then here. Can even Kasper Tomaszewski get stuck in with this one as we head through the final lap of proceedings here from race number 2 of the weekend in the Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Their next race scheduled for 4:55. Make sure you join us for that one as they cap off their weekend of 3 races here at Snetterton. But here comes Kellett leading us down the Bentley Straight once more. He's pretty much got one hand on the trophy here in race number 2, doesn't he? But of course, barring any issues here through the final corner, final few corners, he's a very experienced driver. I can't imagine he'll be making a mistake, but you just never know. Colfer versus Miller, battle continuing on though. Through the bomb hole they go, and down into Coram for the final time.
So let's see if Kellett can hold on to it. He should be able to. There's David Nye again, just hiking a wheel as he goes through, but looks to be pretty civil now on the run towards the final couple of corners. Colfer won't be able to make it 2 from 2. Of course, he won yesterday, and so I forgot about that, but he did get the win yesterday. He'll have to settle for second best this time because usually it takes him a bit of time to wind up and actually get himself to the top step, but this time, not so much, because at the second time of asking this weekend, it is a victory for the defending champion. Alistair Kellett in P number 1, in car number 1. He takes the flag first, and his first win of the season already for the multiple champion. Graham Colfer wins the AM class and takes second place, and Gary Miller back on the podium in third. An impressive 4th and 5th positions for both Jack Sant and Kasper Tomaszewski. John Cooper will be very pleased with that. He started back in 14th on the grid, takes the fastest lap of the race and P6 and the Pro Class podium on top of that. That's an excellent job for him. He could be one of the unsung heroes as well, given the fact he had a bit of a battle through the field. And then George Foxlow 7th, David Nye in 8th, Maggie Webster will take 9th, and that will be 4th in the AM class, but ahead of Luke Waugh. James Pope will come across just outside the top 10, 11th. Brady Pollock, who had that spin at the Brundle-Nelson complex, which, as you can see there in car 12, has come across the line in car 12 in P12, quite fittingly, nice synchronicity. And then it's Simon Waugh, who was born for track limits, Harry Hayes, Simon Horriban, who's got some a new sort of purple decals, some normal decals on the bonnet and on the roof, which weren't there yesterday, so that might be an idea to possibly figure out about that. Sean Reynolds, Marco Ricci and Matt Chambers will be the one to go through, and actually that's a positive thing to say. All 18 Fiestas started, all 18 Fiestas, all back home safe and sound. That's really good to see from the STT40s. There goes Matt Chambers, and to confirm the class winners, it is Kellett who wins the Pro Class from Miller, Cooper, Nye and Horriban in 5th position, and then it will be in the AM class Graham Colfer who wins from Gary Miller, from Jack Sant, Kasper Tomaszewski, then it will be Maggie Webster and Luke Waugh. So results from the second Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240 race. Defending champion Alistair Kellett gets his first win of the season at the second attempt this weekend. He wins from Colfer by almost half a second, with Gary Miller 3rd. Then Jack Sant and Kasper Tomaszewski, 2 more impressive runs for the juniors, 4th and 5th. Cooper 6th from 14th on the grid, and a fixed door as well, and the fastest lap of the race, and that gives him a pro podium as well. Foxlow 7th from 9 8th, Webster 9th, and Luke Waugh in P10. And I would give you the rest of the order, but down from 13th onwards, because it's been wiped off my screen, because the rest of the order has come down, because getting set for our next race coming up, which is Sigma 150 Caterham graduates. So as Matt Chambers also pulls into the Parc Fermé, everyone else is there, and also standing ready to have a chat to our top 3. It's not quite an Irish 1-2-3, but it is an Irish 1-2-3 again, so the Irish drivers have dominated once again, and to have a chat to find out how Alistair Kellett feels getting his first win of the season at the second time of asking this weekend. Looks pretty exhausted. I'm sure Rob will find out exactly how that felt down in Parc Fermé.
Bless him, Alistair Kellett looks knackered after that race. It's the same top 3, just a bit jumbled around from proceedings yesterday, but you look like you had fun out there.
Good fun, yeah. Graham got the initial start and got in behind him. I wasn't going to go around the outside, so I tucked in behind him. And to be honest, there wasn't really many gaps. I put him under pressure, and then I got a good tow down the back straight. I was fully alongside him with the left-hander under the bridge, and I thought, well, I go around the outside. And there's very few people you'd have to trust to go around there. I put around the outside, and I didn't think I was going to stop then. Got it in front of him, and that was job done then.
But it was your old pal Graham when you made that move and made it stick, and the 3 of you just have gelled together this weekend and took off.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, but look, there's a bit of trust there and everything else. So you know he's going to dive up the inside, so he can race really hard and really fair. So yeah, really good fun. Like, you know what I mean? So good.
Fantastic. Congratulations on a wonderful win there, Alistair Kellett. I've got to go hunt some drivers again. I think they're asking for some SD cards, a bit like that. There's a bit of just a bit that the clerks want to check, but once again a fantastic race. You didn't quite get the win this time, but great to be up on an overall podium.
No, I'm disgusted I didn't get the win. I had one and I was getting used to it already, and now I am delighted. I'm delighted to be up the front end of the grid. When Alistair beats you, you have to take it, like, you know what I mean? He's hard to beat even if he's having a bad day, so I'm delighted I'm up here close to him, you know.
I did say to Alistair, it's almost as if you three have kind of got the measure of each other to split the pack and go.
Yeah, well, I got a good start. One of my strong points is off the line generally, so I got a good start. Alistair got a good start, and we just kept it clean for the first couple of laps and went hard and got a bit of a gap, and then start biting at each other. Then Alistair got me down into the left. Now I knew he was quicker down there for me, but still I wasn't expecting him to come around the outside. It was a cracking move. I had to use all my limited skill to try not run into the side of him. But it was a great race. I'm just so happy now things are going well, you know. But yeah, it was fun. Gary was there. It's great now. And the other lads, it's been nice, clean racing. The cars are good. They come in, we're flying. So it's really, really fun.
Brilliant, fantastic on an overall podium there. Not quite the win this time, but I'm sure he'll take that. Where's my third place man? He's gone walkies again, Gary Miller. We're going to have to go over and get him. I think Gary Miller, another podium, third place.
Yeah,
just before we get run over by other cars, just in touch with the other two in front.
Yeah, no, I was in touch. I was close to them all race, and I saw alongside them a few times, and just the gap seemed to close under braking a lot. So look, that's what it is, the way it is. So look, cars in one piece. So we'll go again for race 3 with the reverse grid and see where we go. Yeah. So that's it. Looking forward to it.
And what's the plan for the reverse grid?
I'll try and get back to the podium.
Hopefully we'll see you back here for a chat later on. But as you can see behind us, we've got more Caterhams getting ready to head out onto the circuit. Time to head back to the commentary box to take you through the grid.
Thanks, Rob. Straight back into racing actions. We go from Fiestas back to rear-wheel drive and to the next race on the timetable for the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship. And for the second time this weekend, we get to welcome back the Sigma 150s as they get to go racing. And, of course, the grid set by some more... I have to figure exactly how the grid's set. I should know that. But this is the grid for race number 2, which sees Henry Heaton on pole position this time alongside local favourite Ian Howes in his, I think, one of his first times in a Caterham. Paul Goldstein, defending champion, starts third on the grid alongside Max Haynes on the second row. That's then followed by James Sibbett and James McCall, then William Van S and William Bryant, followed by Peter Hughes and Brendan Moore to round out the top 10. We then go to Rob Warner in 11th place, from Charles Elliott in 12th, Amanda Anderson in 13th alongside Stephen Clark, who came from 40 off the grid yesterday and actually won the race in impressive fashion. So good to see Stephen have to do it all over again this time now from 14th. Going from row 5, 8th is where we find Benjamin Winrow and Mark Gibson. Ben a bit further back than he'd like to be, right down the order, considering he was a front runner yesterday. Then we have Kevin Barrett and Nigel Gould, followed by Oliver Smith and Christopher Raymond. Then Will Price and Richard Hoare from Andy Whitten and Barry White. Then it's Andrew Molson and Fraser Riddington, Graham Ewings and Philip Isherwood Crook, Mike Waitman, Robert Appleton, Ed Benson, John Evans and Richard Dixon make it a 33-car field for this second race of the weekend, as the Sigma 150s are ready to get themselves underway pretty shortly.
Indeed they are. Caterham racing has been very exciting throughout this weekend, hasn't it? So let's see then how we crack on with race number 2. Rather intense. Lovely to have you all joining us in the live chat. Thanks for all jumping in and saying hi and chatting about the racing that's going on your screens. Kai Harvey says, let's go Team Orange. Racing Fan 1689. Thanks from a Snet Marshall. Big up to yourself. And Caitlin Penny. Hello, Caitlin. Morning, Scott and John. Wish I could be here today, but I'm on dog sitting duties. Fair enough. I'm sure the dog is very cute, but a shame that you can't make it to the racetrack today, Caitlin. But yes, lots of excitement in the live chat. Mr. Keith Rabbit, very happy about the Irish 1-2-3 there in the ST240s. Well, as we say, they'll be back out again later on this afternoon. So make sure that you're keeping your eyes peeled for that, Keith. But anyway, we move on. Caterhams once again, the Sigma 150s, that are slightly quicker cars than what we saw earlier on today. We think they're going to be lapping around 3 or 4 seconds a lap quicker than the 135s we saw earlier on, and we will be seeing both the 135s and these 150s once again later on this afternoon. Plenty of Caterham racing that we're packing in to this weekend's action here from the Airtec Motorsport BRSCC Snetterton season opener. 2 more races before the lunch break. After this will be the Clapham North Mazda MX5 SuperCups, but 20 minutes of Caterham racing coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for this one. It's going to be exciting. I was going to say door-to-door racing. If they're door-to-door, they've gotten a little bit too close in the Caterhams, because of course they need to be careful of those exposed front wheels. They can so easily get tied amongst each other, and suddenly you're on a one-way trip to the barriers. So let's hope for none of that here in their second race of the weekend. 20 minutes on the clock, 33 cars taking to the start. It's going to be an interesting one, to say the least then. Looking at the front row of the grid, Henry Heaton and Ian Howes will lead us away this one, but as we said in previous classes, with big grids, they've got a lot of time waiting there, sat on the front row, as the rest of the drivers come round to the grid then to finalise it all off. As soon as they get stopped and readied, we'll get the green flag at the back of the grid. It'll be a 5-second board out. Watch those lights. As soon as they go out, we go racing again here in the Sigma 150s. Great to have the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship with us once more.
So just to confirm, the grid set by the second fastest times in qualifying for this week. If there's 3 races a weekend, which it is, the regulation says it's the second fastest time in qualifying that will set the grid. So Henry Heaton got the best second fastest time of all the drivers, second personal fastest time, so therefore he gets pole position with Henry Heaton alongside, whereas it wasn't quite lucky for Ben Winrow. He's got to start back in 15th place. So his best lap was one of his one-and-done laps rather than being more consistent across the session. So, 33 Caterhams, all set for another 20 minutes of JMRG Caterham Graduates action here at Snetterton. Remember, it's their first weekend racing officially as a BRSCC Championship. They've been brilliant so far. We've still got this and 2 more races to go. 5-second board is up. Let's see if Heaton, Howes or somebody else can hit the top step here at Snetterton. Red lights are on, red lights are off, and we are underway. Great getaway from the front row from Henry Heaton from pole, and gets the sprint down towards Richie's corner. Howes didn't quite get the best getaway. He's now slotted in behind a very fast starting, not Paul Goldstein. That was in fact Max Haynes, he got through. So Max Haynes up there, and one car is skating off the road at Richie's onto the grass. It's number 50. One other car's around 2. 50's got, I think James Sibbitt's the one that's gone around at the Richie's corner. The other car that's gone spinning is James McCall. And they go down towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time. 2 car hitting stripe, but the rest of the field, which will be 31 strong outside those 2, are getting through pretty much unscathed. William Van Essen is saying, right, we'll set corners in, don't fight me, go with me, let's try and keep with the leaders here. Almost like a very sort of courteous after you to come past, but he's actually let 2 more cars through as a result of that, so being too courteous and possibly too British, even though the name suggests he probably isn't. Down towards the the Agostini hairpin for the first time, it is Heaton who leads. I think that's Max Haynes in second place by the look of it, and then it's third for Paul Goldstein. Howes is down to about 4th or 5th, it seems, as the rest of the pack comes pouring through the Agostini hairpin. There goes 102 side by side with 66. That is Barry White in 66, Andrew Molson 102, and that will be battling down towards the second third of the field or so into the hairpin at Oggies. They'll open out on the apex. Early apex opens back out again, short little straight, and safety car has been deployed. Now, either that's for either of the cars that came together at Richie's corner, unless they did come together, in which case it's not for that. No, it is for that one. It's for the 175, and it is for James Sibbitt, who was the one that went spinning, and that's a shame. He had a good run yesterday and started 5th on the grid, but just getting caught up after a bad start, it seems, though, John. He was a bit far further down the pack towards the bottom of the top 10 or further, and because of that, getting caught up with somebody else, and the result is, sadly, he went spinning, possibly couldn't refire the car, or there is damage to that car as a result, and therefore they're out of the race. It looks as though, as it was yesterday, I think there's a few drivers also that are getting a little bit caught out when the safety car comes out, because that smoke is a bit telling, and the fact that we're packed up on the back straight. It's just that 1 or 2 drivers kind of saw the yellow flags and safety car boards a little bit later than others, shall we say.
Yeah, almost a quadruple lock-up there down the back straight for a couple of the drivers. They try to get the cars stopped as they settle back into single-file formation, then race neutralised on lap number 1. A shame there, a couple of drivers going off-piste down through Riches. But there you can see the safety car out, ready to collect up the leading drivers. Great to see, just like we saw in the Mazdas, the communication there between the drivers. Again, the Caterhams, just like the MX5s, so open to the elements, means that the drivers can communicate whilst in the car. Of course, very basic communication through hand gestures, but hey, it works, and it lets the drivers sort themselves out and settle into the race. Well, sadly, they've not been allowed to settle in this time, as we do go go immediately behind the safety car. Hopefully shouldn't be for too long, though, as we've already pretty much cleared those cars up down at Riches. But yeah, what a start it was from 4th on the grid for Max Haynes. An absolute flyer off of the start. Just a shame for him that Harry Heaton off of pole got an equally as good start as well. Not only did Max get straight past Goldstein, straight past Howes down through the first corner, he was then challenging for the lead through Wilson as well. Not quite able to do it. Good defence from Heaton, and Heaton holds the lead, and that's paid off here as he continues to lead us through behind the safety car period. And of course, as we saw in earlier safety car periods, to remind you that clock continues to tick down. So race time being lost here then, probably a positive for Heaton, but less positive for the drivers behind trying to find a way through. But equally, saying that, we've seen how easy it is for drivers to continuously switch positions here. A big game of chess as to where you are on circuit at the right time. So maybe being at the sharp end for a slightly reduced amount of time in this race might actually not be the ideal place to be for Harry Heaton, but I'm sure he'll do his best to keep the rest of the drivers behind. But in a field of 33, I think that's easier said than done. We continue on round behind the safety car then. As I say, hopefully it shouldn't be too long, this safety car period, and won't lose too much of green flag track time for these drivers. At the moment, anyway, lights are still on, but it was really until we sort of got out of Nelson and then up through the bomb hole that we saw them turn off last time. So still potential that it could be this lap, but we will wait and see as the drivers continue on those tyre warming techniques. You can see that there from Henry Heaton, Henry, leading the field there, getting as much heat into those tyres and brakes as possible before they go for the race restart, because of course it's a little bit more challenging on a proper gridded race start because the drivers at the front stop and wait for everyone to join them on the grid, and they thus lose a lot of that temperature that they've managed to pick up. Well, in this one, it will really help them on this race start, and safety car lights are indeed out. And you can see there, Henry Heaton just dropping back, making a bit of room there to the safety car, and he'll be the one to decide when we go back to full green flag racing conditions here, and will that aggressive tyre warming down the Bentley straight really come to assist Henry here in his defence of the race lead as we go back to green flag conditions. Well, safety car pulling into pit lane then, and we watch and wait for Heaton to call it here and go. I think he might have already gone already.
Looks like he has, and he's no stranger to Caterham. He's been doing this for several years. I think he's been racing as long as I've been involved, sort of following and commentating on Caterham racing. Initially, back in when I first started, back in about 2014, 2015. He's been someone I've known for quite a while, and he's got plenty of Caterham experience, even at the highest level in the Caterham 7 UK Championship, which is officially sanctioned. Basically, it is a British Championship because it has the word UK in it. So that's officially allowed by Motorsport UK. So he's literally raced at the highest level of Caterham race you could have in the UK, the official top-level championship. And that's even been at times on the Toka package. I spoke too soon. That's 2-1, isn't it? Because that's Henry Heaton skating off the road at Wilson Hairpin, locking himself up into the hairpin. And despite the experience, whether he hit a patch of something slippery or possibly just brake too late, whatever it was, hit the inside curb or locked the inside front, went skating off the road, just about went onto the grass and came back on again. But again, all that hype and bigging him up, and all of a sudden he goes skating off the road. He won't let me forget that later on, and that's just lock-ups. A huge one for Paul Goldstein as well, the all-gold Caterham #1. Gold by name, gold by nature, but that's a huge lock-up to flat spot that Toyo tyre, and he carries on. So they're pushing to limits these ones, but Henry Heaton had that great restart, and all of a sudden locks the outside front, and it all goes to nothing.
Indeed, yeah, you say gold by name, gold by nature for Goldstein, but currently he's in the silver position there in second place, yes. Benefiting from Henry's off-track moment. Henry diving up the inside there, looking to make up more places, and it has resulted in contact there with the 58. What a shame they're getting chucked off the way, and that is Warner, Rob Warner there, getting chucked off to the side of the circuit there as they headed through Oggies. It was a little bit too late there, diving up the inside there. Understandably so, frustrated from that earlier incident, that mistake down into Wilson, looking to make up places quickly, but maybe a little bit too aggressive there through Oggies. And sadly, it's Rob Warner, the one who falls by the wayside because of it. A shame.
It is, and Heaton carries on. Warner out of the race. Whether or not that will prompt yellow flags at least. Whether it prompts another safety car remains to be seen if race control will decide to make that move, because we have already had one where that car is further out of the way and in a spot where it's not deemed to be too dangerous. It's on the outside of an exit of a corner, so the cars are accelerating, but it's quite off the racing line in a position I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem, I would suspect, hopefully, but we'll wait and see. If it was a more high-speed section, maybe like the back straight, I'd understand it, but I'm not the clerk of the course and official, so in that sense, so not my decision to make. So Max Haynes, who takes over the lead after the mishap for Henry Heaton, leaves this scrap behind for second place. William Van Es is up to second place. That's a pretty decent run for him, considering where he was in yesterday's race. And he got a top 10, right towards the bottom of the top 10. More scrapping going on behind. One of the PT sports car machines got very sideways, trying to get past somebody in a three-wide move. And Ian Howes is getting stuck in too. Ian Howes, a local favourite, based in Norwich. He's got experience of racing mostly in BMW, what was the Compact Cup, or in the Compact Cup cars. That championship now being called the BMW SuperCup, because it's now a two-class championship with the Compact Cup cars and the 1 Series SuperCup machines. And Howes, of course, taking to Caterham racing pretty quickly as he heads down towards the Agostini hairpin. Goldstein now under threat on the outside for William Bryant. And behind him also is the car of Hughes, Peter Hughes, number 16. That's him in 6th position. And the rest of the pack from 7th place downwards, all stacking up line astern. Caterham's in the heat haze as they then come down towards the right-hander at Oggie's corner. And now we see more of this gamesmanship begin with the Caterhams. Of course, this slipstreaming battles where they'll have punched such a large hole in the air getting the toe, as they then charge down towards the complex at Brundle and Nelson. We'll see who else is willing to put themselves in the toe. There's number 3 also going well, Stephen Clark. Won yesterday's race from 14th on the grid. Now, the safety car won't have helped his progress, but he is up there in the top 10, and if he can keep on moving forwards, in fact, he might be higher than that. In fact, he was 9th. Is he higher than that possibly? I think he is. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. No, he's still at 7th or 8th, but Paul Goldstein has been the one that's been shuffled back. He was 3rd across the line. Now he's about, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th at the moment, and Clark is now 8th. So he's now past, it looks like Peter Hughes. And also there too someone looks to be Brendan Maud, I think, in the 8th position. So we'll see how that one plays out as we go towards the end of another lap. We've still got 10.5 minutes left on the clock in this second JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship Signal 150 race. And for Henry Heaton also, a quick check, back in 14th across the line, but trying to make more progress. He had been hindered, of course, after his contact with earlier on with Rob Warner up at the complex.
Indeed. It seems as though that earlier lock-up through Agostini for Goldstein has really hampered his progress here. Dropping back into the pack. He's looking to make up a position there up the inside into T1 and does so through on the 16 of Hughes. And back up then properly into the top 5. But again, we're fanning out down into the braking zone. There's a thought there for second place. And it will indeed chase. And Howes picking up another position. Into P2 he goes. And Goldstein remaining firm there in his defence to try and hold position. But again, this squabbling is just allowing for those drivers ahead to continue to scamper off further up the field into, effectively now, another postcode really here at Snetterton. So lovely breakaway earlier on from Haynes, sees him hold that gap at the sharp end, with Howes now having to defend down into Agostini to keep Van Es behind. And here, the defence from Goldstein is causing chaos for the group behind. Your race winner of Clark, though, getting his way through the order really nicely and now almost at the front of this next train. Here they go through Hamilton. Clark going side by side, but will find himself now on the outside line through the right-hander of Oggie's. No driver diving in to make up a cheeky place, so Clark's able to hold firm where he is. But indeed, Goldstein very much being the cork in the bottle here in this battle for about 5th place backwards.
Hughes trying to Caterham's in typical Caterham fashion as they come onto the Bentley straight. Let's see how many positions we change. Well, one might be about to change as they're darting out. That looks like it was possibly Ben Winrow moving forwards, or one of the two at least, Brendan Maud. Max Haynes, meanwhile, in car 99, turns his way out of Nelson. Twitch as he hits the curb. Scrap on for second as William Van Es has got back past Henry Heaton. Goldstein, meanwhile, is holding everyone back for 5th position. Rob Warren's fishy ass the way. There's contact. Looks like with, I think it was Stephen Clark hitting the back of Brendan Maud's car, I think. As Stephen Clark then goes around the outside to take the place on that, possibly Maud or Winrow, one of the two, as the pack continues to hold through. William Van Es in the Golf liveried car in blue and orange. Then it's him in second place, Howes in third, Bryant in fourth with the fastest lap of the race. Now we should look also at lap record, shouldn't we? Because given the fact we had the lap record break in the Sigma 135s, what about 150s? Maybe we can look back at lap records information. You've got that on your notes we can have a look at. The lap record was a 208.376. They're not quite there yet. It's 210s they're running at the moment. So they're getting close. Henry Heaton's at a 208.843. That's half a second off. So with a toe, with enough of a pack, they're getting close at the moment.
They are indeed. Of course, we've already seen that lap time absolutely smashed in the 135s. They're getting close here in the 150s, but a lot of battling going on. No one really able to settle in pace, particularly in this squabble, as we see heading through your screens. Still from about 5th place downwards, and where does this gaggle stop? About 14th. So we've got 9 drivers involved in this massive foray here through down the bottom ends of the top 10. We look further forward, though. This is a move back up the inside for 2nd place, looking to get the up and under, though, before they even get to the apex. There's the 127 there of Howes, but he has to give that one up, and Van Ness moves his way back through into 2nd place. I will say, even with those 3 drivers battling aggressively, as there's one driver chucked off to the greenery and sadly out of the race, it seems, parking up beside the barrier. So I think that bit of contact has caused something to break there. They are trying to rumble along there over the grass, but sadly doesn't look like they're going anywhere particularly quickly. What I was going to say is this battle for second, despite them squabbling as they have been, they are closing in on your race leader of Haynes at the moment. So Max had that lovely breakaway to begin with, battled through to the lead really well, started to pull a gap, but he's quickly being reeled in here. Even just down the Bentley straight there, you saw how much of a gap he lost as they then headed into the braking zone.
That's how powerful the toe really is in Caterham racing, particularly with these cars. You said, I've said the same analogy you used yesterday as well that you coined, I actually really liked. These cars' front ends, they are slightly shaped, they are a little bit aerodynamic, but the front ends are pretty much like a bullet with the tip shaved off. It's kind of it's a slightly blunter front end, which means they do cut quite a large hole in the air. The roll cage will do that too as well, of course, punching quite a large hole. And of course, right at the back of this queue will be William Bryant there in 4th position. If he gets the toe from all 3, he can get a massive slipstream and a massive speed boost from the 3 cars in front, which will mean he has an opportunity to even pick up at least 1 spot. Cross the line goes the top 4 together. A huge gap to the back to 5th position. And S has taken the lead. So down the pit straight with better momentum, Max Haynes has been hoodwinked and he's lost the lead. For 5th position, it is now Brendan Moore who's going to cross the line ahead of that pack, with now Clark up to 6th, Goldstein down to 7th. It's then Hughes in 8th, Smith in 9th, and Amanda Anderson up in P10. So good effort from her so far. Biggest move of the race as Haynes goes back up the inside to take the lead, and Morris brings Howes with him. Biggest move of the race so far appears to be upwards is the 86 of Smith. Oliver Smith started 19th and is up to 10th, so which is impressive. So it's up 10 spots. The biggest loss so far is the car that's down in, I think, about 30th odd position, which I think is McCall, who started in, looks like 8th position, and he's way down the fact. McCall in number 50 is now down to the tail of the field, having not come through yet in number 50. So he's dropped down to 31st if he's still running, and last of the runners still going right now. Leaders back into Hamilton once again. This is now lap 6, or lap 7, 6 laps in the books. Still just up to 5 minutes to go. See some more cars in the foreground we're going through. Oh, and I thought there was one car possibly kicking up some dust or smoke, and there it is. Can't quite say exactly who that is, but someone's gone grass tracking on the exit of Palmer. But again, the example is here, whether it's towards the front, in the middle, or towards the back, even locking up into Agostini, there's always somebody to race with. There's a huge battle pack here going on for lower positions. Let's see if we can look at the numbers on these cars. 66 and 15 are in this one. This is for 17th, 18th, and 19th positions, also in there too. McCall, in fact, is in there, but looks like he's got a faulty transponder because McCall is there right there, in fact, in the kind of the turquoise number 50 machine. And he's in the top 20, so a faulty transponder probably is the issue. Back to the leaders. Oh, Howes has taken the lead now. And that was Van Ness going around the outside of Haynes to take 2nd place. And also for 3rd up the inside goes Bryant in with the rookie cross on the back of the car. So from taking the lead of the race down the pit straight, it is now... No, he was leading onto the pit straight going onto this lap, but Max Haynes at the back of the queue. But we said he'll get a massive speed boost now from the 3 cars in front. So don't be surprised if he repasses Bryant. And Howes misses a gear also, so it means he loses 1 spot and 2 and possibly 3. 4th of the lead down the pit straight with 3 3/4 minutes to go. And genuinely, it is anyone's guess which this quartet will win it.
Yeah, 3 positions lost there with that little miss of a gear, but immediately we use the slipstream to try and fight back there into Richards once again. Well, we switch around once more, and it's your rookie cross driver of Brian who takes to the front then as we head through onto lap number 8. Still just under 3.5 minutes left to go, and those 4 fighting like it's nobody's business here to try and steal a race win in race number 2 for them across this weekend. But like we've said so many times, there's battles up and down the order, and we struggle to know where to look here. It's so fantastic in Caterham's, and it continues on here into the Sunday. We press on down then, 2x2 formations, down into Agostini once again. Inside line for Haynes, and trying to follow him through there is Howes. He'll just about dive into the apex first. Will squeeze Bryant out to that exit curb, but Van Ness, apologies, it is on the inside. Being aggressive, side by side through Hamilton's, always a bold manoeuvre. Squeezed out onto the exit curb there goes Bryant, and he does have to slot in behind. So Van Ness able to get back into second position then, as Bryant there following on behind in fourth in this squabble. So continuing to reshuffle here at the sharp end between these four, but Haynes now once again with a slight bit of a breakaway. What were we saying? End of the previous lap, he's dropped down to the back of this train. Well, he's straight back to the front of it and trying to make a bit of a gap. Well, Bryant and Van Ness then, I believe it is, going side by side down into the braking zone, and they head through Brundle and Nelson once again. It's anyone's guess, as Scott said, as who is going to win this race. These four continuously chopping and changing, and they're manoeuvring around so much. Honestly, this group from 5th place backwards starting to close in. If it wasn't so aggressive between all of them as well, they might have a chance here for a top 4 finish, but I think they're pretty focused on each other at the moment.
That, and also there is only less than 2 minutes to go in the race, so they're going to go on to the last lap of the race this time by. So Max Haynes leads it on to the last lap of the race. Will he be there by the time he gets there next time on this lap? Stephen Clark's got to the front of the next group with Maud, Goldstein, Hughes, Smith, Anderson and co in the mix. Across the line go the leaders then, and here comes Howes to the outside line towards Richie's corner. Can my local favourite go round the outside and take the lead? He's thinking about it, gets the up and under if he can, watching for that, but Haynes parked it right on the apex because he knew exactly what was going to happen. Van Ness defends from Bryant on the exit as he runs wide on 3rd position. Down towards the Wilson hairpin they go. Stephen Clark also defending heavy from Maud and Goldstein behind for 5th place in that second group of cars. This is really where this could be pretty intense. They come back towards the left-hander at Palmer's. Again, looking up the inside for second. Haynes is back in front, and Howes couldn't quite make that move stick, so he's now sat back. He's lost his right rear wing, but it's not slowing him down too much. You can see Haynes trying to break the toe. Bryant looking behind Van Ness in the blue and orange car, the two-tone blue car of Bryant with the rookie cross in the background, going round the outside of Van Ness if he gets the chance to do so. Gets the little rub on the exit and gets again, he might get a toe from Howes in front, and he does in fact. And S decides he's not going to go side by side in towards Hamilton's, as Howes goes on the attack. He's thinking about a move inside, then outside again, but no room at the end to try and get through. But he's in a perfect position, John, to try and make this move stick if he can. Onto the Bentley straight for the final time. Clark heads the next group, followed by Maud and Goldstein and co. But this could be the chance here, Ian Howes, if he can make this stick with one more race to go later on this afternoon, if he can possibly take a home victory in his second race of the season here in 150s.
Indeed, let's wait and see then. Bryant a little bit wide there through Hamilton's. That's going to lose in the momentum down the back straight. But yeah, it's on, isn't it, here as to how they reshuffle at the sharp end. We will go side by side into the braking zone, all the way around the outside from Howes. Can he get it stopped at the apex though? He'll go a little bit wide, carries the speed well, looks to tuck back in, but not able to do so. Has to stick in behind as the 99er Haynes. And really, there's only one more opportunity here down through Coram. They'll continue on, nose to tail. And we've got Van Ness getting involved in the background as well. Sadly, that bit of sliding through Hamilton's has knocked Bryant out of this battle for the top 3. Van Ness looking for it through the final corner. It is going to be Howes who holds on to it then. Through they go to the checkered flag. It will be a run to the line. Lovely exit here for Howes, and it's going to be almost side by side across the line. Who's going to get it? It's Haynes at the line. What a battle there in the Caterhams. Absolute photo finish yet again. 0.08 of a second, but Haynes gets the drag out the final corner and gets the victory.
He does. That was an excellent classic Caterham finish. And what do we say? Ironically, the worst place you want to be on the final lap of a Caterham race at the last corner is in the lead, because you never guaranteed you're going to stay there. And Max Haynes proved that. Even though Ian Howes had the position, Max Haynes timed it perfectly, got the toe, and he beat Howes to the line to take the victory by a mere 0.080 of a second. 0.08 of a second at the line, less than 1/10 of a second. That is a typical Caterham finish all day long. Haynes takes victory in race number 2 in the Sigma 150 class from Howes in second place. And it was Bryant in third place, S in fourth. two blue cars, easy to try and confuse
Yeah,
them.
and they both have novice crosses as well, which made it even more challenging. But yeah, it was Van Ness that had that wide moment through Hamilton's, lost the time. Yeah. They just couldn't quite get back involved with that top three. That's
it, absolutely. So Bright gets third place. He'll be pleased with that. Of course, rookie, taking, I'm guessing, must be his first podium and his second ever start, which is brilliant if that's the case. William Van Ness gets fourth, better from yesterday when he was 10th yesterday. And Brendan Maud actually won the battle in the second group behind from fifth backwards. He gets fifth position ahead of Stephen Clark. And what was the gap between them at the line? Even closer, 61 thousandths of a second between Maud and Clark to take the final top 5 spot. And Clark, Goldstein, Smith, Hughes and Anderson in the top 10 as well. So Max Haynes takes victory by 0.08 of a second from Ian Howes. William Bryant takes third from William Van Ness. Then Brendan Maud, and it just beats Stephen Clark to fifth position by 61 thousandths of a second. And it's Stephen Clark, Goldstein, Oliver Smith, Peter Hughes and Amanda Anderson taking a top 10 in P10. Henry Heaton, after his incident and runoff at Wilson Hairpin, recovers to 11th and takes the fastest lap of the race, followed by Elliott, Barrett, Gibson, Witten, Gould, McCall, Raymond, Hoare, Ewings, Molson and Isherwood Crook, then Edward Benson and Barry White to round up the top 24. And then for 25th downwards we see the rest of the pack being scrolling through from our TSL timing results, and we'll see Will Price, Robert Appleton, Fraser Riddington, Mike Waitman, Richard Dixon, John Evans, and the three non-finishers, Ben Winrow, Rob Warner and co. I think we yours to James Sibbett as well. But P1 on the top step of the podium once again for Max Haynes, an excellent job for him, and he'll be talking to Rob, and of course, as he will, our top 3 from our second 150 race from the Caterham graduates here at Snetterton.
And a very happy Max Haynes here, just doing his hair, a bit like the cameraman and the reporter. Max, fantastic race. That's Caterham racing in a nutshell, right?
Yeah, it was brilliant. You know, obviously really happy for the win. Didn't think I drove very well. I broke the toe and let them get back onto me. Bit of work to do on the car for the third race. But look, a win's a win. Happy with that.
A win is definitely a win. You're on the podium yesterday and you were happy and you said there's bits to improve on. What did you improve on from yesterday? I mean, you say you didn't drive very well, but you're on the top step.
Yeah, well, yesterday I could feel a bit of understeer coming into the car. We tried to do some slight changes to it, not make it too drastic, but it didn't help. It went the other way. So, bit of understeer, bit of front locking. Mechanic's going to be busy over the lunch break.
Certainly looks that way. Congratulations on a fine win there for Max Haynes. Let's get our second place man over, Ian Howes. We like to get the BRSCC backdrop. Too many drivers running away. But Ian, a fabulous second place. Congratulations. How was that for you?
Yeah, very good. Hard work. They said come Caterham racing because it's as close as it gets, and I think that was a good case for it.
I think that was, if you want Caterham racing in a nutshell to advertise it, it was that race, right?
I think so. I felt good from where I was, but I can't speak for everyone else. But yeah, amazing. So good.
And this circuit as well, the wind conditions have actually changed this. This was coming across the circuit, so is there a bit less of an advantage?
Well, this is my home circuit, so I know the winds quite well, so maybe it helps, I don't know. But you didn't feel a lot there today. There's so much towing going on that you're kind of more caught up in that than the crosswinds or anything else. But yeah.
And you've got a race coming up later on. What's the plan?
Try and do the same again. Maybe one step further.
Well, I was going to say, one step further.
Why not? Let's aim for it.
Fantastic, Ian. Great to talk to you. That's our second place man right there. Will Bryant, come on over, sir, in a beautifully prepared car there. I'm liking the blues, and he's got the race suit to match. Will, fantastic. Overall podium.
Yeah, it's great. First podium. Really happy about it. Just great fun racing these guys. Just pushing to get a bit higher up next time, hopefully.
Well, you've got a race later on to do it. What do you need? What changes do you need to make?
I think the car's pretty much where it is. Just need to get in a good position off the start and just push on from there. Try and make up some places.
Definitely try and make up some places and kind of adjust the pack mentality and try and be in the right place on the last lap, right?
Yeah, hopefully. We see how close it is. Just being in the right place at the right time can win a race, really.
Well, congratulations on a superb overall podium there for Will Bryant. We have cars coming out onto the circuit for our final race before the lunch break, and that's the Mazda MX5 Super Cup. Might go and put a hat on.
Whilst Rob goes to find some headgear as it gets a bit windy out there here at Snetterton, we're getting set for our final race of the morning, essentially, or the first half of the activity here in our spring season opener for BRSCC, and it's more Mazdas to close off the first part of today, and it is once again the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup. Now, yesterday we had some great action, and in the end it was thanks to kind of the parting of the ways from the three cars in front that had some incidents and troubles. In particular, it was Thomas Langford's car who came off the road, and also 2 cars tangling as well in that mix. It was a win for what I think is one of the youngest drivers ever to take a victory in MX5 Super Cup history. 17-year-old William Antrobus, fresh out of karting, which I know that John knows all too well about William's antics, having looked at him and watched him throughout karting in the last few years. He takes victory and does something that's not easy to do, which is to take victory in MX5 Super Cup on your first ever start in the championship. That's not easy to do in this championship, but he did that first off. So let's see if he can match that in race number 2. He starts with an all Hills Motorsport front row of the grid, as the grid is set from the results of race 1 yesterday. So William Antrobus will start on pole again with Kamal Kelsey alongside him on the front row. I think actually might be second fastest times, actually, because a couple of drivers a bit higher up. Got the thumbs up, thank you. So Sam Middleton will start from third alongside Thomas Langford. Now, he had an engine problem yesterday, or did something that blew on the car, which forced him out of the race while he was leading. So he gets a chance to redeem himself from 4th on the grid. Ollie Hall and Dan Parris-Smith also came to blows yesterday as well at Wilson Hairpin, if I remember correctly. So those 2 guys will have a chance to redeem themselves from the 3rd row, Hall and Parris-Smith. Then it's going to be Alistair Dendy, last year's Masters champion, and Scott Wright, a former club class champion himself as well. Steve Kites, who was yesterday's Masters winner, a club class winner, and Lee Dendy Sadler, former BMW Fiesta racer, will start from P10. Then Chris Ginn and Martin Tolley. Hopefully Tolley's car is now fully repaired. I think it is, because I can see what was Chris's old car from last year is back on the grid. It has Martin Tolley at the wheel. Then it's Jim Barrett and Richard Moore in the very attractive yellow and blue machine, starting in P14, followed by Alex Jones and Graham Rumsey, and then John Christie Rundle. And at the back of the grid is Jihuai Wang in the Porsche had entered Mark IV ND generation Mazda MX5. Of course, not the same generation as the Mark IIIs that we have here, but I imagine it's a little possible glimpse into the future of what we might be seeing going forwards when it comes to Mazda MX5s and Super Cup, because the Mark IV certainly might be another generation that will come forwards eventually and start to mix it a bit more with the Mark IIIs. In fact, you can see it just here if we do have a little focus on it. There it is. There is the Mark IV car being run by Porsche Autosport. And the Mark IVs have been around in BRSCC circles the last handful of years, but of course looks like they're starting to experiment with starting to let them interlope a little bit into the Super Cup ranks, and looks like it's possibly the right way to go, given it's the next generation that can easily be converted into the next generation of, arguably, Super Cup car once the Mark IIIs not phase out, because there are plenty of them out there racing, but of course it helps add more cars into the field and possibly even also add a slightly different class, different dimension to MX5 Super Cup racing going forwards into the future.
Indeed, more Mazdas. No one's going to complain, are they?
Nope,
so let's get them involved. Yeah, Gizet was having a good race yesterday, getting properly stuck in with the drivers around them. So good to see a new Mark model moving their way through and getting stuck in here with the rest of the slightly older versions, but all producing great racing. We've already enjoyed the Mark 1s out there earlier on today, and now it's the turn of their slightly younger brothers and sisters. So looking back at the 2025 championship, of course, things starting to settle in now in the 2026 championship, but interesting to see as well, both the pro and the club class were won by 30 points last year, so not the greatest of, not the biggest of points differences, but just interesting to see that both of them happened to be 30 difference between the top two when they both got around 1,970 points. So a huge amount of points to get over the season, only separated by 30, very close in the championships. Of course, it was Sam Middleton, your club champion last season. He starts this one 3rd place on the grid. Your pro champion, Will Blackwell Chambers. Now, he's not joined us, at least here this weekend, at Snetterton, but it's Thomas Langford who was 2nd in the Pro Championship last year. He starts alongside Sam Middleton for this one anyway, on the 2nd row. But as you mentioned, Scott, William Antrobus and Kamal Kelsey on that front row. William, a very impressive drive yesterday. He was always an accomplished kart racer, but he's clearly taken to that transition to cars very, very well. Enjoys driving these Mazdas, and you're always going to enjoy it more when you're finishing races in 1st place. And for this one, yet again, starting on pole position, let's see if he can convert it once more and get 2 from 2 from this BRSCC season opener here from Snetterton. Well, what kind of jump can he get as the red lights go out? That'll be the first crucial thing. If he can lead into turn 1, that's half the battle done. But then he's got to defend like his life depends on it. He's got plenty of accomplished racing drivers sat just behind him.
He really does. And yesterday actually did see the first 6 or 7 drivers really get into the mix. And we've got a nice, decent run of pro drivers in the order. Of course, the club class is going to be quite interesting. Steve Kite was the winner yesterday. Of course, he's the boss of Missy Racing, so good to see them fully supporting the Mazda Championship, continue to do so. But we'll see, because I reckon there's a few drivers here after yesterday that have some points to prove. Definitely, I think 3 in particular: Ollie Hall, Dan Parris-Smith, and especially Thomas Langford. He would have been on course for that victory had he not had the engine problem or the issue that put him out of the race with mechanical failures. It did put a bit of fluid down, which meant they had to clear that up for the next race that was going on. Of course, if that happens, of course, we're into lunch breaks. So they get a chance to do that and correct it if they can. So, cars lining up on the grid for the second race of the weekend for the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup. And as we get set then to get underway, William Antrobus looking for his second win in a row. Of course, started from pole yesterday, didn't lead all the race, but led when it counted right at the checkered flag. Kamal Kelsey, who was a former club class front runner, showing he's had plenty of practice now to be in pro level. Sam Middleton was runaway club class champion after he made such a strong start last season. We'll see what he can do and watch for Langford, Parron Smith and Hall, who will look to try and come through for the next couple of rows. 5-second board is up and we're all set for the second Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup race at Snetterton. Red lights are out. It's a great start from the front row, again from the cleaner side of the road from Kamal Kelsey and also from Thomas Langford from the second row. But Langford gets a good run. He's got past alongside Antrobus, but it's going to be Kamal Kelsey from the front row who will hold the whole shot in towards Ritchie's and he'll turn it into the lead. It's Antrobus in second. It is Langford up to third place. He's got around the outside of Middleton and there's 1 or 2 cars going off wide. Scott Wright goes onto the grass in the middle of the pack, swings back in front of everybody else behind him. Thankfully there's no contact. In towards Wilson Hairpin for the first time. They're packing up as they go through into the right-hander. Good start also for the Mark IV MX5 as Jikwai Wang for the back of the grid, up 6 or 7 places already.
That was a scary one there at the first corner. Yeah, indeed. The slightest bit of overlap there, and as the driver turned in, they got spun across the node. Unbelievably well held there. Went one way, went the other. They still caught it on the grass and have carried on and pretty much held position as well, impressively so. As now we see the battle for second continuing on then down through into Agostini. Antrobus remaining firm there on the inside line and holding on to second place, but he has lost his lead then early on in this one. It was a lovely start in the initial phase there from Thomas Langford. In the second and third phase, as he pulled up through the gears, just didn't quite get enough of a pull as he did in that first phase and slotted into third. Still 1 position gained off the start. There was a couple of drivers still flirting with track limits here on lap number 1.
Yeah, that was Jan Parron Smith there in car number 4 running wide, and maybe sort of grimaced a little bit because I think he was going quite wide. I think that's Aidan Hills' car from having won the championship the last couple of seasons prior to Will Blackwell Chambers, who of course has then moved on to the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, where he's racing with Rob Boston Racing, and he's now progressing to a career more in endurance racing going forwards. Leaders now back down towards the Brundle-Nelson complex for the first time, and Kamal Kelsey holding the lead, and Langford there was moving around trying to distract Antrobus, and Kamal Kelsey a little wayward on the exit of Nelson, didn't quite get the exit he wanted, neither did Langford. He was checked up into the back of Antrobus, and here comes Middleton up the inside, throwing up the inside into the apex at the bomb hole, and gets the move done. Langford tries to tough it out around the outside, puts 2 wheels onto the grass on the exit onto Coram for the first time, and there goes Ollie Hall trying to prove a point in 5th position. He squeezes past 2. Langford wayward and sideways as he tries to stop the car, but Hall has to give him the space, and he does get into 4th position. So out of Murray's for the first time at racing speeds, up down the pit straight towards the start-finish line, end of lap number 1, and it is Kelsey who leads. Antrobus in 2nd place, Middleton in 3rd. It's at Hills Motorsport 1-2. And then we have 4th place now for Hall, 5th for Langford, 6th for Parron Smith, 7th for Dendy, 8th for Scott Wright, then 9th behind him for Lee Dendy Sadler for Kills Motorsport, and 10th is Steve Kite. Up to 11th is Jikwai Wang in the ND Generation Mark IV MX5. As back up the inside to retake the lead goes Antrobus in towards Wilson Hairpin, makes the move stick, so the 2 Hills Motorsport drivers, no teammates, no love lost either. They are free to race each other, and at the moment it seems as though it's battle lines drawn unless the likes of Middleton, Hall and indeed Langford can get back in here, because I'm certain with about 17 minutes to go, this ain't over by a long shot.
Yeah, there's certainly no working together at the moment, is there? Antrobus, lovely, classic move there. Under brakes up the inside at Wilson, gets it done. Relegates Kelsey back into 2nd place. Yeah, what a lovely move it was down through the bomb hole on the last lap from Middleton. Aggressive stuff there as Langford lost the exit speed. Had to be bold there to take that inside blind of Middleton, but he wasn't scared by the aggressive defence from Langford. Put his car there and said, all right, mate, I'm here. You're going to have to move out the way now. And exactly what Langford had to do. Lost in that momentum, and Hall snuck on through as well. Well, Kelsey and Antrobus changing positions there early on, and the lap has lost them a little bit of time. Middleton, Hall, Langford onto the back of them once again, and as Antrobus punches the hole through the air here down the Bentley Straight, surely will we go back to a 5-car battle for the race lead. And really, down to the bottom of the top 10 and even further, we've not opened up huge gaps just yet. Not quite 5 minutes into the race, though, so plenty still to play out. Kelsey looks for it there up the inside of Antrobus. Didn't quite have the overrun, though. Has to slot back into 2nd place as there's a move back into 4th, that is. Langford getting the move done. Back into the top 4 he goes.
Yeah, nice clean move around the outside into Brundle to get the inside for Nelson at the next corner, which is the right-hander, tighter part of the complex. further back. You see Martin Tolley ahead of, this is now Graham Rumsey now ahead of Chris Ginn, and the number 5 car, which is Jim Barrett. Good to see him. He's a former BMW Compact Cup racer himself. BMW drivers moving. As sideways there was Ollie Hall over the exit of Murray's. Over the grass he goes. That will give the free pass, it seems, to at least Dan Parron-Smith, and also Alistair Dendy was in there as well. But Ollie Hall was getting very sideways on the exit as he put the power down. New fastest lap of the race, in fact, goes to Sam Middleton this time in white and pink, as now we go side by side again for the 2 leaders and the 2 Hills Motorsport teammates, and Antrobus holds the place. But Middleton now looking pretty feisty. Now, he hasn't won a race overall yet in the MX5 Super Cup. He was in club class last year, but made an instant impact when he debuted. He's now going down the outside for 2nd place. And Kelsey will show him the edge of the road, and Langford might just go, thank you very much. He gets past 1, might get past 2 if he plays his cards right. Gets better traction off the corner, but he's on the outside line now off of Wilson. Now for the inside line for Palmer's, it'll go to Kelsey. And the fact that Middleton had got checked up, he's now into the path of Dan Parron-Smith as Stafford hangs it tough around the outside. Puts 2 wheels on the grass, and he keeps it side by side. Middleton swarming around, going one way then the other. Can't find a way through right now. His way is blocked, and all of this is going to be playing right into the hands of William Antrobus, thinking, just you keep scrapping, you lot. I'm going to go sailing off into the distance, try and win the race, and just have a rather pleasant afternoon when we go into the lunch break.
At the moment, seeming almost like a carbon copy of race number 1 yesterday, round the outside at Hamilton's. That's always a bold move. Brilliant. But Langford's done it. Inside line then as they jump on the brakes into the little right-hander. Will now fan on through to the back straight. Out of Oggies we go. And drivers now needing to work together maybe a little bit more. Antrobus is going to continue to scamper off at the sharp end, just like he did in race number 1 yesterday. Well, we're not complaining. This battle for 2nd, absolutely fantastic. Once again, headed up by Kelsey. And now Middleton then battling with Langford. So Langford making all of that effort and getting properly stuck in, as again we see them fanning out down the back straight, looking for moves here. It's always a bold one to go for. We've seen incidents already this weekend down through those couple of corners, but they all keep it fair at the moment. And of course we saw that wide moment down at the final corner a lap or so ago for Ollie Hall. Well, he's settled back in well now and getting properly stuck in that battle at the sharp end. As we said so many times this weekend, battles galore throughout the field, and again we don't really know where to watch here in the Mazdas.
It's very true. Looking at the battle between Rumsey, Barrett and Richard Moore, who's debuting this weekend. I have to say, one of my favourite looking cars of the weekend, the yellow and blue, or the purpley blue they've got on that car, which is looking quite smart. Now, the key thing's going to be here, as Antrobus continues to lead, and the gap out front is 1.5 seconds. Is lap time wise last time, Langford, he was so busy battling, he lost half a second to the car in front, as it was a new personal best for Antrobus last time by, and the 2nd proper flying lap of the race. I'll be keen to see what Langford does here, because he'll have Middleton right behind him, who has the fastest lap of the race, how much pressure he applies, or whether he decides to, look, rather than battle me, come with me, let's see if we can catch Antrobus out in front, because both Langford and Middleton don't really have any team loyalty here, whereas Parron-Smith and Kamalsi do. So these two are going to try and push forward if they can, and Parron-Smith wants to try and support his teammate. He tries to do that by getting past Middleton into Palmer's, but can't make that move stick. So now let's see if Langford can start to close that gap. Visibly, it looks like it's coming down steadily, and he's starting to not only that, but bring Middleton and Parron-Smith and Kelsey and Hall and co with him. So I wonder here if Antrobus in clear air is not going to get as much of a benefit, particularly if Langford gets close enough, he'll start to get a tow from the Antrobus, pull closer and bring that 1.5 second gap down, as he already looks like he's trying to do in this part of a lap.
Yeah, we dragged so many drivers with them, haven't we? We're now basically 2nd to 11th in that squabble. Only about 4 seconds separating all of those drivers. As there's a look up the inside there. That'll be Kelsey trying to make another move. Is it through the inside? But actually getting swamped then on corner exit. A little bit of a love tap from the driver behind there as they look to put the power down and fly on through Hamilton's, then back onto the Bentley straight once more. As we continue to squabble down through then. So Ollie Hall, Kelsey battling. We've got Dendy and Deadly Sadler involved in that squabble as well. And GJ Wang now at the back of this one. But yes, as you say, that effort from Langford has really paid off, hasn't it? Those few corners having to be a bit of aggressive to get his way back through to the sharp end. Well, he's now leading the charge. And as we say, it was 1.5 seconds at the start of this lap. It definitely isn't 1.5 seconds now. We'll let you know exactly what the gap is as they come under the gantry to end lap number 4. But it's certainly going to be close now between Antrobus and Langford. Now, it'll be interesting to see whether Langford decides to push Antrobus here and say, come on, we're already making a good breakaway, let's continue this, or whether Langford goes for it, first time of asking.
Well, Langford, of course, a former Mazda MX5 Mark 1 champion. He'll certainly want to go for it as much as he can. Of course, he did take a win in MX5 Super Cup in his first season, and that's a difficult thing to do enough in itself. Antrobus has already checked that off in race number 1 from yesterday. And in terms of pace, you're absolutely right. Langford is not hanging around. 2:15.984. He is closing in. He's closed the gap down by a second in 1 lap, which is exceptional to see. That's the reason why he's a Mark 1 champion, and he really has been getting to these Mark 3s pretty much straight away since he joined the championship last year. He was on the pace, challenging Will Blackwell Chambers at the opening round last year at Silverstone. They pile in through the hairpin. That's 11 of Lee Dendy Sadler, battling with Scott Wright. It's good to see him back in the championship. If I'm right, he used to run with Airtec Motorsport previously, which is the Martin Plowman's team. This time he's now running with Paul Sheard Autosport. So Sheard, also experienced team, is running out wide there with Lee Dendy Sadler. He's not done much rear-wheel drive. He has done BMW Compact Cup, but he was more a Fiesta racer in previous seasons in years gone by, but he's been more into BMWs and other similar championships up to now. There's also, you see, Jihuai Wang in the Mark IV ND generation Mazda MX-5, and going back to the NC generation, 3rd gen MX-5 Super Cup cars, you can see that Langford visibly has got the gap down to just under half a second. You can see that new fastest lap of the race, certainly showing his pace. You see there also just in front of Jihuai Wang is Steve Kite, the Misty Racing team boss, winner of the club class yesterday. In fact, in the club class, it is Kite who leads it from Barrett in 2nd place and Richard Moore in 3rd. In the pro class, it's simply the top 3 outright at the moment, which is Antrobus, Langford and Parron Smith in 3rd place. Down the back straight, and Langford gets the toe. Not only that, has drafted past Antrobus on the outside line towards Brundle and sweeps across John before he even turns in. So that is now Thomas Langford to the front. Now the tentative question is, can he stay there without any mechanical dramas, and will Antrobus let him stay there in the first place?
Yeah, let's wait and see then. And not often we see that the slipstream alone allows for the overtake, but Langford's got it done clearly. It was a nice exit off of Hamilton's in coupling with the slipstream. He's made the move before he even got to the braking zone. So Langford takes to the front then for the first time in this race, and for the first time in a while, Antrobus having to follow another Mazda MX-5. A little bit slidey there out the final corner for Parron Smith. That might give the opportunity for Middleton to get back into the podium places. Those two will run side by side though, giving up any sort of slipstream they would have had from each other, and maybe inviting the likes of Hall and Kelsey back into the battle as well. Well, for the moment, Langford and Antrobus stay as they were. We are indeed side by side for 3rd, and Middleton has to slot back in behind. So no matter that wide moment, Parron Smith holds on to the top 3 places. Well, now Kelsey's trying to find a way through on Hall into the braking zone, and there is Antrobus back up the inside into the lead. So they're going to be losing a bit of time here in those two battling, but luckily for them, they're all giving it great guns there behind as well. So the battle for 3rd probably actually losing more time than the battle for 1st at the moment.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's the same phrase, isn't it? The harder they fight each other, the easier it is for the top 2 to enjoy their own battle without too many dramas, and they're doing so right now. So Antrobus versus Langford. I have to admit, I didn't know too much about Antrobus, but now I'm certainly learning more about him as I watch him drive, and the fact is, you know more about him than I do, given the fact he's come through from karting, just 17 years old, and driving MX-5 Super Cup like he's done it for a few seasons, whereas Langford, of course, is a seasoned MX-5 racer. 2024 MX-5 Mark 1 champion. Moved up into Super Cup last year, took a victory in his first season, as I mentioned, and certainly proved to be one of the favourites for the title this year. But I tell you what, this young 17-year-old is certainly giving him plenty of headaches, given that he's taken a race victory already and has about at least 100 points on him already. So there are drop scores that you have, so that will come back into play as the season goes on towards the end. But nonetheless, this is going to be quite a fascinating battle, and particularly if these 4 cars can get in the mix. We've got quite a decent little group of pro-class drivers here, 6 or 7 that are going to be in the mix as well. Antrobus thought about moving alongside Langford down the back straight, but there wasn't enough momentum to make that stick, so he slots back in behind as they turn in through Brundle and Nelson. Little clip of the curb, back on the power again. Little slide from Parron Smith, who's up to 3rd. Good to see down now. He was a junior racer, raced in both Junior Saloons and Fiesta Juniors. Then he did a little bit of Mazda MX5 Super Cup, but did some Miata Trophy, and has now come back now as part of the Hills Motorsport squad. Of course, run by Aidan Hills, double Mazda MX5 Super Cup Pro Class champion in 2023 and 2024. And came back for a part season, but he's also been a Miata Trophy champion on top of that as well. So he's been a bit of a Mazda master when it comes to Mark 3s. He doesn't really race Mark 1s too much, but he's also been recently doing a little bit of brick car endurance as well. So he's moving more into sports cars. Did also do some Ginettas for a while as well, but didn't quite gel with the Ginetta back when we had still the GRDC and the G50s were more for seniors, that kind of championship. But in that sense, it's interesting that he's kept to Mazdas and been more preferential with those cars, and he's also built his team around it, and he's more a successful team boss than a Mazda racer himself. He does occasionally jump out with his customers and race a car to prove its speed and its build in order to sell a seat, but ultimately he lets his clients do the driving and lets his driving do the talking in slightly higher championships now. As you watch here, that's Richard Moore and Martin Tolley going off in tandem, synchronised sliding through Richie's corner as Langford holds on to the lead. But now, interesting enough, look, you can see visibly Antrobus is about to get a little bit of company from his two teammates, although how much company they're going to be and how welcome it is right now, given there's 5.5 minutes to go, and how willing they're going to be to keep him in second place, I'm not quite sure, John.
No, indeed. Definitely plenty to watch. That was an absolutely classic incident there for Tolley. With one driver going off ahead of you, you suddenly think, oh no, I'm going to have the same fate here, as he would have been following him through there on the line. As he goes wide, he dropped one wheel, did well to hold it. They both continue on, which is good to see. Never an easy one to hold the slide off when you go off-piste down at Riches, but the drivers have done very well. Yeah, we're impressed by how quickly Antrobus has taken to Mazda MX5 racing, but you don't become Vice British Champion out of luck. So he's got a lot of talent, has Antrobus, and clearly that transition from karts to cars going very well. He's got one race win under his belt already from yesterday. He'd love to make this 2 from 2, but he's going to have to fight for it. Langford still ahead, and now, as you were just chatting about, Scott, Parron Smith and Kelsey, whether it was working together or not, they've been coming to blows as well, these two, but either way, they've caught back up to the top 2, and we might just get treated to a top 4 battle here over the last few minutes or so. So a couple of laps left to go then in this last race before the lunch break, but who is going to take the spoils? And realistically, Middleton, Hall, not that far behind either as well. Those two have looked very feisty, but a mistake for Langford there through Murray's is going to lose him a lot of exit speed, a lot of momentum, and surely will run side by side with Antrobus up the start-finish straight.
Confirmed he has, but look at Parron Smith also getting involved as well. Fastest lap of the race, 2:15.877. He's tucked in behind Antrobus down towards turn 1. There's a couple of laps to go, and Antrobus might try and power it round the outside into Richie's corner. They turn in through the right-hander, and now Langford looks at his mirrors and sees a literal phalanx of Hills Motorsport cars right behind him. They're fanning out 3 wide. Antrobus in the middle. Either side go both Parron Smith and Kelsey. Off the road goes Scott Wright, and he goes grass track in the exit. Richie's going to keep his foot in, bouncing around like a racehorse, and actually gets himself back on the road. This is Snetterton, not the Grand National, Scott. Carry on. Down towards the left-hander. I should explain that was Scott Wright, not me. I was making the joke. Wasn't criticising myself. I'm not the one driving. Anyway, carrying on. Langford still leads. But don't look in your mirrors, Thomas. You've got 3 very feisty Hills Motorsport cars, and they're not teaming up, because look at this. Parron Smith to the inside line. He's not respecting his teammate. Into second place he goes. You might have won yesterday, Will. I fancy to go this time. Thank you very much. I'll take P2 if you don't mind. He's telling him, look, come with me. Don't battle me. Let's follow through and try and catch Thomas, because he knows that's going to be more important than fighting amongst each other. That's Hills Motorsport tactics working at play here. Kelsey will certainly help him get a double toe to give them a double push if he can. Locking up won't help, though, and that's going to give both Ollie Hall and Sam Middleton the chance to get through. It lets Hall through, but Middleton couldn't quite get past before Kelsey shut the door on the exit. So thankfully, he's managed to hold on to the place, although it doesn't last long. Middleton forces the issue. Up the inside he goes to Williams' corner. Now they're side by side again. He'll get the side draft, and also Dendy's in there as well, the last year's Masters champion. But Thomas Langford, you can see, he's not comfortable on the racing line staying in one place. He knows that both Parron Smith and Antrobus are going to start working together, being Hills Motorsport teammates, as Dendy goes on the grass in the background, trying to find a way past either Middleton or Hall. As they get out of Brundle Nelson, Langford's got the gap here, so they'll go on to the last lap of the race. But at this moment in time, Langford has it, and it seems as though that whilst initially there was a scuffle between the two Hills Motorsport teammates, the two young guns, Antrobus and Parron Smith, they've called a temporary truce. But have they called the temporary truce too late, John?
Might just be. Let's wait and see then. Really going to depend on the exit here from the final corner. How much can they close up? It might be a little bit of a slidey moment for Langford yet again. Of course, he had that rather wide moment on the previous lap. This time it's been a lot more careful. But let's see. Antrobus and Parron Smith working together then. They will continue on, I believe, onto the final lap of this race then. Langford leads us onto it with a couple of car lengths then ahead of Parron Smith, Antrobus and Hall. Hall Hall had his own bit of a lock-up down through into Agostini on the previous lap, was able to not lose too much from it, and then actually had Kelsey lock up ahead of him down through into Oggies, which gave him the place. And he's had to work, though, over the last bit of that last lap to now catch the next pack. And a potential podium's on here for Ollie Hall if he can find a way through. Well, Langford looks to have shaken them off just enough here, at least through the first couple of corners. And as we side then through the left-hander of Palmer, yeah, he's just broken away enough here. As you say, Scott, maybe that truce came a little bit too late.
Of course, now Antrobus has, as you say, Ollie Hall for company right behind him. So effectively, the two Hills Motorsport drivers are going to fight themselves as the other one goes sideways at the apex at Agostini. Just about holds it. Nice drifting action from Kamar Kelsey, but not quite the time to do it. As now Alistair Dendy finds an easy pass through into what would have been 6th position, and that's Kelsey down to 7th. But Parron Smith now is trying to bring Antrobus and co with him, but of course they've now got the unwanted element behind them of Ollie Hall lurking around to try and pick up a podium. So into Williams for the final time, onto the Bentley straight, and I think you're absolutely right, John. I think that Langford is away by 3/4 of a second, enough at least. Whilst the three cars behind are too busy fighting amongst each other and concentrating on each other, he looks like he's set to go on and take, with bated breath, a first victory of the season, given he retired yesterday with engine problems. In towards Brundle and Nelson. They're packing up for second place. Second, third and fourth, all line astern. Into it, and Parron Smith slightly sideways as he turned into the exit, but it was enough momentum to pitch the car through and get it in the right direction. On corner exit for the bomb hole. Through the right-hander, through the compression at the dip on the apex of the corner. Now through a long right-hander of Coram. 2 more corners to go. And Thomas Langford, who had to have heartbreak yesterday, he was in this position yesterday to pick up race victory. Looks as though the Mazda engine this time is going to go straight and true all the way to the checkered flag. Out of Murray's for the final time. They'll fight on the way to second place between Parron Smith, Antrobus and Hall. But after being denied yesterday through engine problems, it is a sweet run to the line this time for the former MX5 Mark 1 champion. Tom Langford takes victory in race number 2 of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup. He is delighted with that, and rightfully so. Even his folded-in wing mirror, I think he's done that purposely for a little bit of extra added air on the straight. That did the trick, didn't it? Dan Parron Smith with fastest lap of the race. He takes an excellent second place. That's by far his best result in the MX5 Super Cup to date. Antrobus takes 3rd, so it's back on the podium after he couldn't repeat his victory yesterday. And then Ollie Hall 4th and Middleton 5th. This is a drag race to a line between Tolley and Moore. And this will be for club class honours in second place, side by side. And it is going to be Moore who holds on to it. In fact, it was for position anyway because Tolley was in pro class. So I got confused with Chris Ginn's livery. There's Chris Ginn behind. He's battling with Graham Rumsey. Both of these two have been graduates of the Mark 1s in Championship, particularly Graham Rumsey in recent years. Cross the line they go. But excellent stuff for Tom Langford. It is a first victory of the season for him. It's a second Super Cup victory for him, if I'm correct, because from last year's points, he only got 1 victory. And that was quite a fitting victory for him. I think he took that in slightly emotional... No, it was... I'm thinking of a different driver. But Tom does a fantastic job to pick up victory. And that will certainly put right yesterday. Of course, with the drop scores in play, he'll have lost 100 points, but he gains them back. It should still be Antrobus leading the championship, considering that he has 196 now, I think, and he got the fastest lap of the race yesterday, which would be another bonus point on top of that. So it's 197. And good efforts also from Parron Smith. I'm impressed with Parron Smith. He's come on quite in leaps and bounds. He was a decent club class driver previously. Now he's in pro class. He's had the tuition and the guidance of Aidan Hills. He's run in Miata Trophy before and got the experience there. I'm certain that has to be Aidan Hills' ex-championship or race-winning car that he's raced before, because the livery matches what Aidan normally runs. Might even be the car he raced in Miata Trophy, because the cars are pretty much, as far as I know, identical spec. So Dan Parron Smith getting a bit of quality machinery, if it is the case, driven by the man himself, the team boss he has, and that will certainly be something that holds him in good stead going forward. So, results from race 2 of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5 Super Cup. Tom Langford takes his first reign of the weekend, and that puts right the retirement from yesterday. Dan Parron Smith takes the fastest lap of the race and a personal best second finish and an overall podium. And yesterday's young winner, William Antrobus, takes 3rd, making it a Hills Motorsport 2-3. Ollie Hall was 4th and Sam Middleton in P5, but it's Alistair Dendy who wins the Masters category in P6 overall, and Kamar Kelsey in 7th from Lee Dendy Sadler. Zhihai Wang took the Mark IV MX5 through to 7th overall from the back of the grid. In fact, no, 9th overall from the back of the grid. And then club class victory goes to Steve Kite in P10, followed by Scott Wright, Jim Barrett, and then it was Richard Moore who just beat Martin Tolley to the line, followed by Graham Rumsey, Chris Ginn, Alex Jones, and John Christie Rundle. All 18 cars started, all 18 finished, and now to hear from our top 3 and a very happy race winner from race 2, it's Rob Lewis down in Parc Ferme.
Well, Tom Langford, an upturn in fortunes from yesterday. First of all, what was the issue yesterday?
My diff exploded in spectacular fashion.
Less than ideal?
Suboptimal, you would say. It was a good race yesterday up until that point, but I'm absolutely thrilled with how today's gone. That was proper MX5 racing.
Proper MX5 racing. Let's talk about today. So, good start, working your way through, and away you go.
Yeah, I had poor qualifying. Some issues that we sorted for the races yesterday and today, and it was just trying to work your way through. The grid's so close this year, so we're just trying to find that little bit of performance here and there and just keep moving forward.
You're very, very happy. So race 3 coming up, what's the plan?
It depends what grid is drawn. It's a reverse grid, but same again. I think I've come through the pack twice now, so I look to do the same.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, Tom. Soak it all in. What a fantastic race from that young man there. Here's our second place man. Very well and immaculately presented as usual. Great race in the Hills Motorsport car. How was it from your point of view?
Yeah, it was really good, especially after the disappointment yesterday. I really wanted to bounce back good. Starting 6th and finish 2nd, so it couldn't really go any better, really.
I was going to say, you've probably done the bounce back as best you can there. What can you do for race 3?
Well, it's reverse grid, and I like that because I like, doing overtakes. So I think the same again, get a top 2, it's good championship points. It's a long season, so yeah, I'm really happy with that.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you go and celebrate with the Hills Motorsport team. Let's see if we can get our third place man, our winner from yesterday, Will Antrobus. Will, good to see you. Not quite the win, but another overall podium. How'd you feel?
I feel amazing. It was a great race between me, Tom and Dan. I tried backing up so I could get Dan in the mix, but it was going to be a tough race because I had Tom and I felt like the tyres weren't like the best at the start, so I couldn't really pull away. I got a little bit of a gap, but it just didn't come to me in the end.
And I've got to talk about race 3. We've got a reverse grid coming up. You're going to be hopeful for the draw and see if you can work your way through from there?
Yeah, I obviously can. I think I've got a good enough car, and I think myself I'm good enough as well. But yeah, I really thank the team for everything and my dad for everything so far. But yeah, I think it's been a great series so far, and I think I'm the championship leader at the moment. And if I can come away in the 3rd race with another good podium or even a win, I think it'd be a great start to the championship coming out of round 1 as the championship leader.
Always a good start coming out of round 1 as a championship leader. Congratulations on another overall podium, and we are going to see from these guys later on for race 3. Now, for the moment, it's the lunch break, so everyone here is going to get a bite to eat. I suggest you leave the stream on and do the same. If you are just going for a cup of tea and a bicky, I suggest custard creams. But come right back, because we've got some great racing this afternoon. More MX5s, more Fiestas, 2 CVs, and right after lunch break, we've got a 45-minute endurance race for the ClubSport trophy. So go get yourself some lunch and come right back. We'll see you in a bit. And welcome back to the final part of our doubleheader weekend here at Snetterton. We're in the middle of the second day. The weather is set fair. And as you can see behind us, cars are getting ready and lining up on the grid for our 45-minute endurance race in the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy. It's time to go back to the commentary box now with Scott and with John Ratcliffe.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, we are getting set for our second half of day 2 of BRSCC's spring weekend at Snetterton, and as you can see, Rob has rightfully said, cars are lined up on the grid for this, the longest race that you'll find here this weekend, the 45-minute SW Motorsport ClubSport Trophy season opener. For those who are new to this series, this is essentially we call basically a mini endurance race. It's 45 minutes, there's a mandatory pit stop window, 15 minutes in, last 15 minutes long, and it has to be a pit stop that has to be made, I think, with a minimum of 2 minutes, I think, is the pit stop you have to make from pit in to pit out. And 5 classes, maximum power to weight ratio of 235 brake horsepower per tonne, and cars have to run list 1A, 1B or 1C tyres as listed in the Motorsport UK NCR rules. All cars have to be production car based as well, so ultimately you can't have any particular purpose-built race cars or space frame chassis or anything of that ilk. And you typically get lots of different machines in here, lots of different hot hatches and small sports cars like Mazda MX5s, in this case BMW Z4s, lots of different cars that you'll find here packing up in this series. Running ever since 2019, when the BRSCC ran 2 pilot races, the first of which was quite a success. It was quite a decent grid of cars for the race at Brands Hatch Indy. And one of the drivers who won that, or 2 people that actually won that race, I think are actually in this paddock this weekend. I think Paul Sheard and Aidan Hills, if I'm correct. Those are the 2 of them. They shared a car, a Mazda MX5, and on the last lap of the race, beat Bruce Winfield, who was in a Honda Civic. Of course, Bruce Winfield went on to do TCR UK, and not quite sure what he's doing these days, but he is certainly at least around in motorsport circles. So 5 classes, and Class A to Class E. And of course, as you typically expect, it's Class A and B cars towards the front of the grid. In fact, it's Class A and B pole sitters on the front of the grid respectively, because on the left of the screen, on the inside of pole position, you find Richard Clark in his Finsport entered Golf GTI with a rear wing and a front splitter to boot. Then you've then got Rory Pickles alongside him in the Audi TT, ADT Cup spec car alongside him on the front row of the grid. So Clark and Files on the front row. James Alford in his Honda Civic EK9 starts on row 2 alongside Josh Files, as in former TCR champion Josh Files in the Honda Civic Type R. That's a Civic Cup spec machine. Richard Goodall in his JCW spec Mini Cooper alongside Graham Price in the Renault Clio 172 run by Pure Track. That's the Matt and Sarah Dennis team, followed by Nick Brady and Rob Andrade in their Audi TT and Volkswagen Golf GTI, and the top 10 rounded up by the first of the Renault Clio's RS cars, which is Kevin Sterling, alongside Chris Earle in his Honda Civic Type R EP3. Outside the top 10, Kieran Power in the first of the BMW Z4s. There are a few of those in the field. We'll get to those shortly, with Adam Marshall alongside him in the Seat Leon. Good to have a Seat Leon in the field. As you see the field fall off onto the formation lap. It'll be a rolling start. Brian Rose in his Audi TTT, and another Honda Civic with Mark Jones at the wheel will be on row 7. Row 8 is Ben Walkinshaw's VW Scirocco R and Chris Mayhew in a Clio Cup car, followed by Luke Bartley in his Honda Civic Type R EP3 and David Cox in a Volkswagen Golf. Then we have a trio of BMW Z4s. We have Dukes and Dukes in their Dukes Motoring Z4, followed by Adam Radford, and then we have the Elliot Novobilski and Novobilski Z4 sponsored by Aston Keeper starts 21st. And then Charles Hopkins in his BMW 318 Compact, the Mazda MX5 Mark III of Jonathan Christie Rundle, who is racing at MX5 SuperCup, getting some extra track time. And at the back of the grid, last but by no means least, is Gary Hobbs in his Misty Racing Mazda MX5 Mark I. So 24 cars, 12 rows, all set to go. The weather conditions are still quite fair. It's still pretty sunny and bright with some cloudy out there as well. 12-mile-an-hour winds and 62 degrees, 62% humidity. We'd bake it. It'd be dying if it was at 62 degrees. Don't make me weatherman at all ever. And of course, it's going to get a little bit sort of consistent with the temperature, 11, 12 degrees, bit of a breeze in the air. As we talked about before, John Ratcliffe, it's pretty much perfect weather conditions for motorsport. I give it, it's sunny, it's bright, there's a bit of cloud in the air, bit of a breeze. I call it just about optimal.
What do you mean don't get you on weather? We've just bought you a green screen and everything.
Well, you kept the receipt. You can take it back.
Indeed. Like you say, beautiful weather here at Snetterton. It's been lovely throughout the 2 days. The weather gods blessing us with beautiful sunshine here up in Norfolk. Well, yes, our longest race of the weekend, this one, 45 minutes on the clock here. And, of course, our only one this weekend with a pit stop as well. We'll go into all the shenanigans with that as we get under green flag racing conditions. It's also lovely to see as well our only race of the weekend where we have a huge mix of different cars. Every single other championship Championship we've seen out there, pretty much spec series, all identical machinery, whereas in this one, a whole spread of different cars all across the field should make it some very interesting and exciting racing. They head all around then on the green flag lap, getting ready to go for our longest race of the weekend. 45 minutes on the clock, and let's see who's able to get up the sharp end by the end of it. As we say, Clark on pole, Pickles second. I mean, they're A and B group cars, but only 3/10 separating each of them in qualifying on the grid. So despite being in separate classes, very close on pace and should be getting right stuck in with each other once we do get underway in racing.
And it's not uncommon that you find a Class B car competing with the Class A. Yes, there is a difference in power to weight ratio, but sometimes it's how you drive the car and what you use underneath you rather than how much power you've got on being in the top class. It's all well and good being a Class A car, but if you haven't got the pace to go with to get the maximum out of that car, if it's not set up optimally for the conditions or optimally for your driving style or your skill, you can't really get the most out of it in that sense. So don't be surprised if you see a handful of Class B cars, including Josh Fowles' Honda Civic Type R and of course the Rory Pickles Audi TT, getting amongst them and actually battling in this group for overall victory, because it can happen, and it does happen in previous times when Class B cars have won. So rolling start then, it is 2x2 formation. They'll come to a line. Of course, when the red lights go out, the race will be underway, following of course the Jaguar safety car at the front of the field. That's BRSCC's official safety car since 2021, supplied by their good friends at runyourfleet.com. And I think going through a bit of a relivery at this point, because it just says safety car plainly on it, but it is in its 6th year of service. Good to have the Jag once again in good form. So out of rows they come. It is Golf and TT on the front row of the grid. It is Honda Civics of different generations on the second row of the grid. Mini and Golf on the third row. Clio on the third row. Audi TT and Golf on the fourth row. And then on the fifth row we have Renault and Honda Civic Type R. So 45 minutes, the season opener for the 2026 SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy. 45 minutes plus a mandatory pit stop. All set to go. The red lights come on and go at any second now. Green flag in the air, and it's a clean start from both Richard Clark and from Rory Pickles. The two VAG generation cars heading down towards Richie's inside line, and it's going to be Richard Clark who turns in, and Files, as we expected, has turned around the outside of James Alford's EK Civic. Little lock-up from one of the BMWs on the inside as they come through the first corner, but all 24 cars appear to be getting through just about trouble-free, and already you can see challenging for the Class B lead and second overall is Josh Files in that bright blue and yellow Honda Civic Type R EP3. The rest of the pack comes out of the Wilson hairpin for the first time, and the two Civics are going into combat. That is Josh Files in the blue and yellow EP3, and then you have the grey EK with the front split and the rear wing. That is James Alford. That's the guy who's regularly competed previously in the past couple of seasons in the Racing Hondas Championship. He was racing in that a couple of weeks ago in a blue EG Civic that had some mechanical issues, but back in the EK for ClubSport Trophy, out of the Agostini hairpin for the first time. There goes 226 with Chris Earl and his Honda Civic Type R EP3. Quite a common car for these kind of all-comer style races. And you can see here what I mentioned with classes A and B. Two different classes, but Richard Clark being kept honest by Rory Pickles in the Audi TT. That's the Mark II generation. I think that's born out of one of the what was the Audi TT Cup that's now racing as part of the Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship. And Rory Pickles trying to make the most of the pace he's got to keep up with Richard. Out of Williams they go for the first time. There goes the rather smart-looking grey Pure Track Clio with the bright yellow wheels. That is going to be Graham Price. He's usually racing a Renault Megane, but a nice little Clio 172. Another new car coming in force for Pure Track, who are quite familiar with Renaults. Saw some smoke in the background from somebody there, so someone towards the rear either had an engine issue or something locked up somewhere on the exit. But as they come out towards the end of lap number 1, and there's the problem, it's 19. It's Gary Hobbs at the back of the field in the Mark 1 MX5 in Class E for Misty Racing. The lead is heading towards the end of lap number 1, and compared to some other laps ones we've had, relatively civilised with this lot as they feel each other out in this opening lap and get themselves across the line to get one lap in the books. But so far, all clean and tidy so far. As we go on to that end of lap number 1, it is Golf from TT from Honda Civics and Mini in the top 5.
Indeed, yeah, good first lap then for the SW Motorsport ClubSport Trophy. We welcome them back for 2026. Yeah, only one driver, just Gary Hobbs, having a bit of an off-track excursion there on lap number 1. I was thinking, it's surely got to be someone off, because who's locking up through Hamilton's? I don't think you even really brake for that right-hander, do you? So it would have been surprising. So yeah, indeed, one driver off-piste, but able to rejoin and get back stuck in amongst it. Well, Richard Clark on that first lap, we saw him was a little bit slidey out through Hamilton's, and you can tell this tight and twisty section in the middle. We do have the second place driver, well now Rory Pickles of course in P2. He was a lot quicker through that middle section, but then when Clark was able to open it up down the back straight, he was able to put the pedal to the metal and drive off down the Bentley straight. So he's opened up a nice gap then through the end of lap number 1 as we continue to battle for second place. A little bit of a lock up there, but keeps it on nonetheless, does Files, as we press on through this second lap. Yeah, we saw there was a little bit of a dicey moment through the first couple of corners for the Dukes Motorsport Dukes car. I think they've missed something there, not racing a Nissan Duke, but I don't think it would be very fast, would it? So fair enough, they're sticking to the Z4s.
Well, they could race a Nismo Duke, but they're quite rare between if you want to race that and risk it and have to have thousands of terms of parts bills, I'm not quite sure they want to do that. And then anyway, let's really want to go extreme and have some way turn a Nissan Duke into a race car. I'm not quite sure how you want to do that. But you could make it racy, could make it a different route. But anyway, that was possible thought for the future. As Richard Clark continues to extend his lead in the Golf GTI, we had this three-way battle between these hot hatches, the two Honda Civics, two generations. In fact, they are opposite generations of each other, consecutive. You've got the EK, which was out in the mid to late 90s, and then the newer EP3 after that generation, the EP3 that came out for the Type R in the early 2000s, about 2001 when that came out. And so those two cars are making their way out through the bomb hole.
Just going to check I'm not being totally blind. What's happened to Rory Pickles? We've lost him from the front group. He's not there on the timing, and he's dropped down the order.
He's just gone through there ahead of one of the BMW Z4s. There's David Cox in the Davanti tyre-sponsored Volkswagen Golf. But you're right, you just spotted Pickles going through. He was as high as second place at one point, but looks like either a mistake or a problem. And whatever the issue was for Pickles, he's powering his way back past the Renault Clio that's in the mix. That is the Kevin Sterling's car, 153. Kevin Sterling, who's a former Fiesta racer in the past. And that's Chris Mayhew's car, in fact, forgive me. Kevin Sterling's car's a bit further up the order. Yeah, Chris Mayhew's that car that he's just gone past. And his next target is going to be the white, red and black EP3 going into the right-hander, which is going to be Chris Earl. That'll see him, I think, getting back into the top 10 because he came across the line. Where did he come across? He was in 15th place, and it's Mark Jones' Civic is coming past. So I'm trying to identify all the cars as they go on the run. But he's made the move up in towards side the right-hander at Wilson, and through he goes into what has now become 14th place. So his next target is Kieran Power in the leading of the BMW Z4s.
It just surprised me there with Files in second place, almost caught me out a little bit. So something's clearly happened. That must have been at the end of lap number 1 because when they came through and broke the timing beam to start lap number 2, Files was already in second place. I knew that Clark had been able to open up the taps down the back straight and extend quite a nice lead, but it did seem quite sizable. But clearly shown there with Pickles dropping down the order. Something has happened. Clearly nothing mechanical though, because he's pressing on absolutely fine now and picking his way through the order very nicely. But that has allowed for Clark to continue to extend that gap at the front as we head on through lap number 3. At the start of it anyway, it was 3.2 seconds. I think it might have even extended further through this third lap of racing. But still, we continue to press on and battles hotting up once more. Here is said squabble for second place. Alford still all over the back of Files, not able to find a way through just yet, but as you can see on the lap times on the left-hand side of your screen, Clark well and truly clear. The only driver below a 2:10 on the last lap, and only one other driver was in the 2:10s, and that was Files in second place. Everyone else in the 11s, 12s, 13s, and a little bit higher. Of course, to be expected in this, though, given that we are in proper multi-class racing now, we're going to have very differing lap times around this very long Snetterton circuit, not similarly to what we saw earlier on in the more similar class racing. But again, great to see all these very different cars all battling over the same piece of tarmac.
Yeah, look at this battle in particular here we're looking at, which has been led by Adam Marshall, who, if I'm right, is the same Adam Marshall that has raced before in a couple of series like Evolution Trophy, in a ex-VW Cup spec Golf, I think. He's now in a different car, Seat Leon, still part of the VAG family. As we see there, that was a move there between, it looks like Nick Brady going past Rob Andrade, or trying to pass the Golf for 5th position overall. And there we see Rob Walkinshaw in the blue and yellow Scirocco R. We usually have Feroz Billamoria in the wonderfully green and white multicoloured Scirocco as well, who's been a race winner in this series before. But it is a series, there's no championship, there's no points for off, it's simply just 45 minutes of pure multi-class racing. And Adam Marshall, who was at the front of that group, has now been shuffled back 3 spots. He's been passed by both, by Walkinshaw and then by the Nick Brady Audi, and then Rory Pickles got past both of them, so he's got past all of them. No, this is... No, it is Nick Brady, I think, isn't it? Or it's Anne... It might be Rose, in fact, actually, in car number 3. Yes, it's the Audi, so it's of... of Rose. Brian Rose, there we go. I had a bit of a brain malfunction for a second there. So Brian Rose has now lost a place, as has also Marshall, and Walkinshaw got past both of them, but Pickles is about to complete the move on all 4 of those cars, because he also passed in that sequence Kieran Power in the leading of the BMW Z4s. There are 4 of them that I think are a legacy of what was the Z4 Cup. Oh no, Z cars, that was the series that they had before for BMW Z4, so that was a legacy of an MSV series that these cars have migrated over to the ClubSport trophy. They enjoy the environment, they enjoy racing here, and of course it's good to see them out in the mix. They're all in Class C as far as I can see, but Kieran Power's car particularly seems to be one that's he's handling the best in terms of getting the most out of it. As we see our group going through, this is further up the field. This is the other cars get confused. Nick Brady, who's now trying to get past Andrade, but couldn't quite make that stick. He's now into the clutches of both the 2 Clios behind. Kevin Sterling, former Fiesta racer, and Graham Price, again, as we said before, has raced in both SuperSport, but also I think in ClubSport in a Renault Megane before. There are a couple of Renault Meganes that Pure Track have. They were out last weekend at Brands Hatch in the SuperSport Endurance Cup. Out there was one that was nice in black and gold, and also one that was in a new colour change. They did a colour change on that car. I think it was the one that was primarily metallic blue, but they changed it to a matte black wrap with some green decals on it. So good to see they've made a bit of a change. Looks a bit more meaner, I think. I think they literally asked ChatGPT to change the colours of the car, and whatever the result it gave them, they said, right, we'll do that in real life, and that's exactly what they did. So this is good for something in terms of car livery design.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it has some sort of use. That's positive. Anyway, the car's looking absolutely splendid. And again, with the mixed car field, lovely to see all of those liveries on show. Well, we're closing down now towards 10 minutes into this race. So already, we've almost got to start thinking about the pit stop strategies in this race as well. Well, Clark continuing to extend his gap at the sharp end. Now 6 seconds clear of Files and Alford. Those two still absolutely nose to tail. Alford ever so slightly quicker on the last lap, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. But those two following well, working together well there in second and third place. Whether out of choice or not, I'm not sure. But either way, finding some good time and all finding more lap time. Down into the 208s now. A 208.1 for Clark. 209s for those chasing 2 in second and third. But battles just starting to settle in now as drivers find maybe where they should be in terms of the running order in this race. Lovely shot there of that beautiful number 8 Renault Clio as they continue to press on by. Graham Price at the back of this group. Not too far then behind back to Earl in the 226. That's in that Honda Civic Type R in P9. Well, here we cut back to those leaders then, Files and Alford. A little bit of a gap has opened up between the two of them, ever so slightly. But again, you can see the cars in different classes there. Files in the B class, Alford in the A class. So Alford just may be able to open up the taps a little bit more down the back straight in the tight and twisty middle section. Files just has that little bit of time over him and able to hold on to second place for now then, as we close up and these cars continue on with their squabble. Well, here's the first time we've seen the race leader in a little while. He heads on to lap number 6 now in this race. Couldn't quite beat his own personal best time on the last. That was about 8/10 off of it. A new PB for Files in second place. Now a 209.2, still just over a second off of the outright pace of Clark in the lead. And already we're getting past some of the back markers then. This will be Hobbs, won't it? Yes, of course. Hobbs a few seconds down, courtesy of that incident he had on the first lap, spinning off down at Williams. It's never ideal for the rest of your race, especially when it's 45-minute long. So not the ideal start then for the driver of the Mazda MX5. But Gary pressing on. Let's see how he does over the rest of this one then. We are continuing to close on towards 30 minutes left to go in this race. So already almost a third of the race complete. As I say, drivers kind of settling into order there. You see both of those cars there cocking up the rear left tyre there as they headed through Agostini. But Files just about able to keep Alford at bay for the moment. Just keeping at arm's length there as they have very different lines to Hamilton's. Files all over the exit curb. Whereas driver behind of Alford, not quite using all of the track that maybe he could have. But there is that Renault Clio continuing to press on through though. So Price made up a place on Sterling on the last lap, and I think he's just now gotten past another driver. But here is of course Pickles making his way back through the order as well. Not too far behind the two cars we were looking at previously. He's trying to find his way through now on the 153 of Sterling. So he's already got past Earl earlier on in this lap and has to give a bit of a hit check there to the Renault as they press on through the right-hander of Hamilton's. But he gets it done and now can go pedal to the metal all the way down the back straight as he continues to make up for those positions that were lost at the end of lap number 1. Still not 100% sure as to why Pickles lost all of those places on lap 1, but either way, he is making up for it. And as you say, not even a third of the way into this race, and he has found his way now back into the top 8. Very close to the back of 7th and 6th. Then have a bit of work to do to get back properly up into the top 5. We'll see if we can do it then. But as I said earlier, we now turn our attention to potential pit stops. They should be beginning, we think, in the next couple of minutes or so. And let's see how the pit stop strategy plays out amongst the field. Of course, Clark out and leading ahead. Do we think that he comes in early, Scott? Do we think he leaves it long and just carries on at the pace he's doing? What do we think?
It's an interesting strategy because in terms of ClubSport Trophy, depending on how you feel you're doing, you can go right to the end of the pit window as long as you're in the pit lane before the pit window closes, which is when the 15 minutes ticks past. So it's going to open at roughly a minute and a half's time as we see the two Audi TTs going to combat over 6th position. And there goes Rory Pickles with a nice clean outbraking move into Wilson Hairpin and through into 6th position he goes. This is going to be interesting. If you feel you're quick enough, you can stay out for a bit longer. If you feel as though you want to take a little bit early advantage and get some clear air, it depends on where you think your race is going. If you think it's going quite well, you can extend it a little bit if you've got some time around you. If there's 50 cars you're running, it won't help. What might actually help, though, is the fact the safety car has just been deployed. Now, we don't know exactly the reason why yet. It hasn't been shown on screen. I'm sure that our director's going to be having a look through the cameras that shots to see exactly why that is. But the safety car's been deployed, and it's going to come through right as the pit window comes open, which obviously suggests that pretty much everyone's going to pile in here. So I'm pretty sure if Rob Lewis is down in pit lane waiting, you might want to get the Benny Hill theme music out because it's going to be absolute pit stop central down there, and probably busier than it's probably going to be busier than the garage down at Snetterton on the exit when everyone decides to leave, because it'll be everyone piling in there just for not for tyres, it'll just be for driver changes. There's no refueling in this race either, no tyre change unless you really absolutely have to, because of course it'll be extra time you need to use. You can only have, I think it's up to 4 people, including the driver, working on the car as well, touching the car at one point. Otherwise, if you have more, it will then result in a penalty. So you have to be careful not to surpass that too much. So
pit window open board's just gone out.
Pit window board has gone out, which means that we are going to get, I think, a massive pit stop. So I think let's face it, you see an option. That's the reason why. It's Josh Files with a problem on the left front. Now, the big question is, did he jump or was he pushed? Did that happen by itself? He's probably thumped something. My first thought comes to possibly, has he done what Benji Douglas did yesterday? Has he thumped the tyre stack at Hamilton Corner and struggled round? Because he's hit something on the left front, but as to what he's hit on the left front, or possibly even who he's hit, we don't unfortunately have any replays, so we can't show you exactly what the problem is. But whatever the problem, Josh Files has struggled round.
We've got someone in the barriers there. The number 8, Renault Clio, is in the barriers just behind, look.
You're right.
Another driver's off. So maybe that was the initial cause of the safety car, and then this has happened after it, maybe.
But the confusing thing is that Clio was nowhere near where Josh Files is. Because Files came across the line 2nd place. He was 7 seconds ahead, behind James Alford in the Clio, as Richard Clark has come into the pit lane. Now, thankfully, in fact, the wheels come clean off. So Josh Files struggling along, and whatever the issue was, whether it's damage from contact or damage that something's come loose, but it now is 3 wheels on its wagon for the Honda Civic Type R. That EP3 having to try and struggle back to the pit lane if it can, if it's got enough steering left. Meanwhile, Richard Clark, in blissful ignorance, has come into the pit lane for his pit stop. James Alford has stayed out, though, which is quite intriguing. There's the errant wheel that's come off Josh Files' car. You might want that back, I think, and so will Area Motorsport. But it's now sitting pretty. It's actually sitting upright, it's pretty actually.
Yeah,
in that sense, nice, quite well behaved. Usually, wheels are a bit more errant and fall down, but that one stayed quite much upright, even though it fell off the Honda Civic itself.
The front left was like, no, I'm still good for another hot lap, guys. Come on, let's carry on. The rest of the car went into the pit lane.
I can keep going. It's only 28 minutes. I can carry on. Who needs a pit stop? I don't need one. Josh Files does, but he probably needs something a bit stronger than a pit stop because he's now walking off and realises, that's the problem. I've lost a wheel. Not quite sure how to fix that, but he's having a closer look in typical racing driver fashion. What really is the problem? Why did that fall off?
You don't need to be a mechanic to tell that something's not quite right there on the front left.
Not quite. That's not. It's not. I would call that not quite showroom spec. That's had a bit of modification unnecessarily, I think, on that sense, and not intentionally either. Right, so as we predicted, it is pit stop central, so pretty much everyone is in at a 45-degree angle. I think that's the rule. You have to be in at 45 degrees to do so. And so that is the 226 that's in. That is the Chris L Honda Civic. Richard Clark, who was the race leader, has made his pit stop. Interesting enough, the two cars that have stayed out are James Alford's Honda Civic and the Dukes & Dukes BMW Z4. They haven't pitted under the safety car. Pretty much everybody else has. Two other cars that haven't come through yet, as far as I can see, are the Jonathan Christie Rundle Mazda MX5 Mark III, and also we had as well another car that's pitted in. There's the two cars that stayed out. Also, that's the other car I think it has stayed out too, which is the BMW Compact of Charles Hopkins. So those two cars didn't pit. Richard Goodall's Mini is out after its pit stop. So too being followed out is both Nick Brady's Audi TT, the VW of Rob Andrade. Also heading out, you've got Rory Pickles is out there too. Kevin Sterling's heading out too. Chris L's Honda Civic has gone out after its pit stop. David Cox is exiting too, as is another of the Audi TTs. That is the Brian Rose number 3 machine. There goes number 19 Mazda. Followed by Walkinshaw Scirocco, and another of the Golfs, and the BMW Z4, and everyone else in between, all peeling out of the pit lane. So that is pretty much a free pit stop that most people would have been silly not to take. So unless James Alford and the Dukes and also the Hopkins BMW know something we don't, everyone else has done what you perceive to be at least the smart strategy, which is to take the free pit stop essentially, lose minimal time and do it under the safety car, which means that you have minimal time lost later on, and you can do what you need to do within the designated pit window, because it happens to have happened right as the pit window was about to open.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about that, because you would have thought Alford could pit, come back out, and then he's straight on the rear bumper of his rival in the A-class when they head back out the pits. Well, they've all just dove straight in now at second time of asking, so they're going to lose a bit of time here. They might even all three drop to the back of the queue now, depending on how quickly the train of cars comes back round to catch the safety car. A little bit of an odd one. Let's see how this plays out. As yeah, there you go. You see our previous race leader already coming around the final corner. And
just to clarify, that you can see the pit closed board. That's not actually showing to the drivers. It's showing the pit open board to the drivers. It's the other side that they put out, of course, to show when it is actually closed, and that will be in roughly about 10 minutes or so. There was a board that's gone out to somebody. So safety car board's gone out just to tell Richard Clark, yeah, you are on the safety car. Kind of gathered that possibly from the boards and flags, but respect to the marshal course for doing their job. So they're just telling the drivers just in case, because Richard Clark may not have seen that, because he might have seen the board, but just as a reminder, he might have been given a bit of a reminder on that side. But he might have thought for a second, yeah, I know, I've seen the safety car, I've seen the boards out, I know there is one, but that's happening there. There's James Alford's Honda Civic with its front splitter and rear wing. That's in Class A. That was having a good battle with Josh Files at that point, having will to will. Even though they're in two different classes, of course, I think it was more, and James is, of course, a decent driver in himself. Some would argue, fairly, that Josh Files, being a former TCR champion, has got a little bit more experience and possibly a little more pace underneath him. So therefore, being able to keep up with him in a Class B Honda Civic EP3, which is essentially a Civic Cup spec car, is not so much of a surprise. But James, of course, has got a decent machine underneath him there. He's got some sponsorship on the side of that Civic EK9. And we don't really get a proper shake out of what the race order is until we get them past the pits, once everyone's finished their pit stops, and ultimately this is them just moving past. They're not going down a lap because they were that far ahead when everyone else pitted, that they're now getting a chance to redeem themselves and go back past them, whilst the three cars which did stay out, which as a reminder were the James Alford Honda Civic EK, the Dukes & Dukes BMW Z4 number 77, and it's number 11 for James Alford, number 43 BMW, which is going out now, but it was the Hopkins car we were looking at in there rather than James Alford's machine. It was behind. There goes Alford's Civic. But it's the Charles Hopkins BMW 318 Compact, the E36 car, that's gone through. All three of our pit calls are finishing their stops in tandem. And then they're going to head out and possibly slot in right in the middle of this group of cars that are going past the pits under the safety car. But they might just join the tail of it, which is going past and join the back of the 32, which is Mark Jones's Honda Civic. So they're going to join right at the back of the field. I guess the biggest loss out of that, really, in terms of class position and where they are in the order based on what car they have, arguably is Alford Civic, because he's Class A, but right at the back of the field and got some work to do in the next 23 minutes and a bit and change once we get back under racing in order to find a few more places and get back up the order.
A lot of work to do. Still confused as to why that decision has been made, whether it was just a small mistake there, not quite spotting the safety car boards in time. I'm not sure. Either way, yeah, a lot of effort now needed from Alford to come back through the order from 15th. Well, this has massively benefited Pickles. He's up to P7 after all of that said and done. And, of course, they've all closed up now. So we'll be starting off in single file formation, and they'll only be a few seconds off of your race leader of Clark once more. But what a shame then. We've lost a couple of drivers then, as here we see one of them getting picked up. Of course, Files' Honda Civic Type R there, getting dragged back to safety. And what a shame we've lost him from that gaggle, or that battle, I should say, for second place, of course, with the driver that's now down in 15th of Alford. So both their races have gone a little bit wrong, but Files definitely worse off, losing the front left wheel there. Very odd. We don't know how it's happened. There's clearly been some contact. Something has occurred there. And sadly, it does mean that Files is out of the race. But of course, the initial safety car, we do believe, was due to Price. Graham Price, the number 8 Renault Clio 172, parking it in the barriers down through Coram, which is an odd place to go off for one, but for two, it's an odd place to go off and find the barrier, because there is quite a lot of runoff down there. You can usually catch it before you find the barrier and then hop and bounce over the grass to get it back onto the black stuff. But he's found the barrier down there, which either means there was quite a heavy bit of contact or something mechanical has gone wrong there, and he's not been able to avoid finding the barrier on the exit. Well, there is the car on the back of the low loader as we recover that back to safety as well. But it's certainly going to be one, if not two more laps here under the safety car, as we've got one car being recovered there through Coram. We've got the other one just on the pit lane entry. So just a few more things to sort out before we can go back to full racing conditions then. Looking up and down the racing order then, every single one of our drivers out there has now made that single mandatory pit stop. I think only a couple of teams today sharing cars, two in total, where they will have made a driver change. All the rest of them, same driver still on board for what will end up being just less than the final 20 minutes. So pit window will still be open until 15 minutes to go. Not that that matters, because they've all made that pit stop that they need to do under the safety car. So really now it's going to be just less than a 20-minute sprint race through to the finish. And of course Richard Clark is in a lovely position there. He's shown already on the initial race start he's able to weather the storm in the opening act and then just start to drive away with it. It was amazing pace in that opening phase of the race then for Clark. He had the fastest lap for a lot of it. However, the fired up Rory Pickles, after something went awry on that first lap of the race that dropped him down the order. He's been fired up since then behind the wheel of his Audi TT. As I mentioned earlier, he's back up to 7th place, but he also has the fastest lap by over 0.6 of a second, actually over 0.7 of a second over the likes of Clark. So a 2:07.4 from Pickles. He clearly has the pace here to challenge for the race lead. Now, he's going to have to do a few overtakes before he can think about the race lead, and by that time Clark might have just built enough of a gap here to keep him at arm's length. But let's wait and see then. Drivers continuing on round, still behind the safety car with those lights illuminated, so we just continue to wait before we go back to green flag racing conditions. But already a very interesting SW Motorsports ClubSport trophy, the first one of the year. It's great to have them back. Lovely to have all this multi-class racing out there in a slightly longer race. It is an endurance race at 45 minutes, but one of the shorter endurance races, but definitely not lacking action. Amazing to see all these different cars battling out on track and putting on an exciting show for us. But we continue on line astern then, and this is where the drivers just have to settle back into form and slowly build themselves up before the adrenaline dump again of the restart.
Yeah, so as the recovery continues for Josh Files, they'll be getting themselves amped up and ready to go. And whilst we see Josh's Civic Type R EP3 being recovered, we wait for the safety car to end here at Snetterton. So just looking at the order so far in class, so we'll give you the rundown of where we are in terms of classes. Now we've had the pit stop cycled, so in terms of where we're running right now, the overall top 10 we'll give you at the moment. So it's Richard Clark's Golf that retains the lead after he was one of the many cars that pitted under the pit stop, the safety car in the Golf. Second is Richard Goodall in the Mini Cooper JCW. Third is Nick Brady in the Class B lead in the Audi TT. Fourth is Rob Andrade, third in Class A in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. Fifth is Kevin Sterling in the 153 Renault Clio RS. Sixth is Nick Earl in the Civic Type. It's Nick Earl? Chris Earl, forgive me, Chris Earl, in the number 226 Honda Civic Type R EP3. Seventh is Rory Pickles after he was on the front row of the grid, as we see the Josh Files Civic being successfully almost dropped onto the low loader. It's 8th for Rob Walkinshaw in the VW Scirocco R. 9th is the 55 of Mayhew, that being Chris Mayhew, in the Clio Cup car. And running up the top 10 overall in the Class C lead is Kieran Power in the leading of the BMW Z4s. In terms of other class leaders, as we said, it's Richard Clark's Golf in Class A lead. Class B lead is Nick Brady's Audi TT. Class C lead is 10th overall is Kieran Power's BMW Z4. In the Class D lead is the only car in the class, which is John Christie Rundle's Mazda MX5 Mark III Super Cup car. And in the Class E lead, further back, it is Gary Hobbs in the number 19 Mazda MX5 Mark I for Misty Racing. That car running in 21st position overall. As for the other cars that pitted late, of course, I said the cars that have benefited from that and moved upwards, that's the result of what happened. James Alford's actually moved up in that sequence into 16th position because he's dropped behind for some reason the number 32, which is the Honda Civic of Mark Jones, for reasons I'm not quite sure why, but he's dropped a place in the safety car. Answers on a postcard for that one. But as we come towards 60.5 minutes to go, and I think technically they're not showing the pit window open board anymore because there's no point, because everyone has made a pit stop, so there's no point to do that. And naturally the pit window will close in just under a minute and a half's time. So everyone else who pits now, it's outside of the mandatory stop, so they can make a pit stop, but it won't count towards it because everyone's made their own stop. So this is going to be quite interesting to see how this plays out, because Richard Goodall didn't really have the same sort of pace as Richard Clark did in the Golf, but if he can get a decent enough restart and keep I was about to say keep Richard Clark's car in his sights on the restart, there could be an opportunity to try and chase him down. I have just spotted one key problem with that, is that there is the Mazda MX5 Mark III of John Christie Rundle in between the two cars. That might be a bit of a hiccup for him if he wants to try and chase after him. And of course the rule is that you can't actually pass until you get to the start and finish line and take the green flag, and that includes any car, so it's either lapped or not. You can't pass any car, so that means it's really a free restart for Richard Clark, because the pace difference is quite evident. John Christie Rundle's car being Class D and Richard Goodall's car being Class A, so the horsepower and power to weight ratio difference is quite substantial.
Yeah, that's really going to be a thorn in the side of the drivers chasing him down, isn't it? Because it really is. The strategy surely would have to be Richard Clark is slowest in the middle tight and twisty 300 section. So really, you've got to get onto his rear bumper down through Wilson and then think about a move, maybe down at Agostini or through Hamilton's if you're feeling bold. But then once he gets onto the open back straight, down the Bentley straight here, as we look as they go through Williams and onto said Bentley straight, Richard Clark can open up the taps and fly off down that back straight. Well, that's going to be made harder with that back marker slotted right in between them of Jonathan Christie Rundle. As you say, drivers won't be able to pass until they come under the gantry and across the start-finish timing line, and that will just hamper them on that initial start. Might just allow for Clark to get that bit of a breakaway, and I can imagine if he does get that breakaway, he will be off to the races. And speaking about off to the races, the safety car lights are out, so we're just about to head back off to the races. Well, what was a 45-minute endurance race has effectively now become about a 14-minute sprint race here at Snetterton. And let's see how we go to the restart then. As it was prior, Richard Clark will be the driver to lead us away, and it's going to be an interesting squabble for second place as well. Goodall and Brady now battling over the last two places on the podium, and let's see as well how well Rory Pickles can pick his way through the traffic here. Well, the safety car coming in then. We're about ready to go to the race restart. Richard Clark will lead the drivers through, and already I think he's going to go for this one and try and go for the jump.
Yep, so green flag back in the air, and with 13.5 minutes left to go, and as you see the example there, look, that is the example. You cannot overtake anyone before the green flag. Now Richard Goodall can. He can put the power down. And that's through no fault of John Cristiano's fault on his own. That's simply just the pace difference and the fact he was in position there on the road where he was. But now he smartly moves out of the way. Smart driving from him to turn his way out through the right-hander and through Richie's corner under the restart. But that has given Richard Clark a free license to get away pretty cleanly. Goes a little deep into the corners, the Mini, and he might be under threat from Nick Brady's Audi TT. One car to watch, I think, has to be Rory Pickles. He is, what is it, 6th or 7th in the order, and trying to make his way up the place. Of course, he'd be chasing the Class B leaders here to try and get himself as high as possible to try and get that Class B victory if he can. So onto the short straight towards Agostini they go. Rob Andrade looking for a move on Nick Brady's car. This will be on to 3rd place overall, and it will put Class A cars into 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Under brakes, a little skittish, but Andrade pitches it through the left-hander, through 180 degrees, and through he goes. Now, interestingly enough, this is also a battle for B, because it's now going to be a 3-car fight, for even 4 in fact, because you've got Brady leads, but he's now got Sterling, not Earl because he's Class A, but Pickles. So there's a battle now for Class B brewing between the 2 Audi TTs of Brady and Pickles, sandwiching the Kevin Sterling Renault Clio RS. There could be a good battle here. And as for Richard Goodall, he hasn't pulled away. In fact, he's lost 2nd place and dropped behind a few cars. So whatever's happened to Richard doesn't quite have the pace. The only hope now is that Richard Clark doesn't win the race. Of course, he may well go on to do so because he's got the pace. Is if Rob Andrade can find something in this second part of the race to close him down. But given the pace he didn't quite have to match Richard Clark in that first part, it looks to me, at least on paper, it could be in these next 12 minutes, touch wood, possible game, set and match unless problems occur.
It looked as though Richard Goodall was just collecting something up there as we cut back to him on the camera, so something's clearly gone awry. Down at Oggies and then through Williams, he's lost a lot of time and a few places as well, as here, picking his way back through around the outside is the number 11 of James Alford, of course, well out of position on this restart, courtesy of that slightly late pit stop we saw there under the safety car. Still not sure as to why, but he's trying to make up for it at the first possible opportunity, getting a few places here on this race restart lap, as we do bring what will have been lap number 12 to a close. And yeah, really benefiting off that restart once again is Richard Clark, and he's gained 6.5 seconds out in the lead because of it. We had a sneaking suspicion that we might just be watching the battle for 2nd place, and indeed that's how it's playing out then here in the final just over 10 minutes of this SW Motorsports ClubSport trophy. 27 there, putting on the pressure. That's Marshall there in 12th place, looking to find his way through, up back into the top 10. As we saw then, Pickles was battling with Earl earlier on in that lap. He did make it through by the end of the lap up into P6. Here's 2 more drivers looking to go side by side here as they throw the cars through the left there of Palmer. The number 3 on the outside line there of the 24. That's Rose trying to get the move done on Palmer. And there is Pickles making the move through on Goodall. So Goodall dropping out of 2nd place on the previous lap, now drops back behind Pickles down to P6. As these two that were going side by side have switched around again. It was Rose trying to make the move on Power. Power has kept his place in the top 10 just about as they fly on through Hamilton's. Here is Alford chasing them down up into P12 now and looking to make up a couple more places if he can, but a bit of time lost here as he tries to find his way through. That's allowing for those leading cars to continue to scamper off and up the road.
So as this 10 minutes plays out, James Alford trying to pick his way through in the Honda Civic EK. He's got a couple of Class B cars to try and pick his way through. Now, for the Class B podium places, we've got Nick Brady just in front of this battle for 2nd place in class, but Rory Pickles has been on pace all day so far. Looking up the inside, that was pretty close between the pair of them. I hope they came out of that unscathed, because Pickles was really forcing the issue up the inside to make a move into the bomb hole. That's not really a place you tend to go on the inside lightly. You go for the move, but only if you're really certain you've got the track position. There goes Adam Marshall. He didn't make the place. He's got Richard Goodall for company, and there's a lock-up from somebody. I think it might have been from Pickles on the outside line. He runs a little deep, and isn't quite being put under pressure again from Goodall's Mini. He might have a bit more straight-line speed, but in the corners, it seems as though that Pickles has got the advantage. He's in the toe of the Clio. There goes Andrade's Golf, then Brady's Audi TT that leads Class B, but it's this battle for 2nd that's going on between the pair of them. And Goodall's kind of making himself, in their battle at least, not in general, but in their battle, a bit of a nuisance until he's trying to get himself in the mix. He's got the pace being a Class A car, but you have to remember, of course, that Pickles he was out-braking Kevin Sterling, but he out-qualified Goodall as well. And goes rather deep into the corner to find the track position. Had to slot back in behind. Goodall trying to keep it as tight as possible as he keeps in the toe of both the cars in the mix. But we've said it before, and I'll say it again, the harder these two fight each other, the easier it is for Brady just to keep on running away in front and going on to a Class B win. He's keeping with Andrade, in fact. So this fact is going to be it's not really benefiting at all. I think Pickles wants to try and clear Sterling as quick as he can. Oh, and he has done as well. That's a great move down the outside for Rory Pickles. Call him determined. Now he's got a bit of clear air. He knows his next target is for the Class B lead, so he'll be 4th overall as well. If he can also get the pace to get past Andrade, which, considering he out-qualified him, he might well have, he could even be looking at possibly finishing 2nd overall as well as that Class B lead.
Yeah, I was going to say to Rory, there is an apex there, mate, if you can find it. Well, he found it there down at Agostini, didn't he? Lovely under brakes there from Rory. Immediately made up for that slight overshoot down at Wilson, and he's off. Look how much he's already cleared off from the likes of the drivers behind him now as he chases down, as you say, that class victory. And not only that, a place back on the overall top 3, which after lap number 1 in this race looked totally out of the question. Of course, he's benefited from the safety car bringing all the drivers back together, but he's had to fight for this as well. As off the road goes 2nd place. That's Andrade off and wide there, down through the right-hander of Nelson. Off wide and out of the podium as well. Loses 2nd, loses 3rd. And now not only this battle between Brady and Pickles for class lead, but also for 2nd overall now, as they'll go nose to tail through Coram. Let's see who gets the better exit onto the start-finish straight.
Well, could be advantage Pickles. He's got slightly wider arches I've noticed on that front and that TT. It is pretty much a Audi TT Cup spec car, not the factory one, but the BRCC spec car. We've put some wider arches on it in order to make it a bit more better in the corners. It's still Class B spec. You're allowed to do so. Down towards turn 1. Andrade trying to come back here, but looking up the inside for 2nd place overall and the Class B lead. And Rory Pickles does get the move done. Job done for Rory Pickles. Past Nick Brady into Richie's corner, and he puts the Audi TT into the lead of the class. Now, he's got a 12-second gap to get to Richie Clark. I don't think in his next 6.5 minutes he's going to try and catch him. And speaking of now losing one spot, it's now losing another one potentially for Brady, because Andrade is in the mix there. He's right behind him. And looking to the outside, remember these are 2 cars in different classes. Andrade is in the top class of Class A in that 777 Golf. Might have a bit more straight line speed. He's going to try and use it here on the sprint down towards Agostini. Out of shot goes Pickles in the lead, already pulling away. Andrade gets him before they even hit the brakes, as Brady backed out ever so slightly in towards the Agostini hairpin. Back on the power again. And Andrade now, I don't think he's got the pace to keep up with Pickles. He might have the straight line speed, but he's been so busy battling with Brady, he's lost a bit too much time as far as I can see. And both of them, in fact all 3 cars, have dropped Richard Goodall's Mini. He might fall into the clutches of both Kevin Sterling and even fellow Class A mates Chris Earl in that Honda Civic Type R. There they go. There goes the Civic, with proper Honda Civic Type R branding along the bottom sill of the door and the side of the car. Back on the power again. Goodall's got plenty of power in the Mini as well to keep straight line speed. Kevin Sterling in front. Meanwhile, back at the front, having a casual Sunday afternoon drive, out in the lead by some 12 seconds is Richard Clark, and pretty much keeping where he needs to be, having a pleasant afternoon, as is Rory Pickles after he had that drop down the order. We still don't quite know what happened to Rory at the early stage on the first lap of the race, but he managed to, through the pit stops and through sheer pace, has pulled himself back up into 2nd overall and the Class B lead, so I'm sure that he'll be relieved when he speaks to Rob Lewis that he managed to do that through the race. Could be another unsung hero, someone who had to work his way through the order and try and get himself a good finish in the end based on what happened in the beginning of the race. With just under 5 minutes to go, still time for a couple more position changes. As now, in fact, actually speaking of Class A changes, arriving onto the tail of Chris Earl is the ever-charging James Alford, who is now in that Honda Civic EK. Of course, he was late to stop, but of course that overcut that he had hasn't quite worked. He's quite far back, but he's inside the top 10 in P8, looking for 7th place. Has the straight line speed, but not track position just yet. So the 2 Honda Civics go nose to tail through Richie's corner, but it looks like maybe it's a case of when rather than if the EK passes the EP3 in a few moments' time.
I think you're exactly right, but heavily defending still is Earl there on the inside line as we head down into Wilson. I think, like you say, we were expecting to see Alford getting back through here. He's had the restart, started in 15th place on the restart, so he's already made up 7 positions there into P8. a little bit more work to do if he wants to find any more positions. So honestly, fair play to Rory Pickles. He has been driving amazingly since that issue. Whatever did happen on lap number 1, we're not sure of it, but it can be so easily to, if something goes wrong early on in the race, you get frustrated, the red mist descends, you start over driving, and you usually end up just causing more issues for yourself. I don't know if that's just me talking from experience, but either way, Rory has driven amazingly since then, as we say, benefiting from the safety car, bringing them all back together, but either way, he had to work for it and make a lot of overtakes to get back into the class lead and second overall. Well, here's more moves being made. Alford round the outside there through Oggies, and up into 7th place he goes. How many more positions can he find here over the last few minutes or so? We'll have to wait and see. Also to highlight, some great pace from Pickles. He was 2 seconds faster on the last lap alone.
I'm glad you spotted that, yeah, 2.1 seconds to be exact. Now, I think he's going to run out of time because he only have 2 more laps to go. He would need, touch wood, something catastrophic to happen to Richard Clark. No commentator's curse, please. In order for him to take the race win overall. But he will be charging to the Class B victory at least. And he's not been troubled by Nick Brady either, because Brady's having fun battling with Andrade over overall position. Because Andrade has 3rd, Brady is 4th. There's Chris Earl in the Honda Civic Type R. He's currently running 4th in Class A. So if he can find a bit more pace, well, he was in a podium place because he was then passed by James Alford, who has now already caught Kevin Sterling's Renault Clio. So in the next 2 laps, he could catch a couple more cars and pass at least Sterling's Clio to get himself up into what will be 6th overall. He's 7th at the moment once the timing beam updates. So Clark goes through, Pickles 2nd, Andrade and Brady and Goodall still in top 5. But then as it changes, across the line goes Sterling. He's only just ahead of James Alford, but being different classes, different paces, it's going to be interesting to see if Alford can turn across, and Sterling might be in a different class. He wasn't willing to give it up that easy, but held his line, as he's entitled to do, and doesn't make it easy for Alford to take P6. Now, still a P5 is in the offing, and also still a Class A podium could be possible for Alford, despite his late pit stop, if he can catch him the next just under 2 laps. This car right here, the Mini Cooper JCW of Richard Goodall, and you see there just the dark grey Civic just looming in the background, as Goodall now thinks, right, rather than sort of sit and wait for Alford to sit on his tail, he's going to go on the attack here to try and get past Brady to put a car between him and the charging EK if he can.
Yeah, he needs to. He needs to get on with it as well, doesn't he? He's trying to do that into Hamilton's. Up the inside he goes. They'll almost lean on each other, but good space given. That's not going to be the move made this time for Goodall. Brady puts up a good fight and keeps him behind for now anyway. And here comes Alford just over those last 2 corners or so. Alford's closed up even more, and now we are nose to tail between these 3 as they battle down the back straight.
So onto the back straight they go, and Alford's caught him straight away. So that battling with Brady really has held up Goodall, and it's going to cost him a podium, I think, because given that Alford's pace has been pretty sensational, I think that Mini possibly could be a sitting duck unless there's enough straight line speed to hold off the Civic down towards Brundle and Nelson. There is Rory Pickles. The gap is down to 8.9, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Goodall has got past Brady, and it's now Alford dealing with the Audi TT, but he's got the inside line exiting Nelson on the sprint towards the bomb hole, has the inside run, and he's passed through a few times. Next another move, and he's up now into the overall top 5. Yes, it could now be 4th if he can make it stick. There goes Pickles. Continues to try and close the gap. Now, across the line come the leaders. Now, let's see where Clark is. Across the line to end lap 17. And the gap is now, it was a 2:12.2, 2:10.7, another 1.5 seconds taken out of it. 7.5 seconds taken out of the lead. So it's now down to 7.5. Not if you're taking 7.5 seconds, you'd be right in his tail. Something really would have happened. But we're on to the last lap of the race in this SW Motorsport ClubSport Trophy season opener. Now the fight for the 3rd place in Class A still hasn't finished, because yes, they both got past Nick Brady, but Alford now has to try and get past Goodall. And I think maybe Goodall's car maybe has a tiny, tiny bit more straight line speed than the Civic of Alford does, but maybe that Civic might be a bit more nimbler in the corner, so it could be a trade of punch and counter punch here, as we see the pure track Audi of Brian Rose going through. Another car which they're running this weekend too in the field. It's not, I don't think I've seen them run an Audi before, so it's a slightly new car for them. They're helping run a Mini last weekend at SuperSport as well, alongside their regular Renault Clios. Of course, this new car they had, this Renault Clio 172, which Graham Price was driving. Really smart looking car. Just a shame it was off in the barriers on the outside of Coram just before the safety car came out. If it was the particular reason why the safety car came out, I think it was because that car was off the road, and then Josh Falls' car with its front wheel shearing came off. Now that was a bit of a weave there from Goodall. What was that? That was either him just trying to hold the line, or something was happening there, but that car wasn't fully straight off the corner. He was sort of did a little bit of a very brief weave exiting the corner. Is all okay with that Mini, or is he struggling? I think he's struggling because Alford's all over the back of him, Sure, there has to be a spot here looking up the inside for third in the class, up the inside in towards Williams' corner. Goodall fights back on the outside. Civic versus Mini, and the Civic wins. Up into third place goes Alford. Now, Goodall might have straight line speed here. Wait and see how that plays out. But up towards the end of the final lap of the race, there goes Clark. Here comes Rory Pickles, who is still trying to close the gap, but it's going to be too late in the end. We'll look back to see where our Class A battle was for third. It's still there, and Goodall's got back in straight line speed. He's got back past Alford in the Civic. Can he get past to get that final podium spot on the run towards the bomb hole, or possibly even the run to the line? It's going to be pretty tricky. Meanwhile, after a very casual Sunday drive has led every single lap practically from start to finish, it's been literally an easy Sunday drive for Richard Clark in the Golf. He'll come to the line, flash the lights, and will take victory overall and in Class A in the first SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy race of 2026. A fine drive, and a charging drive also for Rory Pickles, coming from the front row of the grid after a spin on the first lap, back again, and Alford's got him. Alford's got third place on the final lap. He did it through Coram with Russell, but it could be a drag race to the line. It could be now side by side. Andrade's now second in Class B and third overall, side by side to the line. Who got it in the end on the flag? It was Alford got it. Alford got the final podium spot by 87 thousandths of a second from the Goodall Mini. That was a great battle in the last few laps to get the final podium spot in Class A. And then in sixth position, it was Nick Brady in the Audi TT. Seventh for Kevin Sterling, who takes third place in Class B. Then Chris Ells Honda Civic, Ben Walkishaw's Scirocco, and it's then Chris Mayhew's Renault Clio in the top 10. It's going to be Kieran Power, who takes Class C victory in the BMW Z4. And then other class victories will go to John Christie Rundles, the sole runner in Class D. And a Class E victory has already been taken by Charles Hopkins. There's more battles on the final lap. This is David Cox scrapping away with the 32 of... That is 32, which is Mark Jones's Honda Civic, and also in there too is Bartley's Civic in there as well. So a couple more of the EP3s coming across the line. And it's going to be Cox from Jones from Bartley in that order, 14th, 15th and 16th respectively. And who said the ClubSport Trophy races that nothing happens? There was plenty of action all the way to the end, but the one that had probably had the easiest drive out there was our overall winner, which is Richard Clark. As we talked about, pretty much a very easy Sunday afternoon drive for him.
It was pretty simple, wasn't it? I mean, not that the race didn't throw things at him. He had to do it off of that race restart, of course, assisted by the fact that he did have a back marker in between himself and second place. Was able to scamper off by over 6 seconds on that race restart lap and drive home to win by just over 6 seconds. That gap did open up to over 12 seconds at one point, though. Fair play to Rory Pickles for reeling back in Richard Clark there. Right up to the dying moments. Sadly, just not enough time on the clock for Pickles to do anything about it. But either way, back through to second place after dropping back on that one. He should be pretty happy with that. And then the squabble between Alford and Goodall going down right to the wire there and being hotted up by a couple of back markers as well, just getting in their way on the exit of the corner. Drag race to the line, and Alford gets it, as you say, by 0.087 after a 45-minute race with a pit stop. Another great race in the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy.
Certainly was, and Richard Clark takes the victory then by 6.8 seconds in the end, thanks to Rory Pickles in second with the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 7.450 for him. He takes the Class B victory, Rob Andrade third, and a photo finish to the line saw James Alford recover from a later pit stop to come through to fourth overall, and the final spot in Class A from Richard Goodall's Mini. There's Nick Brady's Audi, Kevin Sterling's Renault, Chris Ells' Honda Civic, and then Ben Walkinshaw's Scirocco and Chris Mayhew's Clio Cup car. That's the overall top 10. Class winners, Richard Clark's Golf in Class A, Roy Pickles' Audi TT in Class B. Class C win was Kieran Power in the BMW Z4. Class D was John Christie Rundle's Mazda MX5 Mark III. That will also be out in the third SuperCup race coming up later on. And Class E victory went to Charles Hopkins in the BMW 318 Compact. That's the first SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy race complete. And whilst we get our breath back down in the pit in Parc Fermé to have a chat to our overall winner and some of our class winners, is once again roving reporter Rob Lewis for our ClubSport Trophy podium finishes.
A very tired Richard Clark is down here, our overall winner and Class A winner. Led from go to woe. It was a nice race.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. It was a bit strange because I don't know what was going on, because this guy was up behind me and Josh Files was there as well, just there, and suddenly they weren't there anymore, and I was then miles ahead.
I think Josh Files did retire from the race.
Right, yeah, I saw his car down the end with a bit of a bash in it, so yeah. No, very enjoyable, and the conditions were good, so yeah, just made the most of it by being in front and no one in the way, really.
It looked like you were having some fun out there, but this Mark 7 Golf GTI, you are starting to see a lot of them creep up in club racing. Yep. What is it about them that make them a winning machine?
Well, they feel very secure, and yeah, and really, and the grip on this is unbelievable, compared to some other cars I've had, and
is really good. The big problem with them is keeping the heat down in the engine, but we've seemed to have cured that, so it's all good.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a superb overall win there. That's Richard Clark. Let's see if we can grab Mr. Pickles, our second place man. Oh, no, I believe that would be the win in Class B. You were up there first of all, but started to drop back. Did you have any issues?
Yeah, the kill switch turned off, so we had no power, no ABS, no nothing. So it was a bit of an interesting one.
Less than optimal?
Less than optimal, yeah, to say the least. We only got power back on coming out the straight, so we caught back up to, I think it was Nick Brady, who was another Class B. And then safety car came out, we lost a few positions in the pits and started catching back up to Clark, and yeah, that was about it.
Fantastic result, and we've got two Golfs and a VW Audi, a VW Group spec car on the front, and an Audi TT Cup car. What is it about these cars? Are they that versatile?
It's just the powertrain. It's such a good, reliable powertrain, and this chassis in the wet, because they're all built off the same chassis at the end of the day. But these in the wet around Silverstone, they're good. They're just good all around. You can get a nice setup on them. You'll go quick. So.
Fantastic. Well, a brilliant result there. I'm just about have enough time to catch up with our third place man there, who's very tired, but quite rightly getting himself a drink after 45 minutes racing. Third overall, second in Class A. Pleased?
Yeah, pretty pleased. Tough bit of race there. Lost gears on the hairpin and went back a few places. Managed to catch them up, but yeah, it was a bit of a tough one.
Definitely a tough one, but the car held through.
Just about. Yeah, lost gears on the hairpin, but I don't know if that was just me hard braking while I was still in high gears, or if there was an issue. But I managed to get the gears back, and we gained our places back.
Fantastic. Well, I will leave you with a handshake there. Great overall podium there. And that rounds out your top three. We were going to grab a couple of the class winners there, but unfortunately they have scarpered and they've basically gone missing for the moment. So we've got more racing action as cars are grinning up out on the circuit. Time to head back to the commentary box to take you through the grid.
Onwards in our afternoon timetable here at Snetterton as we now move forward to our penultimate Caterham race of the day. Quite sadly, because we've had, I thought we were going to have 4, but we got 6, which is even more bit better. It's like when you get 6 chicken nuggets and you get 7. It's kind of like it's a bonus, isn't it? Moving on. Anyway, that didn't work, did it? That was the Sigma 135s for their third and final race of the weekend. Now, one thing I didn't realise is, of course, we talked about, I've not seen this before in club racing before, you've got the fastest time in qualifying set the grid for race 1. Second fastest time for race 2, I've seen that, but I haven't seen it before. If you have for race 3, it's set by the third fastest time in qualifying. So the third fastest time that you set in qualifying sets the grid for where you start in race number 3. So it's not reflection on the results. That means we get a slightly more jumbled up order, and it looks like as follows. James Elwood will start on pole position for this third Sigma 135 race, alongside Steve Merritt on the second row of the grid. James Hapgood and David Rook coming next on row 2, followed by Jonathan Emery and Harry Morris. Nick Bryant and Luke Waitman again come next, and Richard Groom and Giles Hansen come next to round off the top 10. And of course, you'll see the grid scrolling through here as I go through it. From 6th row downwards, we've got James Newman and Ben Stape, followed by Orlando Morris and Neil Warnock. Lee James and Louis Deason come next from Simon Martin and Oscar McCall. Then Mark Soden and Anthony Nichols, followed by Michael Munns and Russell Gunter. Kevin Turner and Neville Sykes come next from Norman Jeeves and Guy Crossman. Stephen Trinder and Ian Hapgood ahead of Neil Bell and David Poulter, who round out the top 30. Then we have Adam Waitman and Alan Bateman, Chris Griffith and Dean Pollen, Gary Fry and Merton Wood, Mark Stancer and Jamie Winrow right at the back of the grid, back in 30th position. Watch for Jamie to come through from 38th on the grid as well. And right at the back again once more, thanks to his disqualification from qualifying due to a non-compliance, I believe, in scrutineering after practice, was Michael Koo. So again, he'll start once again at the back of the grid with a 10-second penalty, 10-second delay before he gets away, and it'll be just 39 cars that will take the start compared to the 42 that was originally entered for this weekend. So he'll start back from 39th. So, third fastest time set in the grid, which mixes things up even more, and it should mean then, possibly John Ratcliffe, that this is going to be a race where, if we thought races 1 and 2 were frantic, race 3 might be even more so, considering it's third fastest times, and that really has jumbled up things even further.
It can get more frantic.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Apparently so. There are some phenomenal, more frantic Caterham races than the ones we've seen already. Can you believe it?
Crazy. Okay, well, we're in for a treat, folks. Let's sit back and enjoy Well, we've had the 45-minute race out of the way then this afternoon, so we're back into 20-minute sprint racing all the way through this afternoon. As we say then, the Sigma 135 Caterham's out now, then we'll be treated to the 2 CVs, then the Ad Modular MX5s, then the Fiesta S240s, then the Sigma 150 Caterhams, then we finalise it all with the Clapham North Mazda MX5 SuperCup to end the day. All 20-minute sprint races these, and yeah, with still 40 cars pretty much on the grid here in the Sigma 150s. This is going to be a very, very interesting race. All the drivers all still sat on the grid then, waiting for the go-ahead for the green flag lap. The green flag should be flying in only a few moments' time, and then they'll have that one singular lap round Snetterton to get some heat in those brakes and tyres. Well, off they go then. Drivers see the green flag. We press on for a couple of kilometres of tyre warming before we then grid up for the race start once again. The Caterham action we've had so far this weekend has been mightily, mightily exciting. And again, you just can't call it. Even when we're coming out the final corner, we still can't call who is going to win these Caterham races. But as we've said so many times already, they're all one big game of chess. It's getting yourself set up in the perfect position, ready to pounce at the right moment in these Caterhams. And my goodness, do they make for great racing. And again, it's going to be another tough race for our producer, trying to work out which battle to actually watch out there on the black stuff, because we split off into huge battle packs in these Caterhams. And they keep us on our toes for the full 20 minutes. Well, off we go then. James Elwood and Steve Merritt leading us through on this green flag lap then. Drivers will come through and grid up again, 2x2 formation. And it is just ridiculous having 20 rows of Caterhams out there starting here at Snetterton. But they've been exciting so far this weekend, and they get one third and final race. And they'll try and make sure they don't leave anything on the table here. But equally, they'd like their car to be in one piece ready for the next round, I'm sure. So let's keep it on the black stuff, keep it on the straight and narrow, and let's strap in for the final Sigma 150 race of the weekend.
You're a little bit ahead of the timetable. It's 135s.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 135s.
So I did not trip you up there.
I knew I'd get that wrong at some point.
I have a terrible habit of correcting when I see it up. It's like, it's actually this. So it's kind of like, I realise how that sounded.
I'd rather you correct me, mate. I'd rather you correct me. Yes, the slightly slower 135s to kick us off then. We still do have the Sigma 150s later on this afternoon.
Slightly slower, but no less entertaining.
Of course.
Don't
get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the Fun Cups aren't the most fun, aren't the most fastest things to drive, but my goodness, do they make for great racing. So it certainly isn't comparable, is it, between excitement of racing and how much power they've got in the back.
I think outside of JP Dennis and Andy McEwen are probably two more of the biggest advocates for Fun Cup, because not just we commented on it, you've raced in it, and Andy McEwen, I blame him for converting me to it, but I'm glad he did, because not only am I sort of part of a team now, sort of with Clapham North with Abby Eaton and George Grant, which is great to see. I got to see that firsthand at the season opener last weekend at Alton Park on last Saturday. But also as well, I've been a fan for a few races, because people look at the race length and it's thinking, oh, it's 4 hours. But in many cases, it's a great thing to see. So it's a different format. It's good to see. But I'm quite pleased that Fun Cup is what it is. Of course, this is very different. This is Caterham graduates, not Fun Cups. We should probably talk about the Caterhams rather than Fun Cup. We can do that maybe a bit later on. But Caterhams, of course, have been a staple of British motorsport for years and years, ever since the original concept of Colin Chapman decided to take an Austin 7 and kind of tweaking it himself to make it a Lotus 7, and of course then eventually the Caterham, the 7 name in terms of the car, it then got moved on from Lotus to when Caterham bought the rights to it. And of course they've been making what you call is the original kind of, call it kit car or 7-esque type car ever since, because there are many imitations, but there are only one original car, of course, and it's this original form that seems to be, for many people, the best. So it's continued to be a mainstay of motorsport, and they've been powered by, I think, by Vauxhall engines, by Ford engines before, of course, it's the Ford Sigma engines, and now, of course, the new generation of Caterham Academy cars is going through, are powered by their own in-house built engine, which they're very wonderfully titled. It's called the Horse engine. So they're powered by horse, apparently. And that's the name of the engine. So it's great. It's a great little name. Of course, it's horses in, I guess, horsepower. But it's fascinating to see that Caterham continues to evolve. Of course, it's interesting they've gone in-house now with their engine building. So it seems to be working well. Of course, they've got this new generation of Caterham Academy cars going through. But of course, plenty of drivers that will have come through that Caterham Academy are here now for Caterham graduates. And of course, coming through, there's a few names definitely through the last few years of Caterham racing. But I'd say within 5 to 10 years, I looked through the entry list. There are definitely some that I recognise, having been on those grids before, that are now called Caterham graduates their home. And it's great to see that the Caterhams also as well for drivers that move out of that championship, move on to different things. They get to keep their Caterham, but race it in a place where other Caterhams of the same spec or very similar, because you can have different tweaked specs or slightly different levels of modifications on the cars are allowed for this 135 class, racing together and enjoying the same sort of fun they would have had, that some of them would have had would have even raced against each other when they were coming up in their own respective academy class, and they would have done that and raced through up the ladder. So the fact you've then got the Sigma 135 category, and you can then upgrade that car to a Sigma 150, which is the equivalent of a 310R spec, these being more 270R spec, it makes it quite interesting to see how these drivers will keep those relationships, and also then you might find other drivers who might have raced in other academy classes or other academy years, they get to come together and see how they stack up against each other. So it's almost like a lot of these drivers would have come through the academy in many cases, but it's almost like an academy all-stars in many cases when they come to Caterham graduates of different varied levels of experience.
Indeed, and once you catch the Caterham bug, it's difficult to shake it, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes, same here, of course. Like I said, having been around the Caterhams, it was one of my first loves of club racing. Caterhams was the one kind of car racing, and it was here 12 years ago, I think possibly even on this weekend, where I got my first proper taste of Caterham racing, doing stuff for Downforce. It was a radio broadcast we did, and Caterhams was part of it, and that was the weekend I fell in love with Caterhams. And so this is great. We've got Caterham graduates here helping me kind of fall in love with it all over again 12 years later, which is just proves why it's some of the best racing out there for spec racing. And it really is, as we say, the Formula Ford of sports cars. They're about to race like Formula Fords as the 5-second board is up. And for the third and final time this weekend, the JMRG Caterham graduate Sigma 135s all set to go. The red lights are on, and they go out pretty quickly. Away we go. Even start for the first couple of rows. Good launch initially from Rook from row 2. Tries to put himself level as he gets up and up into the gear. Going to the outside. He might even get the lead down towards turn 1. It's going to be Elwood versus Rook on the inside line. One car from the grass in the background towards the rear of the field. But the 39-strong pack turns its way through Ritchie's for the first time. Looks as though the Elwood has managed to hold on to the position. Another car bouncing over the grass in the background too. And spins in front, and there's contact. That was unfortunate. 7, 11 and 31. That's going to be at least a safety car, not a red flag, I'm afraid. It's 7, 11 and 31 that made contact. The car that had the spin was 7, 11 Stephen Trinder and was collected by Merton Wood. So those two cars are out on the spot. I don't want to tempt the words red flag, but it might well be the case as two cars are stationary and aren't going to be that easy to move. So these are oblivious to this, down towards the Agostini hairpin, side by side between Rook and Elwood. Elwood has the inside line, the white Caterham in number 25. Also around the outside goes Hapgood in the purple and yellow machine. Waiting for the signal from race control. Is it going to go red or yellow? It goes red, and not surprising really. Ultimately, the safety of the drivers is utmost and foremost. The cars are not going to move anytime soon, and we probably have time on the timetable to do it. So red flags are out, the race has been stopped, and the Sigma 135s will get a second start to race number 3 after that first lap collision between the 7-11 of Stephen Trinder and the 31 of Merton Wood. And the key thing, of course, above everything else, is that fingers crossed both drivers are okay, that they get out of their own accord. They will, of course, go to the medical centre to be checked over by default by the Chief Medical Officer, but apart from that, it will be just a case to make sure they are A-OK, that they are moving, of course. So we don't tend to show what's happening with the incidents until we're confirmed that both drivers are OK, as far as we are aware. So, red flag for the Sigma 135s. They'll get another chance to restart, and of course, having not completed one lap, they will regrid in the same order they were before, which means, John, that while Jamie Elwood did get a good start, and Rook got an even better start getting up into the lead, he'll have to do it all over again from row 2 on the second start in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, that's a shame for Rook. He got an absolutely blinding getaway off of the grid there. Dropped the clutch beautifully and was able to pull alongside as we were getting very excited in the box. He might even take the lead round the outside of T1. Not quite able to do so, but slotted in very nicely there in second place. Elwood had to fight him off and make sure that he held on to the race lead. But yeah, what a shame there through the first couple of corners. That can always be the issue there, going wide down through Ritchie's. As we know, it's got a nice long run off down there, so if you do go off, you can usually get it back onto the black stuff. Issue is, 1, it's super bumpy, and 2, you're off on not very grippy grass, unlike the tarmac back on the circuit. So as Stephen Trinder was bumping over the grass there, he just hit a bump as he tried to come back onto the track. That just loosened up the rear end, dropped him into a slide, and as soon as it went, it was gone. Speared straight across the track, and just what a shame for Merton Wood there, getting collected, and that would have been quite the sizable impact on the left-hand side of the car. Thank goodness it was the left-hand side of the car, because of course drivers all sat on the right-hand side of these Caterhams. So a serious bit of impact there into the side of car number 31 of Merton Wood. Good to see, though, as we briefly cut there to the incident, both drivers up and out of the car, which is always what we want to see. But sadly, both of those two machines looking a little bit worse for wear, I think is the nice way of putting it after that incident. A real shame. Already 2 of our 40-strong grid out of this one before we really make it to the end of lap number 1. So drivers will line up then down the start-finish straight, and as Scott highlighted, we'll go back to the original grid order that we initially started that one in, and hopefully shouldn't be too long until we do get the race back underway, but it's not going to be the quickest job to get that sorted down at turn 1, given that they've made pretty heavy contact with each other. Bits of bodywork and whatnot have gone flying everywhere, and they also did then make contact with the barrier, so they just got to make doubly sure that that barrier is absolutely safe and sound before we go back to green flag racing conditions yet again then. So drivers all pulling round to the end of what was lap number 1. Brought to a brief pause there, sadly. But drivers then lining up 2 by 2 back into the original formation that they were in previously. As you say, biggest loser from that one, really David Rook. What a start it was from him, but he then lines up once again there on row number 2. On the slightly grippier side of the grid that's worked out for a lot of drivers so far, not only today but also yesterday. Let's see if it can work for him again. Second time of asking, as someone does make an overtake, but it's just the recovery lorry making it past the rest of the drivers down the start-finish straight to go and clear a couple of Caterhams back out of the way. You can see there, one truck already clearing one of them. Second one is about to arrive on scene to get the next one as well.
Yeah, I think it's good to see, at least we can initially see that both drivers are out and about from the cars. Of course, we've got at least one of the cars on the low loader, so that's a good bonus for them. So the Caterham graduates will regroup, and of course they'll put them back on the original grid as we've mentioned, which means it will be once again James Elwood who will have a chance to try and regroup once again. Steve Merritt, of course, he has the new lap record, of course, in the Caterham graduates. Now it's a 2 minutes.
Yeah, 1 minute would be impressive.
Yes, it would, yeah. That's the extreme Caterham. You were thinking the Caterham F1 car in that sense. No, 2 minutes 11.1, I think it was the new lap record set. 1:83 possibly, I think it was. I'm sure it was, either I'm going to get that spectacularly right or just miss it. Either way, we'll find out. Drum roll, because John is having a look quickly, and the answer is... I was close. 1:21. Okay, Steve Merritt, 2 minutes 11.121 is the new lap record for Sigma 135 around the 300 circuit for Caterham graduates. So that's the new lap record holder.
Maybe we'll see another one this race.
It's very true. We could do that. It looks like also we're going to get as well a full restart of 20 minutes, because the race should have started at, it was planned start time was 3:10 p.m. It's now just past 3:05. So we're actually getting back onto timetable rather than being ahead of it. But the reason why we do run ahead of time is for eventualities like this, so that if we do get an incident or a problem, that means there's a bit of clear up, or cars need to be recovered from an incident like this if we have a red flag. It means that we've got some extra time with the timetable, which means that we can do that and still stay on timetable and give the drivers as much as possible all the track time that they paid for. So that's a key thing to do. It's why clubs like BRSCC, but also others that are out there too, do the same thing, because they want to make sure they can give the drivers as much as they can and not try and cut into the time as they can, because you can't foresee delays and errors. You have to try and plan for them in their eventuality, just in case they do come up. So that's a key thing to try and keep an eye on. So kudos to BRCC and all other operating clubs that do this course in their practices in order to make sure that drivers get as much time as they can. It does mean that they have to be more noticeable of the timetable. Of course, they do stay on the timetable. Do keep aware of it, because of course you have to make sure you go when you get called. But the important thing is that we give the drivers as much time as possible, and that they can go out and actually race and complete their full races where they can. So 20 minutes is on the timetable, because we are still on just ahead of schedule. I think we're probably going to actually start racing once that car is done. Pretty much, hopefully, bang on 3:10, and we're right back on the timetable as it was set to be.
Yeah, it should only be in a couple of minutes' time. And yeah, we do need to stick to said timetable, because we're planned to be finishing at 6:25. And as we learned yesterday, the cut-off for the curfew, 6:30. So 5-minute window in there to play with. Luckily, we started a bit early. And as you say, Scott, big shout out to BRSCC and everyone behind the scenes for making this all work and sticking to the very tight schedule. But yes, if we can stick around the time we are now, then we should be fine. But any further red flags, and maybe we'll have to rethink things. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. it. Staff all still out on circuit then, getting the incident swept up, and the cars involved back to the pit lane. I can see one of the cars being dragged back on the back of the low loader. I think the second one not too far behind. There it is on your screens, the number 31 there, the car that was collected, getting dragged back onto the low loader as well. Quite a bit of damage on that car. That's a real shame to see there for the 31 of Merton Wood. Just hopefully, once again, to reiterate, hopefully both drivers involved in that all okay. But speaking of the timing schedule then, as we say, we're almost back on schedule then. This race was supposed to start at 3:10, and we are just about to hit 3:10 on the clock. As we say, only 20-minute sprint racing still left to come this afternoon. So to run you through it, next up after this one at about 3:45 will be race number 2 of the day for the Classic 2CV Racing Championship. Then at 4:20 it'll be the Ad Modular Mazda MX5 Championship. Then 4:55 the Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. And 5:30 the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 150s will have their final race. And then to finalise the day and finalise the weekend here at the Airtec Motorsport BRSCC Snetterton season opener, it's the Clapham North Mazda MX5 SuperCup there. Their 20-minute race supposed to start at 6:05. Hopefully we are able to remain on schedule for the rest of the day, and hopefully as well in a couple of minutes we'll see these Sigma 135s go back to green flag racing conditions. Looks as though everyone out on circuit doing a stellar job to get those cars cleared away, and it shouldn't be too long until the 37, 38 drivers who are left get back underway and racing once more.
I think we'll have about 37. We had 39 take the start, and of course if we take out Merton Wood and the Stephen Trinder, we're back down to 37, which is the all that we have from 42 that started the weekend originally. So on that side of things, we have a slightly shortened race. Thanks for paying that attention, John. It's now going to be a 15-minute duration race rather than 20, so they're going to knock 5 minutes off, I think, to try and keep themselves ahead as much as they can to give every single race the chance to be able to run as best as possible. So just waiting for the signal to let the cars away from the line. Marshall just having a check. And whilst we wait for the race of action to get underway, you can see the breeze is died down a little bit, but still the BRC flags fluttering in the breeze on the pit wall. And some heat haze rippling off the circuit. It's still a little bit warm out there, still some 10-11 degrees, looking pretty good. As we wait for the signals to get the green flag underway for the restart on the formation lap.
Only in the UK where you have the commentator saying relatively warm and then saying 10 or 11 degrees.
That's just it. I'm being typically British when I say that. I'll
yeah.
That, so. But right on time, the director listened to me. There's the weather forecast. So updated weather forecast courtesy of the BRCC and your impromptu weatherman, not weatherman. 11.3 degrees, 12 mile an hour wind, 62 degrees humidity. It's going to stay around that time for the next couple of hours. There, that's all I've got. In terms of that, so it should stay relative. It should stay. I'm about to say the same thing again. It should stay the same with that sort of temperature for the rest of the day, so it should be relatively pleasant, shall we say.
Yeah, it's been quite nice, hasn't it? It's been a lovely weekend for racing here at Snetterton.
In general,
not often we can say that in April, to be fair, but yeah, like we say, 10 or 11 degrees and sunny, we will 100% take that at a season opener event.
Definitely no typical April showers that you find in the UK at this time of year, but it's been decent enough weather. It's been dry at least, which has been pretty good. We love a bit of wet weather racing at all, but usually we get the best, closest racing when it stays bone dry. Thankfully, it has done, and sometimes typically you tend to find racing tend to go a little bit faster and a bit quicker in cooler conditions on that side. And as the other Caterham is being carried away on the low loader inside the circuit, the green flag waves to let the cars on track get underway for their second green flag lap of the race. So let's quickly remind you how they're going to restart in this second go at race 3 of the JMRG Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 race. So once again, it's the same order as it was at the start of the first, beginning in the first start, which is Jamie Elwood will start from pole position, courtesy of his third fastest, him having the best third fastest time, third fastest of his personal best time, so that makes sense, in qualifying yesterday. So he starts on pole with Steve Merritt, the new lap record holder, alongside him on the front row of the grid. James Hapgood and Daniel Rook will take to row 2 once again, ahead of Jonathan Emery and Harry Morris. Then Nick Bryant and Luke Waitman come next on the 4th row of the grid from Richard Groom and Giles Hansen. James Newman and Ben Snape come next on row 6, followed by Orlando Morris and Neil Warnock. Then Lee James and Louise Deason come next on row 8. Row 9 is Simon Martin and Oscar McCall, followed by Mark Soden and Anthony Nichols. Then it's Michael Munns and Russell Gunter, followed by Kevin Turner and Neville Sykes. Then it's 13th row for Norman Jeeves and Guy Crossman. No Stephen Trinder, who doesn't take the start after he was involved in that first corner incident. Then we have next, so on his own will be Ian Hapgood. It will be Neil Bell and David Poulter. Adam Waitman and Alan Bateman come next, and Chris Griffith and Dean Pollan. Gary Fry will be on his own on the 18th row of the grid with no Merton Wood. And then it's Mark Stancer and Jamie Winrow right back in 38th position. He might have made a good start, but we didn't really know exactly how high he got up from the back of the grid. And he's one to watch, I think, for 38th on the grid. He was one of the guys who's always been towards the front. Don't expect to stay there for much longer. If he can get a really good start from the 19th row of the grid, he could be definitely one to watch to get up there and possibly in 20 minutes make quite a lot of progress. And of course, remember also we have Michael Koo in car number 8, considering he was disqualified from practice due to a scrutineering infringement, technical, we believe. He'll start from the back of the grid, but he'll be 10 seconds delayed, so he'll have to wait 10 seconds after the lights go out, and he'll be flagged away to get the race underway. So 15 minutes rather than 20 for our Caterhams as they make their way around on the formation. They'll be, of course, weaving from side to side to get the heat and temperature into the tyres, get the pressures up in the tyres, get the brakes into operating temperature into the range. Of course, the one thing we joked about earlier on, of course, is being 37 Caterhams deep in the field, the leading cars will get to the front of the grid and be nice and toasty, and then by the time they actually get the start of the race, it's the cars towards the back that will have the warmer tyres and therefore be in a much better position to make their way through, which might actually be advantageous for Jamie Winrow. If he's back in 38th place, he could technically take his time and kind of get to the back and think, right, I'll warmer tyres. It's a Sunny Hayes tactic. Get to the back of the grid, take your time a little bit and just line up, and you've got warm tyres and brakes. You can sail past half the field in the first few corners.
The Sunny Hayes tactic, yeah, indeed. Yeah, let's see if Jamie Winrow is able to replicate that. Hopefully, he doesn't race like that same bloke from the F1 movie. But we'll continue on then as we look forward to the race restart here. As you say, Winrow benefiting from the long grid of Caterhams and the fact that he'll be able to keep a bit more temperature in things ready for the race start. But he's got 5 minutes less to actually get past these drivers as well, as we've dropped from a 20-minute race to a 15-minute race, courtesy of that incident on the initial start. So although Jamie's going to be nice and warm and toasty in his Caterham, he's got a lot of work to do, and he's probably going to be even warmer by the end of this 15 minutes as he tries to pick his way through, well, at least about 35 different Caterhams here to find his way back up to where he feels he should be on this grid in the Sigma 135s, which you see then drivers heading through around the last couple of corners. I'm just interested to see as well how long it will take from the drivers gridding up to when the final drivers are there. I'm just waiting for the pole sitter. There we go. He's come to a stop. I'm going to leave a timer running, and we'll have a look at that when the race does get underway. Rest of the drivers heading through them, down through Coram and through Murray's, as you see there. Beautiful shot courtesy of the Digitex camera crew here at Snetterton, doing a lovely job throughout these couple of days of racing action, bringing you these pictures on your screens. And make sure you subscribe to the BRSCC channel to not miss any future races across the year. Well, here we go then. Second time lucky, hopefully, Scott.
Yeah, seconds out, take 2 for race 3 of the JMRG Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 champion class in the championship. And once again, as it was before for start 1, it's James Elwood on pole position alongside Steve Merritt, the lap record holder, on the front row of the grid. It's Jamie Elwood in white with the red roll cage accents. It's black and green, black and orange for Steve Merritt as we get set for racing action to get underway then. Waiting for the green flag at the back of the field. The rescue unit is getting into position. And once it does, we'll see the green flag for the marshal. There's the 5-second board. And let's try this again, shall we? Race 3 of the weekend for Sigma 135s of Caterham graduates. All set to go. The red lights go on. Revs rise, and we are Caterham racing again. It's a great jump from Merritt. He really got the launch as soon as the lights went out. But in the second phase of the start, it's Elwood with a better run up through the gears. He beats Merritt down towards Richie's corner. But look again, as it was in start number 1. Watch for the red car on the outside. That is David Rook looking for second place, and he gets it. He gets past Merritt, and also in there too, there's more contact further back. 2 more cars are off, one of which is the number 6. And there was a green cage that went off the road in frustration. Number 6 is Anthony Nichols, who's banging the steering wheel. Rook goes to the lead, in fact. He's got past not just Merritt, got past Elwood up the inside. So that's him through. I didn't see the other car that went off in terms of the number, but we'll play the game which is called Spot the car that goes tumbling down the timing screen, which will happen when they come across the line to end lap number 1. We'll see exactly who it was. Through Palmer for the first time, and Rook leads it then. It's then second place battle between Merritt and Elwood. Elwood to the inside line. Hapgood also defending on the inside from... That's going to be, I can't quite think exactly who that is, but it is the, look at the number in 5th position. It's going to be it's Henry Morris, I think, possibly, or either Nick Bryant, in fact. Thank you, 28. It's a handy spotter on the grid there, as I'm looking on the grid sheet for John Ratters. As you come down towards Oggies for the first time. So again, with 2 excellent starts on both occasions, this time it's enough for Rook to get himself to the lead at front of the field. They turn out of Oggies through Williams for the first time. It is Rook from Elwood, from Merritt, from Hapgood, from Bryant in the top 5. Rest of the pack going through. And unlike other times in the leading couple of races we've had in the Caterhams, John, everyone's a little more spread out in this point in time. Everyone's a bit more kind of in their own battles already and getting a bit more spread-eagled than they were in the last couple of races, which is not quite what we usually see in Caterhams. What we do see is almost 4 wide for the lead down towards the complex at Brundle Nelson. Elwood goes to the lead in front of Merritt, so both of them have passed also Rook, and also as Hapgood round the outside. So if he went onto the back straight leading the race, John, in typical Caterham fashion, he ends it out of Brundle Nelson down to 4th.
Again, as we've seen so many times, I don't think I can count on both my hands, that the driver goes onto a straight in one position and suddenly finds at the end of the straight they've dropped quite a number of positions. Here we go then, a little bit wide there through Coram for Elwood, and that just allows for the drivers behind to close up once more. The 111 there of Steve Merritt started in 2nd place, and he is indeed back to P2 by the end of the first full green racing lap then. Onto lap 2 we go, and it will be James Elwood who leads us onto it, but the slipstream for the drivers behind might just get them back involved once more, and it will. Up the inside goes Steve Merritt into the lead. Isn't quite able to follow through there is James Hapgood. He sits there in 3rd place and now looks to try an attack heading down into Wilson. Well, in behind Rook, now under a lot of pressure. Bryant and Waitman getting involved as well. Bryant's up the inside there under the braking zone into Wilson. Looks as though Bryant's just got the place if he can chop back across ahead of Rook before they get to the left-hander, and he will do just that. Through Palmer they go, and position made there for Bryant. Up into the top 4 he is now, as these drivers continue to battle on down. Fun fact for you, when Elwood came to the grid, from him stopping to the 5-second board was exactly a minute. That's how long he had to wait there in pole position.
Yeah, zero temperature on his tyres, clearly. In fact, Rook managed to look after his temperatures much better as one car running wide on the exit. I'm not sure if that's Rook or somebody else, but that's certainly running wide and trying to find a bit more pace. But Rook, again, was leading a couple of laps ago. He's now all the way down to, 6th position behind Luke Waitman. The car that went off the road, maybe it was Rook, possibly. See Jonathan Emery in purple and orange there going around the outside in 43. Leaders back in through Williams for the 2nd time. It's now Merritt from Hapgood from Elwood in the top 3. Again, a little more spread-eagled in this group in the Caterhams here. There's 1, 2, 2 and 12 battling amongst each other. 1, 2, 2 is Louise Decent. A nice little battle scrap with number 12, which is, if I can find them in a minute, we'll go to the seconds. Hapgood goes to the lead. Simon Martin, thank you for that, John. So through Brundle and Nelson go the leaders. Now Hapgood hits the front. We had about 4 different leaders in less than 2 laps, which is pretty extraordinary. But it's typical for Caterham racing. They do that quite often. Through the bomb hole they go. Rest of the field goes pouring through. There's 67 further back. 67, if I look on my terms, Ian Hapgood. So while Stephen is up at the front, it is James is at the front, excuse me. It's Ian who's trying to make his way through in the mid-pack somewhere. There goes James exiting Murray's onto the pit straight to end lap 2, begin the 3rd one. You can see it's getting later in the afternoon now. It's getting a little more sort of late afternoon hazy. As you see, Hapgood sets a new fastest lap of the race. Bryant then takes it. This is the first proper flying lap, and it goes to hit Bryant at a 2:12.9. Not quite the 2:11.1 we saw in the lap record setting run by Steve Merritt earlier on. Hapgood then led across the line. A couple more cars running wide on the exit. The car that was running wide there, I think, was possibly Groom in 7th position. As they come down into the hairpin, the second group was really bunching up into the hairpin behind this leading group of 6 or 7 cars. So again, as Emmett tries to get away, Elwood round the outside into Palmer's. Bryant tries to go with him, but finds the door closed by Hapgood, who was leading a few moments ago. And so as they come down the back straight with Rook and Waitman still in contention, 6 for the lead, but looks like that Groom and Co. are trying to bridge that gap and make it a much bigger train. It's a phrase we used to be saying quite now, in typical Caterham fashion.
Indeed, yeah. What were we chatting about that ingredients list early on? Add 2 more Caterhams.
Yes.
Add 2 more Caterhams. Add 2 more Caterhams. And we get a suddenly bigger and bigger squabble at the sharp end. We saw there through the first corner, through the right-hander, that exit curb is almost like a cliff face. And Rook very much found that out, going wide straight over it. And just drags you further off of the circuit there on the exit. He collected it up well, and they continue to press on then in this battle for the lead. We all reshuffle once more here as we continue to head on on through lap number 3 of this race. Well, of course, we were curtailed to a total of 15 minutes for this one, so over 1/3 race distance completed then here for the final race of the day in the 135s. Of course, to remind you, the 150s will be back later, but we continue to watch this battle at the sharp end. Little bit of a lock-up there in 3rd place. I think that'll be Elwood there on the 25. He just locked up the tyre ever so slightly there, heading down through Brundle and Nelson, and that just means that ahead, Bryant is now into 2nd place, and he holds it. So Merritt and Hapgood as well. So Merritt through to the lead. Then we've got Bryant in 2nd, Elwood 3rd, Hapgood just dropping back ever so slightly, I think. And drivers continuing to press on. But it is Bryant with the fastest lap of the race. He's now in 2nd place. He has the fastest lap of a 2-minute 12.9. Bryant's looking pretty feisty here with just over 8 minutes to go.
I think so. Definitely could be making quite an impact here. Several people take the fast lap of the race. Goes to Noon with a 2:12.1 up the inside. Looks to be, Jamie to 2 for the price of 1. What a move that was. And it's out goes to 1:11 of Merritt. He runs out wide. But that was a great opportunistic pass. Bryant was in the middle. It was Merritt hanging out to dry on the outside line. And Jamie Elwood just took caution to the wind. Said, right, I'm not sitting here any longer. You boys can sit and flounder amongst yourselves. I'm going up the inside of both of you. That was sensational stuff for Jamie Elwood. He takes the lead. He was the man on pole because he's got it back as far as 6th or 7th. Bryant's in the tow with Hapgood behind them in 3rd position. But Jamie Elwood had no consideration at all for Bryant or Merritt. He slipped back to about 6th or 7th. Elwood back to the front with one of the passes of the weekend. 3 wide into Richie's corner, which should be difficult at the best of times and makes it happen like he's been doing it for years.
That was crazy from Elwood, wasn't it? My goodness, the confidence of that man to send it round the outside there at a very sketchy corner. I thought the contact there with Merritt was going to be inevitable. It looked as though Merritt had a bit of understeer, was going towards the rear end of Elwood's car, but just about avoided him, thank goodness. And Elwood, as you say, with one of the passes of the weekend, that one, to get through into the lead of the race. Issue is, though, I don't think we've seen anyone hold the lead of the race for longer than the lap so far in this one. So I think we will quickly see the likes of Bryant and the rest of them in behind all diving on to try and steal the lead away. What was I saying? Bryant goes to the inside line then and should get the run before they even get to the braking zone. Bryant, new driver, to the lead of the race.
Or is it? Because Hapgood went down the middle of both Elwood and Bryant. Looks around the outside of Bryant in towards the complex. That's even just as good as the move that Elwood pulled off a few corners ago. So Hapgood splits the two of them for 1st and 2nd. He goes through the middle of them and takes the lead, exiting Nelson. Through the bomb hole he goes. And look at the train, we said before. The more they battle, look at the train. It keeps on going on and on and on. There are more and more Caterhams in the mix. It's testament to how good this race is. The fact that the man in 8th place has the fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes 12.121. And I don't think it's going to be beaten too much more because actually at the back of the queue, as we get a huge sideways moment there as Hapgood pins the throttle on the exit of Murray's to get the run. But he knows he's under threat from Bryant down the pit straight, and Bryant should lead across the line. No, not quite. He doesn't miss it. He misses out on the lead by just 16,000 of a second. 3 wide again. Here comes Elwood towards 4 wide down towards Richie's corner. And Elwood tried to turn in. He found 2 cars on his apex and he's off. Off onto the grass on the outside, loses what? 5-10 places in his sequence. He's got 5 and a bit minutes to try and get it back again. Waitman sets the new fastest lap of the race, but 4 abreast was never going to work into Richie's corner, and that just proved it.
Yep, we find out why, didn't we? And sadly, driver getting chucked off to the outside line. Your pole sitter in this race, James Elwood, has a lot of work to do here over the next 5 minutes. But we've seen in only a couple of corners, drivers can go from 7th, 8th place to the lead. So you never know. He's still not out of the question here as whoa, big tank slapper there through the left of Palmer. One of the drivers in the middle of this squabble, getting all sorts of sideways, but collecting it up well. We press on then, and finally, we're a little bit more relaxed for the top 2. I don't want to speak too soon, though, as I'm sure the rest of the drivers behind will be joining the fray soon enough. Where are we looking down to now? We are the top 13, top 14 all in a train. There's another spin there down at Agostini. Can they get it back going? Not quite. Struggling there, stuck on the outside line of the corner. Hopefully they can get that restarted. Well, that's going to be double yellow flags there, at least until the end of the race. Yeah, it's Louise Deason going for a spin. She had a spin earlier on. There's also a slippery surface flag down there, so that suggests that someone's dropped some fluid, but it's oil, water, fuel, coolant, something that's gone down there that's causing the problems. But 1 or 2 cars going a little sideways. Back to the front of the race, and Bryant takes over into the lead of the race now, side by side with Hapgood. They're also swarming around for 3rd. That's going to be Rook. Also in there too is Merritt and Waitman. Elwood, of course, was 3rd across the line previously, and he is back in about, he's right towards the back of the queue. He's about, what, 12th or 13th. He's getting back up there. There he is, look, trying to get back up the inside of somebody. That is of 42.
getting out past Neil Warnock. Let's have him back into that. Would have been roughly around about 11th place or so. He's got some work to do, and it's not implausible that he can get himself back into somewhere like a top 5 place if he plays his cards right in the slipstream, considering these are long straights. Bryant with a little twitch as he comes out of Murray's corner. Onto the straight now. They've got, I'd say, 2 more laps to go now with less than 4 minutes on the clock. That's 5 laps in the books. Here comes Hapgood back to the outside line. Bryant's the new leader. Not much longer he's not. Down towards Ritchie's. Down the outside goes Hapgood. He goes back in front. There goes also... Rook tried to go around the outside there of Merritt and found that Bryant was right in his view line and couldn't quite make that stick, so he had to sit back and he lost a bit of momentum. He's now under threat from Morris, Newman and Emery, who are also closing in. As for Elwood, he came across the line 11th, and his actual gap to the lead is 4.5 seconds, so he's got some work to do here in the last couple of laps. Not impossible to get a top 5, but a lot of work to do, of course, as we head back towards Palmer's with 2 laps to go left in this incredible Sigma 135 race.
This has been brilliant, has it? Honestly, I'm quite happy I don't have a horse in this race, because I'm getting worried enough just watching as an outsider. Great close racing here as we continue on side by side. Down into Agostini once again. Rook looking at the inside line there, potentially thinking he could grab 2. Well, no, has to slot back in and think about a move just then on the 28 of Bryant. So Hapgood moving through then, continuing to reshuffle in this mid-pack. And also to highlight as well, your pole sitter of James Elwood, the winner of both of the 2 races so far here in the 135s. So his little off-track excursion there has opened up the floodgates here for a new race winner this weekend. The question is, who's it going to be?
That's the big question. Going to try and find it out in a lap and a half's time. They head onto the back straight now, off of Williams. The order is, well, you can look at the timing screen, but it's pretty much irrelevant because Bryant's down to 3rd. It could be down even further because here comes Rook on the background. Also is Waitman. Morris is in there as well. Newman, Emery. See what El was doing as well. They all fan out looking for racing room. Hapgood still leads. It's now Merritt in 2nd place, Bryant in 3rd, Rook in 4th. And there goes Waitman down the outside of Brundle for the inside of Nelson. Gets the undercut and through goes into 4th place. It's now Rook in 5th position. Into 6th place that's 198 that's going quite well. That is Henry Morris, who started P6 on the grid. So he's now up into the top 6 positions. There's also Elwood battling away further back. He's getting past, I think, the red car of Groom, Richard Groom, number 23, if that's the case. Out of Murray's for the second to last time with 1 minute and 45 on the clock. Let's see if anyone could try and hoodwink possibly Ian Hapgood here, unless Merritt could try and get him on the pit straight. On to the last lap of the race here in Sigma 135s. Here comes Merritt to the outside line. Sweeps across. Hapgood tries to come back in the side draft. Keeps forcing the issue. Up the inside goes Hapgood. He's going to resist. James Hapgood does in fact keep the lead. And look at Bryant, because Merritt was running too wide on the outside line. He lets Bryant through easily. The rest of the pack comes pouring through right behind them. They're swarming all over each other down towards the complex here at the hairpin at Wilson. They all hit the brakes. Waitman goes down the outside of everybody. Tries to get past Henry Morris. And Rook is in there as well, trying to get past Jonathan Emery now into 6th or 7th place. This is fantastic stuff from Caterham. It's reminded me exactly why I love this category. We fell in love with it 12 years ago here at Snetterton with the official factory championships, and they're proving it just as well because once again, there goes Emery wide on the curve. It's anyone's guess for the victory, and there's still more than 3/4 of a lap to go here, John.
It is still absolutely anyone's guess, isn't it there? Yeah, where else do you see drivers heading out of a corner there? All of them doing 3 or 4 direction changes, trying to find the right bit of tarmac to try and set them up for the rest of this final lap then. Merritt, Hapgood, Bryant, Waitman, Rook, Morris, and more of them all still in this leading squabble, but who's it going to be when we get to the end of the last lap? And don't forget as well, you still don't know when we get to the apex of Murray's through the final corner, because then it'll be using that slipstream in the side draft to get the run to the line. It's usually less than 1/10 of a second in Caterham, so let's see how it is at the end of this one then. Absolutely nose to tail here between the top 9, that must be. Down the back straight we go.
So, for one final time, hold your breath. Here it comes, side by side for the lead. Hapgood in purple, Bryant in blue, but the 2 cars behind are packing up. It's now Bletsky 4 wide down towards Brundle and Nelson. This should never work. Who's going to come out on top? It's going to be Waitman around the outside of all of them. Fantastic, but he goes too deep. He's going to hold the inside, hold the wall up, and he spins. He's round, makes contact with Hapgood. They all hit each other. Off the road goes 148, and also burst goes Rook. They've all gone to contact. Who's going to lead now? It's Morris versus Merritt, and Merritt holds on around the outside. No, it's Brighton off the road. Goes Hapgood again once more. It's all happening on the final lap of the race. This is extraordinary. So damage to Hapgood's car. He's out of it on the outfield, but it's going to be Bryant, of course, number 28, who holds the line up towards Brundle and Nelson and in towards Murray's the final time through all the chaos and carnage of the final lap of the race. Nick Bryant will come through to hold on to the lead. It was the last lap that decided it, and it's going to be to the flag a pretty casual win in the gap, at least, to Nick Bryant. He wins the final race of the weekend for the Sigma 135s in the Caterham Graduates. What a sensational final lap. It's second for Merritt, third for Morris, fourth for Groom. Jamie Elwood comes through in fifth, despite being as low as 11th at one point. That's extraordinary to come back after he made the mistake and ran wide. Hansen 6th, Warnock 7th, Rook came through in 8th after what happened. Snape is 9th, and Waitman comes through in 10th with the final lap of the fastest lap of the race. It's not the other Waitman, it's not Luke Waitman, in fact, it's Adam Waitman, who started 31st on the grid and picks up a top 10 and the fastest lap of the race to boot. John Ratcliffe, what just happened?
Great to have Caterham's back, that's all I can say. That was fantastic, wasn't it? Actually, I was incorrect in saying that we wouldn't know who was going to win out the final corner. But to be fair to me, I don't think any of us were expecting quite that to all kick off at the end of the Bentley Straight. Well, what a move it was from Luke Waitman to initially set up the move, but then that just caused the chain reaction.
I wasn't expecting it until they went 4 wide. And I thought something's going to kick off here because it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't work, and it didn't. So in that sense, that was unfortunately a bit predictable, but at the same time, thoroughly entertaining all round. Obviously, we hope everyone involved in the incident is all right. That's the main thing, of course, on that side. You never want to see incidents. But what a dramatic finish to Sigma 135. If they're all like that this season, I say sign me up. That was fantastic stuff. And again, reminded me why I fell in love with Caterham racing here 12 years ago. It's racing like that and close action like that that delivers it in spades. Brilliant stuff from them once again. And there's still a Sigma 150 race still to go this afternoon. We're being spoiled here this weekend.
Don't let my dad see this because he's going to end up buying another Caterham.
just ban him from watching the street.
You want to race in the 135s as you stay. We've still got the 150s to go. There'll be a penultimate race of the day later on.
Absolutely. So that's the checkered flag on the 135s. And to confirm the result provisionally, it is going to be a win in what on paper looks like a bit more casual 1.1 seconds, but it's anything but if you watch the final few corners. So by 1.1 seconds, Nick Bryant wins race number 3. Steve Merritt is second, and third goes to Henry Morris after all of that. It's then Groom in 4th, Elwood 5th, Hansen 6th, Warnock, Rook, Snape, and Andrew Waitman, who started back in, I repeat, 31st position. And he, in fact, gets himself an excellent top 10 finish. Martin was 11th, Winrow was 12th, then McCall, Newman, Sykes, James, Morris, Gunter, Turner, and Soden in the top 20. Then Crossman and Hapgood come next. And then it was, the cars that didn't really come through after Hapgood was Munns, Pollen, Griffith, Bateman, Bell, Poulter, Deason, Jeeves, Nichols, Starzer, Koo, and Fry. And we lost Hapgood, Waitman, and Emery. We're going to get our breath back. We're going to hand to handsome Rob Lewis down at the top 3 of our Sigma 135s, and a very, very ecstatic and delighted Nick Bryant after an astonishing final lap of the race. I think we have to still ask the question, Rob, what on earth just happened?
Scott Woodward's asked, what on earth has just happened?
Jeez, I don't know. Oh, God, I haven't breathed for the last 15 minutes.
I don't think anyone has.
Everyone got a bit squirrely down the bridge at the end of the straight, and I think it was anyone's there. I think one of the cars come across, and luckily I just managed to avoid it and come out all right.
Certainly came out on right. You've got the P1. Great result.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, it's been a good battling weekend, and to finish like that, it's perfect.
Perfect, and take it forward to the next round.
Of course, yep. It's my first time in graduate, so enjoyed it. First one, very good.
Great to hear. Congratulations on a fantastic overall win. We're just going to put in another driver that's just playing a hop skip with our cameraman. Great result for yourself, bringing it home.
Yeah, brilliant. I was just sitting behind the front group of 6 or 7, and then the last lap under the bridge.
Just waiting for the chaos.
Yeah, it just parted like the Red Sea for me. I just saw the gap, went through it, and yeah, cruised through the last corner to the finish.
Yeah, but, you know, third place, you're on the overall podium, great result.
Brilliant result, yeah, really happy with that. Didn't expect it, but all on the last 2 corners is fantastic. I mean, that's Caterham racing, isn't it? I mean, you're just slipstreaming until the end and then shakes out.
I think that is just Caterham racing in a nutshell. It only matters on the last corner where you are, and then you get the result.
Yeah, exactly, and you see at least there was no slipstreaming to the line this time, a nice big gap. But yeah, often you'll see people like fractions of a second here, but yeah, really good result.
Congratulations, that's our third place overall. If I bring over Steve Merritt, who has been a very busy man this weekend. Steve, you're quite busy this weekend. How was that?
Hard work like the other two. Yeah, that was pretty tough. Some very close racing. Unfortunately, on the last lap, a little bit of contact with a few people, and I think 1 or 2 came off at the the left-hander under the bridge. But yeah, from my side, it's been a great weekend. So I enjoyed that.
It's been a fantastic weekend for yourself, Steve. I've spoken to you 3 times now, so it's always a good weekend to get it on the podium each time. But what did happen going under the bridge?
We were about 3 wide going under the bridge for the left-hander, and that often doesn't work going in there like that. We're normally very good at working with each other, but I think there was just a little bit of overspeed carried in and not enough space for everyone to fit. So I think it looked, from where I sat, it looked like it was a racing incident, but we'll see. We'll have to see from the footage, I guess. So
I'm sure the clerks will decide. But in the meantime, celebrate what has been a fantastic weekend by this man, Steve Merritt, and he's going to be one of the go-to people in the championship moving forward. Certainly there is a bit of track clear-up going on at the moment, but to take you through the grid for our next race is our dynamic duo of Scott and Mr. Radcliffe.
I think I can breathe after that. That was quite extraordinary once again for the Caterhams. Remind me again why they wear me out on commentary, because they do that quite often, regardless of what championship it is, whether it's factory or Caterham graduates or anything else. They are pretty extraordinary. Right, that's something a little more slower paced, shall we say, but in a positive fashion. We see a couple of the cars being recovered. That's Luke Waitman's Caterham being recovered, and also I think a couple more, possibly Steve Hapgood's, James Hapgood's might be also recovered too as well. From the extreme pace of Caterham to the slightly more leisurely pace of Classic 2CVs in the second race of the weekend for the Classic 2CV Racing Championship. As again, we should say once again, bienvenue dans le club, because of course it is the first weekend for the Classic 2CVs racing as a BRCC Championship. First time since they joined over the winter. They're one of the winter signings, shall we say, in terms of the club, along with Caterham graduates and a couple of others. So good to see them in the mix. And Classic 2CVs actually providing quite a good spectacle, as we saw. I said that like I was supposed to be surprised, but not quite. It was a good action all the way. There's a slightly different grid of drivers here for some different machines in the same cars, but it's just a different turnout in terms of the drivers, because there's 2 drivers per car and how it works, I think, with Classic 2CVs. So we've got some different drivers based on qualifying from yesterday, because they qualified yesterday and racing today. And right on cue, here come the gallant little French machines out towards the grid here for their second race of the weekend. Of course, for some drivers, it's their one and only race of the weekend. And here's how the grid lines up. So from the second qualifying session, it's Tom Perry in car number 1. The car he shares with Nick Crispin's in this car, but it's number 18 car, Team Gadget Racing. Tom Perry will start on pole position. Andrew Bull starts alongside in the front row of the grid, with Nick Crispin in 3rd and Brian Heary in 4th position for Crisis Tete Rouge. Then it's Ethan Sparrow, who finished 2nd in race number 1 earlier on, alongside Howard Wright in car number 42. Then it's Steve Walford and Simon Turner, followed by Sam Archer and Glenn Osborne rounding out the top 10. Glenn Osborne comes next in car 33 for Sebastian Jones-White, last year's vice champion. Chris Yates and Martin Ryman come next on the rows from Lawrence Broadhurst. So I've also missed, I think, I'm good with numbers. Lawrence Broadhurst comes next in 14th. Then it's Roy Eastwood and Matthew Hollis, Martin Sutherland and Robert Dawson, Jennifer Hall and David O'Keefe. And an extra car on the grid is Shirley Hennessy, although we've got 21 on this grid rather than 20. So an extra car didn't make the start for race 1 in the first group earlier on today. So, as we've proven, as we've seen, the 2CVs, one of the older, more popular cult cars in the field, but of course on top of that, they are quite a colourful bunch. You can see almost all the colours of the rainbow present, and from blue and gold to orange to teal to green to red to all sorts of shades of blue in the mix, and white and black and everything else in between. They are certainly cars that are charming. They do look the part, and they are great to see. And of course, if you look at how you put one of these cars together, because I was talking about the fact that you could build one of these race cars, what you need to do. These cars, of course, are far from standard 2CVs. If they were standard, you would see them properly leaning on their doors rather than on their axles, going through the corners. But they are quite interesting. You can pick up one of these cars for a 2CV. You can find one that needs some work or has even failed its MOT. You can get one on eBay, Gumtree, other sites that sell them for even a couple of £100, maybe as much as £500 or so, if you can find one that's in a condition that you're prepared to. If you can, the cheaper it goes, obviously you might have to expect the less condition it's in, so the more work you might have to do to it. But you can go ahead and pick up some panels. You can go ahead and get the repair panels. You can go and sort of weld them together if you don't want to, but you can get specialists to go and do that for yourself if you want. For the roll cage, it requires converting it from a road car to a race car. You can get a pre-made cage that comes up for sale, but these are quite rare. You can fit one of these by removing the floor of a shell. and new cage can be fabricated in situ. Has to be a standard Citroen chassis. You can get one or two aftermarket ones, a Frome racing chassis or an SLC racing chassis, but you can only buy the standard Citroen and SLC ones bought new. The Frome ones are no longer made, so you have to buy them aftermarket if you can find them. You need to replace the fabric roof, because they did come with a fabric roof in 2CVs, with a sheet metal one instead. The engine you can do quite a little bit. You can go ahead and have to keep the crank standard. You have to run the official club camshaft available from Kent Cams. The pistons should be replaced with 9:1 ratio compression pistons. The valves can be replaced by special racing versions. You can do valve springs replaced with uprated versions. And all these parts except the camshafts are available from 2CV part specialists. You can lighten the flywheel. You can also put an electronic ignition in the car as well if you want to. And you can also advance the timing up to 33 degrees. I'm taking all the information here from the official 2CV Racing website. It's 2cvracing.org.uk/building-a-race-car/. So you want to find that information if you're interested in giving the 2CVs a go. Do be sure to do so. You can fit a carburettor or a Weber DMTL carburettor, alternative to the standard Solex one. Not mandatory. The exhaust is free. You don't have to do much to the gearbox. And I love how it also says here as well, for brakes, quite simply, the brakes standard 2CV braking system is usually good enough for racing. Okay, interesting. I mean, they did to get around pretty well without stopping and locking up wheels too much, as the green flag is about to fly for our formation lap for this second Classic 2CV race. In terms of suspension, you need to change the caster of the front arms as well. You can also put some camber in if you want to. You can also add what's called a Belgian arm, which you can find out more about on the 2CV Classic website, which I'm reading from now. And in terms of the suspension, in terms of the actual how they sit, these cars obviously sit quite lower, much more lower than a standard 2CV. Because if you look at the information, they run a ride height of about 170 to 175 millimeters on the front, 195 to 200 on the rear, measure from floor to sill, and the springs are uprated. They're something a bit stronger, about 2,500 to 4,000 pounds, and the dampers usually replaced by off-the-shelf GAZ or AVO units, but you can also use standard non-adjustable ones with thicker oil as well. If any of that makes sense to any of you, of course, I'm sure it does to many people. I'm just out reading what the website says, but if you want to find out more, do speak to Class 2CVs if you fancy getting involved, and also visit the website for all the information on how to get involved and race in this championship. Now, as rightly pointed out by John, as you would have also seen on the screen, there was a car that stopped just past the pits. Now, I think I could look out my commentary box window and figure out who it might have been if it's not too far-fetched, and have a wander. I can't quite tell exactly who it is, but it is being pushed backwards up the pit straight to the cut-in at the end of the barrier on the end of the pit lane exit. And in fact, there it is. It's 300 that stopped. That's Shirley Hennessy's car, sadly. So that car, blue and white, with a little bubble effect on the front as well. Sadly, not going to take any further part. But so we were going to get 21 2CVs, John Ratcliffe, but unfortunately, due to Shirley Hennessy's car giving up the ghost just meters into the formation lap, we're going to get the 20 that we had earlier on in race number 1.
Indeed, yet still 20 of them going at it here for another 20 minutes to cap off their racing weekend. Let's see how we go then as we press on through this green flag lap. Of course, slightly different order, certainly different to what we saw at the end of the race, of course, with second fastest time setting the grid for this one. Of course, Crispin and Sparrow broke away beautifully at the sharp end, didn't they? Ended with just over 6.5 tenths between those two at the flag, but then there was a further almost 10 seconds then back to the next group, headed up by Andrew Bull, who's of course starting on the outside of the front row for this one. Now, we've seen plenty of times already this weekend drivers getting slightly better starts on that outside of the grid, so potentially Andrew Bull's opportunity to try and dive into the lead early on. But of course, you've got defending champion Nick Crispin almost on his inside there on the second row in third, and then second place in race number 1 just behind Crispin. Ethan Sparrow on the 46th there, starting in 5th place. Well, drivers carrying around on this green flag lap then, getting a bit of temperature into those 2CVs as best they can before we go racing once more for 20 minutes here round Snetterton. Again, to highlight throughout the entirety of the season, I do love how these cars and these drivers in this championship goes back and forth between sprint racing and endurance racing. So 2 sprints here at Snetterton, then 2 sprints at Mallory Park, then 2 sprints at Silverstone National, and then at Knock Hill they've got 2 sprints and a 90-minute enduro, and then to cap off the season with the 24 hours back here at Snetterton. But sadly, we knew we're not going to have 21. Sadly, it doesn't look like we're going to have 20 now as another driver pulls off to the side.
And that's Jennifer Hall, I think, of a 96 by the look of it, but number-wise, it's the blue and white car, which would have started back in 19th. So 2 of our lady racers had hitting troubles before the race even started, very sadly. And fingers crossed that these cars will be good to go for the next round coming up next month at Mallory Park, which of course will be another circuit conducive to good, close 2CV racing. So we 19 starters. I don't know if the start's going to be delayed because of the fact we've got that car now parked on the back straight. And the marshals will have to very quickly go and retrieve it because, of course, there will be a cut in somewhere. But yeah, the marshal's talking now to Jennifer on the back straight. And it's going to need a tow, I think, so we might have to possibly delay the start. Unfortunately, it's a 20-minute race. I don't want to tempt it, but I wouldn't be surprised. Sadly, I don't want to say this, but if to try and keep the time constraints, they might possibly have to shorten to 15 because of the fact that Jennifer Hall's car has stopped. And of course, for the record, of course, it's obvious, but she obviously hasn't stopped on purpose, obviously. It's a mechanical issue that has got them going. She's going to get a push from two of the marshals to try and get off at least into a safer position. So if they can get it in a safe place, maybe it might not be delayed, or it'll depend on how safe the clerk of the course feels that car will be in that position on the back straight somewhere. Jennifer, they pushed it to a more safest point, but they did signal the fact it's going to need a tow. So it might well be a delayed start, I wonder. The planned start time was about a couple of minutes ago, so we are slightly behind time. So if they have to delay it, we might have cut it. But yeah, the ball has gone up. Is that a 5-second ball gone up? It has. So we're going to get racing anyway. So 20 minutes of 2CV racing ready to go here at Snetterton. And again, once again, from that front row of the grid, it was Andrew Willer got a good start, but the defending champion Nick Crispin again from a cracking second row start. That was from the inside of row 2. Gets the launch, and the champion is it's the front of the field. The reason why he's number 1. Up to the front of the field he goes, and it's in towards Richie's corner for the first time. So Crispin turns in the lead. Bull in second place. It was side by side between, looked like Perry and Heary for third position. And Perry, who's in the number 18 machine, the blue and gold car, just about holding on to the place around the outside, but he might not have track position. Under brakes for Wilson Hairpin. Looks for second on the inside of Bull. Forces the teal 2CV wide through the exit of Wilson, almost 3 abreast further back. That's 79, one of the Lion cars, also battling with the Blueberry Muffins machine. In 3 wide in towards Palmer's as well. That's Walford battling away with the 42 of Howard Wright, and also that's Brian Heary's dropped back a couple of places. There's also that's Ethan Sparrow coming through. Is it in second place? It is. So a cracking start for Sparrow. So the top 2 from race 1 have quickly put themselves into first and second. Bull defending on the outside towards Agostini Hairpin. A great sight, these 2CVs down towards it. They almost look the most unconvincing race car ever, but they are fantastic to look at. And of course, and given they are sat down a bit lower on those stiffer springs, and they are on standard brakes, of course, they don't rock around and lean on their suspension like the standard cars would, but the fact they're sitting nice and flat and true through the corners, they're proper little classic race cars. And as they go up through Oggie's corner, it is Sparrow into second place now. For 5th on the grid, it is 3rd for, looks like it was Bull or Crispin. Well, no, Crispin leads. It's Bull or Perry, one of the 2. There's 41 and 40, Yates and Ryman. Yates in the Blueberry Muffins car. But out onto the back straight for the first time. Crispin back to the front. It's almost like we had this in race number 1. Oh, wait, we did. But it's just a slightly different order, and Sparrow's going to try and catch up to Crispin. And it might be deja vu if he catches up to him and pulls away in the lead with 20 minutes in this race.
Yes, let's wait and see what happens. Of course, these two scampering off over 10 seconds clear in race number 1. Let's see if they can do it here again in race number 2. What a start that was from Nick Crispin. We knew he was going to get a blinder of a start, but that was something special there. Already getting positions before they'd even really cleared the gantry here on the start-finish straight. But as we continue to press on through lap number 1 then, as we say, Crispin taking to the front, Sparrow going with him. But for the moment, they're not dropping the rest of the pack as squabbles continue further down the order. The 33 and the 13 now going side by side. That's Glenn Oswin trying to make up another position, this time on Sebastian Jones-White, as those two continue side by side. Oh dear, one of the Lion cars nursing a bit of an injury there as they continue to press on down through Coram for the first time. Couldn't quite tell if that was part of his own car or something he'd picked up from elsewhere, but either way, not looking 100% fighting fit, that car, as they head through under the gantry again. On to lap number 2 we go, and once again, your defending champion in the lead of the race.
Steve Wolfer's car a bit battle-scarred already. There looks like it was missing or damaged front left wing on that car as he comes across the line. And as it was in race 1, we've seen this before, haven't we? It's Sparrow in the wheel tracks of Crispin, the defending champion in the car number 1 in P number 1. Down towards Richie's corner again. So Crispin leads, Sparrow second, Perry third. Then it's Bull, Walford and Heary. That's the top 6. Then it's Wright in the Liquid Molly car. 8th is Turner, 9th is Jones-White, and 10th now is the number 33 of Glenn Oswin in the ECAS car. That's the purple and yellow machine. There it is. And then down towards the Wilson Hairpin again for the second time. And as it was in race 1, Sparrow trying to go away with Crispin out in front. But I wonder if this time Tom Perry will try and move forwards in order to put a bit more pressure on if he can. And he's actually being under pressure now from Bull down the outside in towards Palmer's, and Bull is trying to force the issue on the outside line, but gets shown the edge of the road and the curb. Now Wolford has Heary to his inside in the blue and green machine. Now the sprint down towards the hairpin, and you can see once again Sparrow working with Crispin in tactic here. Of course, the difference he's got to try and make this time is that he doesn't get the last lap of the race, try and make the move, but then lose it down at Oggie's hairpin like he did, going a bit too. I think he lost the brakes, so something wasn't quite working. He just lost the back end of the car and slid wide. So this time, hopefully, he can work out much better and push forwards in a much better sequence this time, going into the next part of the race. We've already had almost 5 minutes go in this race. They're only on the second lap of the race, which is quite extraordinary because lap time-wise, off the line, Nick Crispin did a standing start. He did a lap time in just under 3 minutes from a standing start, which is pretty good, I suppose, for a 2CV. As for Sparrow, he's not waiting like he was in race 1. Up the inside he goes into Williams, and Crispin has to give him the road, but he will tuck straight back into the slipstream. So now it's advantage Sparrow, but it's now going to be a course case now that, as it was before, rather than chasing, as we say, Hunter now becomes the hunted job.
Indeed, yep. As a neutral in this one, very excited to see Sparrow going for it early. Of course, waited the entirety of the race last time. The tactic nearly worked, but as you say, something going wrong, making a little mistake, whatever it was, he went wide and lost the lead. Sparrow grabbed it back. Oh, sorry, Crispin grabbed it back, your defending champion, from Sparrow. Well, once again, well, for the first time in this race anyway, Sparrow takes to the front, and those two have held each other up ever so slightly, allowing for the four behind to close back in. Perry, Bill, Wolford and Heary now joining the top two once again. So we continue on this race. Now 6 drivers nose to tail for the race lead, but again, as we've said so many times today, great to see the battles up and down the order. Here is the 21 of Sunderland battling with the 48 of Broadhurst there. I think this will be for 17th place, I believe, so slightly further down the order than these drivers that we cut back to, but good to see drivers all involved in the 2CVs, all getting a good showing for their money and getting involved in some great racing. Well, on to lap number 3 we go then, and it looks as though Crispin has lost a bit on the exit. He's dropping back into the clutches.
Yeah, he's not only Sparrow getting away, but you're absolutely right. He's falling into the clutches of Tom Perry now for second place. It's not quite how it was in race 1, where the top two pulled away. We've now got a group of 6 battling for the lead, which is excellent to see. Here's the fight for 7th. This is now Sebastian Jones-White under pressure from a reaction from Howard Wright, and there goes Sebastian Jones-White right off onto the grass and goes grass tracking. As I said yesterday, it's like that's not a potato field. But then again, these cars were known for their suspension, so keeps it straight and true across the grass, and there he goes. I shouldn't be surprised by that because it is a 2CV. He rejoins just on the outside of both Glenn Oswin and the 79, which is Sam Archer. Holds the outside line to keep ahead of Archer. He'll try and get past Oswin again to reclaim the place. That will put him back into 9th position if he gets through, and now it's Howard Wright under pressure from the 81 of Simon Turner as they come out of Palmer's once again on lap 3. Look at this, 6th from a lead down towards the Agostini hairpin. This is, if you've never seen it before, this is classic 2CV racing. I think it's safe to say, welcome to BRSCC, because they'll certainly give us quite a spectacle here. What a sign they were over the winter.
Yeah, they're treating us, aren't they? More battles throughout all of the groups here as well. 2 big moves. They're down at Agostini as leaning on the door there at the 42 goes the 81. So this is battling over 8th place. Then Turner trying to get past Wright. I think he's just about done that, but they'll continue on down through side by side almost into Hamilton's. The battle behind certainly was, though, at the bottom end of the top 10. Here we cut back to them. And yes, both of the 2 pairs still absolutely side by side. The Liquid Molly car with the inside line will just about retake the position, though, so the 42 heading on back through, Wright holding on there to his 8th position. Leaders heading on through down onto the back straight, and now from attack to defence focus then for the number 13 of Jones-White. So no, apologies, that was Wright making the move then on Jones-White. Up to 7th he goes. Jones-White now having to defend his 8th place from Turner, who's getting stuck in. Well, here are your leaders once more, fanning out down the back straight, and look who's back to the lead of the race. It's the number 1 of Crispin, and now we're side by side for second place as we head on through Nelson once again, just shoved to the edge of the circuit, but this is all kicking off. Hey, if they squabble like this for P2 though, once again, opportunity for Crispin to try and get away. They're touching there through the bum hole. That was so close. Wow, leaning on each other as, oh dear, another driver out of the race. This time it's the 33.
Yeah, Glenn Oswin sadly in the ECAS car out of the race with mechanical issue. Look at 3 of Corum. That should be impossible in 2CVs, but they can manage it, I think, just about. Crispin leads. It's Sparrow for second. Who's third? It's now 55 of Steve Walford. And the 3 wide battle was between, I think, by the look of it in that group, it was possibly Bull, Heary and Tom Perry, who started on pole, but that's the back of the group. Crispin back to the lead, Sparrow in his wheel tracks again. And as we said, it's Walford, Bull, Heary and Perry. Heary has the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 49.815. So the only driver so far that's gone sub 250 in this race. And we still haven't hit half distance yet. Still just about 11 minutes to go in this race. So plenty more action there for the 2CVs. Here comes Perry up the inside of Heary for 5th position. Looking for the move on 192. Under brakes for Wilson Hairpin. And these cars, these should be working together, but ultimately these 4 cars, if they can start to keep the top 2 in touch, it makes this 6-car train even more solid as they go into the second part of this 20-minute encounter. Nick Crispin, defending champion, number 1 on the door. Ethan Sparrow, who has been making the most of, that's probably one of the more, slightly more modern looking liveries on the 2CV. Of course, the other cars have got slightly more blockier liveries and more kind of single colour liveries and more simpler paint jobs, but of course it's a colourful field that you have in 2CVs. Down towards Agostini Hairpin again. This is on lap 4. And still Crispin holds on. Walford holds the inside of 3rd place on Bull. This gives Perry the chance to get back past. Here's the next group of cars from 7th place backwards, with Sebastian Jones-White battling with Wright and Turner. And of course, Sebastian Jones-White recovering after his excursion on the grass at Ritchie's a couple of laps ago. In fact, it was the last lap, in fact. Keep forgetting these cars are lapping of a 2-minute 50, so I think they're doing more laps than they actually have. There goes number 40 as well. That was the car Chris Yates and the wonderfully titled team name Blueberry Muffins. Yes, that is real. And as they come out of the infield section, back onto the back straight, you see their Bull being pushed around by Perry. Just flick of the rear wheel cover as he goes through Williams onto the Bentley straight. And here he might get a double toe from the 2 cars here as they push themselves down. But the double toe, look at this, on the back of Walford. Through goes Bull. Here he'll try and get, Perry will try and get past him as well. But I think it looks as though for the moment, John, both Crispin and Sparrow, I think, have called a temporary truce. They're going to try and get away like they did in race 1 and let the cars behind scrap for 3rd place backwards.
Yeah, now we're seeing much more of a carbon copy of what we saw in race 1, aren't we? Drivers settling in to battle for 3rd place as Crispin and Sparrow continue to extend their gap and drive away up the road. Good to see as well Steve Walford running the updated 2CV cooling package there on his number 55, aka removing part of the front bodywork. But it doesn't seem to be impacting his overall pace at the moment, which is good to see. He's right in amongst it, battling at the sharp end in that leading group. Here are the 2 Lion cars. They've clearly very similarly matched the 2 drivers behind the wheel of those 2 Lion cars, as we've seemingly, every time we've seen them out on circuit, they've been nose to tail, these 2, getting properly stuck in, which is good to see. And it's still Archer who's pressuring, so I should say, the rear bumper of his teammate. And we look forward here to Jones-White. Of course, got sucked into this battle a couple of laps ago, had that little moment as we mentioned, but has got back to the sharp end of it and is looking to press on. Well, if the battle ahead for 3rd place continues to get all sorts of sharpers, as we've seen over the last few laps, maybe there's a chance to close back up. But I might just eat my words, as I now see on screen quite how sizable that gap now is from 6th to 7th as they come across the line. It's 2 seconds back from the leader to 6th place, and then it is a further 13 seconds back to 7th. Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one to catch up, I think.
A little bit. This is a safety car, touch wood. Let's
that's
hope
very
not.
True.
In terms of lap time, we thought 2:49 was quick. How about 2:48.9 from Tom Perry, 4th position? He sets a new fastest lap of the race, and how? But everyone apart from Walford in that top 6 at least 2 minutes 49, but a 2:48.9 for Perry in the tow, certainly working out well. Sebastian Jones-White turns his way through the hairpin, still in 7th place, the head of that group. There's the 2 Lion team cars, 97 and 79. They come out of the hairpin now on lap 5. You see the Liquid Wally car on there too. Of course, there's a team, I'm not sure it's the same team, but there's Bacon Racing that races in the City Car Cup and C1 Endurance, and they run Liquid Wally sponsorship as well, so their livery is very, very similar to that one, in fact, exactly the same. So hence why I call C1 Endurance almost like the spiritual successor, if you like, or the modern day equivalent of 2CV racing, because it's very similar in terms of its characteristics with these cars. The only difference is with the C1s, they run standard road suspension because it has to be MOT compliant. And when you watch them through the corners, they do pretty much, unlike these cars, they lean quite a lot in the corners to the C1 cars. There's also the City Car Cup cars, which are more like these. I think this is more like classic city cars. These cars they've got a lower suspension, they've got a little bit of uprated engine bits on them, so it's more like a City Car Cup car of old rather than a C1 Endurance car, if you like. But they do race them, of course, over a long distance, which is interesting mix of the 2, if you like, in that sense. And there's 2 different formulas in modern days are kind of like separate, their own tributes to what 2CV racing is and has been over the last few decades. Leaders come back down the back straight towards Brundle and Nelson again. Crispin in that familiar fluorescent red and dark blue number 1 car turns his way in through the first part, and he'll flick right through Nelson. But both Perry and Bull have pulled away from both Heary and Walford here, so they're starting to pack up here. There's a bit of tandem work here, like we do in NASCAR. And Perry and Bull are starting to close in here. And also you see Walford physically pushing Heary towards the bomb hole. I think he has to back off a little bit if he does that through the middle of the corner. Otherwise, that car might get a little too unsettled, and then probably cover your eyes on what happens next.
Yeah, Steve trying to give him a bit of a hurry up there, wasn't he? Come on,
Yes.
let's catch them down. He can see third and fourth have almost caught the two leaders, so he'll want to get back involved. And indeed, yeah, they have switched around, haven't they? As more moves there into the bomb hole, thinking about the inside line there as the 40 leans on the 20 as they press on through the corner. That is Yates through on Dawson then for 13th place. They'll continue on side by side as they head through into Coram once more. Looks as though Jones-White has lost the place on this previous part of this lap. And back down to second in this train of 5 now as the two Lions join the party as well. Well, on to lap number 6 then. Still only just over 2 seconds between our top 6 as they fly on down through another few corners. But yeah, Crispin and Sparrow not able to make the breakaway that they did in race number 1. Of course, trying to do it a little bit later on in the race than they did in race 1. And clearly it's not working as Perry, Bull, Heary and Wolford all still hanging on to the coattails of that leading battle.
Yeah, the gap between them collectively is 2.7 seconds, which is not a small. It's not a big margin in 2CV racing, particularly with cars that run at a slower pace compared to Mazdas or Fiestas or Caterhams. As we see here, Martin Ryman battling away with the Blueberry Muffins car of Chris Yates. Back to our leaders as they come out of Palmer. We're just under 5 minutes to go, so still a quarter of the race left to go here. And as you see, Perry leading Bull to try and close up to the top 2, and he's not too far away. He might get the push down the back straight or down any straight from the turquoise car in 4th position. Here's our fight for 7th, and they've changed back around again because these two have been swapping places constantly, both Turner and both Wright and Jones-White. Wright in the Liquid Moly sponsored car in blue and white. The white and gold machine is there, and the camera flicked around because something might have happened in the background. But instead, what is happening is Wright goes through, also opens the door for the 81 of Turner to try and squeeze past. That is Simon Turner, who started 8th on the grid, and also 97 in there as well, which is the 97 of David O'Keefe, started back in 20th, so he's into the top 10 already, trying to pick his way through a little further. Here goes the leaders, and this is interesting. Look at this. So Perry is pulled away now from Bull. Sparrow has the run. He's trying to push Crispin in front, but here comes Tom Perry with a double toe for both of the cars in front. He might make it possibly a 3-car fight for the lead. He's left Bull behind into the clutches of Heary and Wolford. So I'm not quite sure Bull would appreciate being left behind in his toe. But Perry is thinking, right, I've had my fun. That's all for themselves. Every man for themselves is what I was trying to say. Through Brundle and Nelson. Little wide for Crispin off the apex, but he's got nice momentum. Holds through towards the bomb hole. And I wonder here, this is going to go on to, I think, the last lap of the race coming up with 3.5 minutes on the clock now. So I wonder possibly, is Perry going to change for 2nd place? Or is it going to be a possible run here? Meanwhile, casually 3 abreast, nearly 4 abreast. As we think, thankfully, Sebastian Jones-White doesn't want to make it 4 wide. It's still 3 wide on the apex of Brundle. And out of all of that comes 97 Darren O'Keefe. Remember, he started 20th and he's now up to 7th. That's an extraordinary run so far for him for the back of the grid. And doing quite well to prove that, well, if you get a good enough start and keep persistent enough, he gets to the front of that second group. If he can stay there, he could be one of the unsung heroes of the weekend.
Yeah, what a run through the order in this one so far from O'Keefe, and already he's trying to launch some more attacks here to make up some more places. Yeah, that was a little bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment there. Jones-White didn't make it 4 wide, but then he did have a bit of a wobble through the left of Brundle. I thought, oh no, suddenly we've got 3 drivers converging on the same piece of tarmac. But no, Jones-White did a very good job there of dealing with that slide and carrying on as this battle continues on then onto another lap of proceedings. Yeah, I'm not sure. I forgot to look as the drivers came past as to what time we had left on the gantry when they did start the final lap. But I was going to say to answer myself and see the last lap ball, but I can't quite spot it out of my window just yet, so we'll wait and see when they do come round. But potentially onto the final lap of racing this weekend here for the 2 CVs. And again, just like we've said so many times, that's a big wobble. Tank slapper off at the first corner, goes one way, goes the other, spins off into the grass, and off stage left finally then goes the 42 of Howard Wright. A shame there for him, but actually pretty well held, all things considered. That 2CV did not want to stray on the straight and narrow. Well, as the leaders carry on then, still Crispin in the lead of the race, Sparrow applying the pressure with Perry, Bull and Heary still there in tow, but look at this. Crispin, for the first time in this race, starting to actively defend, covering off the positive exit there out of Agostini for the 46 of Sparrow, and neutralises at least one overtaking opportunity for Ethan. He'll have to settle back in and think about this, but I think this is, we can definitely both agree, the crucial area of the track here, particularly if this is onto the final lap, the slipstream down the back straight. Now, we saw Sparrow pushing Crispin down the Bentley straight last time around. I can't imagine he's going to do it again here, particularly the fact he's got Perry right in his wheel tracks. As here you go, pulls out from the slipstream, does Sparrow. This race is on, ladies and gentlemen, as we head down into Brundle and Nelson. To the inside line, then goes Sparrow, and he's going to get the push from Perry as well as we go down into the braking zone. Criskin is going to get hung out to dry here on the outside line. To the lead goes Sparrow, and side by side for second place. This will put Perry on the outside line. Then for the right-hander, Crispin holds P2, but can he get a good enough exit here to challenge for the lead again?
Sparrow got very sideways to the Brundle, but he has managed to hold it pretty well, and Crispin wants his lead back as he goes through the bomb hole. Tries to go around the outside. It might be the door open for Bull, who gets back into this. Here he's up to 4th position. Perry's been shuffled back to 5th somehow. He's going up the inside, and Bull wants to get the lead, possibly. Round the outside goes Crispin of both of them, and there goes Bull trying to get the lead now, side by side in towards Coram Corner. Bull could go to the front here. He gets himself in the right position. Here he goes up the inside as well as Crispin. Crispin back up the inside. Bull holds on to it. The checker flag inside. There's contact, and Bull gets his nose in front. He was 4th in a couple of seconds back at one point, but it's going to be a drag race, side by side, side drive. Crispin versus Bull. Get the photos out. It could be a photo finish. Here they come to a line. It's going to be Bull or Crispin. Who's it going to be? Side by side at the line. Who's it going to be? Oh, Bull got it. Fantastic. Andrew Bull steals it on the line on the final lap of the race by 47 thousandths of a second. 0.047. And at one point, he was far back from the top 3 and he was out of it. That is astonishing. Andrew Bull snatches the victory in the second Classic 2CV race by less than half a tenth of a second. And on the run to the line for 7th place is going to be Sebastian Jones, white only just. He beats Archer by a tenth of a second. That is absolutely incredible. I have to say, c'est magnifique when it comes to the 2CVs. Excellent stuff. And if they're all like that for the rest of the season, again, sign us up. That was brilliant stuff. That's what Classic 2CVs can do, and that was incredible stuff, John Ratcliffe. And Andrew Bull, possibly, in a positive way I can put it, was probably the most unlikely winner out of that 6. Harry maybe, and Wolf was in there too, but at one point Bull was a couple of seconds back. Like, Perry had left him behind. And he's all of a sudden got back into it. It was all that run down the back straight. He found his way out the inside line, somehow got to the outside. There was a bit of contact on the exit. And on the run to the line with the side drop, Andrew Bull beats the champion by 47 thousandths of a second.
Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing. Yeah, just like we said with the Caterhams, 2CVs, you guys can come back. That was absolutely class, wasn't it? Fantastic racing there in the Classic 2CV Racing Championship. And yet again, how many times have we said today and yesterday that a gap has been less than a tenth of a second across the line for the win? Unbelievable. And we saw there as well, the 2 Lion teammates going side by side. That gap was only 18 thousandths of a second there between O'Keefe and Archer. Archer just about grabbing the position from O'Keefe on the line there, the two Lion teammates. But yeah, wow. 2CV racing comes to a close then here at Snetterton. But what a way to kick off the season. Super exciting there. Of course, in the first race, we saw Crispin and Sparrow just scythe on ahead. And it was just between the two of them, 10 seconds up the road for the lead. Well, that one, it all kicked off a bit earlier and left 6 of them to play for it right to the checkered flag. What a race.
Incredible stuff. So, on that last lap sprint, about last lap battle, Andrew Bull steals the victory in the second Classic 2CV race by, once again, 47 1,000ths of a second. That's one of the closest finishes of the weekend. We thought it'd be Caterham's. No, 2CV's possibly beaten them, I think. Crispin, the defending champion, 2nd. Brian Heary, 3rd. Then it's Perry's 4th, Sparrow 5th, after he was leading going into the complex. At Brundle and Nelson, even though he was sideways, Wolfer gets P6. Sebastian Jones White is 7th, from Archer, O'Keefe, Turner and Yates. Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, I'll say again, c'est magnifique Classic 2CVs, and of course a man knows all about these, who started his racing career in them, is the one only handsome Rob Lewis, so he's going to have a chat to them in Parc Ferme. But I have to say, I think we can all say this one, Classic 2CVs, welcome to BRSCC. You could stay any day of the week. Down to Rob with our top 3, and a possibly very surprised, but very delighted race winner from race number 2, Andrew Bull. Oh, what a result.
What a result indeed, 4 thousandths of a second. How do you feel?
I got total dry mouth. It was so hot and sweaty out there. That was
always going to be an exciting last lap. And I had the shout from the pit wall, last lap, so I made a couple of moves. And I didn't think the car had got it this weekend, but, that melee and the fight on the last lap. Nick had the straight line in third, and then I got the side draft just for the line. It was fantastic. Great bit of racing.
You timed that side draft perfectly.
Sometimes you just got to know when to go, haven't you? So, yeah.
So a good debut race for the two CVs under the BRSCC. What's the plans for the rest of the season?
Well, we're hoping to get you guys on covering us again through Mallory, Silverstone, Knockhill, and then our 24-hour over here again in August. We're really pleased with the way the BRSCC's run the event, and we hope we've put on a decent show for you. So proven to people what these two CVs are capable of.
I can tell you most definitely have. Congratulations on a fantastic win. Nick Crispin is currently being interviewed by our circuit comms man, and I've lost third place. Third place has gone all the way over here. We've lost our third place man, and we've lost Nick Crispin as well. I'm just waiting. Let's just have a quick look at these cars, actually. I just want to show you. So they are like a basic 2CV shell. Lowered, they've got these little chin spoilers on the front. They're the original engines with a control cam and just little nicks and bodies. But because of the airflow over the arches, they're not really aerodynamically friendly, let's just say that. So they have got to pack race, they've got to race like they do in NASCAR, and it just creates great racing like that. I'm just going to try and see if I could steal Nick Crispin for a chat before we head back.
Yeah. Oh well, that's this weekend over and done with for you. On to the next round, and hopefully we'll see you somewhere else.
Where are we next? Mallory, I think.
Is it, no, I don't think you're going to Mallory, you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe it is.
Yeah, Mallory for second or third weekend in April, May? Yeah, May.
Well done, Nick.
Cheers.
Nick Crispin, I've managed to grab your hands off the circuit commentator. Second place by 0.004 of a second.
I know, I was just saying, it's a bit gutting. I'd rather be 10 seconds behind.
But I think what that has just done is advertised on your first weekend with the BRSCC what Citroen 2CV racing's all about.
Oh, definitely. I mean, as I said before, people may not think that they're great to drive, but the closeness, the competitivism, is that a word? The competitiveness of our racing and everything, and how close we are, whether it's the front or the back. And if you see, the toe is so important. So if you've got someone to work with, like in the first race, Ethan and myself worked together and we managed to break the gap to everyone behind. This race, there were 5 of us, 6 of us, and the toe is so important. You can be 7 seconds up, but if you work together as a pair, you will cut them back so quickly. And it just showed, because every time I got away, the rest of them would catch up. Ethan and myself got away, they'd catch us up again. And yeah, there's a few Larry moves and that lot going out there, but everyone managed to stay pointed in the right direction, so that's good.
And you're back here to chat to us and reap the rewards. That's Nick Crispin there, who got second place in that race. We have got cars on the circuit at the moment for some more Mazda MX5 action, so I think it's time to take you through the grid for our last championship race of the day.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Rob. We're getting back to our third and final race of the weekend for the AD Modular and Thermal Road Mazda MX5 Championship season opener for this weekend. And after 2 victories in a row for Adam Sparrow, the man in silver and orange, I'll get that right, otherwise he'll tell me off, of the front row of the grid, he now starts once again as a result of his race 2 victory from pole for race number 3, and it is now this time the top 2 in terms of point scorers, which is Adam Sparrow and Steve Foden on the front row of the grid together. I got confused. I was looking at the points which John had up, and it had Ali Bray and also Neil Chisnell. Neil's on the second row of the grid, but not on the front row this time as he was on the first 2. Here's the lineup then. So Sparrow looking to go for the hat-trick from pole position again, with Steve Foden on the front row this time. Then it's Michael Taylor alongside Neil Chisnell from Richard Wootton and Michael Green, Matthew McCluskey and Paul Bateman from Harry Storer and Daniel Langiel. Then it's Paul Simard and Dennis Pilamonkin to round off the top 12 in the first 6 rows. Then it's Adam Craig, who starts 13th this time after coming from the back of the grid. He will start from row 7 alongside Chris Wright, then Tim Storer and Chris Thelwell, Peter Williams and Simon Privet, Bradley McLagan and Richard Bartlett, then Joshua Pato, Andrew Gilligan, David Sculler. And hopefully we've got a couple of cars that went out in race 1. Race 2 are back on the grid here. Dev Singal had an incident when he hit the barrier exiting the Agostini hairpin, and we saw both Jason Greatrex and Phil Rawson come off the road after they tangled on the approach to Richie's Corner on the first start of race 2 earlier on this afternoon. So hopefully all 3 cars, if they have been able to fix them, are at the back of the grid. I can see at least one of those AB Motorsport cars at the back of the field, so that's a positive sign. Whether it's either Dev Singhal or it's Philip Rawson, one of the two. It might be Rawson's car, because his car was relatively more undamaged, whereas Singhal's car had more front-end damage after he hit the barrier. And I'd imagine Great Rex's car might well be there as well, I'd hope. So fingers crossed both of them are there too. So we'll wait and see how that plays out. Green flag in the air on the start gantry, which means that Adam Sparrow will lead the cars off for the formation lap for the third and final time, at least for the third and final race of their weekend here. And once again, Mazda MX5 is proving to be as competitive and as exciting as ever. It's not our last Mazda MX5 race. There's still one more coming up for the Clapham North Mazda MX5 SuperCup, which will be coming up as our last race, timetabled and scheduled to be 6:05, because our curfew is 6:30. And in terms of the time, we're scheduled to start this race at 6:20. We're just about still on time as well, which is looking good. So again, despite some of the delays, ever ruthlessly efficient, the BRSCC keeping us on good time and keeping through the emotions. So it's good to see that we're keeping ourselves in good run. I've just seen also at the back of the field, we do have Grayson Greatrex and Phil Rawson, but as I possibly anticipated after those 2 AB cars that were caught up in race 2, Dev Singhal's car, John, not making the start due to that front-end damage. It's a shame, but unfortunately they probably had to prioritise which car was in better shape, so therefore it was Phil's car that was going to go out on the grid for race number 3.
Yep, understandable from the team, but yeah, shame for Dev Singhal not taking to the race start then here for the third and final one of the weekend here in the Ad Modular Mazda MX5 Championship with Thermal Road as well. Of course, Jason Greatrex and Philip Rawson on the back row of the grid. They were both up in the top 8 in race number 1. Greatrex 5th, Rawson 8th. So considering they're now starting down on, if we're missing a couple ahead, maybe 24th and 25th place, it's going to be a tough run through the order, but they've got the pace of the drivers in the leading group. So I think definitely expect to see them cutting their way through here in the next 20 or so minutes. Yeah, Scott said 4:20 to start this one. And it's 4:19 at the moment, so BRSCC doing a great job. Everyone behind the scenes, all the marshals and everyone making sure that we're keeping on time here to keep to the strict curfew schedule here at Snetterton, and we should be able to squeeze in the last 4 races of the day. Of course, you've got this one here in the Mazdas, then the Fiesta S2 240s, then after, then the Caterhams again, the 6x150s, and then the MX5 Super Cup to end off the day. But of course, 2 races already completed this weekend so far for the Ad Modular Mazda MX5 Championships, and so far it's been 2 wins for Adam Sparrow. Starts this one on pole. He would be surely the bookie's choice here for the race victory, but you just never know in Mazda MX5. You just never know.
You do never know, and that's what we love about motorsport, the unpredictability that gives us in that sense, because of course it makes it exciting, it makes it, well, I said unpredictable, but it also makes it entertaining, and those you're not quite sure what's going to happen come up, and of course those different elements where you don't see it coming, that's what makes it pretty memorable in many cases when it comes to motorsport. So these 1.6 litre Mark 1 generation Mazda MX-5s make their way around. You can see both Jason Greatrex and Phil Rawson are back on the grid, so thankfully both of those cars are ready to go. So the only car we're missing from our 26 car entry is Dev Singhal, so unfortunately not making the start for Dev. He'll miss race number 3. And Phil Rawson, part of a couple of the drivers in the field who are racing as part of this new Mazda Youth Development Programme, which has been launched in the past few weeks. Good to see we're trying to bring a few more drivers in that are of a younger generation to use it to run in Mazda MX-5s. But it's a bit of a stack up here, waiting for the cars to get themselves ready for the start. A couple of cars that are doing 1 or 2 warm-up of rear tyres, being rear-wheel drive, to get to the grid. But of course, remember, the cars at the front will be waiting for a while whilst the rest of this pack lines up behind. So 26 Mazda MX-5s lining up now for the final 20 minutes of action for their weekend. You can see in terms of a colour ID check, to quickly remind you, it is silver and orange on pole position on the left on the front row for Adam Sparrow. It's white and gold for Steve Foden, former champion in this championship before. You can't see him, but just hiding behind Steve Foden's car physically is the black and red machine of number 11, Michael Taylor, who took his first podium in race number 2. And watch for Neil Chisnell. He's got the red windscreen strip for Kumo tyres. That's for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. He is a guest who won't score points, but he's in the blue MX-5 with the red windscreen strip and the white wheels. Watch for him as well. And also Richard Wooten will be in the all green car dark green car in 5th on the grid. Watch for Michael Green in white, blue and green. Right, for the final time this weekend, the AD Modular and Thermal Heat Mazda MX5 Championship is all set to go here at Snetterton for one final time for 20 minutes. And we're underway and racing. What a getaway initially from Steve Foden, but better for Adam Sparrow. He leapt off the line from the inside, but in the second phase, Stephen Foden tries to go with him. They're almost banging wheels, but he slots in behind the championship leader down towards turn 1. They're practically 4 days, almost 5 abreast down towards Richie's corner. That should never work, and it doesn't, because they all finally come to their senses and think that's not going to work. Back out of it and get through turn 1 safely, and they do. Down towards the hairpin, out towards Wilson for the first time. So Sparrow, he leads it, and look at the outside for second place goes Michael Taylor on Steve Foden, the former champion. So not afraid to battle him, because that's one of the AB Motorsport cars in the field. Michael Taylor, of course, with a well-sorted car underneath him. And up the inside for second place, he's put one over the champion. So past Steve Foden into second place, Foden down to 3rd, Chisnell down to 4th. But the fast-starting Taylor, John, making an impressive getaway. He's up into 2nd, but defending hard down towards Agostini.
Yeah, great start, trying to defend, just about closing off the inside line there as an attempt at the re-attack there from Steve Foden doesn't quite play off, and that might now play into the hands of Neil Chisnell behind. I initially thought that Neil Chisnell got the best start off of the grid, but in the 2nd and 3rd phases they went up the gears down towards Riches. Didn't quite work out in the end, slots back into 4th place, and we're now already breaking away in the leading gaggle of 5. Is that Richard Wootton? I think it is, that's gone with them on the number 3, and then the number 2 of Matthew McCluckey heads up the next pack as looking for the move there up the inside, just about leaning on each other, just about avoiding each other there through the right-hander of Hamilton's. That'll scupper their exit speed though, and watch the number 8 of Neil Chisnell. Who does he decide to push? He's going on the outside line.
He wants Foden, he wants to go with him, and also watch for Richard Wootton, who I said improved last year and became a regular front runner. He's proved that once again this weekend, in 5th position in the dark green car with the windscreen strip behind, number 3 at the back of this 5-car group in the lead. But Sparrow with a bit of breathing space on this opening lap. Foden back to 2nd. Chisnell in 3rd. Guest driver, he won't score any points. He was only scoring for the MX5 Clubman Championship yesterday. They had their 2 races, both won by Jordan Pinley, the defending champion. This gaggle of cars here battling for. And in the mix there is Jason Greatrex. Look at that, squeezing past 50, which is Tim Storer. But not hanging around is Jason Greatrex. Remember, he started back at the back of the field in 25th position. He's about mid-pack already, so we'll keep ourselves where he ends up. Out of Murray's for the first time under racing speeds. Turner under threat from Taylor, under threat from Richard Wootton as they come across the line. Sparrow has a 7/10 of a second lead as they start lap number 2. From Foden, Chisnell, then Taylor in 4th under pressure from Wootton. Next group headed by Matthew McCluckey. Then Paul Bateman in 7th place. Good to see him running well in the MX5 Championship after he's been a regular race winner and title contender for the last couple of years in the Clubman Championship. Harry Storer in 8th in one of the 2 Pucker Pie livery cars. One of the best liveries out there, or sponsors you can have for a race car, I'm pretty certain. And it's got, actually Storer going up the inside of Bateman, actually getting shoved out wide is Bateman also, for good measure, by Adam Crane. Now remember, he started at the back of the grid in race number 2, didn't start race 1, picked his way through the order, and he's now battling in the top 10 here. Round the outside goes Adam Crane. It's a 20-minute race, and into what is now, I think that's 7th place now. So up past, it'll be 8th, because Storer's got ahead of him and got past Bateman too, so he's still into 8th position now. There's the leading 5. And the next car to try and pass, if he can go with him, is going to be Harry Storer and then possibly Matthew McCluckey. And there's Paul Simard as well. Now, he's someone who Bateman's very familiar with, given that he's raced with a few times in Clubman last year. Simard was one of the best drivers last year. I think he was even rookie champion last year, if my memory serves me right. I think he was rookie champion last year. Got a couple of podiums and a couple of pole positions as well, a Frenchman. And now trying to pick his way past Bateman and put him down another position. Which means he'll have lost 3 in 1 lap so far. As both Storer and Wootton chase after McCluckey. The rest of the battle in the top 10. Also right behind them quickly is the Daniel Lengyel car for Hills Motorsport as they go through. And that's a loop around for 178, which is Andrew Gilligan, who's got it going again, but facing the right way after he has a spin. The wave to the marshals. I'm all right, I'm fine. He carries on up towards Oggies as the leaders head towards the bomb hole for the 2nd time.
Indeed, off we go then. Well, it looks as though Foden and Chisnell have just started to reel back in. Adam Sparrow out at the sharp end. We'll keep our eyes on that squabble to see how that continues, whether Sparrow can once again break away or whether we see them go straight into a battle. Up the inside there at the bomb hole, the 33 decides to thread the needle and gets the move done then. Impressive stuff there up the inside, making a place at what is a very challenging corner. That's Greatrex continuing to find his way through the order as they again, hopping over the curb there at the final corner. It can scupper you though, because you lose that bit of momentum and suddenly you lose that all the way down the main straight and up through Riches. So it can really hamper you if you jump a little bit too eagerly over that inside curb. Looks as though they've all made it through cleanly though. What's the gap at the sharp end? Yeah, less than half a second between our top three. I think this leading battle is just about to kick off. Say that though, it's pretty chaotic up and down the field here in the Mazdas, but what was I expecting?
Yeah, that was Des Pelamonca getting a little nerf in the rear from the 62, which was Chris Wright. And on the tail of him comes Philip Rawson, who starts at the back of the grid like Greatrex and moving with him pretty much almost in tandem. Down towards the hairpin, he might have the inside line to try and get a move and makes contact with Pelamonca. That's his teammate, awkwardly, so elbows him out of the way. Out you go, goes Dennis. And he loses 2 more spots, including, of course, 65, which is further back as well, which is the Peter Williams car, I think it is. Yes, Peter Williams is going down the outside of Pillabonkin now. 2 more AB Motorsport cars going into combat. This is also now going further forwards with Paul Simard and the Hills Motorsport car of Daniel Lengyel. Debut of the championship this weekend, and they both passed Bateman, so Bateman's actually marching towards the back of the top 10 and further down the field as a result of all of this. Also in there too is the turquoise car Chris Thelwell. Watch for him. He's typically 577 is Chris Thelwell. He is again this year. So here come the leaders, just as I was about to think about them. So top 3 altogether. It's then Taylor 4th, Wootton 5th, McCluskey still 6th, and Storer, Craig, Simard and Lengyel in that top 10. And now Foden lining up for a move down the outside. Chisnell will get the toe from both of them, but it's going to be side by side between the top 2 in the points so far. And Foden goes to the front. Can he possibly deny Sparrow? 3 from 3 here. If he holds where he is for the next 13.5 minutes, John, he can certainly manage it.
Yeah, straight around the outside before they even got to the braking zone there. Through Bundle and Nelson we go. For the first time this race, it's not Adam Sparrow leading the way, but he's going to do all that he can to get back into the lead of this one. Up and under he goes through the bomb hole. Has he got the overlap enough to send it up the inside? Not quite. Foden holds on to it, but here comes Chisnell, potentially looking around the outside here into Coram. We know how difficult that move is, and Chisnell's backed out of this time. I think probably the right idea there from Chisnell. There's still 13 minutes of this race to go. Well, with the gloves now being off between these top 3, potential for Taylor and Wootton to close back into these drivers as well, then only a few seconds back to the likes of McCluskey, Storer, Craig, Simard, and all of those drivers. But if it carries on like this, like I say, there's still 13 minutes left to go. If they continue chopping and changing at the sharp end, I'm sure, just like we saw in the Caterhams, add 2 more Mazdas, add 2 more Mazdas, add 2 more Mazdas as we continue to press on through this race then. But Foden, to be fair, there's been no immediate re-overtake here from Sparrow. Foden's doing well at the sharp end.
He's a former champion for a reason. He's certainly one of the best drivers out there in a Mark 1 that you can find, and certainly at the moment it seems that between these two initially it could well be for the championship, because as we mentioned, Neil Chisnell is only racing as a guest in the MX5 championship this weekend. He's not scoring points, he's only scoring for the Clubman championship that was yesterday. So improving his pace, getting plenty of track time. It will have been a total of 5 races he's had this weekend, of course, in the MX5, so that's number 8 car getting plenty of mileage around the 300 circuit. There is Michael Taylor, who took his first podium earlier on, as Chisnell looks for the attack on second place. Further back we see here, both Harry Storer in the white and orange pucker liveried car and also the charging Adam Craig, they've both got past Matthew McCluskey, so that's now them into 6th and 7th places respectively. I have to say, I think Adam Craig, given the way he started at the back of the grid, didn't start race 1, got himself mid-pack in race 2 and now into the top 10, possibly even on the fridge if he keeps on like this, maybe to get close to a top 5. Could be another unsung hero of the weekend. Top 3 nose to tail, they're literally so close you can throw a blanket over all of them. And Chisnell will get the double toe here. He'll watch what Sparrow does. Which way does he go? Well, Foden's defending on the inside line. If he finds a way to open up, he might dare on the inside if he goes, but this time Sparrow decides to go outside towards the left of the complex of Brundle and Nelson. Under the bridge, they almost touch wing mirrors. And as they go through, Sparrow sweeps around on the outside of Brundle, has the inside for Nelson, flicks right over the curb, and gets back into the front of the race. So Sparrow once again takes the lead. Foden retaliates immediately. Chisnell watches back and waits for the 2 of them to make a mistake. And Foden goes round the outside in towards the bomb hole. That should be impossible, but it almost happens. They almost tap wing mirrors again, side by side through Coram. Here comes Chisnell giving one of them a push. This is sensational. And Chisnell goes for second on the inside through Coram. He's got Sparrow moving around. He's defending from Foden. Chisnell gets them both on the inside line. Sparrow was so busy defending from Foden, Chisnell went, right, thanks for that, boys, see you later. Up the inside, he went with both of them into Coram and takes the lead of the race. Sparrow's right on his bumper again, and also Taylor's back involved. But that was beautiful racecraft from opportunistic driving from Neil Chisnell up into the lead, and Sparrow now sitting on his rear bumper.
We've had a few potential moves of the weekend, haven't we? That's definitely got to be up there from Chisnell. Amazing. Up the inside, that then went to the outside for the final corner and gets into the lead. Right then, new race leader, and it is, of course, Neil Neil Chisnell in his blue Mazda MX5. But he looks to defend then, holds the inside line as we head down into Wilson. And as you were gesturing to me, another driver's getting involved as well. This time the 11 of Michael Taylor now getting back stuck in with this squabble for the podium. Goes a little bit too deep there into Wilson. Maybe a little bit too overexcited that he's suddenly in the leading battle. But he's there, he's getting stuck in, and we've still got just less than 10 minutes left to go in this race. To highlight, if we discount Chisnell, because he's not going to be getting any points, the first 2 races, the top 3 has been identical. Sparrow, Foden, Taylor as your top 3. Well, all 3 of them are once again involved in this battle for the podium.
Indeed so. Of course, we've still got the second half of the race to go now. This is the battle we also need to be watching for 6th position between Harry Storer and Adam Craig. Now, lap time wise, what are they doing at the moment? They're doing, last lap for Storer was a 2:21.3. Craig did a 2:20.9 that was a personal best. He's not lapping quicker than the 4 cars in front, but only car he was on a similar pace to was ironically Sparrow, who did a 2:20.9, and Foden did a 2:21.6, but they were battling amongst each other, holding each other up through Caterham that allowed Chisnell to get through. Out of Williams, top 3 again packing up, and now which way is Foden going to go? Which way is Sparrow gives the bump draft to Chisnell, Foden gives the bump to Sparrow. They're now literally, as one, it's a 12-wheeled Caterham Mazda down the back straight, and well, they're racing like Caterhams, of course, aren't they? But this is incredible stuff. And Taylor's not too far away either. It's his first weekend in the championship, and I think if I'm right, he's also got, he was wearing Ginetta overalls, so he must be an ex-Ginetta racer. I'll look into that for some research later on. Mike Taylor, though, into MX5s with an AV Motorsport car, and doing quite a good job in itself, into 4th position. There, in fact, Craig has got past Storer, in fact. He's got through on the number 17 Pucker Pie car. And in the background, that is also Jason Greatrex passing Daniel Lengyel in the Hills Motorsport car. He's now up the inside and makes the move for what will now be, I think, 10th place, I think, because they've also passed Bateman on that lap as well. So 2 positions gained for Greatrex, up into the top 10 from the back of the grid. That's a good drive from him after he retired from race 2. Adam Craig, though, trying to pull away here and up into 6th position. So it's now a really good drive from Adam. And let's see what he has lap time wise. Side by side for the lead again. It's now this time Sparrow down the outside. Chisnell capitulates, lets him have the outside line, sweeps across, and then Chisnell tried to hold the apex, ran wide on the exit, and this gives Foden the opportune chance he needs to go through. They're all tapping the brakes down towards, I think, to try and make sure they haven't got any pad knock off. I think that's probably what they're doing. They're not braking several metres early. It's simply just making sure that the pads are there so they can actually hit the brakes when they do go in towards Wilson hairpin.
Yeah, don't mention pad knockoff to me, mate. That sends chills down my spine.
Was that to give you bad memories?
Yeah, that gives you bad memories. Anyway, 7.5 minutes left to go, and yep, nursing those brakes through to the rest of the race. Just making sure they're working into the braking zone for the 77, and they were. Gets it stopped, and into 2nd place he goes under brakes then. So once more, Neil Chisnell shuffled back down into 3rd place, and it's a return of Adam Sparrow back to the sharp end. Seen as well, Wootton making the most of the driver squabbling ahead of him. He's closing back in as well, the fastest of the chasing drivers. And here we look back then to the 29, who heads up the next train. That is Adam Craig. They're in 6th place with Harry Storer. Harry's having a really good one in this. He's getting a few places off of the race start and battling really well in and amongst the top 10. But now that group closing in once more as well to becoming a group of 4 from 6th down to 9th. And then Greatrex still looking to hunt them down. As you mentioned, he's back up into the top 10, but I know he's going to want a few more places in this one as you bring it to a close. Top 5 heading down the back straight, and then closely followed here by the next group of drivers. There is Harry Storer in the middle of an MX5 sandwich. We look back to our leaders though, and pressuring once again is Foden down into the braking zone. Can't quite make the move this time though. So for the moment, Sparrow still leads, a little bit wide over the exit curb there for Chisnell. He keeps it on. Back on the black stuff he goes, and they continue on line astern down through Cora once again. For the first time in a number of laps here, we've just settled back into pace amongst these leading 4 as they follow each other through. Oh, bit of a wobble mid-corner there for Chisnell. He did well to gather that up. You never want a wobble when you're mid-corner at Coram. That is a scary one, but the number 8, as I say, gathers it up and carries on, stays in the leading pack, and we press on then onto lap number 7 of this race. Just less than 6 minutes left to go. Sparrow leads us onto it, but will he lead us to the end?
Having looked it up, there's no wonder Mike Taylor is quite quick. He was the 2024 Ginetta GT Academy champion, so that's the reason why he's so quick, and no wonder on that side. I thought with Ginetta overalls counted for something. They absolutely do. So no surprises in 4th position. No surprises also there with an AB Motorsport car, considering how good they are typically. Here's the fight for 6th position, now between Adam Craig, Storer and McCluckey. Good one for McCluckey actually being in the top 10. He's made some good leaps and bounds in the last 12 months. We see here, once again, a little more tapping of the brakes, make sure there's no knock-off down towards the Wilson hairpin. Taylor That was Storer trying to get back through again. Top 4 altogether now as they come back towards the Agostini hairpin. Look at Taylor making it was 3 abreast down towards Agostini hairpin. He tried to go to the inside line to make a move on both Foden and Chisnell, but Chisnell decides he wants the inside for Agostini. Almost leans on Foden through the middle of the corner, and on the exit gives him enough space. Taylor might give him a small bump draft. Looks inside, and Foden moved across to try and get past Chisnell. Didn't realise that Taylor was right there trying to make a move on the overlap. There was a tiny piece of contact, but thankfully they both survived to live another day. But that could have been so much worse, John.
Yeah, that was a sudden, deep intake of breath, and both of us in the commentary box there, but they managed to avoid each other, thank goodness, and we press on. Well, that lost them an ever so slight bit of momentum there through the middle section of the 300 layout. That's just given a bit of breathing room to Sparrow once again at the sharp end. Less than 5 minutes now left to go, ladies and gentlemen, but look here. Will we see Foden help Chisnell here? Yes, we will. Wanted to wait and see whether he dove to the inside line there, but he didn't. Foden pushes Chisnell, I should say, down the back straight. Try and close back up to your race leader of Adam Sparrow. And as we see, the ex-Janetta driver of Taylor close in behind. Yeah, very impressive race from him so far. Well, as these 4 were squabbling, about maybe like 3 or so laps ago, Wootton was catching back up to them, but as they've sorted themselves out, he's once again just dropping ever so slightly up at the top 4. What a move that was from Harry Storer. He gets it done, under brakes there into Nelson, move made, and up into the top 6 he goes. Move made on Craig there, and they've still got McCluskey and Simard with them for company as well. These 4 going at it with just as an exciting race as we have at the sharp end. Sadly for these drivers, it's not for the overall podium, but I'm not sure they mind too much about that. The battle's still raging on here from 6th place backwards, and finally, for the first time, it's Storer into it. We're side by side for the lead though. Round the outside will go Chisnell, almost making contact there as they head through Riches. Does Chisnell have the overlap? Can he close the door? Not quite. Sparrow still with the inside line. They dive onto the brakes once more here, down into Wilson. It'll be a little bit wide for Chisnell, and now a race for 2nd place off of the corner.
Near Chisnell, a reminder, because Simon Waterfall will tell me, and he might have to tell me on private message whether it was Clubman or Championship, but he has 1 race win in BRSC Mazdas, Alton Park in the West in 2022. He's yet to win another race in Mazda MX5s. We'll wait and see if he can do that in this one, of course, although he will be a guest, so he won't score any points, but he will get the trophy. That might be all that matters to him. Down towards the complex into the Agostini hairpin they'll come. And Foden again has the inside line. It's now roles reversed this time as it was a lap ago. It's now Chisnell on the outside line, and it's now Taylor looking at both of them in front thinking, hold on a minute, I've recognised this situation before, but now in a different order. It's now Chisnell now who is back to 2nd place. Sparrow hasn't got away from them on this penultimate lap of the race because they are going to go on to the last lap of the race next time they go past the pits. And this top 4 certainly proving why Mazda MX5 racing is some of the best you'll find in the country. There's a slippery surface flag down at Oggie's Corner.
It's been out for a little while, I think, a few laps at least.
Yeah, but that was also out in the, I'm sure, the Caterham on the Caterham race as well. So that's interesting. Well, there's some fluid down that they haven't quite cleaned up, or something else has happened that's caused it to be a little bit slippery. Down the back straight they come again. Chisnell again with the bump draft on the back of Sparrow's bumper. Which way does he go? Outside or inside? There's a small gap on the inside, but it's going to be outside for Chisnell. You can pass around the outside into Brundle. You might try it. They'll give him the inside for Nelson, but he's not far enough alongside to make it stick. He'll get a good bit of momentum off the corner if he can. Uses all the curb on the exit. Now back through in towards the bomb hole again. 4 of them for the lead down towards there. Further back, this is Storer and Craig going at it for 6th still, because they're quite a few seconds back behind Richard Wootton. I imagine all this battling has kept them further back. And also in there too now is the recurring Paul Simard. He's caught Matthew McCluskey and passed him. He's now on the back of these 2 battling over 6th and 7th. He's now into 8th and looking to try and make a move. Right, on to the last lap of the race we go then. Let's see if Sparrow can make it the hat-trick. If Chisnell can try and make it a 2nd win in Mazda MX-5s in BRSC circles, will the Fogue get a 1st win of the season and try and hold on? He gets 2nd place. He runs down the back pit straight on the outside. Let's see what he can do here, John. With a lap to go, it's all action stations for the victory.
Indeed, final lap here then at Snetterton, and we roar onto it with these 4 still absolutely going at it to see who gets the 3rd win of the weekend. Of course, it's 2 from 2 for the moment from Sparrow. Let's see if one of these drivers behind can spoil his party, or can he make it the perfect triple for the first outing here at Snetterton in the Ad Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship. We continue to press on then. Out of Wilson's we go, down into the left of Palmer, and it's still Sparrow in the hot seat there out front. Now Chisnell back up to 2nd place. Foden's still there in third, and Taylor's just been sitting back, hasn't he? Trying to get involved here and there, but the best seat in the house here for this battle for the lead. And if it all goes wrong here on the final lap, Taylor is perfectly placed to make up for it. Round the outside there, tries Chisnell, down at Agostini, but again, doesn't work. Can't quite get the momentum out the corner. They stay as they were as they head through the fast left-hander of Hamilton's. But really, crucially, as you said, not only in the Mazdas, but across loads of classes this weekend, it's going to be this exit out of here, out of Oggies, then through Williams, carrying as much speed as possible, and then the strategy of who do I defend on for Adam Sparrow? Who is he going to defend on? Which way does he go?
I think the danger man could be Steve Foden because he's got that double toe for the two cars in front. How much more does Chisnell close in under the slipstream? He does close pretty strongly, but look at Foden. Which way will he go? He might follow exactly the route that Chisnell does, or go the opposite route and give Sparrow really something to think about. He chooses to go with Chisnell down the outside line. He gives the bump draft down the outside. He might have the line to go through. Has the inside line for the next corner at Nelson. Has the line, has the position. Foden has to capitulate, and so does Sparrow, and through he goes, and Sparrow drops back to second, down to third, down to fourth. In fact, he's lost out. Is that a problem or just momentum? I'm not quite sure, but Chisnell will go to the front through the bomb hole, over a couple of corners to go, into Corman Mose. That's all that's left, and it could be two corners between a second career Mazda MX5 victory for Neil Chisnell or a first-ever-season performer champion Steve Foden. It's going to be through the Coram corner for the final time, holding to the inside line, under brakes, one corner left to go, flick it left, now punch it on the throttle, up the pit straight, up through the ears again, after coming close so many times in this weekend, on a couple of occasions. It will be, after 3 years of asking, it's going to be a second victory in the championship and in Mazdas for Neil Chisnell. He wins this weekend in race 3 of the weekend in the AD Modular and Thermal Road Mazda MX5 Championship. He's delighted with the victory, but of course being a guest, it means he doesn't take the points, which means actually the points victory goes to Steve Foden. And the extra bonus point for fastest lap means he gets 101 points from that race. That's crucial for the championship. It's the second for Foden, third for Taylor, fourth for Sparrow in the end. Richard Wooten gets fifth, and Adam Craig from the back of the grid initially from race 2 to 13th at the end, and from 13th to 6th in the end for race 3. That's a really good recovery drive from him after he didn't even start race 1. Into P6, that's a really strong one. And of course, 5th in point scorers too. That's a nice result for him to take home. 7th goes to Harry Storer, 8th to Matthew McCluckey, 9th to Paul Simard, and 10th to Jason Greatrex. We should shout out him and Rawson from the very back of the grid, from the back row, 10th and 11th respectively. That's excellent stuff. But Neil Chisnell, he's waited about 3 and a bit years for that one, and finally, for the second time in his career on a BRSCC Mazda podium, he's on the top step.
Yet again, another nail-biting race there in Mazda. So exciting all the way through the final lap there. Honestly, it's a little bit of a shame that we're not going to be speaking to Adam Sparrow, because I'm interested to hear what happened there on the final lap. Just a little bit slow off of the exit of Nelson. Just bogged down through there, lost all the speed. Not sure if it was a missed gear or what happened there for Sparrow. But as we say, lost all of his speed, got absolutely driven past by Chisnell, Foden and Taylor, and they were off to the races. Yeah, he lost a good 2 seconds on that last lap alone, comparatively to his usual pace. But he couldn't quite make it. The perfect triple here at Snetterton to kick off the season. But 2 wins and a 4th place, and well, 3rd actually in terms of points. I think he'll still be pretty happy with that, won't he? He'll definitely be leading the championship once all is said and done. But finally, he gives the opportunity for someone else to stand at the top step of the podium. As we say, in terms of points, that will be Foden. But on circuit, it was Chisnell. What a battle all the way through to the line. Just over 1.5 tenths of a second between Chisnell and Foden as they did see that checkered flag. And lovely to see the celebrations from Chisnell there as he crossed the line. Neil deserved that victory. To be fair, I say deserve. All 5 of them in the front group deserve that victory. What a great race.
Amazing stuff. And the Mazdas, of course, will continue on. They'll go to their next round in a few weeks' time. Of course, we'll come to that later on when we wrap up the programme later on this afternoon. But for our 3rd AD Modular and Thermal Road Mazda MX5 Championship race, it is a second career win for Neil Chisnell in Mazda MX5 circles in BRSCC. He wins, but only just less than 2 tenths of a second from Steve Foden, who will take the points win, given that Neil Chisnell is running as a guest, so is invisible to scoring. 3rd to Michael Taylor, 4th to Adam Sparrow, and the rest of the field coming through from 5th. That was Richard Wooten, and 6th for Adam Craig, and I would give you the rest, but they've gone straight to the SU240 on the timing screen, so the rest of the order being run through on the screen here for 13th downwards. You can see also running into the top 10 again. Kudos to both Philip Rawson and to Jason Greatrex to get themselves into the top 11 from the back of the grid after they retired from race number 2. So we can quickly, I think, run down in a moment, if we get time to go to Josh, to Rob Lewis, who's going to have a chat to our top 3 very quickly from the Mazda MX-5s, but he's absolutely delighted, and rightfully so. A second career Mazda MX-5 victory for Neil Chisnell, he's going to have a chat with our winner and top 3 down in Park Ferme. Let's cross to Rob Lewis to have a chat to our Mazda MX5 podium from race number 3.
I've got a very happy Neil Chisnell here with Steve Foden and Mr. Taylor. Neil, it's only been 3 years since your last championship win. How good does it feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. It feels like a long time coming. But you know, as progressed over the past couple of years, it's felt like it's going to come eventually, and it just needed the right circumstances. And I don't think I was the fastest person out here today. I couldn't really keep up with Adam and Steve for a couple of laps, but you know, they fought, made the opportunity for me, and I took it.
Fantastic, congratulations on a great overall win there. Neil Chisnell, absolute class. Noisy man. Steve Foden, great racing, 3 podiums. The title charge is on.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Points make prizes. I think we didn't finish off the podium last year, so I think that's certainly got to be the first goal for this year. Just elusive still, that top step.
It's elusive, but it's not unattainable.
No, definitely not. I think obviously, you know, Mike new into the championship this year. I think he's drove a really good race to get 2 podiums this weekend in his first weekend. So credit to him and to Ali Bray's team. He's obviously given him a very good car. And Neil, that's his first win in the championship. So I'm really proud of him because he's had the pace back end of last year. He was there, and to see him get his first win, I'm actually really pleased for him because, you know, we've been friends for many years, and it's great to see him up here with us. He's had a few palavers with the engine before assembly, and you know, again, it just shows the camaraderie of this paddock of everybody just chipping in and making sure that he can get out to race.
You're a class act, Mr. Foden. Good to see you on the podium once again. And third place, Mike Taylor, who's just having a chat with the circuit commentator. Mike Taylor, third place, great result. New to the championship this year, the AB guys have given you a great car.
AB Motorsport have been phenomenal. It's more like a family than a team. I feel very at home, and that's helped me be comfortable as a driver to push the car. That was a really interesting race, sat there in 4th. I was still learning my trade, picking up tips off these guys. I watched them, but as soon as an opportunity came, I was ready to pounce, and I'm grateful that it did. So it was good.
Fantastic. And the plan for the rest of the season, looking forward, how are you going to get on that top step?
I feel fairly confident that race was the best tutoring session I could have had. Watching those 3 battling, watching them with their sort of driving tactics, but more importantly, I had some space on my own to experiment with my driving, and I learned a few things there that's going to really help me in the next race.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations, Mike. That was a fantastic result and some spectacular Mazda MX5 championship action. 3 great races, absolutely outstanding. We've got Fiestas out on the track for their warm-up lap. Back to the commentary box to talk you through their final race of the weekend.
Thank you very much, Rob. We've got our ST240s back out on the grid, the Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. For this 3rd and final race for their weekend, it's going to be a partial reverse grid. They have a random ball draw that gets drawn out after race number 2, and the ball that was drawn was number 10, which means we actually reverse the top 10 positions from race number 2. Why we're looking at electric equipment, not quite sure, but we're going to look at our ST240s on the formation lap, but it means that we actually get a quite interesting, slightly jumbled up grid, because on pole position, I think for the first time in her senior racing career, it's going to be none other than Maggie Webster. She will start on the front row of the grid, taking after, of course, her brother Albert, who's former champion. She's in the white and pink Fiesta 188 at the front of the field. She starts alongside Kasper Tomilewski, of course, in his first weekend out of Fiesta Juniors from last year. Then it's John Cooper, who starts third on the grid. What a redemption heat would be for him after all the dramas he had to give himself a podium at least in third on the grid. He starts alongside George Fox, though. Could be one of the favourites for victory here if his pace is good. We'll have to wait and see. Then Luke Waugh and David Nye come next. The grid comes up on the screen. So Webster and Tomilewski front row, Cooper and Foxlow row 2, David Nye and Luke Waugh row 3. Jack Sant starts back in 7th alongside Gary Miller. And then we've got our 2 race winners from this weekend, Graham Colfer and Alistair Kellett, defending champion in P10. James Pope starts 11th for Brady Pollock in car 12 in position 12. Then we have it's Simon Warren, Harry Hayes, followed by Simon Horrobin and Sean Reynolds, and then Marco Ricci and Matt Chambers. So all 18 cars that finished race 2 should be there for race number 3 here this afternoon. So the Fiesta ST240s, which are basically a Fiesta ST180 that's been uprated and pumped up with a bit more power, up to, guess what, 240 brake horsepower. So there's no such thing as an actual ST240. They refer to that because, of course, they've upgraded the power on the ST180s. And, of course, they run with ASC suspension. They run with the Goodyear slicks. They run with also the Airtec I think intercooler and some other piping on top of that as well. And it means that these cars are literally absolute rockets. I mean, in a straight line, they're so quick. And of course, they really have a good proving ground, John, for drivers that want to go forwards into, I guess, in many cases, touring cars, because these days, touring cars are pretty much slick-tied turbo touring cars, which means these are pretty much what they are. Without any aero, you put a front wing and a front split and a rear wing on them, they are basically a kind of a mid-ish touring car in terms of power. Touring cars have about 300 brake horsepower. These have 240, so they're kind of near as makes no difference. Drivers like Jensen Brickley have come through here and driven, and also got onto TCR stardom in the UK and in Europe, of course, on top of that. He's racing some of the World Tour events on top of that as well. So no wonder drivers have come through these have used them as a stepping stone to be the next step in their racing careers towards possibly touring cars or further afield. And these cars, not only do they have plenty of speed, they just look cool as well with the front splitter on. They've got Airtec front splitters. Airtec are a great title sponsor. They've been a valued sponsor, not just the championship, but also this weekend, we should say thank you to Airtec Motorsport for title sponsoring the event as well, the Airtec Motorsport Summer Snetterton season starter. Thanks to all of them, thanks to Ryan Beeden, all involved who get involved with the sport, and they're involved in the BMW SuperCup on top of that as well as one of their associate sponsors. And thanks to Airtec for being such a valued partner of BRSCC and of the championship for the last few seasons, rightfully so. And it's good to see that we've got another healthy-ish grid of, well, it is a healthy grid of STT40s, 18, all in healthy condition, and good to go for another 20 minutes of racing here to see who can take victory. This one might be the tastiest out of the three. I think we could see possibly a surprise winner unless the likes of Colfer and Kellett and co pick their way through pretty quickly in the first couple of laps, John.
It's going to be interesting to see how they take to this race, starting down on row number 5, the likes of Kellett and Colfer. You mentioned George Foxlow. He's always very fast. See how he goes from row number 2. You said potential picks for the race win. It's got to be John Cooper, and you know why? He's got that lucky black door on.
See?
Still has the lucky black door on. Obviously, race number 1, he lost the white door and the race didn't go to plan. But race 2 went very well with the lucky black door. He's here on the second row of the grid, still with the lucky black door on. Let's see what John can do there from row number 2. But honestly, I think I could call any of the drivers in that top 10, so let's see how this goes.
I think Tom Walewski could surprise, of course, being he's on the front row of the grid. And, of course, you've got George Foxlow. Don't count him out at all. He's a brilliant little peddler, also a Fiesta Junior graduate. In fact, actually, we should figure it out. Three of the first 4 drivers on the grid are Fiesta Junior graduates. We've got Webster, Tom Walewski and Foxlow proving the pedigree, which is how good that championship really is, as we saw yesterday and this morning with our 3 races. Right, for the final time this weekend, the Airtec Motorsport Fiesta ST240s are good to go. Red lights are on. Red lights go out any second now. It's a good start initially from Webster, but the second phase it's gone equal for Tobolewski. But you're right about Cooper. Good launch from row number 2, but gets boxed in. Looks to the inside, and Webster immediately defends. Looks one way, then the other. Good start also for David Nye on the grass in the background. I think that's Matt Chambers who's gone off the road as he continues on. And it's side by side. Tobolewski and Webster make contact. Through goes Cooper. They make contact again. Pinballing one way, then the other. But Webster carries on. Thankfully, she keeps it in a straight line. And already Colfer's up to 4th from 9th on the grid. Webster back up the inside of Tobolewski, forces him wide and retakes second place. Good stuff from Maggie. Holds on to P2. They come out of Wilson Hairpin for the first time, and Foxlow's been the big loser from that one. He's dropped back from what was 4th down to about 9th or 10th, as we see here Tobolewski battling with Colfer. Colfer getting elbowed out on the exit of Palmer's corner. Out wide goes Luke Ward. He tried to get past Alistair Kellett. And also there was Jack Sant somewhere. And a quick start also for David Nye. Miller's in there as well. They all pile down towards the Agostini hairpin for the first time. And it is Cooper who leads. It is Webster in second place. Tobolewski is holding on to 3rd ahead of Colfer in 4th position. And actually, Colfer's got up to 3rd. He's got past Tobolewski. In fact, and Miller, of course, has gone a good start in the red, white, and yellow kind of Dick Johnson shell-inspired livery in that car. Number 12, and he's up to 5th position. Then we got Alistair Kellett, followed by Nye, who pitches into the corner. Brady Parks with a good start too, from what was about 10th or 12th on the grid, up inside the top 10 already, but through Williams for the first time. Cooper leads the way with that lucky black door, you talked about it. But Webster holding her own in second place, with Colfer right on her tail in 3rd.
Wow, what a start to the race that was, my goodness. I almost couldn't look at the screen. The drivers going left, right and centre. But yeah, Kasper Tobolewski sharpening those old Spanish archers. He got the elbow out there, didn't he, to try and keep Graham Colfer behind. Couldn't do it. And now Colfer's found a way through to second place as well. Relegates Maggie Webster into P3. Then it's Gary Miller then following behind in 4th. He's now through on Tobolewski as well. And who is it but the number 1 driver, Alistair Kellett, your reigning champion, just behind them as well. Big moment there, sideways, big tank slapper for Jack Sant, I think that was there, off on the left-hand side of the screen. Or was it George Foxlow, was it going wide? Oh, Foxlow then, a less than ideal first lap of the race then, dropping back at the start, and now a big off-track moment there. He did very well to hold that one and get back on, but he's lost even more positions.
Yeah, somewhere down the top 10, we'll see how far he's gone when they come across the line. Cooper leads it then from Colfer in second place, Webster side by side with Miller for 3rd place. She held on to it across the line by 82 thousandths of a second. Just behind them, Webster, you've got got Kellett going down the inside of Tomaszewski, as there goes Miller round the outside of Maggie Webster for third. Clean move from the vice champion from last year. Maggie tries to come back, but Miller throws the block on the inside, and also looking pretty well there was Brady Pollock. He's on the inside of David Nye, looking for 7th place. And he's also under threat from behind from Jack Sant in the championship-winning car from last year, as Sean Reynolds pits in the 777 car. So Jack Sant in P9 in the title-winning car that Kellett drove to the championship in 2025. There's Kellett himself in car number 1 in his new car for this year. Down the back, the short straight towards Agostini again. Let's see if what Miller can do to try and catch the top 2, as Kolfer's going with Cooper. The thing is, Cooper, if he gets himself into good position, he's one of those drivers who will stay out in front, and he's got good momentum to keep the pace to hold on. As we see Jack Sant almost trying to elbow Brady Pollock out wide on the exit of Agostini for position. That would have been for 8th place, as Kolfer now puts the pressure onto Cooper. A fair play to Maggie Webster, of course, as she's in her 2nd season in ST240s and doing quite well, taking advantage of that reverse grid top 10 to hold the station in 4th. She's keeping Miller honest as well. This is a good effort from Maggie. Of course, learning all she could from Albert, as well as, of course, learning herself. And that's problem for Brady Pollock, is it? He's dropping backwards behind Jack Sant and James Pope. Either that just lost momentum on the inside line. But it's a shake of the head that you think, Johnny, it's a possible problem. And the fact that Luke Ward's closing in, that's issues for Brady Pollock, which is a shame because he had such a good run in his first weekend out of City Car, getting used to the ST240. And at moments he had some good flashes of brilliance, but unfortunately it just hasn't quite come to good in race number 3.
I thought initially that was just a missed gear. Let's see about the pull on the exit of the corner here. Looks no, maybe he's losing a bit of power here, so something more sizable issue then. What a shame. I've just realised as well, with Foxo going wide on the previous lap, it was my turn to get the Alistair Kellett cars confused, because we've got 3 of them out there in very similar paint liveries. But it was indeed Foxo dropping down the order. He's resettled in 13th place and now looking to make his way back up through the order. Well, Cooper remaining firm with that lucky black door at the sharp end of the field. Well, it was Cooper with the new fastest lap. Then it went to Miller, but it actually has gone to Alistair Kellett then in 4th place after getting past Maggie Webster on the last lap. She now has Kasper Tomaszewski for company, as Brady Pollock in the pit lane there, as very wide for Webster there through T1. Has she just done enough to keep Tomaszewski behind as they go into the braking zone? No. Tomaszewski's up the inside, tries to squeeze the 188 to the grass, but she'll hang it round the outside, of course, becomes the inside then through the left of Palmer. But will she have the exit speed to hold it there? Yes, she will, and back through she goes. A shame, though, Brady Pollock already out of this race.
Yeah, unfortunate to see for Brady. Again, graduation from City Car to Fiesta ST240s, very much out of the frying pan into the fire, and doing well, and showing that he can swim. But certainly showing that he's also got some car issues that he needs to try and work out for next time out. So there's the top 6 on screen together. Kolfer pressuring Cooper. Miller with Kellett on his tail for 3rd place. And then you've got, of course, Maggie Webster holding off Tomaszewski. Looking down the outside is Kolfer, trying to get that undercut where he can. The up and under on Cooper, if he can try and find that little piece of real estate on the inside line. Tries to force himself alongside. Can't quite have enough momentum to get it done. They're 3-wheeling their way through. I love the fact how stiffly sprung they are. Literally just, they lift that inside rear wheel as they go through. And of course, you get them on a bit of a slide. They do something to, because they are quite stiffly sprung, they hop around quite a lot when you're trying to get them. A little bit like Clio Cup cars or other cars that are kind of a little bit unsettled on the rear sometimes on the slicks. But it is great to watch these cars move around and posture as they try and find a piece of real estate. Top 4 now closing up now. Miller almost with Kellett into his rear end, but he manages to hold on to the place. And looks like Webster's holding her own in P5. She's not let Tomaszewski get away too far as they come out through the bomb hole. And yeah, Tomaszewski's dropped back a little bit. Now it's the clutches of both David Nye and Jack Sant. So that's now going to be possible pressure for Tomaszewski to have to deal with over 6th position. But they're pairing off here. And I think maybe Webster now, she's got a bit more time to relax. She's got possibly maybe a chance to catch up to these top 4 if they start to battle too much, which is possible considering how competitive they all are. This is kind of the... I can't remember exactly how old Graham Kolfer is. It's more like the older guard in the championship are the ones towards the front, the more experienced drivers. And they are showing that now literally to the 4, 1st to 4th position. David Niles sets the fastest lap of the race to further back that one up. And Sean Reynolds is there coming out of the pits after a lengthy stop. He came at the end of lap number 1. He's a couple of laps down now. There's Maggie Webster in 5th. Tomaszewski coming back in 6th. And Nye, Sant, Pope and Wall. That's the top 10 as we go into the 7 minutes done and just under 13 minutes left to go here in this final race of the weekend for the ST240s. And so far, it is the, as you said, the more experienced drivers that are leading the way here from the young guns from the Fiesta Juniors.
Indeed it is. Yeah, over a third of the race completed then, and still John Cooper leading the way, but he's starting now to try and break the toe. Not quite defending as such, as all that super late on the brakes might go into the back of Cooper there. Has done well as Colfer to avoid the contact, as there's Tomaszewski up the inside there into Agostini. Super late on the brakes, but again, just about giving enough room there to Webster, and Maggie has to slot in behind. There's a move for the lead though, up the inside at Hamilton's. Colfer's through, he's got it done, but it might be straight back up the inside into the right for Cooper. He can't quite get it done, but Gary Miller now getting stuck in as well, and he's bringing Alistair Kellett along for the party too. So finally, we do have a change at the front. No super aggressive defending from Cooper, but either way, it hasn't been enough. Colfer's through, then into the lead. Tomaszewski has finalised that move on Webster, so he's now up into the top 5, and again, they're bringing Nye and Sant along for the party as well. Didn't quite spot Sant in that camera shot. He might have just fallen a few tenths back once again. Cooper looking back up the inside then, not able to make a move, and actually has to check up a little bit through the left. Gary Miller has to check up as well, and Alistair Kellett right on his rear bumper.
Yeah, there's Jack Sant. I can see him in the background there in the title-winning car from last year. Just lost a few tenths, but then this now means that Nye will be under threat, putting Webster under threat. Meanwhile, these two are going door to door and wing mirror to wing mirror. Then it's tapping wing mirrors on the exit of Nelson. This is between Pope and War, and Luke Moore does make the move. He forces Pope to the outside line and then covers the line on the corner exit. There goes Foxlow in 11th place, followed by Hayes and Ritchie as they're having their own battle of over 12th position. In towards Coram. It's probably the trickiest cars to drive through Coram corner, given they bounce around and sit on their suspension quite stiffly and just lift their inside rear wheel. New fast lap of the race with Kasper Tomaszewski, 2:10.674. The young gun absolutely flying out there. Could be another unsung hero this weekend from what he's managed so far in his Fiesta Junior debut, his Fiesta Senior racing debut.
He made an overtake on that lap as well, don't forget. What an amazing lap. Impressive lap time, and he's made an overtake on Maggie Webster on the same lap. Tomaszewski into the top 5. There is George Foxlow trying to make up for those earlier issues, fighting his way back through the order. He's almost, he's knocking on the door of the top 10 now, as there's moving behind as well. That's Hayes and Ricci battling over 12th place. Hayes getting set to the outside line, but will just about hold on to it. Keeps Ricci behind for now anyway, and their squabble for 12th. So Foxlow looking to chase down Pope ahead, and then War heading up their squabble. However, it's then a further 9 seconds up to Sant at the back of our leading pack. Still just less than 5 seconds separating the top 8 here, and we're just about to hit half race distance. Amazing in the ST240s. It was always one of my favourite championships to be commentating over last year, and that looks to be continuing on into 2026. So many impressive drivers in this championship, and still not a clue who's going to win this race. Colfer still in the lead then, with Cooper just behind in second place. Miller, Kellett, and now Tomaszewski going with them as well. He has properly broken away from Webster, Nye and Sant now, and he wants to join this group of 4 ahead. He thinks that looks quite fun, guys. I'd like to get involved, please. And he's doing just that.
Yeah, trying to, and because he's capitalised on the fact these 4 are battling so hard, of course, it's bringing them in the mix to make it a 5-car train for the lead. Of course, remember, this is his first weekend racing in seniors out of juniors from last year. As you see there, that's Jack Sant. He's passed not only David Nye, but also Maggie Webster. So Webster's obviously repassed Nye, and then in the process of that, Sant's passed both of them. He's up into P6. So 2 cars for the price of 1. That means he's up into the top 6 now behind Tomaszewski. Him and Tomaszewski have a fantastic first weekend in seniors out of Fiesta Juniors. There's another fellow graduate in George Foxlow. Not quite the weekend I think he was hoping for. We've seen him be much quicker. He's been up there as high as in the podium place, even here at Snetterton in the past, but just not quite the luck or the pace we were hoping for, I think, given we know how quick he is in the past. Tomaszewski again in the fast snap of the race, and he's side by side with Kellett. Here he goes up the outside for 4th position, down the outside, and Tomaszewski puts one on the champion. Almost, does he? Yes? Question mark, because he's on the outside. Kellett has track position now for the next corner at Wilson Hairpin, but Kasper Tomaszewski not intimidated by the champion. He's up the outside lines trying to make a move. He's in 5th position, but at this rate, John, he might well go for 4th position and even a podium finish. That could be fantastic.
Indeed, that would be amazing. Yeah, Alice is suddenly thinking, hold on a second, where have you come from? I was totally focused on the battle ahead, and suddenly I've got a young Polishman chasing me down. Well, Kasper not able to make his way through there at T1. Kellett did well, showing his experience there, remaining calm, forcing Tomaszewski out wide and retaking the places. That's a little bit deep under brakes there for Gary Miller, down through Agostini, and Cooper all over the rear of Graham Colfer, absolutely hounding the rear end of that ST240 as they continue to press on through the 300 layout. Through Hamilton's they go, now late on the brakes into Oggies to hook up this right, and then into the further right of Williams to carry all that speed down the back straight. But yeah, Tomaszewski is looking feisty here. I mean, if Cooper continues to pile on the pressure as he is doing, closing them all up once again, Tomaszewski is genuinely in with a shout of a podium here. What a drive this has been so far. Still 7.5 minutes left to go though.
Cooper's put the pressure back on Colfer. We saw him right on the rear bumper exiting through Williams as they came down the Bentley straight once again. As you say, in the second half of the race, and Cooper's darting out, just putting himself into Colfer's mirrors to try and distract him, but it might have also been a defensive tactic to hold off from Miller, who's right there too, as is also Kellett. He closes up under braking. Tomaszewski on the back of all of them now in 5th position, so it's now a 5-car train for the lead, and Sant's not too far away either. Look at that, he's actually closing in now in P6, and Webster also holding her own in P7 ahead of David Nye. So impressive third race here for the ST240s, lots of action going on. Horobin pits again for the second time, so problems for Simon, the experienced veteran in the championship. Not quite the weekend he was hoping for, had some contact early in the weekend and dropped backwards in the order and got himself a decent enough result in race 2 mid-pack, but not really a weekend he'll be happy with in Fiesta ST240. He loves the championship, but not quite the weekend he was hoping for in that sense. Colfer pulling away slightly from Cooper. Might be the reason, because Miller and Cooper are going side by side for second place now. Miller in the Shell-esque livery number 12. 12 looks up the outside, 42 in fact, and goes round the outside. Got good pace here, but he's slide out wide onto the dirty part of the circuit. The answer is yes. Over the curb he goes. Cooper goes back through and holds the line. And there goes Tomaszewski, look. Tomaszewski was out the inside past Kellett, and he was across the line, so into 4th place he goes. Could Kasper Tomaszewski be on course possibly if he plays his cards right for a podium? He's still at the fastest lap of the race. 2 minute 10.623. The only man that's gone, apart from Sant, that's gone into the 2:10s, because he's gone quick on a 2:10.7. A huge sideways moment for Cooper. Just about holds on to it somehow. He boots the throttle and comes back around again. And somehow only loses 1 place and doesn't lose it completely. How on earth did he do that?
Unbelievable from John Cooper there. Well, initially less than ideal the slide itself, but an unbelievable catch. Only loses 1 place, as you say. So Gary Miller through into second place, but biggest winner from that one, Graham Colfer. He was already starting to build a margin, wasn't he, with Cooper and Miller battling? But with that massive tank slapper there for John Cooper, Colfer's off. This is his opportunity to properly start to gap the rest of the field. And again, Cooper and Miller held up with that issue. Tomaszewski and Kellett straight back on the scene as well. As you say, Tomaszewski, he's looking really good here, isn't he? Battling well. He's just got past the reigning champion. He's got the fastest lap of the race. It's all the ingredients here for a very, very positive result here in the last race of the weekend. Well, for all of these drivers, but Kasper Tomaszewski on an absolute charge here. But Kellett looking back up the inside here through the left-hander. Not quite going to work.
Look at P6. Jack Sant's closing in as well. Did a 2:10.7 last time, and actually going to close in the more these two battle. So that's to be crucial to watch out for. And how ironic would it be if that's the case, looks to his inside line and finds his car from last year passing him for the position? That'd be quite ironic, wouldn't it? There goes David Nye. He's got past Maggie Webster. That's for 7th. So that's a bit of a change of position there. Luke Waugh has now got ahead of, well, he was ahead of James Pope, but he's retiring by the looks of it. He's got problems for the number 11 car. Through goes Foxlow, so Pope's gone through already. Pope disappeared also. There's Pope, in fact. He's got through, but he's lost that to Foxlow as well. So I think, I don't want to put 2 and 2 together too much, but maybe the signs suggest that possibly there's been contact or something that's gone on between Waugh and Pope. We'll wait and see if the stewards decide to do anything post-race. Foxlow on his own now, holding on to what will be now become 9th place, because he's got past Pope and Waugh as a result. Waugh is limping back to the pits. Across the line go the leaders with 2 laps to go. Just about 2 laps to go there, because the timer was maybe that's what's 50 and a half. That's they could get they're going to get. I'm trying to work out if they're going to get maybe. They could get 3 more laps, because they came across the line with 15 minutes 29. That's 4 minutes 31 left, and they're doing 2 minute 11 lap times, 2:10s. Maybe 3 more laps, including the one they're on, which could be quite tight. But we'll wait and see. They could maybe flag it after 2 because of the not wanting to go past the curfew of 6:30, and to make sure we get both the last Caterham graduates racing and the MX5 SuperCup. We'll wait and see, but this could be at least the fourth lap of the race, if not the third to last lap of the race. We'll wait and see how it plays out on the pit straight. So Miller is up to 2nd place now. Cooper's 3rd. Kellett's back to 4th position past Tomaszewski, and also joining in the fun now is Jack Sant in P6, just behind there in the championship-winning car from last year. But Colfer might be AM-class status, but he's certainly driving like he's a pro. He's got plenty of pace as Cooper thumps the curb on the inside too. And the top 6 are way ahead of the battle for 7th place. But it's not really a battle anymore, is it? Because Nye's got through into P7. There he goes. Then there's Maggie Webster in 8th. And then we wait for George Foxler, who is another 9 seconds back in the background. But Maggie having a strong run in the top 10. Good effort so far for her. And that will also give her, where she stays where she is, a 4th place in the AM class as well, as Miller tries to put the pressure onto his fellow Irishman Colfer. So top 6 in one shot together, just proving even in this third race how competitive the Fiesta ST240s are definitely looking this year. A great mixture of experience and youthful exuberance.
Yeah, super competitive, isn't it? Yeah, with Maggie Webster 8th overall, you'd usually think that's pretty up there in terms of an AM class, but she is down in 4th in the AM class. It just shows how impressive the drivers classed as amateurs in this series really are, getting properly stuck in here in the leading group. Well, Gary Miller has found a bit of pace there over the last part of the previous lap, chasing down Graham Colfer. Yeah, we're going to be close, aren't we, here? Just under 2 minute 20. I think we will just about get 2 more laps of racing. Well, we press on then. We'll work that all out as you press on through this one. But look at this. Jack Sant, he's closing up to the back then of our top 5, looking to now make what was a top 4, became a top 5 when Tom Oleski joined, and now Jack Sant joining the party as well. We've seen how well he's battled throughout this weekend. Great to see him getting stuck in here in the ST240s, and like I say, once again, he's joining our leading group. So it is Colfer from Miller and Cooper, then still your top 3, with Keller, Tom Oleski and Sant closely following behind. Keller did a really good job there after getting overtaken by Tom Oleski, quickly getting his way back through to get back on those leading 3 and stay in with a chance if things go wrong ahead. Heavy on the brakes there for Colfer, almost loses it, up on 2 wheels in the mid-corner. He's going to have to cover it off on the exit and just about moves one way then the other then back again to keep Gary Miller behind. Well, Colfer, he's been leading this one beautifully. He's nearly chucked it away there all on his own, but well done to Mr. Colfer. He's gathered it back up and holds the lead, but Gary Miller wants it off him, doesn't he just? And here comes John Cooper as well.
2 things. There was no last lap board, and by the time I make it, it's just past 10 past 5, so we should be good enough because the next race is set to start at 5:30, so it should be good to get, if we do so, 2 more laps, which could mean 1 more lap after this one, so it could be quite interesting how this plays out. So back straight for what we think is the penultimate time, and Colfer got away with that one. I think you can agree with that. Down towards Brundle Nelson under the bridge, but that car's moving around quite a lot now. Has he cooked his tyres a bit too much? I wonder. They come through Brundle Nelson, Miller right on his rear bumper, likewise Kellett on the back of Cooper. Tobolewski's back in there as well. Watch for Jack Sant somewhere in the background in P6. Through the bomb hole. Where's Jack Sant? There he is, just on the tail trying to chase after them. And of course, given how close it is, it could be anyone's guess for this one. I look out of the commentary box window. No sign of a checkered flag. Well, there'll be a last lap board. Checkered flag, I can't see it. We'll have to wait and see. Out of the Murray's corner they go. John's also watching to see if anything happens. Nothing is, no checkered flag out. There'll be a last lap board. It's going to be 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 seconds to go. So it is the last lap of the race. So we are going to get 1 more, thankfully. Right, on to the final lap of the weekend for the ST240s. Which way is this going to go? Will it be Colfer for a second win? Will Miller or Cooper get a first of 2026? Will it be a second for Kellett? Or could it even be somehow a first win in a senior weekend, be it the Kasper Tobolewski or Jack Sant? Any of those 6 could be in contention for at least a podium. Which order, it remains to be decided. Through Wilson Hairpin, a little bit of oversteer on corner apex for Colfer, but keeps it nice and steady. Miller putting the pressure, feeling the pressure from John Cooper, with Kellett now into 4th position, as we said, and the 2 juniors behind in 5th and 6th. Tobolewski keeping him honest. Down towards Agostini for the final time. Not over yet by a long shot, is it?
Certainly isn't. No, indeed. Of course, Colfer with a win so far this weekend. Same for Kellett. I mean, if Gary Miller can get one as well, then the triple of Irish drivers are able to get themselves a win from this weekend. But we press on then through this final lap. Of course, Colfer had that issue out of Agostini last time. It's been a much safer run this time through Agostini, through Hamilton's, and then down into Oggies once again. Then Miller actually really having to turn his attention to John Cooper behind. And I thought that Kellett could be able to scythe through here. I thought he might have been the one to save his tyres best, as that's a lot of gravel and dust there kicked up on the inside there from Gary Miller. That's not going to help his exit speed as they carry that all the way down the back straight. Top 5 absolutely line astern, but are they close enough for things to change here?
He did clip the inside corner marker there, did Gary Miller. He got away with that, I think, a little bit. He's got Cooper right to his inside and on his rear bumper. Miller closes back up under braking through the complex. Might be a possible opportunity to squeeze past if he gets a real good run here. Down towards the bomb hole for the final time. Colfer has the line and the lead. Still, Colfer from Miller, from Cooper, Kellett, Tobolewski out wide over the curb and Sant in 6th position. Is anyone going to make a one last gasp move here in the final couple of the corners? Through Coram. They're closing up for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Kellett looks nervous in P4. Lifting his inside wheel is going to be Colfer. If he gets away with exit, it might be a chance for Miller, but up towards the checker flag they'll come. And another great race for the Fiesta ST240s. It was one apiece between Colfer and Kellett. That's going to be 2-1 in the favour of Colfer. Across the line he goes. It is another Irish domination, a 1-2 for the Irish drivers. It is Colfer who takes his second win of the weekend and in career in ST240s. Gary Miller second. John Cooper gets a podium after everything he's been through in third place. Excellent drive from him after he started from the front row of the grid. Alistair Kellett gets fourth, and in their first senior weekend, Kasper Tomaszewski in a top 5 and also was close for the final fast lap of the race, but that was taken by Kellett in the end. From Jack Sant in P6, kudos to both of them for getting themselves really good results all weekend. Maggie Webster 7th in the end after David Nye, I think, gets a penalty because he's dropping down the order, or that doesn't come through. What's happened to Kellett? So not Kellett, to David Nye, because he hasn't come through and he was 7th. So whatever's happened to David, he's obviously stopped somewhere. I don't think it's a penalty. Nothing came up on the screen. So problems for David Nye in the final lap, which sees him lose out on a top 10 place. Webster gets 7th. That's a good solid end to her weekend after she started from the reverse grid pole. George Fox, though, be frustrated with that. 8th place, but it's still an okay top 10 for him. And James Pope 9th and Marco Ricci rounding out the top 10. I think it's safe to say, if these really are turbo tin tops and one or two of these guys are possible touring car stars of the future, like we see with our juniors, I think we've got some pretty good prospects in hand. But of course, it's the more experienced drivers that are coming to the fore once again. They're the ones showing the way in terms of experience counts for a lot in these cars, but so does youthful exuberance. And in many cases, both of them are shining quite brightly for their own reasons.
They are indeed. Yeah, what's a way to finish the weekend then for the ST240s? Well, it's 2 wins and a second place then for Graham Colfer. It's 1 win, a second place, and a 4th for Alistair Kellett. So your reigning champion from 2025 is not going to be leading the championship after the first race weekend. That will go the way of his fellow Irishman, of Graham Colfer. Brilliant weekend, fantastic racing in the ST240s, and what a lead group we got there. Some real experienced drivers here in the ST240s, racing door to door with some young guns moving on through their motorsport career. Tomaszewski and Sant, unbelievably impressive throughout this race weekend. I can't wait to see what they do the rest of the season.
Yeah, it can be pretty impressive, I think, for them. Luke Ward does make it to the checker flag in the end after he had the mechanical issues. There were a few drivers that had to pit in with problems of their own. But the ST240s again delivering fantastic action, and once again it's now a second win of the season and of his career and of the weekend for Graham Colfer. He wins from Gary Miller and John Cooper. So again, the experienced drivers, once again the first 4 positions, they're the ones to watch throughout the season. But don't count out the young guns. Kasper Tomaszewski, very impressive in his first senior weekend, as was Jack Sant. Remember, he qualified on the front row yesterday morning in qualifying. He gets P6. There's Webster 7th, Foxlow 8th, Pope 9th and Ricci 10th. Then we have Harry Hayes and War, Chambers, Nye and War, Horrobin, Reynolds and Pollock are the order from before. Horrobin, Reynolds and Pollock the ones that didn't finish. So as the occasions come off onto the screen already, we're down to part 4 with our top 3. And for the second time this weekend, Rob Lewis gets to chat to the Fiesta ST240 winner in race number 3, Graham Colfer. He's down with them and the top 3 in part Ferme.
A very happy Graham Colfer. Let's get have a chat, shall we? Some very warm Fiestas, some warm breaks on these Fiestas. And Graham Colfer, 2 out of 3 ain't too bad, is it?
2 out of 3 ain't bad, definitely not. I'm delighted with that. Started off at 9th, got a great start, and I've had great starts here before because the grid is so narrow. Usually there's nothing you can do with it. I got a great start and it just opened up in front of me. I think I might have been in 3rd or 4th by the first corner from 9th. And just picked them off.
It looked like a great start and you had the luck of finding the gaps where you needed to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Any other time I got a good start here from back in the grid, I couldn't go anywhere. You just have to hit the brakes, but it just opened up in front of me. Got lucky off the start line through the first corner, and then after that just picked them off, and car was going well, and I kept my head. I was starting to talk to myself at the end of it there, like, is this ever going to finish? Gary was getting closer. I was running out of grip, but I'm delighted I hung on to it. It was really
outstanding. Congratulations on a fine overall win. Gary Miller, second place, an improvement and an outstanding. You know, 3 podiums in the weekend is nothing to shake a stick at. Great performance.
No, delighted, yeah. No, I said I'd start the weekend to take 3 podiums, and to come through from 7th there in that race now to get up to 2nd, I'm delighted. So I think one more lap and might have had Graham, and he could use the best of his tyres, but no, it was a great battle with John all the way through and everyone. So no, delighted, great weekend. So on to the next one now and see how we go in Silverstone.
And how was that start compared to Graham's?
Graham got a great start. He passed me off the line. I kind of got a bit boxed in, and then everyone kind of checked up into the first corners with a headbutt. I don't think it was someone stopped in front of me, but anyway, we all got around the first lap, and So all of a sudden, I think I found myself in fourth going into the hairpin, and I said, this will do nicely, so we go from here. So, yeah, no, delighted, yeah. No, can't complain now. So.
Fantastic there, an outstanding effort there from our top three. Now, our third place man, Mr. Cooper, is just being spoken to at the moment, but we have got the cars gridded up and ready to go for our next Caterham race, so we are running out of a bit of time. I'm going to hand back to the commentary box to Scott and to John.
Thank you, Rob. Good for my action for our ST240s. But for the final time this weekend, we get to go Caterham racing. And, of course, once again, the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship. This time for the last time. For the third time, it's the turn of the faster Sigma 150s. And so we'll see what they can do in this sense. Now, as you mentioned before with the Sigma 135s, it's slightly unique in terms of the first group was set by the fastest times in qualifying. Race 2 set by the second fastest times. But for here, for race 3, it's the third fastest times in terms of the respective third fastest time of every driver that set a time in qualifying. Following? No? Good. So we'll go through with the orders we had from that qualifying session. So in terms of the qualifying format is as follows. So actually it's Ian Howes that starts on pole position, being the best of the third fastest times. He starts alongside James Sibbett on the front row of the grid, who retired from race 2 after he had a first lap tangle. Then it's Max Haynes and William Van Es, who picked up a podium finish in race 2 earlier on. He starts on the second row of the grid. James McCall and William Bryant come next from Rob Warner and Brendan Moore. Then Stephen Clark, who won from 14th yesterday in the first race of the weekend. He'll start this time from 9th, much better position this time round. And Peter Hughes starts in the top 10 in car number 16. Then it's Charles Elliott and Amanda Anderson, who's been in and around the top 10 all weekend so far. She had a couple of decent results. Got 10th in race 2 earlier on, 11th in race 1 the day before. And so looking pretty handy at the wheel of a Caterham, looking pretty strong. She's got Oliver Smith and Mark Gibson behind her on the 7th row of the grid. Then Christopher Raymond and Nigel Gould, with Ben Winrow and Will Price next, ahead of Andy Whitton and Kevin Barrett in the top 20. Richard Hoare and Barry White come next from Graham Ewings and Andrew Molson. Then Fraser Riddington and Mike Waitman, followed by Philip Ishwood Cook and Edward Benton, Robert Appleton and John Evans, and right at the back of the field in the 31 car grid for this start is Richard Dixon. So we had about, 34 for Sigma 150s at one point. We're down to 31, still a very strong grid, of course. 31 isn't a small grid at all whatsoever, but good to see we've got another healthy entry once more for Caterham graduates, and certainly proven their worth in this one, John. Of course, again, like with the 2CVs, they've been an excellent signing for the BRSCC. They've brought them across from their previous organising club, and once again bringing top class Caterham racing back to the club in the first time since I think 2022 when the factory championships were here. So for the first time literally in 4 years, we've got Caterham's back on the bill, and not a moment too soon. They've been brilliant from start to finish, and hopefully this race is the cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake. That's been a fantastic six-pack of races for, hopefully, if this one's just as good, for Caterham graduates in their full-time BRSC debut for 2026 and beyond.
Indeed, yeah, great to have them here. As we say, a grid of 20 is a good one. A grid of 30 is a fantastic one. A grid of over 40 is just ridiculous. And I mean, over the Sigma 135s and the Sigma 150s here, we've had over 70 drivers racing Caterhams here at Snetterton this weekend. Amazing. Must be great to be out there behind the wheel of one of them, but it's been equally as good here watching in the commentary box. I hope you all thoroughly enjoyed the coverage from wherever you're watching from. Well, 2 more races then to cap off an amazing weekend here at the Airtec Motorsport BRSCC Snetterton season opener. I got excited earlier and mistakenly called the 135s the 150s, but the 150s are finally here to finish off their weekend. And let's see how we go then with Ian Howes on pole position. Well, from race number 1, it was Stephen Clark who took the victory. Race 2, it went to Max Haynes. Well, Stephen Clark starts on P9 for this one. Max Haynes starts on P3. But as you said so many times in Caterham racing, all one big game of chess. You don't necessarily want to be leading as you head on to the final lap, or really as you head out of the final corner. Let's see how we go for this one. Well, it was a slightly chaotic end to the 135s earlier on. A really, really crazy final lap. If you've not seen it, make sure you scroll back on the stream and go and give it a watch after this race. And of course, the final race of the Mazda MX5 SuperCup is done and dusted as well. This stream will be able to view at a moment's notice whenever you fancy it. But make sure you go and watch that race back. The final lap was simply insane, and hopefully we see more crazy shenanigans here in the last Caterham race of the day. The Sigma 150s are about ready to get started as the drivers all head round to the grid. Top 2 just about getting lined up, but as we said previously, they're going to have a little bit of a wait before the lights go out and we get underway and racing once more.
You should be timing it like you were before when they lined up on the grid, because it was interesting. You timed it for the Sigma 135 race. It was a minute for the whole grid to line up. This could be an option here, opportunity for Ian Howes. Of course, he's a local driver, based in Norwich, and his business is based in Norwich as well. Has raced before in BMWs, won a race here in Compact Cup in its previous generation, where it's now the Super Cup. He could be possibly a dark horse to get a victory, but of course we know how quick some of the drivers on this grid really are. I wonder if he possibly is in a prime position here, having got himself that third fastest time pole position as a result for race number 3. If he possibly has a good opportunity here to get himself a victory, unless James Sibbett or co can make it difficult. Max Haynes will be in there too as well, given he's also won a race at some point this weekend as well. And William Van Es was quite quick in race 2 earlier on as well from the first few rows of the grid. Starting 4th, he has a great chance to possibly put that right and stand on the top step as well. So, rescue unit is in place, looking for the 5-second board, waiting for the green flag, which goes up now. So the 5-second board goes out, and we are set for the final time, sadly, but excitedly at the same time, for the JMRG Caterham graduates. The Sigma 150 is about to go any second now. And Max Haynes shoots the gap. What a start from Max Haynes from the second row of the grid. Shoots the gap immediately through Sibbett and Howes. Howes was wheel spinning on pole position from the line, and Max Haynes, like a rocket, goes through the middle of them and straight into the right-hander at Richie's corner first. An incredible start for Max Haynes, looking for another victory. Wheel to wheel, 2 and 3 abreast on the corner exit. Now the sprint down towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time. All 31 have got through cleanly. And it's Haynes who leads, Sibbett in second. It's then Van Es to third place, and Polster to Ian Howes has been shuffled from the front of the grid down to 4th in 2-1 corner already. Down to the left-hander at Palmer's. Also then Stephen Clark's made a quick start. Watch for him behind. You've got 72 William Bryant going wheel to wheel with none of the orange and blue Caterhams in the background. There's Van Es defending from a recovering Howes, trying to reclaim third place. But down towards Agostini, it is leader Max Haynes, followed by Sibbett, then Van Es defending from Howes. Also around the outside there is Bryant. I can't quite see who he's battling. It is Blue and Orange, and whoever he was battling makes contact with and gets out of shape, but holds onto the place for the moment. Out through by left-hander. And back to Oggies. Another car going sideways in the background. He's almost lost a front wing already. I thought he had, but it's just very well hidden given it's black. And it is, again, couldn't see the number, but they're packing up 2 by 2 through the midfield at Oggies corner, but onto the back straight for the first time. It is a cracking start for Haynes. That's genuinely one of the best starts of the weekend. Just shot the gap strictly. He was rocket propelled from the second row of the grid straight through up onto the lead, and not really looking back now for the next, 18.5 minutes.
Yeah, wow. We usually see starts like that from a Dutch driver named Max, but Max Haynes, what a start that was. Unbelievable. Threaded the needle straight through the drivers on the front row and immediately into the lead of the race. As we say, he won race number 1 yesterday. Let's see if he can make it a win in race 3 as well here. Battles continuing on then. That was a 4th place as they headed down through the bomb hole for the first time. But still, as we always see in Caterham Racing, all the drivers following in tow. We've not split off into any groups just yet. We continue to press on through this race then. Here is the number 99, your race leader of Max Haynes, as we say, closely followed then by James Sibbett, and more drivers squabbling in behind. There's the 50 of McCall getting a nice run there out of Murray's, and he'll use that slipstream. I was going to say all the way out the front straight. He's not. He's pulled out really early to try and make use of said slipstream, but been forced to the outside line then as I head into T1. Either way, it's worked out for him. 3 goes up into P4. Nice move there from Howes. Gets it done. Shuffles McCall then back into 5th place. That's a bit of a wide moment there through T1. Has done well to hold that one. Get it back onto the black stuff as they get themselves all sorted out. I think the 50 there actually ended up losing a position at McCall after all of that. So after making up the place on Howes, that was right. Howes then decides to fire his way back through at the following corner. And they changed yet again. Number 3 of Clark as well getting involved. He's been impressive throughout this race weekend, has Stephen Clark. And once again, getting involved in the leading squabble here. Only just a few minutes into the race then. Lap 1 completed. And top 6 still absolutely line astern. But Haynes, beautiful start, beautiful first lap. Continues to weather the storm at the sharp end, which isn't the easiest thing to do in a group of Caterhams. But for the moment, Haynes continues to lead.
He does. Only by a quarter of a second across the line, but Sibbett keeping it quite honest here. S into third place. McCall, Howes, Clark, Bryant, Warner, Morden, Smith is the top 10. Max Haynes then will head them on to the back straight for the second time, with Sibbett keeping close pursuit in the green and purple machine. Definitely one of the drivers to watch out for in that sense. As we look further back, that is 112. That's further back. Andy Whitten started back in 19th place. Currently running at the moment outside the top 16 at least, as Sibbett goes to the front. So he's got past Haynes on the back straight, as you'd anticipate he would do in typical Caterham fashion. I said that phrase again. Which has been quite a common theme given all the 6 of these races. So excited, I'm kicking my chair over in the background on top of that, even so. And That's how exciting Caterham racing is. Kick your chair over. Meanwhile, going back to the leaders, much more important matters than my chair falling over.
As long as it's a chair and not a bucket, mate.
Yes,
fine.
Exactly. William Van Ness in third place. It's good point. Fourth place for in-house, followed by then it's McCall in fifth place and Clark in sixth. Stephen Clark, remember, he started from 14th in race 1 and won the race. James McCall putting that right. So, Max Haynes putting the being passed of the lead right. Look at William Van Ness down the outside of both of James Sibbett. Sibbett was so busy trying to repass and defend Max Haynes, and Van Ness said, excuse me, out the way you go, I'm coming through for second place. Might be the lead. He comes up the inside of Haynes for the run towards Wilson hairpin. Can he make the move stick? Yes, he can, and through goes William Van Ness, puts the golf coloured car into P1. Haynes will try and get the better punch off the corner back on the exit towards Palmer. He'll be on the outside, which is that slightly off-camber part of the corner. Thinks about it. Puts a wheel alongside the rear of Van Ness's machine. And Van Ness has got a rookie cross on his car as well, so he's obviously a newcomer. For a rookie, John, he ain't half bad.
Amazing, especially given the fact that he's a rookie. He's battling so well. Locks the front left, though, as they head down into Agostini. Is able to bleed off the brakes lovely there. As soon as that started to lock, he bled off of it, held the speed, and holds the lead as well. Through we continue on then into Hamilton, and again they're squabbling for the race lead. Gonna say it again, add 2 more Caterhams, add 2 more Caterhams, and add 2 more Caterhams. This group is getting bigger to the delight of us in the commentary box, and I'm sure everyone trackside and everyone watching at home as well. We continue to press on then. Less than 15 minutes left to go. For the first time in this race, Van Ness through into the lead of the race, staying there for the moment. At the end of this straight, I'm not sure I'm going to be saying the same thing. Immediately Haynes pulls out to the outside line then, and look at this from Sibbett as well, using the slipstream beautifully, and they might even almost make it 3 wide. Not quite enough from Sibbett to make it 3 wide, but we will go 2 by 2 into the braking zone. Van Ness doing a beautiful job though, holding it round the outside and keeping the lead. Fantastic racing from a driver who once again has a rookie cross on the back of his car.
Not driving that one, is he though? He's certainly
not at all.
Against drivers who don't have one, of course, and he's driving like he's doing it for a while. He's taken to Caterham racing pretty quickly. What did I say this was? Like the Formula Ford of sports cars, and it really is proving its worth right now. Of course, very similarities. No aero, of course, lots of slipstreaming, lots of pack racing, of course, narrow tyres, Ford engines, of course, and it's all down to no aero grip. It's all down to mechanical driver skill, all in terms of a setup and mechanical grip and driver skill. Max Haynes, for the third time, trying to get the lead down the pit straight as William Bryant sets to do fastest lap of the race. 2:09.424. Now, what's the lap record for the? Remind ourselves again for the 150s. I was getting excited because I thought it was for the 135, which is a 2:11. So I wonder what it was. I think it was in your notes you had the lap record, didn't you, from a couple of years ago. As Van Ness has gone through back to hold on to a lead. Haynes is back in second place. Sibbett's to third. And look at Stephen Clark down the outside. 2:08.376 is the lap record, and that was a 2:09, wasn't it, for the lap time from William Bryant, if my lap timing resets itself.
Best time we've had today is a 2:08.8 already in the previous race. That was from Henry Heaton.
That's correct. You're absolutely right. So that was Henry Heaton, who he's not in this race. That's quite strange. So Henry's not in this race, which I'm confused as to why he isn't. But that's a car drive missing from the race. He did have that off in race 2 when he went straight on. Whether it was a brake issue or something else that's come up, which meant he is preventing him from racing. Quite strange. But no Henry Heaton in this race, unfortunately, which means that Van Ness and co get a chance to try and stand up on top step. But Heaton, of course, is going to be in the mix as well. Ian Howe's getting a little sideways as he just twitches the rear end through Oggy, just posturing the car as he tweaks his way through. Haynes just riding over the curb on the inside, which gives Sibbett the chance to really lock in. He's got a double toe from both Haynes and Van Ness, and here comes the purple and green machine. Haynes will go to the outside line. Sibbett has to pick a lane and goes to the outside. Then goes further to the outside of Haynes. They've both passed Van Ness. Now it's side by side for belief between Sibbett and Haynes. They both come together. Van Ness retaliates on the inside of Brundle. They'll have the outside for Nelson. Sibbett tries to stand his ground, but Van Ness, again, with a rookie cross, round the outside of Sibbett into Nelson. And look at Stephen Clark. He gets the momentum up the inside, into the bomb hole, into third place he goes. William Van Ness, battling like a veteran, but he's definitely a rookie.
Yeah, William Van Ness has confidence in spades, doesn't he, there? Hanging it round the outside. It almost looked as though Sibbett was going to go for the race lead there, but aggressive chop across from Haynes. Saw him then have to battle for second place, and then Van Ness closed the door on him as well. Gets shuffled back and now loses the position. That's Clark who snuck on through then. Up into the top 3 he goes, fittingly driving car number 3. Number 3 into third place, but for how much longer? Again, we're battling for third, and moves over to the inside line to cover cover off the potential move there from Sibbett as we press on now onto lap number 5 of this race. It is still Bryant, though, in 5th place with the fastest lap of the race here. Let's see how he gets stuck in with the leading squabble as well. We're side by side for 4th now on corner exit. That's Sibbett trying to hold on from Bryant. He's got that fastest lap, but for the moment can't quite get the position, and once again will have to nestle in behind. As actually, I'm not 100% sure that is Bryant, as there was a rookie cross on the back of the car, but we'll see. They're all continuing to chop and change so much in this pack, I can't even work out who anyone is. That is classic Caterham racing. It was the 72. It was Bryant getting involved, and Bryant is indeed a rookie. My apologies to Mr. Bryant, but anyway, he's getting stuck in. He has the fastest lap, looking very feisty, but this squabbling for 3rd place is just allowing for Haynes and Van Ness to continue to drive up the road. Not something we usually say in Caterhams.
No, it's a rarity you get a massive gap in Caterhams. Very un-Caterham-esque, shall we say, in that sense. But yeah, Haynes and S trying to pull away. In fact, Haynes is pulling away from S, and both of them pulling away from the battle of the 3rd, which is headed by Sibbett, with Clark, Bryant, Howes and McCall in there as well. This is now 3rd down to 7th. And now look at this, they're all trying to weave around to find a groove. And Stephen Clark wasn't going to play Chase the Snake. He was going to go to the inside line to try and quickly go for their position. Gets the toe, gets the run down the straight, and in towards Brundle and Nelson in front before he even turns left towards Brundle, and then pitching it right for Nelson. Howes still in the mix as well. Of course, he started on pole, having set the third hit. Having his 3rd fastest time was the fastest of the respective 3rd fastest times of every other driver, hence how he got pole for race number 3. But from a pretty shaky start and lightning getaway we saw from Max Haynes from the 2nd row of the grid, that was exactly what was key to see. So Haynes turns in through Murray's corner, neatly sort of clipping the curb and just sliding the car nicely through the apex at the last turn. Back onto the pit straight they'll go. S might get a bit of a toe down the pit straight to try and close in on him. Not close enough to trouble him. New fastest lap of the race, 2-minute 9.327 for William Van Ness. He got a small toe from him to help him do that. It's Sibbett, Clark, Howes, Brian McCall. Then the next couple of cars is Morden and Smith. Warner in P10. I think Warner was 10th. Yeah, no, he is 10th because he has got past Hughes. And Amanda Anderson is in 12th position, so hovering around the top 10. Good effort from her so far again. As we see Bryant holding off Hughes. No, he got past Howes, in fact, to 5th position. So that's a change of place for them. Next target was try and chase after Clark, who in turn is trying to chase after Sibbett. That's for Haynes and S. They're staying together, but the gap between them was 1.8 seconds between 1st and 3rd. And S is going with Max Haynes now as the 3rd place battle tries to chase him down with 8 and a bit minutes to go.
Yeah, he is indeed very much going with Haynes, isn't he? Those two within 4 thousandths of a second of each other's lap times on the last time around, with Van Ness ever so slightly quicker. As I say, 4 thousandths, not really catching by a huge amount, but we'll see if Van Ness can settle into it, find a bit more pace as well, maybe close that gap back to the leader once more. But really, we need to see those two start to go at it, hammer and tong here for the last 8 minutes if we want the likes of Sibbett, Clark, Howes, Bryan and McCall all getting back involved. It's then about 2.5 seconds back to Maud, who's leading then this next battle pack, which the cameramen so beautifully pan to. Maud then from 8th place backwards, battling in with Smith, Warner, Hughes and Anderson. Barrett's in with them as well, so's Elliott, so's Gibson. So again, a massive long train, but here another change for the lead. Uses the slipstream well, does Van Ness, and back to the sharp end he goes.
He does. Again, he's got a rookie cross on him, but he's not driving like one. He's got Max Haynes right on his tail. Sibbett trying to chase after. The next group are going line stern here, being led by now. Look at number 86, which is Oliver Smith. He's moved his way to the front of the group. Now, he was 9th at the start of this group. He's now into 8th position, now past Brendan Maud as they come out through Murray's again. Max Haynes putting himself in that position where he can tow him up the straight and possibly make the move, because he tends to do this. He tends to go into the last corner and onto the pit straight behind the car he wants to beat. Ironically, he gets the tow and moves himself alongside, which he's doing right now outside of our commentary box window. Oh, wow. I think we had to renew that record. James Sibbett does a 2:08.085. That is that's correct. Well, it's come up on the screen, but it's broken anyway, because if that wasn't true, Van Ness has done a 9.327. I think that was a glitch on the timing screen, because the timing screen doesn't tell me that he's done that. I'll refresh it for a second, see if it does come up. No, it was correct, 208.085. My timing screen was lagging. So by far, that's the new lap record. That's incredible. 2:08.085 for James Sibbett, third place in the green and purple car. A brand new lap record. How much is it breaking by? Is it 8/10 he's broken it by?
I think 3/10 he's broken it by in terms of the all-time lap record, but in terms of this weekend's lap record, he has beaten that by 8/10. So fair play. What a lap from Sibbett, and that's being shown by his track position. He's closed right back up to our leading two.
Really has. So it's now Sibbett now going for the victory, not just the podium place, and closing up to the top two. Haynes, Van Ness and Sibbett now in the podium position. Stephen Clark in fourth. Then it's Howes and Bryant. Bryant also, of course, remember, is on a rookie cross as well. 5 3/4 minutes to go. Through Williams as they go. They're on lap 7 of this 20-minute race. And again, Sibbett will get the double toe, because you'd be surprised how much of a toe you really can get in Caterham. You get a massive one, much bigger than you think. And you can see it with 2 cars in front. Sibbett's getting an absolute feast of a turbo boost down the back straight. He tries to have a look, but he finds his way blocked because Van Ness was trying to make a move on Haynes. Haynes had enough momentum to keep the line through Brundle and through Nelson, so Sibbett sits back in third. This might allow Clark, Howes and Bryant a chance to get back in, because you saw even from quite a far distance, Sibbett was getting quite a strong toe, and likewise Van Ness on Haynes. So you might want to start to close in. If he gets a good run through the bomb hole, through Coram and out of Murray's and onto the pit straight, there's a good chance he might want to close up into them even further. But he's right there, in fact, so this could be an option to watch out for if we get more than 3 cars in this lead group. Out of Murray's, still Haynes, S, Sibbett, then it's Clark, Howes and Bryant. That's the order now. And then it's possibly Brendan Ward, I think, has gone to 7th place. McCall has dropped back a little bit. They go side by side for the lead, and there goes Van S in front. Yes, he does. He's gone through now. So that's now, once again, Van S hitting the front. And Sibbett's got good momentum through Richie's corner. Out wide goes Clark and holds on to it. Lucky to get away with that one. Back up the inside goes Haynes. I'll take it back if you don't mind. Thank you. And back into place he goes. Actually shuts Van Ness out completely, just comes across and holds up. That kills his momentum, and how he comes Sibbett down the outside line to pick up 2nd place. A good move out on the outside for Sibbett, and he does make it stick, yes. So good effort there from James Sibbett, new lap record holder, 2:08.085. Down towards Agostini again. I think it's the cooler conditions are helping, Costa, because in cooler conditions you can regulate the tyre temperatures and pressures much better, and the engines with its cooler can breathe better as well in many cases, because of course depending on how cool the air is. So therefore I reckon it's possibly helping the engines breathe better, perform better, and the tyres run better in that optimal operating range to be able to keep their optimal pressures and temperatures, so that then drivers like Sibbett with a toe are getting these new lap record times.
Indeed, yeah, it's amazing to see the times that we're seeing, and all these Caterhams are singing in unison, aren't they, as we now fly down the back straight once again. This time with Van Ness leading the way ahead of Haynes and Sibbett, but I think I can see this one going down to the final corner on the last lap. I mean, I say that, I could have just said it's a Caterham race. I would have inferred the same thing, wouldn't I? As we continue on side by side down to the end of the back straight. This is Sibbett getting involved this time, looking around the outside of Haynes. Can't quite get it done, but he has gone through into 2nd place once more then. So Van Ness back down into 3rd. Again, just trading places, these top 3. Let's see if Clark, Bryant and Howes can close in. And this battle as well from 7th place back. The likes of Maud, Smith, Anderson, Warner and a few other drivers involved as well. That is not settling down anytime soon either as we look further back, and I can say exactly the same.
You can. There's battles everywhere you look in Caterham, graduates. It's exactly the essence of Caterham racing up and down the order. This next group is headed by 128. At the moment, at least. 137 is looking up the inside. That is battle between Gould and Price. That's for 18th position downwards. Also in there too is Hoare and Isherwood Crook. So that's 18th to 21st battling amongst each other. Leaders have gone down towards Ritchie's again, with just about 2.5 minutes left on the clock. They're going to get 2 more laps, just about, I think. Given the time at the moment, where are we at now? It is coming up to almost 5:45, and the timetable, of course, is 6:30 curfew. So I think if we do get this one in, we should actually get in quite good time, actually. The final race of the weekend, which is Clapham North Mazda MX5 SuperCup, as the cameraman eventually finds the track down at Ritchie's corner. As we've got more battling going on here. That's scrap for 18th, 19th, 20th and 21st all together now. 3 Ritchies. And back towards the Wilson hairpin. Back to our leaders. Haynes now with Sibbett on his tail. Van Ness in 3rd position. Then we've got the next group of cars headed now, I think, by Ian Howes. That's Clark, in fact, going back up the inside of both Bryant and... Clark's defending from Bryant and also repassing Howes in the process. He's back into 4th place now, but they're quite a few seconds back now as they go into Hamilton, the left-hander.
What did we say earlier? The best form of defence is attack.
Absolutely. And Clark is certainly proving that one. And I'd like to say they're too far away to trouble the top 3. As I say, this is a Caterham race. You're never that far away to trouble them unless there's a trouble. And Van Ness has actually lost a bit of momentum in exiting Oggies and Williams. He's actually dropped back a couple of tenths. So now he's Haynes versus Sibbett for the lead, unless those two come to blows. And let's face it, it's a Caterham race. They will, in a positive sense. So he'll come back into it, and also get a double toe from them as well. Sibbett hits the front as they go through, but locks up into Brundle. Carries that locked inside front all the way through Nelson. It's a tiny tap of the tail, I think, from Max Haynes. They're on the accelerator to try to get back towards the bomb hole as quickly as possible. And also you can see Clark's not really making any inroads to the top 3. He's actually defending from Howes more than he is trying to push on. So he's losing time to the cars around him. So now they come on to the last lap of the race. The last race of the weekend, last lap of the weekend for the Caterhams in total at Snetterton, which I'm quite disappointed about because it's been so great racing on their first race that's been permanently joining the BRSGC. They've had a credit to the weekend and, of course, to coming back, of course, for Caterham racing. One more lap of the Snetterton 300 circuit, side by side for the lead. Here we go.
Yeah, don't be sad it's over, be happy it's happened, and we got one more lap to enjoy it as well. Back to the front then goes Haynes, uses the slipstream beautifully, round the outside he goes, and back into the lead. I think maybe that bit of time lost onto the back straight for Van Ness could actually be a bit of a blessing in disguise, because it's forced him to stay in third place here. If he can play his cards right across the last lap, he could set himself up for potentially stealing away a position or two here through the final lap. Well, all stays as it was then, down through Wilson once more. Haynes ahead of Sibbett, ahead of Van Ness. Through the left they go, down through Palmer once again, and then flying down to the heavy braking zone of Agostini. Once again, a potential overtaking opportunity here. Will Sibbett think about it as we've got a driver off there through turn 1. Another one of our novice cross drivers sadly off at T1. But there we go then. Sibbett looking for it, not able to get a move done. And as you say, soaring at the wheel there through Agostini, trying to keep Van Ness behind. He's done it for now, but these are the crucial few corners, aren't they? Down through into Oggies, and then out of Williams onto the back straight. 3 absolutely line astern, and we will say Clark, Bryan and Howes have been battling, but they really aren't that far behind.
We'll wait and see. Hold your breath. Onto the back straight for the final time. Haynes leads it. Sibbett in second. S in third, but who wins it is anyone's guess as they come back towards the line. We've got Howes battling Clark. He's busy defending to try and close them to the top 3. Down the back straight, here they come. Sibbett to the outside line. He takes the lead. Haynes gets back to the slipstream. He goes back to the outside line. Esco's trying to do the outside of Haynes. Can't make it happen. And back round the outside he goes, side by side to Brundle and Nelson. Haynes back through into the lead. Here goes Van Ness on the exit too. Sibbett sideways. Haynes leads it side by side for second. Van Ness to the inside. Sibbett hangs tough round the outside at the bomb hole and holds on to it for the time being. Can you do the same at Coram? But this battle might cost them the victory here because Haynes is trying to get away and dry here. Side by side, the two of them are so fussed with each other, they're not actually going to catch Haynes, I don't think. He might be a second win of the weekend for the 99. Altenborough's the final time. S and Sibbett will try and close, but it's going to be too late in what's been a barnstorming weekend all weekend long for all 6 races. The Caterham graduates end it with another victory for Max Haynes in Sigma 150. Side by side to a line, and it was S who beat Sibbett to the flag and got second place by 42 1,000ths of a second. Again, in typical Caterham fashion. And then it was Clark who got Howes who got 4th in the end, just missing the podium, but 4th in the battle between himself and Clark. And he beat Clark by 20 1,000ths of a second, 0.020, the gap between 4th and 5th in the end. With Bryant in 6th. And Amanda Anderson, incredible effort for her, of course, 7th place. Great job from Amanda. Credit to her for a fantastic drive to get up there as well. Excellent job from Amanda in car 47. I think it's Maud, Smith and Warner in the top 10. But I have to say, if you're watching on the live stream as well, I ask you to give these guys, via clapping emojis, give these guys a round of applause in the chat. Because Caterham graduates, you have done yourself proud this weekend. 6 exceptional races. Welcome to BRSCC. We are glad to have you, and you can stay as long as you want because that is fantastic. They're with us for the season at least this year, and what a great job they've done. Of course, thanks to everyone involved with Caterham graduates, of course, to JMRG, to everyone in the paddock. They've proven that Caterham racing belongs on the BRSCC package. It is back via Caterham graduates, back with a bang, and boy, we're glad to see it again.
Yeah, what an honour it's been to commentate over the Caterham graduates. Of course, Caterham's with a special place in my heart from my youth, but they should have a special place in your heart now after we've seen the races here here this weekend. I'm definitely going to be following this one throughout the season. Amazing racing there for the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship. We had the same in the 135s, the same again there in the 150s. An epic race to finalise the day for the Caterhams at least. We've still got one more race left to go, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. But there you go then. Haynes on top, Van Ness second, Sibbett third. Haynes' second win of the weekend. Van Ness has put in a P10, then a P4, and then a P2. Amazing improvement over the weekend for the driver with the rookie cross on the back of his car. And then Sibbett just missing out on a top 2 there. We should still be very happy with third place and the fastest lap and potentially new lap record.
Yeah, definitely so. So Max Haynes then victorious, William Van Ness and James Sibbett in the top 3. Ian House takes 4th from Stephen Clark. And then we have Amanda Anderson with an excellent 7th from Maud Smith and Warner in the top 10. Then, quickly rattle them through, Barrett, Hughes, Elliott, Gibson, Whittam, Price, White, Raymond, and Hoare and Gould in the top 20. Then Isherwood, Crook 21st from Ewings, followed by the rest of them as they go through. Yes, Ewings from there. It's Molson, Riddington, Buxton, Waitman, Appleton, Dixon, Evans and McCall in the 30 drivers. 22 races down, 1 to go. Another P1 for Max Haynes. He had to work hard for that one, as did the top 3. Let's have a chat to Max and the top 3 for our penultimate race of the weekend here at Snetterton with our roving reporter Rob Lewis, who's down there in Parc Ferme once again.
A very happy Max Haynes. Now, he won race 2, don't forget, and he wasn't too happy with the drive. Was this better?
From my side, a lot better. Yeah, a lot better. I drove a lot better. Car's still struggling a little bit with understeer, but fair play to Dave at DKS. He definitely dialed it in a little bit more. If you're ever thinking about coming Caterham racing, definitely go with DKS because they're good people.
And what about the club? They've had a great opening weekend with the BRSCC.
Yeah, it's been stellar so far. You can just see by the club are doing something right with the size of the grids. So yeah, long live Caterham graduates.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a great overall win. I'm just going to grab our second place man there, William Van Ness. William, first of all, beautifully prepared car, nice and bright, and it doesn't look like there's a mark on it despite how close the racing is.
It's amazing racing. CTS did a good job prepping the car, fantastic job prepping the car. Everybody said they can see me from the sidelines, so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it seems to have stood me in good stead for the race. And yeah, first car race ever, and being on the podium at the end of it couldn't have gone better.
What have you transitioned from?
I did karting a long time ago, 2007 to 14, and then didn't do anything for a long time. Wanted to come back racing. And this is not so different to go-karting, to be honest. It's just got a gearbox, which is a bit annoying, but it's great fun. The racing is incredibly close and fair, and everybody has a laugh after it, so great place to come.
And it's been a fantastic race, and for your spoils, you have got second place. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
There, that's our second place man. And James Sibbett in third place. You've had a good weekend as well.
Not bad at all, is it? So, yeah, really happy with that, especially after the disaster of the DNF in race 2. Great to bounce back from that. Car went superbly, thanks to Toby, my mechanic, for making sure the car's running smoothly as always. And yeah, it was such a tough race. And I was trying to follow a game plan to be in second place going into the last lap. All went to plan, but then Max just sent it round the outside of me. Proper move, and then Will snuck through as well. So yeah, happy with third.
Now, my producers just told me in my ear that you've potentially got the new lap record. What's your thoughts?
I'm dead chuffed with that. So it's a win from something at least. So yeah, I'll take that for sure.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on the third place and potential lap record. Now, it looks like our last race of the weekend is out on its warm-up lap. That is the Clapham North Mazda MX5 SuperCup. It's time to go back to Scott and to John Ratcliffe in the commentary box to get the lowdown for the last race of the day.
22 races complete, one more still to go, and it could still be an absolute cracker as it has been all weekend. I don't think it's been a bad race whatsoever from every single champion that we've had and series on the grid, but of course one champion that knows how to put on an absolute cracker of a race, it's this one. The Clapham North Mazda MX5 SuperCup, of course sponsored by Clapham North, of course modern service, traditional values, of course looked after by the Grant family, of course good old George Grant, of course, who I know is watching at home and watching the SuperCup cars, which a champion he's been well familiar with over the years. Of course, the SuperCup cars once again adorning on the windscreen strips and the number plates on the back of the cars, the Clapham North logo once again. Do go and check them out once again. So, thanks to his support, and of course, once more, we get a partially reversed top 7 on this one from this draw, which means Kamal Kelsey starts on pole position for the final race of the weekend, for Alistair Dendy alongside him. It's then Sam Middleton and Ollie Hall on row 2 from William Androbus, race 1 winner, just 17 years old. That's fresh out of karting. And then we have our other 2 podium finishers, Dan Parham-Smith, who picked up his best result ever in SuperCup with 2nd, and race 2 winner Thomas Langford, redeeming himself after his diff engine problem he had, because you mentioned that I heard over that in the interviews when he was doing the circuit interviews when he was speaking to Rob afterwards, and I was getting set ready for lunch. So diff problem is what put him out, not engine, thankfully. So they managed to change that in the lunch break to get him ready for race number 3. Lead Andy Sadler's on the 4th row in car number 11, ahead of Steve Kite and Scott Wright. Then Jim Barrett and Richard Moore. Martin Tolley and Graham Rumsey come next on the 7th row. Chris Ginn and Alex Jones, and then John Christie run right at the back of the grid once again in the invitation class Mark 4 ND generation Mazda MX5. Got a good start in race 2 to get into the top 10 is Ji Hui Wang. So good to see from him in car 76, looking to try and make an impression from the back of the field. So, as you saw, the weather is still quite fair. It's still quite bright and sunny. It's got typical late spring afternoon, almost sunset coming through, late sunshine. And good to see we've got the shadows lengthening here, because it has been... we can reflect on this post-race in a way, because we'll let Rob close things up once we are finished this last race. But I'm slightly sad this race is almost over, because it's been 22 incredible races, whether it's been ClubSport Trophy for 45 minutes or Fiesta Juniors, ST240s, all 3 Mazda Championships, including this one, and 2 CVs, and Caterhams, of course, have been absolutely spellbinding, genuinely, from start to finish. It's been 2 days of excellent club motorsport. If this sets the tone in general for the BRSCC season, I say you should be tuning into every single live stream they have and get to trackside the ones that they don't, because honestly, bring it on. It's been a great weekend's worth of racing, top class club motorsport from top to bottom, and hopefully we get race 23 to be just as good, if not even as good, if not even better than the 22 that's been before it. It could be set quite well with a partial reverse grid. It's been an amazing weekend. It could finish once again with an absolute cracker if we get a good one, as we have 22 times before that.
Indeed, heading into dusk then here at Snetterton. Yeah, genuinely, we've had 22 races and not one of them has been at all boring. They've been unbelievably exciting, and like you say, I certainly will be one. Any ones I'm not shouting about, I'll be watching at home for sure. Here we go then, race 23 of the weekend. Looks as though all the drivers just about lined up here then for the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup. Their last race of the weekend, our last race of the weekend, and now we just wait to see that 5-second board come up.
And it comes up now. So, stand by for action for one final time here at Snetterton to close off the Airtec Motorsport Snetterton Spring Season Opener then. Lights out as the final Super Cup race is go. Decent start initially from Kelsey. Better start from the 2nd row of the grid from Ollie Hall. And also starting out there's Jim Barrett in the background, one of our club class runners, but down towards the Richies for the first time. Kelsey will hold the whole shot by the looks of it. Up the inside looks Dendy for 2nd, but Hall sweeps across. It's Middleton across the front of Parham-Smith for 4th, and it's 3 wide between, looks like that's Dendy Sadler, Parham-Smith, no, it's Parham-Smith, Androbus and Langford over 5th, 6th and 7th positions. Up the inside, back again goes Kelsey, almost leaning on Hall through the apex, and holds on to the place, and they got through just about unscathed. They have. Good to see all is well so far in the pack. Down towards Palmer, they'll go for the first time under racing speeds. Oh, 3 abreast again through Palmer's. That's Androbus round the outside of both Middleton and Thomas Langford. Surely not. No, because he gets put out onto the curb on the outside line and shuffled out wide. And here comes Andy Sadler trying to get involved as well in his number 11 machine. Parham-Smith's up to 4th, make it almost 3rd. Dendy Sadler defends and tries to attack Kelsey. It's all action so far in this opening lap on this partial reverse grid. There tend to be quite good spectacles, partial reverse grids. I think with this one around the first few corners, John, it's going to be more the same here with this one.
100%, yeah, we're stepping into a very exciting 20 minutes of action to finish off the event here at Snetterton. And yes, battles galore as we continue on through this first lap. I saw off the race start as well. It was a good start for Jizhe Wang in the other slightly different Mazda, but there was a little bit of contact off the race start as well as drivers went off left, right and centre. Jizhe just making a little bit of contact with a couple of drivers, but they all press on, and there they are in the orange number 76 car. We press on then down the Bentley straight for the first time in this one, and the weaving commences as the drivers try and break that toe as they head into the heavy braking zone, down into Brundle and through Nelson. A couple of lockups there in the mid-pack, and looks as though they've all kept it nice and tidy as we head through to the apex of the corner. It's been a lovely few parts of the lap though for Hall. He starts to break away then, doesn't he, at the sharp end as we continue battling down through the bomb hole.
yeah, this reverse top 7, a lovely ingredient to spice up this last race of the day.
Definitely so. And Ollie Hall, if he's allowed to get away, probably will do in this sense, but he's got some pretty quick drivers behind him that might make an impact. Antrobus there in number 57 for Hills Motorsport. Just 17 years old, fresh out of karting and racing a SuperCup like he's been doing it for a while. Took pole position in qualifying yesterday, just about almost led every single lap, although he was still in the mix for it, and he had 3 cars around him that were causing issues, that he was battling with. It was Ollie Hall and Dan Parham-Smith he was either Parham-Smith or Kamal Kelsey, one of the two, made contact at the Wilson hairpin, and then it was a diff problem, as we heard from Thomas Langford. He confirmed after he won race 2 that put him out of race number 1, and that just opened the door up once again for Antrobus to hit the victory. Up the inside and opened the door was Kelsey there for Parham-Smith in what I believe is the Aidan Hill's 2-time title-winning car, because it's got the same colour scheme of predominantly blue with the offset striping, and then you've got the orange and black detailing on that car as well. It was run by double champion Aidan Hills of Hills Motorsport. Him and his father Darren run that squad pretty well. They've been MX5 SuperCup champions and Miata Trophy champions, so they're quite well versed in Mazda MX5s. Also doing a little bit of Mark 1s as well this year too. Back into the hairpin for Agostini goes Ollie Hall, still leading. Parham-Smith in second, Kelsey third. What car's dropped down a little bit is Sam Middleton's gone to the mid-pack. He was about 8th or 9th across the line. He's behind Lee Dendy Sadler, ahead of Scott Wright and Steve Kite, who leads the club class from Barrett and Rumsey. And also, Zhuhai Wang is also in the ND Mark IV MX5 from the back of the field, already up to 12th after a lap and a half.
Indeed, yes, been a good race so far, hasn't it? Hall remaining firm in the lead of the race, but now finds himself with Parham-Smith right in his wheel tracks and just takes a little bit more of the corner than maybe you would have liked there for Hall. It's a bit of momentum speed for Ollie on the 27, but I'm not sure Parham-Smith able to make the most of it though. Can't quite use the slipstream down the back straight, and they'll stay as they were as we head into the braking zone once more. But again, not really opening up into packs just yet. We are still pretty much the entirety of the field in one train as we head down the back straight. The Hall continuing to lead us through here. Now, question is, as Kelsey starts to drop behind them just a little bit, as this is a bit closer comfort, isn't it? Then Middleton getting properly shoved out to the grass there by the number 11 as they head on through. That was Dendy Sadler just making sure that there wasn't going to be a re-attack there from Middleton, and he definitely made sure of that, didn't he? But as I was saying, Kelsey dropping back a little bit, another little bit of a slidey moment there through Coram. Potential here for Hall and Parham-Smith just to work together for a few minutes to break away a bit, and then maybe the gloves will come off later on in the race.
Well, maybe better later than now, otherwise it'll spoil the race in terms of making it a little bit too distant. Across the line go the leaders for the end of lap number 2. First proper flying lap, it's Parham-Smith with the pace, 2:16.4. Remember, Parham-Smith hasn't won a race yet, neither, as far as I'm aware, is Ollie Hall. So either of them, if they're in contention, could potentially be in the mix for their first ever Super Cup win. And Parham-Smith got his personal best of 2nd place earlier on in race number 2. Ollie Hall has never won a Super Cup race. As far as I'm aware, he hasn't. So if that's the case, it could be a very special occasion if he does in this 3rd race. And he's been threatening all weekend, threatening for the last, 12, 18 months to do so. But Ollie Hall might finally get a chance to do so, particularly if drivers like Langford and Antrobus are stuck behind the likes of Dendy Sadler, but Kelsey and Dendy. That won't be confusing. Dendy and Dendy Sadler with 2 in the same field. But down towards the apex of Agostini they'll come, under the braking zone. It's Dendy in white on the left, Langford in blue and white on the right, and the kind of maroon, kind of metallic, deep metallic red MX5 of Antrobus in the mix as well. There's the Mark IV in the mix of Zhuhai Wang at the wheel. Novice Cross on the back of him as well. He's also, of course, an invitation class car, because of course he isn't a Mark III, but he's also in the mix to try and see how this car stacks up against the Mark III contenders. It's doing pretty well in his hands. He got a top 10 finish in race number 2. Good to see that car out in the mix. As I mentioned earlier on, the BRSCC have been trying to get the Mark IVs off the ground for a little while. Oh, Dendy clipped the curb and thumped the apex marker cone on the inside line. That's also going to give him a bit of a incentive for Antrobus to get past, but I think he almost signalled, I think, to Antrobus, saying again, it's a classic, don't battle me, push me and let's go back towards the front. So I think Antrobus has seen that and figured out what's happening. So Hall goes through into Brundle and Nelson, side by side for 3rd almost, as Langford looks to the inside of Kelsey to pick up a podium place, and over the curb he goes, squeezes Kelsey out wide, and into 3rd place goes the former Mark 1 champion, up towards the right-hander at the bomb hole, and also recovering, appears to be Middleton. He's getting away from right, he's lost out to Dendy Sadler, but trying to get back at him now in 8th position.
It was a lovely shot there as they went under the bridge. We had a Mark 1 Mazda MX5 on the back of a lorry going over the top of Mark 3 MX5s racing underneath. Great to see. As the Mark 1s head home, the Mark III still getting fired up here for 13 more minutes of racing action. And yeah, indeed, sliding through the last couple of corners, up and over that curb. That's going to ruin your momentum all the way up the start-finish straight. But Hall and Parent-Smith continuing to scamper off. And yet again, another brilliant lap from Ollie Hall, as again, he's getting closer and closer to the checkered flag and a potential first win. But I don't want to commentators curse him. There's still 12.5 minutes to go then. We press on, and Langford now up to P3 and Antrobus in P6. So those are your two previous race winners this weekend. Continuing to hunt down your race leaders there. Crucially though, Langford now ahead properly of Kelsey. He's only got clear air between himself and the two drivers and the leader of this race.
Two there for commentators curses with 2-2 already, so we've broken that already, unfortunately. Down towards Palmer's they'll come. And of course, there's potential here for some good results here. Kamal Kelsey would love to get a podium if he can. I think he did get a podium. Yes, he did in race 1 yesterday. It was second place. He's his best result all so far. And he was a regular club class runner. But some of these drivers have been racing Mazdas elsewhere. I hope they won't mind me saying so. Of course, they've been racing in the Miata Trophy, which runs pretty much similar, if not identical spec. MX5 is just a different tyre. They run on Toyos compared to Nankangs this year. Of course, they've changed the tyres this year. There was Kumo, but for Super Cup, they've kept on Kumos for Mark 1s, but they've gone to Nankangs for Mark 3s, and they seem to be enjoying these tyres so far. Nankang, quite a prominent tyre supplier in the BRCC circles, the likes of several championships and series run the Nankang tyre. It's a good tyre compound to have. I think they're on the NS2R tyre, if I'm correct. I'm sure I'll get a slap on the wrist by probably Greg from BRCC to say it's the wrong one, but it is, I think, the NS2R, I believe. I think John's going to just check the regulations to see if you can see anything tyre info-wise. Down the back straight come the leaders, meanwhile, on 11.5 minutes to go. 4th lap of the race, and it's good to see we've got the top 7 or 8 cars in the same straight altogether, not really dropping away too much. So as they come back in towards Brundle Nelson again, Ollie Hall's holding station. This could be a big moment though, if he holds on for the next 11.25 minutes, if is the operative word in that sentence. Because we know motorsport is completely unpredictable, so anything can definitely happen. Of course, we thought Thomas Langford was going to win race 1 yesterday, and his diff blew up, and then he was out of the race, which gave Antrobus the free pass to come back through after the contact we saw for Parent-Smith. It was Parent-Smith and Hall up at the Wilson hairpin. It gave Antrobus the position to go back through again and go from 4th to 1st in practically, what was it, a couple of laps. So it all happened pretty quickly, and it can happen pretty quickly. You see much more dramatic finishes as they come back down the pit straight. Now, Denny Sadler has repassed Middleton and has also got onto the tail of Alistair Dendy now, who's dropping back behind Antrobus, so there's a change there. Langford now sets a new fastest lap of the race, but 3 new fastest laps in one go. It's getting a bit cooler out there now, which I think means the tyres are at a better operating temperature with the pressures and everything else, and off the road goes Denny Sadler. Maybe too cold for him, skating off into what would have been a potato field several years ago, and just about keeping out the field in the mix. But it's impressive to go that far sliding off at Richie's corner, even this day and age.
Yeah, we haven't seen anyone go that quite far off piste, have we, down at T1, as he's trying to get it back on circuit. Well, some style points anyway to get it back on, but a lot of time and a lot of positions lost as well.
That would have been a very bemused Chris Gidding remembers saying, where have you come from? Why are you all the way out over there? But that's just the consequence of going too fast into Richie's. That reminds me of back in 1995, which shows how I was 4 years old at that time, shows how old I am, or young, whatever you want to look at it. Ricard Rydell had an off at Snetterton where he just lost the rear brakes and went skating off, and he almost hit an ambulance. Thankfully he didn't, but he was very close to doing so. But he skated off at high speed at Richie's corner, and it was like he completely just shot the gap of where it was between the trees or where the ambulance was on the tree, and just thankfully nothing happened and nobody was hurt and he was okay. But it was such a close high speed incident. But there you see someone go off there, it almost reminds you of that. You're going so fast into that corner, you go through Richie's faster than you think, and then the car, if it just snaps, as it can do in the MX5 SuperCup cars, you have a tendency to be more stable, but if they do get sideways, they snap more than the Mark 1. It's the opposite with the Mark 1s, where they do sort of slide a lot more, but they're much easier, more catchable because they're a tiny bit softer. The Mark 3s, they do grip more, but because of that, if you get a slide, once it grips, it throws you back the other way. So it can be very much pros and cons of driving one or the other, depending on what you prefer to try and handle. Now, Langford's closed in on the top 2 here as we come out of Nelson with just under half of the race left to go. And then we have Kelsey, Antrobus, Dendy, and Dendy Sadler. Well, what they did was Dendy Sadler we went off into an almost potato field up at Richie's corner from 4th down to 7th. But this is the top 3 now, and what could have been a one-on-one battle now becoming a 3-way fight for the lead. Parent-Smith looking pretty racy here. But again, Langford's will be, I think, his 3rd or 4th SuperCup victory. If Hall or Parent-Smith get it, it'll be their 1st. So So a lot at stake here, and of course Langford is now 1-1 with Antrobus. He wants to try and get himself in contention with the SuperCup title, John. He needs to try and get this one, but of course with the new fast snap of the race, he's going the right way about it. But watch the top two in front. If they keep on scrapping, it'll open the door for Langford to get through. It'll be game on for the victory with 8.25 minutes to go.
Yeah, it was 15.4 on the previous lap from Langford. It's 15.3 that last time around, and he's closed the gap massively to these two leaders, and positively for them, they're squabbling in behind for 4th place as well. All the way around the outside is trying Langford, but an up and under there on corner exit. We're 3 wide for the lead here in the Mazdas, and chucked out to the grass then goes Langford. It'll be Parent Smith though on the outside line here as we go through into the left of Palmer. Up the inside once again chucks Thomas Langford, looking to steal away that position in the top 2, and he will have the inside line. He will actually have the place before we even get down to Agostini. So through does go Langford, up into P2. Now Ollie Hall, he's been defending very well from Parent Smith over the last couple of laps, or maybe not even defending, but keeping him behind nonetheless. Now it's proven race winner in Thomas Langford, who Ollie Hall finds he has behind him. Yeah, good to see as well with that off from Dendy Saddle that he didn't dig in, because that's often where we can see the biggest incidents down at Riches, is when a car goes sideways, suddenly digs in and stops moving pretty quickly, and up and over it goes. Well, thank goodness Dendy Saddle didn't dig in, and he continues on, which is lovely to see. Sadly though, falling out of position where he was before, and losing a lot of time as well. He's got some work to do over these last 7 minutes. Here is William Antrobus still applying the pressure to the rear bumper of Kamal Khalsi's car. This is in the battle for 4th place then. As we said, they were squabbling earlier on in the lap. Same for Dendy and Middleton behind. But we go side by side for the lead of the race then. Round the outside, we'll try Langford, but no. Hall closes the door, aggressively so. He just about wrangles the car there through to the apex as the battle in behind kicks off as well. There is Antrobus making the move. That shuffles Kelsey back, and here comes the 18 as well, getting involved. This is Dendy making a move as well. So Kelsey loses 2 positions in 2 corners, and it might be 3 now as Middleton's back on the scene as well. At the sharp end, Hall just about holding on to it, but Langford is going for this, isn't he? Out the final corner they go, and again, he is in the perfect seat here to try and steal the lead back away.
Langford knows he has a car and the ability underneath him to win this championship this year. He knows how competitive SuperCup is. He took to it pretty quickly, because this time last year when he was battling with Will Blackwell Chambers for the lead all through the weekend, got 3 second places, and he really was in the mix as well, looking for the up and under as Hall goes wide. Here comes Langford. Is there going to be contact? Thankfully there isn't, and Langford finds the up and under, finds the shot in the middle to get the lead, and also possibly for 2nd place could be Parent Smith. He's got the inside line, and Hall has no choice. He has to give him room. Up inside he goes. Slaver goes out wide, and Parent Smith goes through past both of them. So Langford oversteered and understeered at the same time on corner exit, was all loose trying to get back on the power, and Parent Smith goes to the front. So Darren Parent Smith, who took a 2nd place, his best ever SuperCup finish in race 2, could be staring with 5.5 minutes to go if he stays where he is on his first SuperCup victory. And all this could be denying Ollie Hall his first SuperCup win if he can't get back past the top of the 2 cars in front. And if they keep on battling, it could be a possibility. Side by side for the lead as Langford goes back around the outside and will be there for track position. If he can stay around the outside of Hamilton, which is risky business if he can try and make it happen, he'll be on the inside for Oggies. Can he get through? The answer is, well, he tried, but Barron Smith comes back across, throws the block, and here comes Hall to the outside line. Langford is boxed in between the 2 cars. For 4th behind him, it's all kicking off. We've got Antrobus with Dendy, then Kelsey and Middleton going side by side. We wanted the cracker to end the weekend. We are getting it in spades here. 22 races down. Race 23 just as exciting as all the rest of them.
It has been so exciting, hasn't it? There was a little bit of contact in the background there between Antrobus and Dendy as they headed through the mid-section of the circuit, but they managed to avoid each other just about, and they stay as they were then. Antrobus 4th, Dendy 5th. Middleton now through on Kelsey once more, but we're side by side for the race lead again. To the outside line goes Langford, and all the way round the outside he goes to the lead of the race for the first time in race number 3 here in the Clapham North Mazda MX5 Super Cup. So now it's Langford from Parent Smith and Hall in the top 3, but these 3 battling has definitely brought the group for 4 back into play. There's Jihei Wang making nice moves as well, now leading the next train of drivers, and that'll be down at the bottom end of the top 10, battling in with the 72 there of Steve Kite. But here are your leaders once more. Langford now leads the way, and already he's been in the lead for what, 2-3 corners, and already he's trying to break away.
Yeah, that's typical Langford, of course, being a Mark 1 champion before and quickly taking 2 Mark 3s in his 2nd season. There goes Jihai Wang in the Mark 4 MX5. Of course, invitation class, not scoring any points or bothering anyone in terms of point scoring. Back for 2nd place, the 2 yet to be winners. I'm sure at some point, if they don't today, they will be at some point throughout the season. Now going into combat, and again, hard they fight each other. Easy it is for Langford to pull away. Antrobus very sideways through Richie's corner. He's pushing, isn't he? That's youthful exuberance. As there goes Dan Parasmith back past Hall to go to third. Antrobus just arrives on Hall bumper under brakes with Hall then in 5th position. I know the curfew's 6:30. Can we have an extra 5 minutes of this? This is brilliant stuff. We've got time. Extend the race time. We've got time to do it. We can play with it. It's fine. As we go through the left-hander of Palmer onto the back straight on the penultimate lap of the race and of the weekend. It's been such a great weekend from start to finish. If this sets the tone for the rest of the year, I say bring it on, because it is brilliant stuff to see all the way through. Under brakes into the left-hander at Agostini. We've got Middleton scrapping away with Scott Wright, having one of his best races of the weekend so far, having been a little bit distant in the first 2, also on the back of Kelsey as well. But Langford, you're rightfully saying, he's trying to pull away here. He wants to get this victory done and make it 2 from 3 and put himself in prime position to go to the next round next month as the championship leader.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, very slidey from Antrobus. You say youthful exuberance. I also think there's partially the fact that he can smell a podium here, can't he, as he gets closer and closer to Hall and Parent-Smith ahead, and the second driver there to smash the inside curb through Williams. That chucks Hall all the way out wide. He did well to keep that off of the exit curb and grass there, but that's lost him the exit speed, and Parent-Smith can just relax a little bit, at least for this straight at least. Antrobus and Dendy still going right with them as well. There's definitely a potential podium on for both of these two drivers, but they're going to have to fight for it. And still Langford continuing to break away here. He has got one hand on the trophy in race number 3, barring any serious issues. Now we are chasing a back marker. Hopefully that won't pose too much difficulty, but also you've got to think as well, Langford's already had mechanical issues, hopefully all sorted, but you just never know. Race cars can go wrong at the drop of a hat. Well, we head through the final corner then, and this will be onto the last lap of racing here at Snetterton for the Airtec Motorsport BRSCC Snetterton season opener.
Right, place your bets. Who's it going to go to? Langford has got the advantage here. For second place, it could be anyone's guess. They're coming up to put a lap on the number 60 of Jonathan Christie-Rundle, who still did the SuperCup, the ClubSport trophy race earlier on. Here they come down towards Richie. He's now 4 for the podium places then. So it looks like Langford, touchwood, appears to be away and dry. It's not counter chickens just yet. We'll wait and see. 4 for the lead though. So for second place, who's it going to be? Antrobus swarming around down the outside. A huge dive down the outside of both of them. Goes past Hall. Can he get past Parent-Smith as well? 3 abreast on exit. There's a contact between the two Hills Motorsport teammates, but Parent-Smith holds on. And now it's side by side for second with the inside line advantage Parent-Smith. But Hall can go around the outside if he's confident enough. Antrobus tries to force the issue up the inside. He goes of Hall for third. Doesn't lean on him. And Jonathan Christie-Rundle thinks, I'm getting out of the way, I'm not having any part of this whatsoever. Keeps out of the way as the leaders come towards him. Dendy what's involved in this as well. Side by side, it's Hell and Antrobus. Touch wing mirrors and again towards the braking zone. This is close for the podium places. Antrobus wants the third place if he can. Sweeps across and the Hall gets out wide. Here comes Dendy as well. Ollie Hall was at one point in contention for a victory. He makes contact with Dendy. He waves dismissively. What are you doing, Ollie? Come on, get out of it. Brilliant stuff as they come through. But now with half a lap to go, John, this could be possibly quite a close finish. But seemingly at the moment, Langford's got this one pretty much wrapped up. One car is, that's Christie-Rundle getting in the background and falling back anyway. But with half a lap to go, Langford looks away and dry by 2 seconds. But for second and third, it could be Hills Motorsport back on the podium.
Yeah, Langford's absolutely cleared off, hasn't he? He didn't need an invitation to drive away with this one. As soon as he got to the front, he left everyone in the dust. As you see there, Antrobus asking for a push, but the drivers behind not quite close enough, as Antrobus now wants to steal away second place from Parent-Smith. Well, Hall and Dendy almost go side by side there into the braking zone. Hall wants the position back, and my heart goes out to him. He's driven a most amazing race, and Hall led for the majority of this one, really, and now he's been shuffled back into 5th place. Well, Langford leads us down through Cora for the final time then, and it's surely his race here as he leads us through down into the Murray's corner for the final time in this race, and of course the weekend as well. What a race for Langford after getting back to the sharp end, but here's the battle we're watching for second place. Out the final corner we come then, and Parent-Smith has the run, but will Antrobus get enough of a tow? There is Langford across the line to win in the final race of the weekend. Who can hold on to second place? It is Parent-Smith ahead of Antrobus with Dendy, Hall, Kelsey and Middleton all in that front train as well. What a race to cap off the weekend.
MX5 SuperCup is well and truly back to its best on that sense, and that was 3 excellent races, capped off with a brilliant race 3 on the partial reverse grid. And Thomas Langford will leave the weekend with 2 out of 3. Now, he might not be fully the championship, I think about it, because of course he didn't score in race 1, so therefore he might be a little bit back. So it might be Antrobus, I think, possibly leading the points, if not Parent-Smith, one of the two. But it's, in any case, it was a fine effort, and certainly he'll have to count that as one of his drop scores. But still, Langford gets himself 2 victories. That is certainly a statement of intent for the rest of the season. And of course, when drop scores come to plate. I'm certain he'll be back in contention and might get a bit more better luck next time out when we go to the next few rounds. Rest of the cars coming across the line. In fact, everyone has crossed the line now, which is excellent to see. And I guess we can do a quick wrap up before we go to Rob, because that is all she wrote. 23 races in the books, and the Airtec Motorsport Snetterton Spring Season Opener is complete as the drivers come into the Parc Fermé area for the final time this weekend. A big thank you to all of our marshals, officials and medics, everyone involved on top of that. We'll rattle through that very quickly in a second. But Thomas Langford takes the victory. In fact, tell you what, there's the results on screen. Langford, Pounds and Antrobus take the top 3 in Pro Class. Club Class sees Steve Kite take the victory from Team Jim Barrett and Christopher Ginn. Just finally, before we head over to Rob, an amazing weekend thanks to all the drivers, teams, to everyone at BRSCC, officials, to the marshals incredibly, who've been superstars all the way through from start to finish, medics, volunteers, everyone involved as well, to all of our camera crew, to Barry, our director, of course, to all of our production team and camera crew out here at Digitex TV, everyone at Snetterton, all of you for watching. If you want to keep up to date with everything, subscribe to the YouTube channel and also follow on social media and on the website as well. Final thought for you, John, quickly?
What an awesome weekend. It's been an honour to join you in the box, Scott, and we were treated, as you say, to 23 unbelievable races, hoping for more of that throughout the rest of the season.
Absolutely so. Again, John, you've been fantastic. Thank you ever so much for a brilliant weekend as well. For myself, Scott Woodwis, and from John Ratcliffe as well, thank you for joining us as well. But the final time to have a chat to our top 3s, both in Pro and possibly in Club as well, it's the man on the ground with a microphone. On you go one last time, Rob Lewis, to have a chat to our 2 out of 3 race winner for race number 3, the final race of the weekend in SuperCup. It is Thomas Langford.
And a very, very happy Tom Langford. Quite right, 2 out of 3, with a diff explosion in between. We won't talk about that. Great weekend.
Yes, the Sunday's been an amazing weekend. I'm so happy to end like this. I had to really keep my concentration then. Just try and pump in the fast laps, try and catch Dan and Ollie. Luckily they started fighting and it helped a little bit, and then just try to keep going from there.
To quote Daniel Ricciardo, you truly licked the stamp and sent it.
Yes, I mean you have to in these. It's so difficult if you don't have the toe. So just trying to get back in there. I need to say thank you to my sponsors: Next Wave Safety, Mofolio from Germany, Caesar Auto Electrical, and my new sponsor, which is coming, Arc Racewear. I also want to say thank you to Clapham North for sponsoring the SuperCup once again. Ronnie and George Grant have been great supporting British Motorsport for the past 50 or so years.
Fantastic. Great words there, Thomas Langford. And great to see this man on the winners rostrum once again. Let's have our second place man over once again. And Mr. Parent-Smith, a brilliant weekend for yourself, backed by the Hills Motorsport team. You happy?
Yeah, pretty happy. I felt I could have won that, to be honest, but no, another P2, I'll take that. I caught up to the leader and then I got done, and yeah, then he got through as well, I thought, but then the guy in second started white lining, so it's one of them. Had to settle for second, but yeah, next time we'll get first. But you settle for second, you've had some podiums, you're banking those points more importantly in the championship. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the aim, innit? We want to win the championship this year for 100%. So, yeah, 2 seconds, we'll take that all day. Definitely, we'll take that all day. Congratulations. The car's back in one piece, and he's got it on the podium. Let's have our third place man and our final interview for the weekend over. William Antrobus, you have had a cracking weekend, if I say so myself.
Yeah, I think it's been amazing to come away with what I've done this weekend. To be, I think, the youngest ever race winner is amazing, and coming away, I think, with the championship lead as well. It's a brilliant weekend to start off the season.
And it's a credit to you. Be proud of that achievement, especially being the youngest race winner. And lots more memories to come, hopefully.
Yeah, I think so. I think the next round is going to be big. I've just got as much talent as the front two. And I think I got a little bit held up in that race, and it was a bit of a scrap at the end. But I just made it through, and I've come away with 3 podiums and a win. So I'm very happy with how my weekend's gone. And I would love to thank the team, my family at home. I'd like to thank my dad as well for bringing me down here, helping me all the time, and it means a credit for every little thing that everyone's doing, and it's all coming together slowly, and it's been shown this weekend.
Definitely has been shown. Congratulations. A wonderful podium. That rounds out our Sunday activities and indeed the weekend here at Snetterton for this Airtec Motorsport season opener on the Snetterton 300 circuit. I hope everyone that has been watching this live stream has enjoyed it, and it's just left over our thanks from everyone at the BRSCC. A big shout out to the Orange Army for all that they have done indeed in the UK and across Europe, especially after the events of this weekend. From the Digitex team for producing it. Get home safe. All our competitors will get home safe, and we will see you at the next BRSCC race meeting. Goodbye for now.